where there's all sorts of, there's like a column on the left and all sorts of overlays you can.
Not exactly like traditional GIS.
I'm gonna show
Yes,
you
here we go. This is, yeah.
And this is just, Brandy had sent me a couple of different ones just to get an idea. Let's see.
There's so many ways of doing them, which is.
So the first couple ones she sent.
I guess you don't need to see.
I can see. Yeah.
You know, approaching the recommendations in a similar format to these. So anyway, they're. Let me go back and show you this one. So this is a waterfront walkway. It's very graphic. Let's see. So you can have kind of the background information about the area.
And there's generally like a pathway through it, right? In
Mhm.
terms of the way that it's structured, so you're controlling the narrative of.
Yeah.
I just want to see if
Where
there's
is this?
Okay,
Nice.
so there you go, so.
Vancouver Island.
Thanks.
Yep. Mhm.
So they're talking about a trail here. So you are, you know, in this case, they are using a map.
Mhm.
It's just, you know, it is, again, it's all online. You don't need a special program to run it, but you do need a computer.
Yes.
So I guess my one concern is there some way to do a story map online and then also kind of have a printed
So this is the
version or
plan and
something?
implementation section. We had talked about having like an executive summary or some sort of smaller document that would accompany it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to see. So kind of highlights the different areas and, you know, what was done. This is just, let me see if I can pull up another example.
So who maintains this then?
Who maintains it? Well, it wouldn't be a changing document. I mean, it would live on the town website.
Oh, so people can't go, because you were saying something about like adding things or whatever.
Well, I mean, I guess so obviously Brandy's gonna be creating it. You can, you're talking about like editing it, like.
Yeah, so the general public can't go in and do anything with it.
No,
Okay.
they have their
No,
one,
no.
no.
That's
Yeah,
basically, that's
yeah.
I thought you were saying
Yeah,
that
there's-
people could go in and like change.
Brandy
things
did not.
Oh, no, no,
So
no.
She
There
has
was a
some.
Sims game like that, that would be really cool.
Yeah. Like Lego
Sims
blocks.
is how I
stuff
like
Yeah,
that.
those were
planning.
just ones she sent me to kind of,
Yeah.
you know, to take a look at.
So what's the, okay,
You know, these are some of the issues we're dealing with, sorry.
who is the audience for this, and, how or why are they using it?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah.
So the audience is, local, you know, it's the public, it's,
If there's
local
one-
government officials, it's, you know, people that work for the town, if we're writing grants and, you know, just kind of it's to move, it could be the downtown Brattleboro Alliance, the DBA, it could help guide infrastructure projects in the downtown or grants
Economic
that we see.
development.
Yep.
So like to keep people, to like monitor project, like progress
Not
on
to monitor
and
projects,
stuff.
to put forth the projects that how we
Yeah.
want to see, you know, put forth projects to kind of get the downtown that we envision, that we have come up
Yeah.
with this common.
I could see it being useful in the sense that like when we're building the bridge going across the river, like just to keep people, you know, up to date on dates or whatever, so that, you know, there's.
It's not
like,
meant
it's
for
not
that, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
think of your town
It's like
plan,
it's more of a
think about it.
visualing, yeah.
It's like a sub-area plan to the town plan. Think of
Yeah.
it like, you know, it's downtown.
It's just more visual town plan.
Yeah, because I
It
mean,
is
the
more
town
visual.
plan talked about creating a downtown plan. This is
Yes.
kind of, so, you know, we're in a way implementing that, but then here, we're implementing many things, you know, so,
Yep.
Yeah. It's setting forth projects
Yeah.
or changes that we want to see in the downtown, whether it's we want wider sidewalks on Main Street, or we want better sidewalks, or we want more street trees, you know, we'll see what comes out of it.
So it could be something that I'm having a little trouble thinking about how it would be used and how people would engage with it. So the planning department or Public Works, if they're gonna redo the sidewalks, they would refer to this
Yeah.
when, I don't know if they have to pitch projects to the select board, but if they're doing a big change, maybe
Yeah,
they would bring this along with them and
Yeah.
have a nice, beautiful presentation
to
separate
say,
them and
look,
say,
we voted for this.
we voted for this, this
Yeah.
is part of our.
Or there's
whatever.
support for this, yeah.
How do they get that on this though?
Well, that's what we've been doing with all the hour. It's not, they're, like, different departments aren't putting projects on
Yeah.
there per se.
Okay.
It's
So I didn't
more,
really- I'm
it's
trying to
more of
figure
a
out what's
public,
in there.
a public process
Yeah.
of what does the public wanna see in
Yeah.
downtown.
And then it's gonna result in a recommended master plan, right? That-
Right.
Yeah.
That we vote on ultimately and the
Mhm.
select board.
Yes. We'll take it to the
Accept
select
We'll take
board,
it to the
so
select board,
hopefully
yeah,
they'll
yeah.
vote on it and, you know, it'll become kind of a guiding
An official
document for
document, yeah.
decisions.
Yeah.
So it's just a town plan with.
It
one
is, it's
picture.
just.
It's an old-
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
town
I mean,
plan.
it's in its core.
Yeah, no, which
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with that, that's awesome.
That's what a
Yeah,
lot of
we need more
planning is, it's
visuals,
like-
yeah,
Is-
exactly, yeah.
Is the
I'm just-
goal in making it creative and interactive and beautiful and visual and online?
Yeah,
Is the goal engaging more people in the implementation of it? Or is it just to have a tool internally for the town?
I think it's both.
okay.
It's both. I mean, so,
And then, if the engagement piece is part of it, then is there some kind of call to action or conversion where we can get people engaged through this piece in the process?
That's a good point. So if somebody looks at this and they're like, I'm really inspired and I wanna know how I can help, you know,
Mhm.
how will they know what to do?
To tag on to that, I wonder if we can know, like, what sort of format would be the most persuasive to the implementers, the builders, the people who cut the checks, or who, you know, who have control of the public
Mhm.
verse book, or whatever the phrase is.
Yeah.
That's the public.
I know, but,
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes to implement, to go from plan to the next step, there's like requirements for the format or the content that's in it, right? Or,
not really
No.
for that kind of thing. I mean,
Oh.
there's, you know, funding. Usually one of the biggest challenges to implementing is funding. This is another one that I have up that incorporates video that was taken through their process, so that's something that, you know, we've worked with BCTV to record some of the events, so something like that can kind of be
Is this a different town?
incorporated. Yeah.
Okay, can you click through real quick?
So you can embed videos. Record.
As you can see, Canada's really, they like using their story maps.
That's not a real city.
Yeah.
That is a vision.
It's Epcot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go through their engagement process.
That's very
So this is one that she pointed out as liking the format of, and can see something like that, so. I'm just trying to get to the.
I think it's a nice idea, as long as at least we can have something that can be for people who don't have access to online and can still give them at least the message. And I like the suggestion of having a really clear call to action for people who find it. If that's something that we can figure out, if Randy could suggest how to do that, it'd be nice to have that in there.
I just see what this is.
I like it because it, like, if Brattleboro had something similar to this, it would make us look like more techie and advanced.
Yes. Well, it's one of those
Like a
interesting things,
facade
like,
and,
you know,
like, someone knows what
usually
they're
we
doing.
sit here
It's too late to
at
apply
a
for the
planning
zoning
commission meeting and
boards.
you're all on your laptops or whatever, because we've kind of moved to the,
Mhm.
let's not print so many copies of things, so there's that benefit to it.
Yeah.
This is, so with a story map, Jessica, this would get to your question about the survey, because there were lots of questions targeted at different parks and whatnot. She's thinking that she could actually kind of create some maps with pins on it, and you could click on it to see what respondents said about the various places. So
Mhm.
it kind of takes that survey result and puts it right on a map, which I thought sounded attractive.
That would be
So you can
cool.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you need an action from us in this kind of agenda item, or is it you're just sort of getting some general feedback to direct Brandy? Or
Yeah, I mean, I
a
think,
sense of-
you know, I think she'd like to know what format we would want it in, so some sort of clear, you know, I don't know if you need to take a vote, but, you know, I'd hate for her to get into one of these story maps and then all of a sudden we're like, no, you know, but I think she is okay with the story map and kind of an executive summary or a couple page handout.
And who's guiding like the artistic direction of it? Is she?
She is in her team.
Yeah.
Do all the different formats conceivably have as much content and actual, you know, ideas proposed and things figured out, but they're just in different formats? Or like, if we choose posters, that kind of have a lot less.
I think a poster
Meat and
will have a
potatoes
lot
too.
less. I
Mhm.
think that,
Yeah.
You have
I
to
think
not,
that you
right?
can
That'd
put so
be
much
huge.
more information on a story map.
Right.
yeah, I mean, we did
They're
get,
so accessible to people that are using the
When
Yeah, people
you
may
say-
feel daunted by a
Did you say a
100-page
posters?
document.
we have a poster hanging in the office that the state of Vermont did with their Vermont Downtown Action Team that came around. You miss all the background information that you could put on a story map or that you could put on, in a document.
Mhm.
But it's a good visual of future projects.
I have never seen it.
You haven't seen the
I've been
video?
on the planning commission for like, you know what I
Come
mean?
by
Like a
the-
poster
come by the
that
office.
occupies one spot in time, and this story map, like, you know, 100 people could be looking at it simultaneously all over the place. I just feel like in terms of like accessing the information, something like this makes more sense. If, you know, if Brandy's willing, it would be great to have a story map, an executive summary and a poster, but, you know, like, I don't know.
Or what if we did a story map and just a poster?
Like a
Yeah.
one-page
Poster.
handout.
And then we have a
Here's-
PDF of it.
Here's an example of a
Just
poster,
summary.
of our VDAP poster.
I'm more concerned about like, do we need to archive that information somehow if it's
That's a
only
poster.
kind of in a story map? I mean, the poster would sort of.
There is a way
archive
you
it.
can archive story maps, I've done it.
Yeah.
Is there a way you can summarize this in many fewer words?
In fewer words?
Business card of the poster.
Well, so there's your map, kind of the, okay, so they were suggesting, let's see. Okay, this is Harmony lot here, so a potential open space, a parking and event space here. Potential infill on, oh, okay, it might be where the snow block is. Yeah, potential infill development here. Future conversion of a bridge to pedestrian bike only
Implementation.
pathway here, so this is Bridge Street, waterfront park area, so it's a lot of similar things that we're dealing with in our
Yeah.
downtown plan too, actually. At this point, there is an idea for a cultural campus, down off New England Youth Theater, where NECA could potentially come here, and the music center was gonna go, where the CF Church building is, so, you know, some of those organizations make different decisions. But this is, you know, like, the idea of a poster, and it's like a 3x4. We have one in the office, so. I think there's more information that can be shared with a story map or with a document, but.
Also, to consolidate it down to like one page, we can have it say, go to the Brattleboro website to find out more information, you know, like on
Yeah.
this specific things, instead of cramming that much information in one thing, if we're trying to do a handout too, if that's the goal of all of this. Because I really like the idea, you know, of the, what is it called?
Story map.
Story map.
I do like having one somewhat like this visual of the whole area that people can look at and be like, wow, look at all these new proposals of ways to add vitality. And then they can go to a story map or something to delve deeper. But something to really hook people on. You know, posters that can be put around, or a simple one-page sort of email that will show that. I feel like with a story map, it's attractive, but it seems a little overwhelming. Like you don't know if you're seeing it all. There's all these different paths to take and different tags.
There are, it's a good way to put it, there are different paths
Yeah.
to take. I mean, I think you can create it as simple or as, you know, if we do story map, that's a good thing to think about.
Like, what story do you want to take? The bike ped story of Brattleboro's future, or
Right.
the public art story, or the
Yeah.
Choose your own adventure.
choose your own thing?
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, does she have to, if she's gonna make a story map, does she storyboard it in a certain way? And is there, like, how do we iterate it, or can we, right? Like, does she present it to us in a way where we can comment on it and then she
Can
would
you
make
speak to that? I've
changes,
not created a
or-
story map, but Andrew has.
Well, there has to be. I mean,
You
like
have to
mean
have
a draft.
plan
A draft.
for how you're gonna,
Yeah.
like,
Well,
I
what
hear
I'm
what you're
thinking
saying
is that,
with
you know,
storyboard.
when she came to us in January, February with the draft, potential draft 1, I'm not sure how many, do you know how many drafts she plans on making or whatever?
No, but I
down the
mean,
road.
maybe it could be sooner in December if.
Well, maybe
when
instead of putting all the information in there, she could just have placeholders,
Mhm.
you know? And then just with a general idea of what it could look like, a vision, and then we can give her input, and then it can evolve into whatever it can be. I mean, you can save as you go. It's not like, you know, it's like you're not publishing until you publish it.
Yeah.
So,
I think the 100, 200 page PDF comprehensive document has been done many times.
Yeah.
So I don't,
True.
I don't think any of us are throwing in our ticket to the hat for that.
Right?
Let's
We
do
don't
something a
wanna
little
something
different.
new.
You don't want to
Yeah.
endorse that?
Unless it comes with a metal binder, a metal
Yeah.
plastic.
I mean, and if it's not required by any implementers to have some sort of standard document, then let's go with one of these other ones.
yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Jessica.
I was just wondering, I mean, I was gonna take it back to the conversion idea. Do you want to finish your comment on this?
So I was just saying, like having that online presence, I feel like might serve other purposes that where a book or a poster wouldn't, like the call to action, or and helping people understand like what Brattleboro looks like a little bit, or what it's like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, I'm a big fan of the poster idea. I just, like, when I visit a community, I love seeing that out in the community, seeing where things are going and why I would ever want to come back. Yeah, back to that call to action thing. With the plan, have implementers been identified, and is there action or ways that
There will be.
people can,
Yeah, there will be.
That might, once there's, so it's gonna come in phases, obviously, because it's gonna be expensive to implement it. So maybe that, when there's a specific project that's gonna be getting underway, maybe that would lend itself to a poster then. This is part of a bigger plan, and, because a lot of this will take a long time to accomplish.
That's true.
Or a more specific plan. Instead of a bigger plan, like a more specific thing to like focus
Yeah,
on
like,
instead of.
let's say something happens with the Preston lot first, so then there's a
Yeah.
poster about the
Poster for the
Preston
Preston
lot.
lot, yeah.
It can be in the context of the master plan, but it
Yeah.
really would be focused on that one thing that was
Yeah.
starting to happen first.
Well, I know when I was, my past senior year, my senior planning studio was a downtown plan. And we looked at catalyst sites to really spark implementation.
What sites?
Catalyst.
Oh, Catalyst.
Yeah, and kind of going off what you were saying, Prudence, is that you focus on those certain sites of what could be there,
Mhm.
and that's kind of how we made our final plan, was focusing around 6 sites, and that kind of led the way for what the future could look like for the downtown I was planning for, we were planning for. But I think that kind of helps put you in the direction that what I realized, at least. I mean, I think it's okay to talk about everything, but I think when you talk one of those specifics, people actually can see what it could potentially look like and wrap their head around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if in it, she, based on the information she's gotten, is there like an actionable list, or is there like a, like what are the next steps things in terms of, I mean, you could,
It's part of
I
what
like
they're-
the frames of thinking like, take the pedestrian view, take the art view,
Mhm.
so there's something intriguing about that, but it's also like, there could be a framework for how you implement the plan.
Mhm.
And whether
Yeah.
that's like
Well-
starting from catalysts or starting from
We also, phase it too.
a particular frame.
A phase plan.
Yeah.
5 years, 10 years, 20 years out. I mean, that's very common in the planning practice. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Or like a list of priorities.
Yeah,
or something.
priority list.
Yeah, like what is the thing that she heard the most often?
Mhm.
I'm really curious to know what that is. Like what she heard over and over again.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Are there things we can learn from the 2, at least that I know of, past neighborhood plans? The West Brattleboro plan and the Putney Road plan. What were those, like 10, 15 years ago or something, right?
So the West Brattleboro plan was 2007, 2008. And that one is kind of had a lot of photo preference type stuff, which then got translated into the zoning districts and the building design guidelines. So we haven't really seen a lot of development out in West Brattleboro. It's really constrained with the floodplain. So I would say, but we use that plan most recently. The state's looking at resurfacing Route 9, and we said, well, hey, what about a bike lane and sidewalks, or, bike lane actually, because there's some challenges to sidewalks out there. So that's kind of how that plan is. There weren't really major projects there. There was there is a desire for a green in West Brattleboro, but that's not moved forward, and a lot of the right of way is the state of Vermont,
Right.
so it's kind of been a challenge. The Putney Road master plan is an interesting plan, and it really involves massive population growth.
Right, yeah, it kind of was hinged on, a massive flux of
Yeah.
people coming here and money and development.
Wait, did that not happen?
Okay, so,
But I wonder if there's a way, any proposal is, or individual specific proposals in the plan is subjective in terms of if it's achievable or conservative or bold, but I wonder if we should set the overall theme, or not theme, but like
Tone.
Just like, hey, let's just propose easily achievable things, or just propose the biggest, boldest things that excite everyone. But then it's like, are any of those gonna happen?
I think easy goals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
I think
Well,
it might
I
be
think
a
it's
mix
gonna
of it. I mean, I think some of the stuff that you might see, so I know at the closing meeting, there was a lot of discussion about sidewalk width or bike lanes on Main Street.
Yeah, that was nice. They
parking and go-
proposed
that kind of
spectrum.
thing.
Yeah.
So I think, it could be a really bold idea to get rid of some parking on Main Street and widen the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I think that, but then there's gonna be stuff that will probably be recommended for Bridge Street or the waterfront, which
Mhm.
we know that area is changing. I mean, that is kind of our catalyst site,
Mhm.
Yeah.
because we know that the Hinsdale Bridge is gonna move, and that's gonna change that. the way that is, so are there
You-
things we can do to make that a?
Yeah, I do like the format of where there's like a big bold proposal made, but then also a more easily achievable one, because then people are like, oh, wow, they get inspired, and they're like, well, this is reality. So, and then they're like, oh, and look, in reality, there's this easily achievable
Yeah.
minor change,
Yeah.
and then it might make that easier to happen
It's like a good cop,
by
bad cop
having
kind of thing.
the radical thing, yeah. Or Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. I heard that analogy from a scholar of it.
All right.
So am I hearing a kind of a consensus around you're intrigued by the story map, you like that direction rather than just a, 100-page paper document, right? So I'm not sure I'm getting a consensus on whether it's an executive summary or a poster to kind of follow, to accompany it. But maybe I can have more conversation with Brandy
Okay.
about that too.
I would love to see one image that tries to encapsulate everything.
So you're a fan of
I mean,
a
without
poster.
detail, of course, because it can't be detailed, but.
Definitely for the folks that don't have access to the internet as easily as some others, definitely need some sort of printout, but it'd be awesome to keep it small and minimal and,
Another
And it-
option could be having a map station that's like laminated outside, that's big, like, you can use, other towns have them in places like malls have them, like you are here, and it shows like where the rest of the areas like around that spot. Or they could be like as big as like 5 by 5.
could even put it behind glass.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
plexiglass.
Exactly. No, the Common Ground has those like window displays that they never use. There used to be like books inside them, and now they're just empty. I don't know if you guys remember this. I just think it's a sweet spot for a map of Brattleboro, like a "You Are Here" map.
Yeah. And I think I would also, just some step or two in the iteration of it to like check in. I mean, it's like, it's partly a little hard to get your head around like what it can look like, so I feel like that'll help.
Okay. Maybe we can do that, have one in December.
Yeah,
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah, if we could definitely see aesthetics before she gets too far into
Yeah.
it,
Mhm.
before they're turning back.
Okay. Cool. It's exciting. All right. So next on our agenda is sustainability coordinator update.
Actually, there was one more additional outreach.
Oh,
because
sorry, I
forgot.
thought you.
So I
were
talked
saying-
about our plan to try to engage more youth. We also talked about, we didn't really feel like we had got enough feedback from the business community. So I'm gonna try to figure that out. I mean, we had worked with DBA and did a morning, one of their merchants meetings, but it was poorly attended. It was the Tuesday after Labor Day. So we need to do some more outreach, whether it's just face-to-face and stopping in the stores and having discussions with them, but
Mhm.
we do need more.
Because of
buy-in.
how,
Do you need support on that? Do you have a?
We don't have a
system
plan yet.
for that? Okay. Deb,
For the
Deb,
business
you have a
com-
couple.
sorry, I don't know.
Just.
I definitely think we need to go door to door to the business community, especially for how strapped thin they are and how they have no time and,
Yeah.
to get any information on them. We need to see them at their places of business.
I agree.
During holiday season.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I don't need to because I have plenty to do, but I would go with whoever wants to do that.
Great.
Talk to all the businesses. I'll volunteer to do that if need be.
Sweet.
If someone else would rather do it, I would definitely pass it off, so.
Okay, cool.
We'll let you know when we're planning that way if anybody is available and wants to come.
Thanks. Okay. So this is still sustainability coordinator update?
Yeah, so Felicity just asked that this be on the agenda because you've all had an interest and supported the position. So the town is in reviewing the, we're in the process.
Right.
Still, we had an overwhelming response of applications, and it was pretty amazing.
That's good.
So, now we're down to an interview phase, so, hopefully, I think in the next month or so.
Do you know how many people applied?
I believe it was 74 applications.
That's great.
There may have been more that came in after. Yeah.
Great. All right. And then potential land use regulation amendments.
Yeah, so we still had, so now we're waiting for the Congress for New Urbanism to give us some feedback, but we've had a couple of other things come up, and we wanted to come back to the industrial zoning district discussion. We seemingly had a lot of requests for shipping containers for people to put them in their yards for storage. It's a new thing, and we don't have clear guidance in the land use regulations.
You had, wait, say that again. You
We
had
have
many requests
Yeah.
for people
Can I
to
look,
ship.
can I use your computer for a second?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Are they
And
converting them into homes?
They're not, no, they're just for storage.
And so that's
Somebody is selling them in town,
Different
apparently.
than like sheds.
Yes, we view them as different than sheds.
Like storage purposes.
Well, sheds are storage.
I mean sheds, yeah, yeah. Or other like cargo containers, you
Yeah,
know, those
yeah, I
metal. So this is some, you'll see is a draft code. What I wanna find is
Do you have your flash drive?
Wait, which, is the blue or the black?
the blue,
Black.
blue underline. I just
So,
wanna look at the section again.
We
but that's that
haven't,
section.
we haven't addressed shipping containers as a accessory structure. I do know that they get used for housing, and we probably have less of an issue with that as opposed to using it as a storage container in the residential areas. So we have, the interpretation has kind of been that if you were allowed to have mini storage in a district, then we would allow a storage container. So that would open up the service center, the industrial zoning district. That we have less of a problem with than in the mixed use area, which is smaller lots, smaller buildings, kind of more dense development. Same with the neighborhood center. And the residential neighborhood. So we've had some requests in the residential neighborhoods. We do allow them for temporary storage, so if you're undergoing renovations in your house and you want to put one in to store your stuff, we would say, yes, we'd give you a temporary permit. But right now, we're of the opinion that they should not be allowed for permanent storage in the residential neighborhood districts.
Right now, we're of the opinion as in we're not.
We as in
budgeting.
staff, we have not, it's been our interpretation of the zoning that
Yep.
you couldn't have it in the residential neighborhood in the
Okay,
mixed
so
use.
it hasn't, I don't know why I was assuming it was residential, people asking to have these for storage containers, but it sounds like the requests have come from like businesses or like industrial uses or something,
Well,
or is
no, I
it-
mean, somebody wanted to have one on their residential property.
Yeah.
They're a way
Huh.
more structurally sound and affordable way to store stuff
Than
than
like a
a
shed.
Than a shed.
Yeah,
They last
it's
like
true.
250 years opposed to 40. Yeah, and you can buy
I
them
thought
cheap
about
now.
asking for none of the residential, so.
You had thought about
I
asking.
hadn't asked yet, but I
Yeah.
probably was going to.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here to discuss, this is kind of our interpretation. If the planning commission feels differently, that's why you're, I mean, maybe, maybe with some buffering and, maybe they could be acceptable, or maybe you don't feel they need to be buffered.
What do,
I mean, I like this point about it must be screened from view. It says just the front property line.
what
But
do?
that's not for residential though.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right.
Yeah, the way that,
But I-
that we've drafted it is it would not be allowed. It would, so it'd be service center
In
and
an industrial
industrial.
district.
Industrial.
Not commercial, because I know a couple of commercial spots with them.
Service
Service center
centers.
is
Oh, okay,
commercial.
gotcha.
But there are some that have them, so, what is it, is it Coda and Coda up on Putney Road? They have one. The dealership on Canal Street has one, but those are all pre-existing
Yeah.
under the old land use
Yeah.
regulations.
How often do we see other small town USA of like 12,000 residents dealing with shipping containers as storage units? Like, have we done
I
any
don't know.
research on what other towns do?
I'm in the jurisdictions I did research on, I'm not sure what their population was.
Yep.
So that's something we can look into, if you want to get some numbers and an idea, yeah.
Andrew, what were you seeing in terms of were towns permissive of them? Were they?
They were allowing them, but usually it wasn't on residential property. If it was residential, it was a temporary thing, like during a construction project or, some sort of addition, something like that. But usually it was commercial district or industrial.
And so the main reason for that is the aesthetics?
Well, that's one, and then, public health and, just, kind of think back why there's zoning, land use,
Yeah, they're people's view.
Yeah, and I think some communities are, also NIMBYism plays a role. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, if I was a property owner, I'm not sure if I'd want this storage.
But someone can build a shed of the same size that's ugly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
some-
I've got
Yeah.
one.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm all for it.
What's the
I vote so.
what's the typical size of a storage, a shipping container? It's
Well, 6 feet in height
tall.
is usually max. And I
Really?
think.
They're taller.
It's
A lot of
10 by
taller.
20 or 10 by 40 are
You're
the two
right.
Yeah.
standard sizes.
Well, from what I saw, they want to allow them to be more than 6 feet.
Yeah, it says no more than
Yeah.
6 feet on here, but they're like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normally they're tall.
Yeah, so I think the ones that they were
So
thinking
you can
about were
watch it.
smaller
Yeah.
storage. So I mean, if we were looking at an industrial, maybe we could look at expanding it to be a little more.
Typical
the appropriate
size.
Yeah.
typical size.
Yeah.
How many requests have we had?
We've had 2 or 3 recently. Recently.
In the year, in 2019, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so maybe more before that?
Well, the people who ask
There
are
are
a small
some-
percentage of the people who want to do it. Right? That's what the teachers always said in class, right? They're like, all right, there's no.
I'm just
no
curious to
dumb
see
questions.
like if this is like actually a big
Oh.
deal for people, like if it's, because this is exciting, especially when it comes to how we have such minimal space already, like, and what storage can do is free up living space. So if we can free up living space, then we can meet other needs all at the same time. So what some people consider an eyesore isn't an eyesore for everybody.
That's
Like,
true.
I don't think,
Very good
I don't
point.
think storage containers are ugly,
Mhm.
but they're definitely not pretty. So it's all-
Utilitarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if they're screened,
Yeah.
From the front.
Would you want them screened just from the front, or do you think they should be screened from abutting properties
Abutting
as well?
property, yeah,
Like,
keep it-
should they be screened all around?
What are,
And are you gonna screen them with arborvitae, because I can't stand them. No, just kidding.
what are our chicken coop rules?
Our chicken coops need to be 50
50.
feet from the nearest structure. And they need to, no roosters if you're in the residential areas.
No roosters in the
Is it like-
storage containers.
how much,
Do you have-
how far from the property line?
Yeah, how far-
There's a.
Neighbor's
I
property
don't,
line,
I don't think there's a property line, are you
There
pulling
is
that
one.
up?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
find.
I think it is,
second.
I
it's
think
50
it's
feet from
50
the.
feet from
Yeah, yeah.
any
From a-
adjacent
Because our
dwelling.
chicken is
A
not
coop
in
must be
there. What do we
located at
call
least
it?
50
Foul?
feet from
Foul.
any dwelling on an
Foul.
adjacent property.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I got it
You
up
got
right
it,
here.
you got it.
Yeah.
So you can have it right at the end of your house.
Yes, you
It's gotta
can.
be far away from the.
Yeah, but that also has noise and smell.
Yeah.
That's what.
This doesn't.
That's
Storage
What
containers.
about-
Any of those.
I can see a lot farther than 50 feet.
Depends on what's in
Or you definitely can. What about, for instance, you're allowed to have animals like livestock in Brattleboro if you get permission from your neighbors, from the
No,
abutting
that's
neighbors.
not.
Is that not true?
No, that's
Oh,
not
is
Is that an old thing?
It's conditional use approval.
Needs to go to the
Yeah,
clerk.
no, we don't do anything where if your neighbors say you can do it, it's okay.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
That's
Then
bad.
we don't need to do that with this either.
So shipping containers are, I mean, they're pretty, okay, they're not ugly, but they're unattractive, but they're cheap and very available, right? So they
And-
become,
Is there also somebody in town that's selling them? Is
That's
that
what
you
we've
said?
heard.
Oh.
So it's
Yeah.
a local business that's providing them as well. Seems
like another good reason.
Interesting.
Like the shipping industry is in such fluctuation right now that all these containers are flooding the market. They're just like super cheap right now.
Is
And
that,
so
is that what's going on?
yeah, and so
Yeah,
like
they're
who
cheap.
knows?
They're cheaper than a shed at Home Depot. You could be buying a shed
Yeah.
at Home Depot that's like 6 by 8, or you could buy a shipping container that's much bigger for the same money and lasts longer. That's why I was looking at it.
Yeah.
And I think there is a concern in terms of the appearance of them.
So are you, we've been, like, we've had these kind of iterate up these various changes.
Mhm.
Do you need a vote from us at this moment, or is this kind of like,
No,
there's
I mean,
other
no,
things,
no,
like.
no. Yeah, there's other things. This was one that we wanted to present to you. We don't need a vote at this time, so if you want to think about it, or, we don't need a vote tonight.
And the DRB asked us about this.
No, it's just something we're seeing in the office.
You're getting interest.
That right now, we don't have, we've got an interpretation of our land use regulations, but there's no clear language.
Could a veil be defined as a mural?
Could a what?
You said that it may be
Screen?
screened, yeah, with a veil. Could that be defined with a mural?
I think and if we look at our definition, I think it's what, fence
It-
or
yeah, I mean, it
vegetation.
doesn't, you're right, if you're looking at what our regulations
Yeah.
have right now, no, but it could be,
Tweaked.
if it could be tweaked if we were,
Yeah.
we don't have to use the word screen, we could say it could be screened or painted or
Yeah,
made artistic. or-
I'll go like a little personal with it, since I was taking an interest in it. If I were to put one on my property, I would follow the shed rules, and then it would follow the shed rules about placement if I were to ask to do this. And I would also cover it in a way to screen it and make it really look like a shed when you're, looking at it, but that it would be a shipping container on the inside. And that would be more economical for me than to actually go to Home Depot and buy a shed. So I don't, this is just me as like a single person. I feel like that would be reasonable if it looked that way for my neighbors. And if my neighbor did the same thing, I would feel like, yeah, that's fine. But it seems like the interest you have gotten is not in residential districts. If I'm understanding by your recommendation, you've got service center and industrial interests, and it could be that maybe we approach that, think about that first.
So we had interest originally in the mixed-use zoning district, so in that little area in between the hospital and the
So
Price
kind
Chopper
of along,
area,
Canal
right,
Street.
so along
Yep.
there. Originally, we had interest there, then we had it in a residential neighborhood, and then we did have one in the service center. In the service center, we said, we do allow mini storage in the service center, so it was associated with a commercial business. We said, okay, there. We did say no on the other two because that's not districts where mini storage is allowed. And, we weren't thinking that it was like a shed or, it is an accessory structure though,
Right.
to a
Yeah.
primary structure, so it is
Yeah.
providing storage like a shed would.
And that's the section we thought would be most appropriate to include it into, is the accessory structures. I know me and Brian, discussed other areas potentially to put it, but, Sue thought, and I agreed that it made most sense to put it there. And then we could just, because then we can really talk about what zones it should be in, what are the standards. Then, it could, if we thought about putting in maybe another figure and then including it in, like, how, I'm not sure if you looked at our land use regulations, but, every section has like permitted uses and conditional use chart, and we thought about just putting it in there, but we thought maybe it could be interpreted different ways, so make it as clear as you can, so everyone understands.
I really like the shed rules, like abiding by the same
Mhm.
rules. So one concern I would be is especially folks without the resources to building a fence or planting greenery or anything. I'd worry about, if you're buying a shipping container, you're on a budget. And you have a lot of stuff to store. I love the idea of pushing this through and approving it, but I feel like we should all do some research. I'm really curious to know what other towns are doing for the same exact situation.
I would love to see some more information on the size I would love to see, the possibilities of doing it in residential and mixed use and what that might look like.
There might be, for the size, it might be worth considering something about how it's constrained by the, we have other things that constrain how much of the site footprint can be filled up, so, I mentioned earlier, their size is up to like 10 by 40. My lot, you couldn't even get a 10 by 40 on it. So that would naturally be very constrained, and, for a lot of the lots in the residential urban core, they're quite small. So I can't remember, but I know we've got quite a bit of stuff in the document that restricts, how much of the space can be taken up, and that might be worth figuring out, how that naturally just limits what the sizes of these things could be if someone did it. And I do like the idea of, if we were considering it for residential, figuring out some sort of screening thing that would be economical. The other thing I thought about is, if you think of, we have a lot of people who are renting here, I'm a homeowner, but this could be a benefit for people who are renting. If a landlord has something like this, it's economical storage, it's out of the rain, it's a place where somebody who's renting can store things as a benefit of being a resident in rental, rather than having to pay for, a completely separate storage place, which is pricey.
Yeah.
And can be prohibitive to someone, especially if they don't have transportation.
I'm wondering, the consideration of like in the rural, I just had all the zoning districts over here, in the rural, and then also in the mixed use. And then do we need to consider the flood hazard overlay district and not having it there?
Those shipping containers can float and get taken away.
Well, that's what I'm
they don't
thinking,
take
like,
out
are we
storage.
creating a
I found one in
hazard?
this
Is that what
wildlife
you're saying?
refuge on
Yeah.
Long Island.
So
Okay.
if we have a flood,
After
we'll
Irene.
go into our shipping
Sure.
containers
Yeah,
in
I
the
mean-
backyards and be.
I mean, we do have, the floodplain overlay.
So,
Yeah.
we,
Code.
right now, we have a definition for small accessory structures that with a floor area of 200 square feet or less. They are permitted in the special flood hazard area. They're not permitted in the floodway, which is like the more restrictive
Yeah,
part.
that's pretty
So,
But would a shipping container be 200 square feet or less?
well, it could be if it's a 10 by 20.
Yeah.
And they do come smaller, they have even.
I was just, the first result that came up when I searched said there's two standard sizes, 8 by 20 and 8 by 40.
Okay,
So that's 160 or 320.
okay.
The only other thing I would say, just because it's permitted doesn't mean it wouldn't need to be elevated,
Mhm.
so,
You're talking about only floodplain.
in the floodplain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't think that is exempt from.
They have to float because all the shipping ships, if they capsize, then all the goods sink to the bottom of the ocean. That would suck.
Okay, so you want
Okay.
more information on what other towns are doing about the size? Are there options for screening that is economical? We want to consider allowing it in the mixed use and the residential neighborhood areas.
And then rural as well.
And rural,
And
sorry.
rural, for sure.
But all, like rural residential, rural, and
The rural district.
just the rural districts, okay, gotcha.
And then the last piece, is there any special considerations for the flood
Yeah.
Okay.
areas?
Okay. Well, we can do that research.
Intriguing.
Sexy shipping containers.
Intriguing. Okay, and
Wait,
then you
so-
also.
sorry, just real quickly, so what is it about the zoning regs currently that don't allow in your interpretation?
It's our interpretation that it's different than a shed.
It's just not a shed.
Because it's got a different
Sure.
foundation, it's constructed differently, different roof pitch, all that.
Okay.
So that's kind of in the interpretation.
Industrial zoning district lot coverage.
Yep.
Do that, or?
We can have a quick conversation about it.
Well, for some reason, my thing wasn't saved to this.
I don't know.
don't know. You have, no, you don't.
Was that the driveway?
Yeah.
Are you in the deed?
Alright, well. Alright,
So we had
You can
talked
bring it
about
back
the
if
lot
we need to.
coverage, where are all our town plan photos?
That's all right. I have this and we can pass it around and I'll just describe it. So Sue, do you want to just kind of give the intro?
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
we were looking at the lot coverage in the service center. If you might recall, we thought it was a little low. And then we got to talking about the lot coverage in the industrial zoning district. So you had asked us to kind of figure out what was the impervious coverage in the industrial zoning district? What was the average kind of impervious zoning district? Right now, we have it at, I think it's 60% you're allowed to have impervious coverage. So we were trying to figure that out. Unfortunately,
Well, what I found is that for like the totals, about roughly 30% of the land in the in industrial parcels is impervious right now.
Roughly 30%.
Yep. Total.
in the total zoning.
Industrial
Oh.
zone, yep.
We could, wait,
I don't-
we couldn't do a parcel by
We couldn't do,
parcel
yeah, because of,
basis yet.
potentially tomorrow I could fix that, but, so we'll stay in touch in terms of parcel by parcel data. The reason I couldn't do it is because in order to combine, I'm not sure if you guys know GIS, but basically if you want to combine a similar field, you need similar, like there's basically an attribute table that goes with that GIS data, it's metadata to data. And then you need to have similar field for each, like impervious surface to the industrial parcel. So it needs to be something that would bring them together, and there isn't for the data I have.
So you have to build.
Yeah, so I have
Yeah.
to build that. So we'll get back to you on that. But so what we found is that we each got the totals. As you can see, the northern industrial parcels have a lot more impervious surface compared to the southern end for different reasons. On the southern end, it seems like you could build more, but again, another conversation I had with Brian Bannon is that there's some wetlands and topography issues, unfortunately, though, in those areas that are constraining some economic, industrial development.
So essentially, we're gonna have to come back to
Yeah.
you with it.
Yeah. But that middle one off of Putney Road has some availability. I haven't been out there to that site, but
What
what
site
he-
is that?
it's off of Putney Road. Do you know what?
The full flex field?
Okay,
No.
Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the-
Thank you.
It's across from.
this one right here. Here's Putney, and then
Oh.
A vacant lot.
Yeah, the
Industrial
big vacant
parcels?
lot across from McDonald's, isn't it?
Is it?
That's not industrial zone.
well, this isn't. I was in our database. Unless you think that's incorrect, I can remove it.
Wait.
Oh, it's when the page expands.
So you're saying that our
Wow.
allotment is 60%, but we're down.
Kind of give more.
For impervious, yeah, that's impervious. And that includes like the building itself, and the concrete.
Because that's,
um,
that's
the marina
some type of soil and,
Yeah.
yeah, and
So
Brian
Yeah,
says
that's
normally
what-
it's only
but
could
that's
be,
not
we could just get on
industrial zone.
pervious surfaces and we could see how much is pervious,
Yeah.
if that's helpful in any way, but it's just another analysis.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's incorrect.
Okay.
We don't have any industrial.
Gotcha.
You can see
Well,
when
let's update that
it's when
GIS
the
data then.
page is
So
on.
Yeah.
I just need a reminder why this came up.
So,
That would be Sue.
it came up because we were looking at the lot, we have lot coverage. You're allowed to have 60% of the lot impervious in the service center zoning district. And we were finding that was too low.
That was too restrictive.
That was too restrictive and kind of didn't meet the general guidelines for what a service center zoning district would be, which should probably allow a higher impervious coverage. So we came up with this, we'll allow you up to 70%, but that 10%, so you get the 60, but the extra 10, you're gonna have to do that on your property so that your stormwater is being managed on site instead of running off into the town system or the state system. So that then brought up the discussion of, well, what about the industrial zoning districts?
Right.
What are they like? So Andrew started working on that, but we've got a data issue right now that will get
Yeah,
resolved.
because definitely parts of our parcel is gonna get you a better idea of what's actually going on.
So what we're learning then is that the industrial zones are usually as impervious as what they should be. But it's hard to say because
Could
we're
be,
not
not
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, 'cause this is,
impervious
again,
surfaces is a, you know,
Yeah.
you've gotta manage that stormwater if it's all running off,
Yep.
and that's a
Yeah.
cost that the town bears, or
Mhm.
the state bears, or, you know, the environmental degradation to the rivers and whatnot, so.
I think it's not.
Yeah.
But if we have too high a percentage of impervious, then that would limit development potentially of
If it's,
that
if it's
lot.
too low of an
Too
impervious.
low of an.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So, we used to allow up to 90% in the service center, so this is the Putney Road area. Well, the Crosby Brook is impaired, in part because there's all this sediment running off. So then we were like, well, we've just allowed too much pavement and roof and that kind of thing. So we scaled it back to the 60%, but that does seem to be a challenge to meet when you're trying to, especially on a small lot, like some of the fast food restaurants are smaller lots. So the Friendlies, you know, which would ideally be redeveloped at some point, so. So that's how the whole thing kind of started.
Because of the Friendlies lot? Or,
Well, because we had originally been at 90%, then we went to
Yeah, okay,
60%,
yeah.
and then people would look at that lot to redevelop, and it would kind of be a little bit of a barrier.
I wonder, there's something about pervious pavement in there as being kind of an exemption from the coverage limit, but
Yeah.
only if it's for overflow parking and has a bunch of grass in between these spaced pavers, but like,
Yeah.
how well does, I don't know if anyone knows, I haven't researched, but like a full regular looking parking lot, but made of pervious pavement, not with grass growing up in between the wheel wells and everything, but how well does that work too? If that, if,
Prevent
if,
sediment
if-
runoff and.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to take in all the water, right? That's how they advertise it.
Yeah, there's all different BMPs and
There's-
there's different levels for each, like, installation, so it kind of
Oh.
depends on, yeah, it may
Thickness
depend on
of
the
the
porosity of the soil, and it depends on the exact
Maintenance.
So that's
thing,
a-
and, right, whether it's
Okay.
maintained or not, and.
So that's something where a solution could exist, but it's hard to write it into rules because there's so many variables.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's kind of a menu of options that, you know, there's places like the UNH Stormwater Center that have done a lot of research on what's effective in our climates and.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think.
There's no state person who judges that or permits that or.
There's
Well,
permitting
there's
if
the-
there's 3 acres or more of impervious.
Right, and it's like 1.5, I'm about to
Get
read
into
the whole
1.5.
stormwater draft, yeah. But it doesn't come into effect in our side of the state until 2033 or
Yeah.
something,
Oh.
so it's like,
Evaluating pervious pavement.
well, where there's a smaller parcel, like it's
Oh.
an acre and a half or something, where you're gonna have to start to mitigate for your impervious surface. It doesn't hit us for like more than a decade, which is crazy.
does Act 250?
We could talk stormwater sometime.
Yeah, let's talk stormwater.
Does Act 250
I
come
really
into
enjoyed
this at all?
that time we had.
What's that?
Act 250
I
play
don't-
into this at all?
Does Act 250 what?
Play into this pervious percentages at all?
I don't
No.
think so.
Not at the
Yeah.
moment, no.
No.
Not unless
Yeah,
they.
sorry, I picked up off of it.
It's being reviewed by the legislature right now, like there's some, we're working on the second year of possible changes. All right. So, Saba, anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second that.
Okay, all in favor?
I
All right.
Fantastic.
4. Welcome, everybody. First order of business is to review minutes of September 5th and October 3rd. Are any objection to combine those two together?
I'll move approval of September 5th and October 3rd.
Any comments, corrections, additions? If not, those in favor of approving the minutes of October 3rd and September 5th, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Approve the minutes of previous meetings. First rule on the agenda is 19P55, Human Services and Home Lactation Consultation Services. Please take a seat while you're doing that, and we will introduce ourselves.
Senator Ginny Lyons, representing Chittenden County.
Senator Mark McDonald, representing Orange County. Representative Robin Chestnut-Tangeman from Middletown Springs.
That's Ann Haslip, Councilman.
Representative Belinda Myers, Essex Town.
State Senator Joe Benning from Caledonia County.
Senator Chris Bray, representing the Addison Senate District.
Thank you. And would you like to give us a brief overview of the rule?
So, my name is Linda Narrow-McLemore. I'm a staff attorney with Medicaid Policy. I work. Can I ask that everyone speak loudly because whatever's going on up there is. Okay. Thank you. I will try to project and if you don't do one of these, okay? If my voice goes down. My name is Linda Narrow-McLemore. I work with Ashley Berliner, who would normally be here today on HCAR rules, but she is not able to be here today. I am a staff attorney in Medicaid Policy that actually oversees the Medicaid Policy unit at AHS. We have 7 rules before you today. One of them is a new rule, and that's the first one, the in-home lactation consultant services. I just thought that for efficiency that I would mention the public engagement process for all the rules because it was the same. Okay. We worked with subject matter experts within the agency. Prior to filing the rules, we solicited comments from departments, the Mead, and Vermont Legal Aid Society, and considered those in initially drafting the proposed rule. Of course, went through the rulemaking process. We had a public hearing on September 3rd. There were no witnesses. And then we received comments on just 2 of the rules. The first one that we're discussing today, in-home lactation consultation services, and also the medically complex nursing services rules. So let me move then to in-home lactation consultation services. This is a new rule. It's an existing service. The rule is catching up with our practice. It outlines existing policy for in-home lactation consultation. I want to emphasize that this is in-home consultation. Services that are provided in a hospital or office setting are not under this rule and are billed through the facility and not subject to the requirements of this rule. The in-home lactation providers, the rule specifies, have to be licensed in Vermont. Generally, it's an RN or a midwife, and have to hold an international board certified lactation consultant certificate. So these are medically necessary services provided in the home by someone with the IBCLC. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Can you clarify the difference between a CLC and an IAB CLC?
So
I asked the difference between the 2 providers, a CLC and an IAB CLC.
I'm going to use my excuse up front that I'm pinch hitting. So let's just get that on the table so I don't have to keep saying it. So when I'm stumbling, but I know an IBCLC has to be a licensed healthcare provider, and the other certification does not, and that's why we chose to have Medicaid law requires that we have a licensed provider, and that's why we chose to have this certificate. Because of that. And it's also, the way it was described to me, and this is is that it's just the qualifications, it's just a much more robust qualification process. So the other certification can be used in an inpatient or office setting, but in the home, it's the RN or midwife who has gotten the certificate.
So the one required for a in-home service is an otherwise licensed medical provider,
Yes.
but the CLC can be an otherwise licensed provider or can be a lay person, for lack of a better term?
That's my understanding. And it was also a consideration of sort of the merits of each certificate, and that this was, I guess, had a much more robust requirements. So that's the explanation from our subject matter expert on it.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
I don't have a question. I did recognize this rule as meeting statutory requirements, and I have the sheet to give to Charlene. And I'll do that for each one of the rules we look at.
Are there any other questions, comments? If not, entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of 19P55.
If there are no further discussion, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. And the approved rule 19P55. Next one is 19P56, the audiology services.
Yes. Audiology services, this is an amendment to an existing rule. And it's basically, it was required because we had a limit on the number of batteries people could get per month. The rule limited a person to 6 batteries per month, and we did rulemaking to remove that limitation. While we were in the rule, we also moved prior authorization requirements, or we changed the rule to move prior authorization requirements to the Medicaid fee schedule, which we're doing with a lot of rules. We'll see that as, and it gives the state flexibility to be able to amend prior authorization requirements. So that's essentially that rule change.
I believe this meets statutory requirements.
I'm curious about what prompted the change in number of batteries. Was that required, or was that a problem that was discovered in-house?
I think the latter is my understanding. It's surprising because we recently touched this rule. I really can't give you the history of it, but it is better for beneficiaries, right?
Expanding services. Are there any further comments, questions? If not, entertain a motion to approve P56.
So moved.
Thank you, Jill.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. At this rate, coffee won't be cold by the time.
That's right, early.
Next rule, 19P57, dental services for beneficiaries age 21 and older.
Yes. So this is also a rule amendment, and it was required by statute, Act 72, that increased the maximum dollar amount for dental services for this population from $510 to $1,000 per calendar year. And this rule makes that revision. Let me see if there's anything else. I think that's the scope of changes to this rule. I think there's something at 4202.5A, periodic prophylaxis. There was some loosening to allow whenever medically necessary and not to require prior authorization. That was also a change.
This also meets statutory requirements.
I had a question. This has a financial impact.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, will that require additional, or is that it's Medicaid money? Federal money, or will that require an
There's-
additional state
It does
allocation?
require additional state dollars. So it's, oh, please.
It was we did this in the appropriations bill for 2020, this
Okay.
year.
So
for
it's
coming back.
covered for this year?
It's covered.
Thank you.
I can share a little more, but if that's sufficient, that's, okay. It's assuming a January 1 start date on this. The program cost to DVET in state dollars is estimated between $400,000 and $600,000 in year 1 of implementation. Annualized cost should be between $800,000 to $1,320,000. Let's see, excuse me for scanning this. The impact is estimated in the Joint Fiscal Office fiscal note from March 2019 that was presented to the legislature. And that is, it says that DEVA received an additional appropriation of $1,083,893 effective January 1.
And is there any estimate of the savings from increased preventive care?
I think the economic impact statement. Yeah, I think the answer is nothing solid. Like preventive care should mean, yeah, it should mean saving acute dollars later, but we don't have an estimate.
So this was a bill that originated in the Senate Health and Welfare and then did go to appropriations, and Linda's right, Representative Myers. One of the things that we discussed was the advantage to folks who have their teeth fixed and getting jobs, and so then helping them to move off public assistance. So we saw this as an opportunity.
Robin, in addition to which, in appropriations, we discussed the fact that there didn't seem to be that many people overall taking advantage of the plan when it was the $500, because when you look about going to a dentist, you understand that. So part of the reason that we felt that we could increase it was that perhaps it would get more people involved in the program. Because again, as Senator Lyons has said, people who have their teeth fixed have a better opportunity for employment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further discussion or questions on this rule? If not, entertain a motion.
I'll approve 19P57.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say nay. We approve 19P57. 19P58, dental services for beneficiaries under age 21 and pregnant and postpartum women.
This is also an amendment to an existing rule. It's a tweak, but an important one. I think since we were touching the other rule, we came in and touched this one. So dental services works differently for under 21s because there's a requirement under federal law that we provide all medically necessary services to under 21s, the EPSDT benefit. And so we revised this rule to make more clear at 4.203.5 that particular services that are named there are provided if medically necessary. It's just meant to make it more clear. And the prior, let's see, is that right? And there's not, and prior authorization isn't required. So it's meant to I think, increase access and align with federal law.
Based on committee review, this meets statutory requirements.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this rule? Senator Bennett.
Actually, this might be for Senator Lyons. Can you tell me why there would be criteria necessary for pregnant and postpartum women?
Part of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. It's so I don't. This may be quite. This isn't going to be in the weeds, but I can tell you that the law requires that the services provided to under 21s, dental services, be that that pregnant and postpartum women get the same services. So there's a carve out, and they travel along with the under 21 who have broader dental coverage than over 21s. I'm sure the Fed's meant to expand access to pregnant and postpartum women, recognizing that dental care is important to babies, I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
It's not intuitive, I mean. Yeah.
I'm ignorant in this subject, so I'm asking
No, it's-
blind ignorance, I just wanted to understand.
It's a great question, yeah.
Any further questions on this rule? If not,
I'll move approval P, 19P58.
all those in favor of approving 19P58, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. And you approve 19P58. Next one, 19P59, eyewear and vision care services.
Yes. This is also an amendment to an existing rule, a very small change, and this would be an example of where we've moved, you see at 4.21, 4.4, prior authorization requirements from rule into Medicaid fee schedule, and again, that allows us greater flexibility. When we have to change prior authorization requirements, we don't have to do rulemaking. There's also another change which is intended to ensure that this rule aligns with federal law for EPSDT coverage for children under 21, to make clear at C above that, at point 3, that if we specify how many pair of glasses under 21s can get per year, but the reality is that federal law requires us to provide whatever is medically necessary. So this language is intended to make that clear. Generally, it's this amount, but if there are other circumstances, then we do cover more.
Means statutory.
Any questions, comments on this rule? If not, entertain a motion to approve P59.
Why not, 19? I approve. Move that we approve 19P59.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say nay. And you approved 19P59. 19P60, medically complex nursing services.
Yes. So, yes. This rule was previously called high-tech nursing, I think, and that's what the program is called. This is an amendment to an existing rule. The intent is to make the rule align with actual practice, not to change services we're already providing. We changed the title from high-tech nursing, I may not have that full title right, to medically complex nursing. It's not a change in services, it's just meant to be a more meaningful title, because the reality was that to get these services, you didn't have to be technology dependent. You had to have a medically complex need. So we thought that would be more transparent. The rule as written now allows these nursing services, these nursing services to be delivered through a home health agency. This rule would revise that requirement and permit these services be provided outside of a home agency. So now an RN or LPN can directly enroll with Medicaid rather than working through a home health agency. And this is, and that's current practice. And why that evolved is because of the shortage of nurses and trying to expand access for these families. Okay. Also, on this one, I have a little fly in the ointment. So, which is, we would like to, upon, after re-reviewing public comments, particularly from Vermont Legal Aid, we looked back at the rule and would like to add text to add clarity to make sure, because as it's written now, there's concern that it looks like we're taking away services. And so, and specifically, there's text that says we provide case management services. We have, which we removed in the proposed rule, what we'd like to put back, and we just met with VLA before, and I don't know if I think Bart's going to testify. So, in any case, we'd like to replace that language with language that we think more accurately reflects what we actually cover, which is it's nursing care plan management and oversight as appropriate and permitted within the scope of practice. This is not intended as any change in services.
What section was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 4 point, and I have a 4.232.2. We propose, may I have permission to pass these out? Or shall I-
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
You can pass them to Senator Bratt.
Oh, okay. Would you pass those around, please? Yes.
Are there questions or comments about this or any other?
What, are we going to hear from
Yes.
legal aid?
Yes.
I'm curious. This seems to solve one problem, but not the other.
So we have legal aid on the, you would still like to testify?
Yes, we would.
Should I sit?
Before this witness steps
Yes.
down, though, can we ask this witness why the second issue with legal aid is not addressed? This is in 4.232.5B. They were asking for a specific phrase to be put back in past the benefit year, which appears to have been struck from the document you just handed out. Do you know why your office chose not to include that?
Okay, 4.2325B.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a carry forward.
Yep. So I'm reading from the annotated. The current rule as written does not permit, says unused service units may not be carried forward. And so we're not changing the meaning of that text. The text we propose is payments for services will not exceed the units authorized. The only difference between that and the current text is we change shall to will. The second sentence now reads, I'm sorry, it's hard to read. Unused service units will not be carried forward or used for other services. And it had said, it's so hard to read the annotated and follow. It had said, unused units may not be carried forward. So same meaning, it's not meant to be a change in meaning.
Is there a
I-
Sorry.
I understand that,
Okay, I'm sorry.
but legal aid was asking for a phrase to be inserted.
Okay, yes.
The benefit not be, any service units will not be carried forward past the benefit year. Did you look at that and make a
Yes.
conscious decision not to include that?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell me why?
Yes, because these services are under our Medicaid state plan. and the state plan does not give us authority to carry forward services. It requires that we do prior authorization, which in this program we do through an assessment tool, which basically functions as prior authorization. The assessment tool determines nursing services required within a weekly period. So it's what somebody needs within a week. If someone has a change in need, they can ask for more services based on change in medical necessity. But there isn't a concept and there's no authority, and we would not receive federal matching money for actually allowing a family to carry forward services. We understand that there, and I can't speak in much specifics about this, that there are families who are on the developmental disability waiver who get these services and do some sort of carry forward. But that flexibility is within a waiver, which is outside of our state plan. It's the waiver, by definition, are services that aren't under our state plan. We have permission from the feds, so to speak, to allow certain things in the waiver that we can't allow under our state plan. So there may be anecdotes of families where, I mention that to the extent that anyone ever says, but this family gets it. So our staff has told me that they're only getting that under a waiver authority that they get because they're under a waiver.
Senator Glenn.
So as you read this, it does say, when you look at the one that you handed out, not exceed the units authorized. So when you say units, are you talking specifically about dollars?
I don't know if it's hours or minutes, Susan? Hours?
Yes.
Okay, hours.
Hours. So is the payment on a fee-for-service basis, or are some of these folks moving to a per member per month system?
Fee for service, is that right? I want to confirm.
So when it moves to a per member per month, right? Ultimately, all of this will. So the concern I would have is if it does that, then carry forward has little or no meaning.
Susan Coburn, Medicaid Policy. I work for the department. Just really quickly, this program is a fee-for-service program. Any changes in payment models or methodologies, I don't believe would apply to the allocation of hours to these individuals who are receiving direct nursing care in the community. We can follow up with Mary, but per member per month, this is a separate nursing services provided to individuals in their home.
Okay, so that'll be interesting when we get there.
It's fee for service. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand this. So if there's an allocation of 4 hours a week, picking a number randomly, and 2 hours are utilized, then the remaining 2 hours just kind of disappear. They can't be used.
Right, the medical necessity determination, as I said, is based on a medical need of that individual in their home for a weekly allotment.
So, I'll wait and listen. I'd like to listen to legal aid. Okay. That's nice.
Yeah, I can formulate my question.
Yes.
Well, bad.
Please tell me where I should, do you want me to stay here?
No, if you would take a seat and let legal aid come up to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Rachel Seelig. I'm a staff attorney in the Disability Law Project at Vermont Legal Aid, and previously spent about 2 years in the state's first medical legal partnership. We are here to comment on the medically complex nursing services rule, which you've heard about a little bit already. And I want to start by kind of backing up to the big picture about what this program is. This serves a very small number of Vermonters, but Vermonters with incredibly high need. Some are allocated up to 112 hours of nursing care in their homes every single week. And the way that that happens is they get assessed and then they get a letter. And that's generally a letter that tells them how many hours they're supposed to get per week for the next year. Unfortunately, most of these families are only getting on average about 50% of those hours filled. And that puts an incredible strain on the children, on their families, and on our whole medical system when they get sick because they're not getting enough nursing care. We've been meeting with the state for almost a year trying to work on this issue, and there has been some forward progress on a couple pieces that will help about 3 of the pediatric families across the state. We're very much hoping that the rule change would also be a step forward in solving some of the problems that have prevented families from getting all the hours that they are allocated. And we're very glad and agree with the change in the case management language that Linda mentioned earlier. But we do think it's very important to really look at this carry forward issue carefully, because right now families, as you said, don't get all the hours, and then those hours go away. And so unless they then go back through the assessment process to get allocated more hours per week, they can't then use those when the need increases, either because the child has gotten sick, or because they've been in the hospital and are coming home, or because a caregiver has gotten sick or has left. And so now they need to kind of fill in because somebody who's been unpaid is no longer available. So there are a lot of reasons why we think this would help the program function better for families. And so that failure to change and create that flexibility, we think, will continue to keep this program that has been broken for a long time broken. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about our comments.
If I could just add one thing.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. I'm Barbara Prine. I'm also a staff attorney at the Disability Law Project at Vermont Legal Aid. I think part of, like, you think of a very complex kid who usually has been in the hospital. And now, because we have better capacity, these kids are getting served at home. And so they're getting intubated, they're getting tube feedings, they're getting suctioning, they're getting airway management. They're doing things that are nursing level of care all day long. And when the nurses aren't there, the parents are doing it, right? And when there isn't enough nursing services, the parents miss work and they miss sleep. And if they don't have a nurse one week and they miss work and they miss sleep, and the next week there could be a nurse there, they can't use the extra hours. They can't make up the work. They can't make up the sleep. And we heard what the state said about why they can't do it. And I'm not saying that I think they're not telling the truth, but there isn't any reason why the allocation couldn't be an annual allocation rather than a weekly allocation, or a quarterly allocation, or a monthly allocation, so that the families could have flexibility. I mean, this is a very broken system, and this change could make it better. We think it'll only make it this much better, but for those families, this much better is better.
Senator Lyon.
I don't know whether this is for you or for the administration, but what kind of authorization or administration goes on to determine the use of hours? And so if you've got a kid in this situation where the hours are not used and then they're looking to use them the following week, what kind of process do the parents have to go through?
So currently there aren't actually enough nurses working in the program for that to be a realistic option, unfortunately. Parents are allowed to ask for a reassessment at any time. These are parents who are incredibly overwhelmed with all the doctor's visits, all the hospital visits. And so to be able to take the time to call the Children with Special Health Needs social worker and find somebody to come in and do that reassessment is just realistically not feasible for these families.
Is there a drawback to banking these hours in terms of, I mean, my understanding is the services are narrowly provided services are narrowly defined. Is there a mission creep concern? Is there, what is the rationale for not banking the hours? And maybe this isn't a question for you.
I don't understand it.
I'm not sure there's a rationale for not banking the hours, but the state might feel.
I will ask the same
differently.
question.
They've approved people
For
for
this.
many hours, and the state has the money for this many hours, right? They've approved it. They've said these are medically necessary. As Linda McLemore said, the state is federally required to provide all medically necessary care for children. And this kind of care is medically necessary care. Like these are, like you meet the families and they're very sick children.
So, extrapolating from that, is the not being able to bank the hours means that medically necessary services are not being provided?
Yes.
Because you said earlier that some patients are receiving half of the allocated services.
Yeah. Correct. So some patients are, on average, it's about half. Some are receiving more, some are receiving none. And they can't bank those hours for when they do finally get a nurse assigned to their family. And they are not, therefore, receiving medically necessary care. And the parents are stepping in to provide the care.
Part of the problem is nurses are getting paid like 15 to 30% less than nurses are at the hospital. So the hospital has a 9% vacancy rate. This program has a 50% vacancy rate. So we have a nursing shortage. We have a nursing shortage. We have a nursing shortage of 9% at the hospital. We have a nursing shortage of 50% in pediatric home care.
Senator Lance, you have a-
So, right, so one of the phrases that's there in B on the conditions for coverage is for other services. Is that problematic? I'm assuming that they don't want to go outside, the administration doesn't want to go outside sort of what is medically necessary, so that covers, does that phrase cover that concern?
Would you just refer me to where you are now?
I'm referring to 4.232.5B, and then it says payment for services will
I'm
not
sorry.
exceed the
I thought you were in
units.
another part of the.
Yeah, will not exceed the units and or other use for other services.
Yes.
Okay, so now when you say will not exceed the units, does that imply that those units are available for the whole year?
No, they're not available for the whole year. They're available, medical necessities determined on a weekly basis.
And that determination is made on a weekly basis for these kids?
No, there's approval for, so, and I may need Susan's assistant on this, there's a assessment tool that is designed to determine medical necessity on a weekly basis. And then, can you tell me how, can you explain to me how services are
Yeah, so
approved in what
again,
period of time?
Right, Susan Coburn, Medicaid Policy. They are under the direction of a physician. A physician would submit an order for services. The prior authorization is through an assessment tool that's conducted by state staff, talking with the provider, the family, and others. They determine the medically necessary amount of services allotted per week for that individual. If there are any changes in the medical need of the beneficiary, the state can reassess or provide additional hours as needed. We would be concerned about holding back hours one week for another week. I mean, that we authorize them as medically needed.
I see the conflict. I absolutely see the conflict here. I mean, having a single parent having to perform the nursing duties and missing the job, missing their work. I mean, this is how now we solve this problem. It's not simple, but I think erring on the side of the care of the kid, taking care of the kids, to me is really important within the rules.
So the conditions that these services are provided for, are these generally chronic, stable situations, or do they fluctuate week to week?
They're generally chronic. I'm not sure I would call them stable. I mean, these kids are very medically fragile, and so when their nursing is provided, that's what helps them stay as stable as they can be. But these are kids who often they need a ventilator for breathing or a trach for airway. They need a lot of suctioning. They can't eat food themselves, so they have to have it pumped in through a line in their stomach. And so those things don't go away. Those things tend to be things that the kids will need as long as they can stay alive. But yeah, sorry.
You do it. Answer Senator Lang's question.
You know, there I think are other services that get prior approved for more than a week at a time, and so I'm not quite sure why. I mean, I know that families don't perceive as being prior approved for a week at a time because they get a letter, and it's the letter they get for the year. And I'm not quite sure why they couldn't be prior approved for a month or 2 months at a time. And, you know, for a family that's, you know, if even a school vacation, they might need more hours the school vacation week than they do the school week where there's nursing provided when the kid goes to school for 2 hours a day. So there are a lot of reasons why being able to use hours flexibly is good for these kids.
Senator Bennett, did you have a...
I'm just mulling in my own head. I'm smelling that how far does this committee have the right to delve into what should be a committee of jurisdiction discussion, and I'm...
Send us a letter. You wrote the letter. Send us a letter.
Yeah.
Okay. I was asking the same question about policy versus legislative intent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, so I've been in front of this committee before for years and years and years and years. Sometimes when there's this kind of conflict and legal says, I don't know why they can't do it this way, and they say, well, we don't think we could do it this way. I think I don't know if they're at their deadline, but a letter explaining why they believe they cannot authorize it for more than a week and having us come back to discuss it might, because maybe they can authorize it for 1 month or 2 months, and then you're not forced into the. You guys don't like saying. I understand you don't like saying this doesn't meet the intent. There's a, you know, you care about our state government, and so there's a tendency to not want to do that. But I think we could put the state to its proof about why it can't do it, because I think they can. But I don't know as much as they do. They know more about this program, actually, you know, obviously, than legal aid does.
Representative Myers.
I would like to suggest their period doesn't end until 11/24, and we have another meeting. We're going to be meeting on 11/14, and I would like to suggest the possibility of legal aid meeting with the department to thresh this out a little bit better, so maybe it's a little more understandable to us, and hopefully they can come up with some agreements that will make legal aid happy, but also solve the problem that the department is looking at. So I would like to move that we ask legal aid to meet with the department and come back to us on the meeting of November the 14th.
Any comments, questions?
And perhaps between now and then, the state will tell us why they can't meet this,
Right.
meet the position.
Right.
It's being suggested. Thank you.
And just to clarify, so does legal aid have a recommendation on a carry forward time period? The service year, a monthly, quarterly review?
I mean, we had drafted a proposal for the service year, but I think we can talk with the state about that further.
There's a motion on the table to postpone action until 11/14, our next scheduled meeting. Any date on that question? not, those in favor of postponement until November 14th, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. And we'll see you all in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, come back.
Yes, please join us again. For the final human services rule, Medicaid cost sharing, 19P61.
Yes, this is an amendment to an existing rule. The rule is amended to exempt preventive dental services from co-payments as required by Act 72. And that's at 6.100.3C2. We've added that text.
So I had a question that are preventive dental services defined in this rule? I know they're defined elsewhere.
So, let's see. So I have a note, and then I'll follow up on this, okay, to clarify where it came from. Preventive services, and this is for over 21s and not pregnant postpartum women. Preventive services include 2 cleanings per year, periodic oral evaluation, application of fluoride varnish, and tobacco cessation counseling. I cannot tell you where that, Susan, can you tell us where
Yes,
that text comes
Susan,
from?
there was some language in the statute about what services were to be included. The department did also review and add a couple things like tobacco cessation counseling, but it was following in alignment with the statute and the additional appropriations that were considered.
So when it says the following services are exempt, sexual assault-related services, preventive dental services, and services otherwise exempted, where are those found?
Yeah, so later it's in the rule, it's on the fee schedule and the dental supplement manual. It says these services are outside of the annual adult cap.
And I think the notion is that allows some flexibility, for example, if preventive were to expand, it would require more.
Without a rule change.
Each statutory.
Any further questions, comments? If not, entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of 19P61.
All those in favor of approving 19P61, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. And approved Rule 19P61. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
The next rule is 19P43, Agency of Natural Resources, Swamp Wetlands Rule. Please join us.
Mr. Chair, so I just want to both colleagues know on the committee that I, as chair of a committee of jurisdiction, have signed off on both rules, P43 and P44.
So both rules need legislative intent from.
But I brought it with me so people don't have copies.
Thank you. All right.
Good morning.
Introduce yourselves and
Yes.
talk about wetlands.
Hi, I'm Laura LaPierre. I'm the Wetlands Program Manager at the Agency of Natural Resources.
And I'm Hannah Smith, Associate General Counsel with DC, working with the program. The proposed change to the wetland rules is a very minor language change. The language itself appears in Appendix A. It's the addition of the Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex to the list of designated Class 1 wetlands. The Class 1 designation indicates that the wetland merits the highest level of protection based on an evaluation of its functions and values. This particular wetland is 66 acres in size. It's contained entirely within the Green Mountain National Forest, and the rule change is actually in response to a petition filed by the Ripton Conservation Commission, who provided a petition laying out the reasons for the proposed designation, which the agency then accepted the petition and moved forward with rulemaking. And I'll let Laura talk a little bit more about what the functionality of this wetland.
So this wetland, which sits up in the Green Mountain National Forest, is 66 acres in size, so not the largest Class 1 wetland proposal that's come forward, but also not the smallest. It has multiple different wetland community types, and it's unique in that it's within two different watersheds. One portion of the wetland flows into the Middlebury River and the other side into the New Haven River. It has all 10 of the functions and values which we evaluate. It's significant for all 10 of those functions, including things like flood storage, water quality protection, wildlife habitat, fish habitat, etc. It was found by the program that it reaches the level of irreplaceable for Vermont's natural heritage in two of the functions. It has significant natural communities that are uncommon. In particular, there's dwarf shrub bog portions, which there are very few of those in the state, and also includes black spruce bog habitat type as well. It's also found irreplaceable for education and research in natural sciences. There's been a lot of studies done within this wetland. In particular, there's been a lot of winter tracking of mammal tracks, and so there's a wealth of information on what animals use this wetland type, as well as some of the earlier amphibian and reptile surveys done in the state were up in this area as well. Because the wetland has been managed by the Green Mountain National Forest, it's quite undisturbed and within an intact landscape. So that's unique for wetlands to have that pristine of a state. We have a way of evaluating wetlands with a rapid assessment method, and it's received the highest score that any wetland has received. So we felt that this was an irreplaceable wetland that deserves Class 1 protection. And we also determined that it deserves a 400-foot buffer zone in order for those functions and values to be adequately protected.
What is the buffer zone? What does that prohibit, or what does the buffer zone do?
So the buffer zone is, the area directly adjacent out to 400 feet from the wetland boundary, and it's the area where you could foreseeably do activities and that could harm the irreplaceable function of the wetland. And so if somebody wishes to do activities within that 400-foot buffer zone, they would need to apply for a wetlands permit with the program.
Would that mean logging primarily, or other, whatever?
There are some exemptions for logging, but certainly if a third party wanted to put in a ski slope or trails and such, they would need to have a permit in order to do that work.
Well, given that this is in the Green Mountain Forest, it's federally protected?
It's currently under the Green Mountain National Forest Management Plan. It's part of a special protection area. So it is actually, there are federal protections in place as well at the moment.
So how does that sugar off when you've got both federal and state? I guess my question is, would this happen if we left it to the feds? Would they protect it as Class 1? Or if we just put this in place, will this ensure
broader protection?
So currently, the class 1 protection is consistent with the way they manage the special area. I mean, there's no logging that's happening there. If they were to revise their management plan though, the class 1 protection would provide state restrictions if they were to revise the management plan and lease the area to a third party who intended to conduct some other activity that's currently prohibited under their protection.
I have another question when everybody's finished with it.
Will Lone Trail go through this area?
It's nearby, but not directly through the area.
Senator Bratt.
I have just a couple of questions. So one, glad to see this happening. And some of these, when I was reading closely, I saw some things that made me wonder about the timing. So if I look on the application, the entire packet we have, section 20, page 5 says hearing information. And it's dated 7/16/2002. Is that just a typo, or was there a conversation that was suspended from a long period before?
No, it shouldn't say 2002 on there.
Are these in the filing forms?
Yes. Filing form, page 5. So
The discussion, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a typo. That was 2019.
Okay, great. I just was hoping that the program didn't take that long to move.
No,
forward.
that hearing happened this summer.
Yeah.
And the secretary has the ability to amend the motion on him or herself to move a class 2 wetland to class 1. You don't need to wait for a petition, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any such considerations underway now that you are aware of?
Well, we do have a list of wetlands which we've evaluated and feel could merit more review in order to potentially determine through the agency class 1 potential.
Are they, is the agency moving these themselves, or are they all in response to a petition from an outside party?
Well, we have in the past, we don't have any in the works currently.
And then this is another, this is a want to understand better question, not a nitpicking question, but on page 2 of, is in our packet, so there is a response summary for revisions to the wetland rule, just a 2-pager. And on the second, on response 7, page 2 of that section, it says, there are some allowed uses that are allowed in class 2 wetlands but not in class 1, including, then there's a colon, and then there's no list. So I'm just, in a way, following a little bit on the same, maybe, let's say, center lines. What's allowed if it's designated class 1 versus class 2? And within that 400-foot buffer, interested in whether or not agriculture could become an allowed use.
Yes, so the allowed uses apply to all wetlands. There are some specifics for forestry within class 1 wetlands where you would need a forestry plan approved by FPR, Forest Parks and Recreation. So that's the difference with our allowed uses. The biggest change is really the activities occurring within the wetland itself, where you would need to build a case that there's a compelling need for public health or safety in order to receive a permit from the agency to perform an activity within the class 1 wetland. That compelling need for public health and safety is not a requirement within the buffer zone, but by having a broader buffer zone, which the agency has oversight over, we're able to ensure that those irreplaceable functions and values won't be harmed by those activities taking place further out from the wetland.
So right before that, including colon, it does say, in terms of potentially allowed uses, repair and maintenance of existing structures, roadways, or utility lines, low impact recreation, including snowmobiling and vast trails, and maintaining lawns, and silvicultural activities. Are all those, so this is, I'm trying to make sure I understand, is that a comprehensive list of what is allowed, and is that only for class 2 or class 1 potentially as well?
That's not a comprehensive list. Those are examples, and our list is within section 6 of the rule, and all of those apply to class 1 and class 2 wetlands.
So doubling all the way back around to agriculture, within 400 feet of this wetland, a class 1 wetland, could someone begin agricultural operations?
If they are, if the area is all forested, like in this condition, they would need to apply for a conversion permit. So that wouldn't qualify under the allowed use for agriculture. The agricultural allowed use works in conditions where the area had already previously been cleared, and the allowed use is to plow and plant and harvest within those areas.
Right. So for instance, there's another application to take wetlands in Otter Creek and change them from 2 to 1, and those are adjacent to farmland. So if they're already being farmed, the move from 2 to 1 won't require those operations to agricultural operations to cease. I'm just trying to make sure I understand this rule. Thank you. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have one last question. I know that you've been before us previously on class 1, and there is the one outstanding class 1 concern I think that some of us on this committee have had was around the Black Gum Swamp in Vernon and what has transpired with that. I know you worked very hard on a number of classifications, and that was one of them. But I don't know what we can do, but we can't do anything about it in this context. But I'm just the question that Senator Bray asked: were there other class 1s that you're looking at, or places you're looking at to classify? And does that continue to be on the list, or is it being forested, harvested for trees? What's going on with that one? Do you know?
It had been recently harvested before we put forth the proposal, and so it's not in a condition where anyone would be logging currently. I haven't heard anything about the area being logged recently. We did receive a letter from the select board in opposition to the petition, and so we withdrew that portion of the proposal when we came forward with those 4 wetlands a few years ago. And we've still determined it to be significant and irreplaceable in function and value. However, we'd like to work further with the town to understand their objections and work with them rather than go forward with it.
I guess given proximity to the old power plant that's there, doesn't that meet the public health and safety criteria that you were talking about? I just wonder if this is a letter that or maybe we don't have to send a letter. Chris is sitting here. But I really think for me, that's a very unique wetland. And I think it would be helpful to have committees of jurisdiction just evaluate where it is right now. I know the planning commissions down there were very interested in having it declared Class 1. But obviously, the select board is a different kettle of fish. Anyway.
Yeah, as Laura mentioned, it's not, because it met the qualifications, it has not been removed from our list, but the agency has not brought it back in a rulemaking proposal based on the opposition from the town. So, yeah, we still qualifies as a Class 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have another witness, is Mark Nelson here? One moment, please. Are there any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you very much. Mr. Nelson, please join us.
Sorry I'm a little late. I thought this was scheduled for later.
Your timing was perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you for allowing me to come and provide some testimony and witness. Do I need to state my name?
Just identify yourself for the record.
Mark Nelson, and I'm here as chair for the Ripton Conservation Commission. And I recognize that the primary job of this body is to look at the processes that are followed, to make sure you follow the correct processes before a rule is implemented. But I'd like to speak today about why we'd like to see the Beaver Meadows Complex reclassified as a Class 1 wetland. I'm sure you may have heard some of this before. I'm sorry I wasn't here in the other testimony, so if there's some repeat here, I apologize. So first of all, thank you, and I'm going to read from my written testimony that I did provide. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the petition to classify the Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex as a Class 1 wetland with a 400-foot buffer. The Ripton Conservation Commission filed this petition on September 14th in 2017. And this was filed with the support of the Ripton Select Board, and also we did review this with the Bristol Conservation Commission also. Protection of Vermont wetlands and headwaters is critical to address the water quality problem that exists in our state, as well as providing protection against the changing weather patterns that are resulting in more frequent strong storms. The Vermont Wetland Rules state it is the policy of the state of Vermont to identify and protect significant wetlands and the values and functions which they serve in such a manner that the goal of no net loss of such wetlands and their functions is achieved. The state of Vermont ranks the significance of wetlands based on 10 functions and values they provide for the general public and the environment. According to these criteria, the Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex is highly significant. It does meet all 10 functions and values. The Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex is unique and is irreplaceable and should be afforded the highest level of protection by the state of Vermont as a Class 1 wetland. The 66-acre Beaver Meadow Wetland Complex is located within the towns of Ripton and Bristol, which is primarily where it is. There's a small part that does go into Middlebury, but it's a very small section. And it's wholly within the Green Mountain National Forest. It's owned and managed by the U.S. Forest Service, and the Beaver Meadows Complex has previously been identified as an ecological special area by the U.S. Forest Service. It's a high elevation wetland complex that drains into both the New Haven and Middlebury rivers. The Middlebury River in particular has high flood risk and is protected in part by this wetland. Abundant beaver activity has provided natural damming to hold back water from storms and snowmelt. The deep peaty muck and surrounding wetlands allow for the absorption and slow release of water, which reduces flooding potential downstream and helps to offset or delay drought conditions. Because of the unique nature and headwaters position of this wetland, contributing to the protection of 2 watersheds, the wetland is considered irreplaceable for this function. The Beaver Meadow Wetland Complex overall is significant for all 10 functions and values as identified under Vermont Wetland Rules, and is considered exemplary or replaceable for 3 of them: exemplary natural community, irreplaceable for flood and water storage, and education and research opportunities. And there's been a lot of data collected in this area for decades. When this process was started, the more the research was done, the more data was uncovered over time. Much of it, old handwritten notes that had to be scanned and put in for being able to put into record. The Wetlands Program completed the Vermont Rapid Assessment Method used to evaluate overall wetland quality and condition during a 2016 site visit. The Beaver Meadows Complex scored 100 out of 100-point total, indicating it was in reference condition, meaning an unspoiled condition. Under the Vermont wetland rules, a Class 1 wetland is provided a 100-foot buffer. Research conducted for the Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex has recommended a buffer of anywhere from 400 to 900 feet. And the reasons are, one, to maintain a 75% canopy to maximize the protection of the ecological integrity of the peatland complex and the wildlife habitat it provides, to minimize the adverse effects on the quality of surface water entering the wetland, and to provide suitable protected habitat for foraging and overwintering by reptiles and amphibians. Based on these prior research and the prior findings and the prior recommendations, we're requesting a 400-foot buffer for this wetland complex. In summary, the Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex provides immense ecological value as habitat for wildlife and plants, including a number of rare, threatened, and endangered species. The wetland complex also provides important watershed functions, including floodwater storage and surface and groundwater protection. The valley drains in 3 directions into the Middlebury River and New Haven River watersheds. The function and values it provides would be difficult, if not impossible, to restore due to complexity it encompasses. Therefore, the Ripon Conservation Commission respectfully requests that the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules approve this rule to classify the Beaver Meadows Wetland Complex as a Class 1 wetland with the 400-foot buffer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for this witness? Senator Bratt.
Yeah, just a quick question. You're mentioning the 400-foot buffer. Is there discretion in terms of what a buffer, or how large a buffer is defined for any Class 1 wetland?
Wetlands, Class 1 wetland typically has a minimum of a 100-foot buffer. We're requesting more than that minimum 100-foot buffer.
Following on Senator Bray's question, I think you mentioned up to a 900-foot buffer?
That was the previous research had stated, depending on who had submitted the research and what they'd done, anywhere from a 400 to a 900-foot buffer. And we're sticking with requesting the 400-foot buffer.
And did the town of Middlebury have any comment? Did they weigh
Because
in?
it was a very small section that goes into Middlebury, and Middlebury did not have a conservation commission at the time we submitted this, we did not talk to them. But I don't know if you've seen the map of this wetland complex. There's only a small section that goes into Middlebury. We did meet with the Forest Service prior to this, and they gave us the answer that we expected, and that is they neither support nor will go against it, which, you know, if they didn't like it, they would say they didn't want it. But.
Senator Brett.
I'd like to move approval of Rule 19-243.
Any other questions, debate? If not, all those in favor of approving the rule, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. And you have approved Rule 19P43. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And last but not least, 19P44, Agency of Natural Resources, reducing solid waste and increasing recycling and composting. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for having us. For the record, my name is Josh Kelly. I'm the Materials Management Section Chief with the Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Environmental Conservation in the Solid Waste Program.
And I'm Ann Bajorn, Environmental Analyst in the Solid Waste Program with Josh.
So this is, I guess first, why don't I start with that this is a plan, not a rule, but it is required to go through rulemaking. Statute requires that that Vermont adopt a solid waste plan every 5 years, and it generally prioritizes the greatest feasible reduction in the amount of waste generated and to reduce the state's reliance on waste disposal to the greatest extent feasible. This is, we're calling this plan the 2019 Materials Management Plan, and it replaces the 2014 Materials Management Plan. It seeks to, the 2019 Materials Management Plan seeks to reduce Vermont's waste, increase recycling and composting, and also strives for safe management of household hazardous waste. sort of one of the most toxic parts of a typical Vermonter's waste stream. The plan establishes priorities and actions for ANR, the Agency of Natural Resources, as well as for municipalities to meet the goals. And it ensures consistent services for all Vermonters and consistent information statewide. Again, it's a plan, not a rule. It's covered under Title 10 VSA Section 6604. And it has components including an introduction, covering statutory authority, an overview of Vermont's waste, and then has plan priorities that are almost directly verbatim of what statute requires us to do. It covers market and facilities assessment of various material types like recyclables, construction and demolition waste, as required by statute. Covers both the market and facilities that are available for management of those materials. And its primary core of the document is the actions that it requires of both the agency and our municipalities, our solid waste management entities that include solid waste districts, alliances of towns, and independent towns. It sets up performance standards for both ANR and solid waste management entities. ANR conducted a informal feedback process on the previous 2014 plan. In 2018, we asked for feedback from our municipalities because we were ramping up to draft a new plan, and the 2019 materials management plan was drafted based on that initial feedback. We cut the document almost in half. It went from a previous 60 pages to 30 pages, about 30 pages. We were trying to make it simpler, more focused on the most effective actions, and easier for towns to engage with and to make for consistent services across the state. In April 2019, we had a 30-day public comment period on the preliminary 2019 materials management plan, and we held an hour-and-a-half presentation and meeting and question-and-answer period for our solid waste districts, alliances, and independent towns on April 18th. That was before the ICAR process. After ICAR, we've held a 57-day public comment period from about May 22nd through July 17th. Held 2 public meetings, one in Montpelier, one in St. Johnsbury, and received comments from about 16 stakeholders on the plan. I'll pause there.
Senator Lyons.
So in that process, did you hear from solid waste districts?
Yes,
And,
primarily yes.
And in terms of performance standards, were they in agreement with the performance standards that you have? It looks like a 10% decrease in annual material generation, and that is only between, that's 2019 and 2024, but the baseline you're beginning with is 2019, because we've already had reduction from 2014 for those first 5 years. So what standards how are you measuring that, I guess? How are you going to determine that? Who's responsible for that? And is that going to become what?
Who's responsible for that is, that's a goal that the agency set for the state through this plan. And it starts in 2019 because the plan is a 5-year plan, so the baseline is going to be our 2018 data of where solid waste has gone in what was disposed of, what was recycled, what was composted, that sort of data.
How do we know where we were? I mean, I'm trying to sort out, because we started in 2014, we've made significant progress across the state, and now we're starting out in 2019. Is this de novo? I'm trying to figure out.
I guess each 5-year plan sets a goal.
It's got to be brand new.
And starts with where waste is at the beginning of that 5-year period. And so our data, we collect data from our transfer stations, our landfills, our recycling centers. They all have to report to us annually, actually some quarterly, where their materials are going.
So, but do we know that we're recycling and eliminating waste more because it's greater because we have greater waste, or it's greater because we're reducing what's coming in as waste? It kind of gets to be a silly little question, but it is a very important question if you think about the types of
materials we're discussing.
Mhm.
You know, so plastics for one, but
Right.
also the hazardous materials.
Right, right. So the goal you're referring to, the 10% reduction goal, is based on generation. So if you take the amount of trash we throw away and the amount we recycle and compost, and you add those together, that's all that we've produced of materials we didn't want anymore. We didn't want our milk jugs anymore. That's generation. So that goal is trying to get at the hope that we will actually not generate as much waste in general. I mean, recycling is good, but if you don't produce the waste in the first place, that's the best.
So will the agency be making recommendations about how not to have so much waste? I mean, will there be a discussion of manufacturer responsibility?
I think really this plan is that type of recommendation. The actions set out in this plan are the place where the agency sets its targets for achieving that 10% reduction.
It's a start. I mean,
It's a start.
It really is.
I think we actually had feedback on that point from some of the districts that said, you know, how are we going to meet these goals? There's not a lot of explanation of that. So we acknowledge that the plan alone can't do it all.
I know it's hard to figure out how many consumer products are being purchased, and then from that bulk, how much
Right.
of it's being
Right.
done with in one way or another.
The best data we have is what's disposed. Actually, the most accurate data we have is on what is getting disposed, and that's our best measure of how we're doing. Our recycling data is a little bit weaker. If Walmart bails their cardboard and sends it directly to market, we don't have that data, for example. We don't know that happens. We have a way of estimating that because we have a study that's been done to help us get an estimate, but it's always an estimate.
Do stewardship programs count as waste generation? Paint, batteries, things like that?
Yes. Yeah, there's a short, brief section in here on product stewardship programs and extended producer responsibility. It's not an area that the previous statute required us to sort of wrestle with, but we feel like Vermont's product stewardship programs are working very well. And that data gets tracked as part of the material that is recycled or safely managed. In the case of batteries, if you recycle your batteries, they get recycled. We can talk.
Senator Bratt.
By way of reassurance maybe to Senator Lyons, who's going to miss this remark.
Senator Lyons.
She's in her own world.
Comment is directed to me.
I'm sorry.
So when we passed 113, the plastics bill, it established a working group this summer and fall, and DC's been an active participant in pushing in the direction you were mentioning. For instance, extended producer responsibility, and so I think in concert with this plan, I think it seems like there's a very genuine, broadly shared sense of wanting to do more work in the coming session.
Let's hope. Good work.
I think we'll do more than hope.
And some of your specific proposals, like reducing the number of required household hazardous waste pickups, do you anticipate any reduction in participation? There are two opportunities.
It's a great question. So with Vermont, the way Vermont's set up with our solid waste districts and our independent towns, there's no allowance for towns to do really solid waste services by themselves. And we have had a struggle with how to set a baseline standard that can apply to somebody as large as a countywide district versus a small town. It's tough to write language that can make it effective for both. Our previous plan put a high priority on household hazardous waste convenience collection and ramped up to the very 5th year 4 collection events, which is a pretty high bar for a town to meet. During that time, a contractor went out of business that provided these services fairly affordably, and so prices just started to climb. In addition, the contractors that provide these services didn't really want to do weekend events. They don't want to run their trucks on the weekend. They want to go during the week and make, sort of trunk and feed or go to a facility and pick up rather than set up an entire event. So the costs were growing and people were actually competing. Vermont towns and districts were competing for these limited resources of contractors. So looking at that and looking at where we want to sort of go, which is we're hopeful for more established facilities that can provide actually more convenience than as these one-day events can provide. But for a town that's one town, to have 2 events in your town per year seasonally, like spring and fall, we felt like that's a convenience standard that everyone can meet and can be effective for their populations. Many of these independent towns are fairly rural, very small populations. That's a pretty good level of service compared to, you compare it to a very large district, a countywide district that may offer a collection even less frequently per each of those towns. You're still, but this one is getting 2 in that individual town. So that's the struggle. I feel like we've struck a good balance.
It's typical that in any district, a household hazardous waste pickup in one town is open to all members in the
Yes,
district.
typically it is, yes. We still have in the household hazardous waste collection requirements that if you don't have a permanent facility where you collect more than just one day in the seasonal period, if you don't have that, you have to hold 2 events, and you may have to hold more events because you have a large district. So that every town has 1 event within 20 miles each year, if that makes sense. So if you're the Brattleboro region and your Wyndham Solid Waste District, which is roughly the boundaries of Wyndham County, you have some very rural towns further from Brattleboro where they offer 2 events per year. They have to offer additional events if they don't have a permanent facility. But we also softened the requirement so that if somebody does cite a permanent facility, you don't have to have those rover events. The reason being, you're going to increase the amount of access you have because permanent facilities are open weekly instead of just one day where you miss that day and you're like, shoot, I missed it. It's all in the garage still. That's where we've been going to balance and try and encourage more services but less costly events.
Senator Benny.
Off topic but on point, as the recycling guy in my household, I'm a little concerned that I am now prevented from bringing black plastic and the tops of bottles to my recycling center. Is that something that is unique to my recycling center, or is this a statewide situation? What's going on?
Statewide, in 2012, the state put forth the Universal Recycling Law, which has the purpose of at least having a minimum level of banned recyclable materials, like requiring recycling of certain state-mandated materials. Black plastic is not one of those, neither is bottle caps. So some places do accept those materials. As far as black plastic, I'm not familiar with anybody in the state who's really recycling and able to recycle those.
Anybody in the country would take it.
And nationwide, they are a problem for recyclers across the country. There's a very limited market for that plastic. It can't be turned into something else of a different color. It's black. It also, when it runs on a black conveyor belt, it looks like the black conveyor belt. If they use machines, which more and more facilities are using machines, they can't see it because it looks like the conveyor belt. But mainly it's the low value of those things. There are some in the Williston material recovery facilities where a lot of recyclables go. The other one is the Rutland material recovery facilities. If you drink a bottle of water and put the cap back on, after you're done, it's empty, they will take that cap. But the caps also tend to pop off and fall through. They can be contaminated. So
The caps go through they can't be picked up because of the size.
because of the size, exactly.
We were told that they didn't want the caps because the machine couldn't crush them.
Well, you're in the Northeast Kingdom, right? Yeah.
How'd you guess?
They'll explode. They're the only, I think, district that does not want caps.
Yeah, they do their own baling there, and they keep their cost pretty effective by baling their own materials. But yeah, I could see that if there's all that air in there and they put it through the baler, that all the tops can go flying off, which happens at these bigger facilities too, but they have much more robust equipment.
Well, I just have to assume that that's all now ending up in the Coventry landfill, and
the bottle caps are all recycling.
Whatever they're not accepting is causing that facility to grow. I don't know by how much, but obviously some of us in the kingdom are a little bit concerned about whether or not that facility should be growing with the watershed of Lake Memphremagog sitting right on top of it. It might just be my personal beef, but it seems like there's got to be some way out of that problem.
Reduce.
Well, and actually, to Senator Bray's comment, the single-use products working group is much broader than just single-use products, looking at packaging in a broader sense, and the recycling challenges we have, including black plastic. If it was a white plastic that they happen to offer you, that's recyclable and is statewide. If it's not a number 1 or 2, it's not banned by state law. So there are some places, because the markets are so challenged for recyclables, where they're disposing of those, and they can legally. Again, the state set a baseline of what was required to be recycled, and I actually think it was a pretty reasonable baseline at the time, and it has done well given where the markets have recently gone. Looking longer term, there's a lot of investment needed in recycling in terms of more domestic capacity, and there's some changes happening, but it's a constant discussion.
Senator Bratt.
A couple questions. One was in your summary document, which was very it says language was removed that required swimming to prioritize working with businesses that are not recycling or composting. Is that just because everyone knows there is such a law already, or why did we throttle back on that outreach?
That was just to make the language more clear. It was to let the solid waste management districts know that they could, they needed to work with all businesses first to find out whether or not they're recycling, and then they target those companies that aren't recycling first. The way we had it worded, it made it kind of confusing. It made it sound like they had to target businesses that weren't recycling, but how would they know that they weren't recycling if they hadn't done the outreach first?
We're constantly in a situation where the solid waste districts and towns are not required by state law to police the state's laws. They are required to do outreach and encourage recycling, but they say to us, well, we don't know which business is doing the right thing, so we just took that out and instead said prioritize whoever you haven't been to, just to make it more straightforward for them, essentially.
Thanks. And then I'm going ahead, in the plan itself, on page 13, under biosolids, sludge septic residuals. In the final paragraph on that page, it talks about sludge and demonstration of meeting standards for contaminants, metals, and polychlorinated biphenyls established by the rules. Do we not have any rules that are applicable to sludge related to chemicals other than polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs? I mean, for instance, PFOA. So we're struggling with groundwater standard, a surface water standard, drinking water standards.
Yep.
Do we not have anything related to sludge?
It's an excellent question. I just talked to Eamon Tuig in the residuals program before coming here. I said, Eamon, we're bringing the MMP forward, and there's requirements in there. He helped me write this section specifically, so he's going to be much more familiar with what's in their rules regarding residuals and the standards for, if there's standards in there for PFOA. The solid waste rules are in draft, which I think does include residuals in there as well. So that's a place where we can address that.
Well, I was just comparing that to the 10 VSA 6604C, where it goes into that, and it talks about running pilots, for instance. And I don't know if, although those are allowed on page 14, pilots can be authorized on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if the state is actively involved in piloting alternate solutions. I mean, for members of the committee, like one of the challenges is that PFOA, for instance, is broadly distributed in the environment. Then we gather it all together and concentrate it at a landfill, and then we get leachate that further concentrates it. So there's one process that's perversely concentrating stuff. And wastewater treatment facilities with sludge seems like it's potentially the same kind of unintended consequence of concentrating something we're trying to avoid. And I don't know. this talks about doing it. I don't know if the department's actively working on trying to address that vector.
Here's what I know of the PFAS work and sort of pilots to date. The landfill in Coventry, there's a contractor that our solid waste program has hired to look at the leachate. And also there's discussion of pretreatment before it goes to the wastewater treatment facility. My thinking is that the solid waste rules themselves, which we're working on as well, to eventually come to this committee, are the place where that can be further addressed in addition to the residual sections for wastewater statements.
And I think your permit for Coventry required
That's my understanding.
an investigation
Yes.
of handling.
Yep.
leachate.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
I have one quick question. One may not be quick. The first one is looking at Kathy Jameson's letter, the same section Senator Bratt amended. Language was added to allow, under performance standards, to allow SWMEs to conduct business outreach either by phone or in person, instead of requiring it all in person. But the economic impact statement on page 2 says the 2019 plan proposes to require SWMEs to conduct business outreach in person rather than by mail, email, or phone, although this may increase staff costs. So,
Which is your question?
yes.
It is by phone and in person is allowed. So this is incorrect. The economic impact study, I should have fixed that. It was a holdover from the ICAR version.
Okay.
When we had that in there and we got feedback on it, they wanted to be able to do it by phone. We said, that sounds good. And allowed that. And similarly, there's a mention in the economic impact survey of one survey being required. We've struck the entire survey requirement, mainly due to feedback that, a statewide survey will be much more effective. And we've been talking with them about this for 5 years. It's time that we sort of just put it on the state side.
And my other question, I will hold it, it's more of a long conversation about organic waste, food scraps, digesters, closing Randolph, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure,
So
sure.
it's not a question. Yes, Senator Bratt.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we approve Rule 19P44.
Any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. And you have approved 19P44. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, is that the last item?
It is.
Just wanted to ask Betsy to give us a very short update on rabies and health officers and how they are, the system that deals with confining dogs and doing rabies stuff. Senator Lyons and I have a bill that would go to the Healthcare Committee to direct the Department of Health to write rules on how they conduct their business, and the alternative would be that this committee would ask the Health Department to do that. And our council has done a little research.
Does this not have anything to do with swine on the lamb?
No, it has to do with dog bites.
Swine on the lamb. Those, the wild, the newly feral pigs of Orange County.
Oh, that's the town of Orange. It's Senator Benny would be an expert on that.
I was an expert on that particular farmer.
It's a part of the Caledonia Orange.
So you can see this was referenced in the last agenda item from your minutes from the last meeting. At the last meeting, Senator McDonald requested that LCAR review whether LCAR should request the Department of Health to initiate rulemaking regarding its guidelines for local health officers. LCAR has the authority, to require an agency to initiate rulemaking. It's set forth in the Administrative Procedure Act in 3 VSA 831C. That subsection provides that an agency shall initiate rulemaking to adopt as a rule an existing practice or procedure when requested by LCAR. So in that permission, a practice is a substantive or procedural requirement of an agency that affects people outside of the agency. So a practice is something that requires someone outside the agency to do something, and a procedure is a practice that's been adopted in writing. So the question is whether the Department of Health's guidelines for its local health officers really do constitute a practice or a procedure. They're in writing, so they would potentially be a procedure, but as I understand it from working with my colleague Katie McLinn, who has been in discussions with Senator McDonald's permission talking with the Department of Health, it's my understanding that the Department of Health does not consider its handbook that it puts out to be a procedure, because it doesn't, as I understand the Department of Health's position, is that this handbook is not a requirement upon local health officers, but rather it's a guidance document that's just giving information about how the Department of Health interprets the laws, and it doesn't contain requirements on local health officers themselves. So I was discussing with Senator McDonald before the meeting that perhaps if you want to pursue this issue of whether to require DOH to initiate rulemaking, to adopt that handbook as a rule, that perhaps LCAR would want to hear from the Department of Health about what's in the handbook, whether it does actually contain requirements on health officers and what they have to do in doing their job, or whether it really is just more informational without requirements. If it is just informational without requirements on local health officers, it doesn't seem that it would rise to the level of being a procedure, and therefore LCAR wouldn't have the authority to require them to initiate rulemaking, to adopt it as a rule.
So I take 1 minute, say what the issue is. The rabies, health officers deals with rabies, dog bites kid. Health officer in the booklet of instructions and procedures has the authority to impound that dog for 10 days and to see whether or not it has rabies. And in the particular case, the dog was neither registered nor did it have a rabies shot, and the dog was taken to a kennel where it was put in the kennel. And someone from the town offices called up and said, release the dog. So the kennel released the dog. And the health officer had his ticket pulled. And all of these things they want to be written down as to what is expected. If you put a dog in for 10 days of observation because it doesn't have a shot, etc., then there ought to be an understandable procedure for who releases the dog from the kennel, or how do you check one in. Or in this case, the neighbors said the dog ran loose, the house didn't have a pen, dog bit a child in the house, and the health officer sent the dog to a kennel. And then 2 days later, it was released through some procedure that is unknown and amorphous. So that's the problem we try to solve. Maybe just sending a bill to the health committee to work on would be one solution. The other one would be for the health department to take it upon itself to put into rule or propose rules so that the various parties would know what their responsibilities were, and then they wouldn't be after the fact pointing fingers at one another and worrying about it. So I would hope that I want to talk to the health department, and then the next meeting bring the subject up again and ask for your advice and counsel, and take the route that the committee would suggest to me.
Senator Bratt.
Senator McDonald, when you said the health officer had his ticket pulled, I'm not quite sure I understand what that means.
He was told he was no longer qualified to be a health officer because he had impounded a dog.
So he sort of let go by the town as professional?
There was a call from either the town manager or the select board to say, release the dog. And so why book saying that you have the authority to impound a dog that is worrisome because it doesn't have a registration and hasn't had a rabies shot and it got bit. And you don't have a place to keep it. So there ought to be, people should all be working out of the same playbook, which I think is what they call rules.
So the Department of Health can also undertake that at their own initiative, right?
Yep, they could, well, yeah, I don't know what their statutory authority is for adopting it, but.
They may get into a separation of powers issue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But they can promulgate policies.
We don't
procedures
usually
on
get
their own.
that far in Vermont. We usually try to resolve it.
And LCAR does have the authority to request they consider creation of the rule.
Yes, you could request that they do that. And one of the things I wanted to note, in this authority for LCAR to require an agency to initiate rulemaking to adopt as a rule, a practice, or procedure, it is interestingly, only initiate rulemaking. You can't require them to adopt it as a rule. You can just say you have to start the process to adopt as a rule, a practice, or a procedure, but you, by statute, can't require them to fully go through and adopt the rule finally.
So theoretically, we're talking about asking them to do something that they never have to actually finish as it.
Correct.
It's a simple.
Oh, I don't know, it might be fun to drag them in and just see how it all fleshes out. I mean, if it's a legitimate concern, it would be a hell of a lot speedier than trying to put a bill through the legislature and all like that.
So I have a question for council. So when, I know sometimes there are written documents from agencies or departments that provide information, like how to interpret something in Act 250 or whatever, but it doesn't determine somebody's action. It doesn't state a requirement. So this seems somehow materially different, like you can impound a dog for 10 days. So it's like authorizing an action. How is that not somehow, I don't quite understand how something in print that says that doesn't have force of law behind it.
So yeah, and this goes to the heart of the question, whether it is actually procedure, meaning it is a requirement on local health officers, or whether instead, under the APA, it's more of a guidance document, which is defined as something in writing that assists the public by providing the agency's current interpretation of the law. So that's the question of whether it's just DOH interpreting what the law says that a health officer can do, here's what the law says that you can do, or whether, and that would be a guidance document, or whether instead it's procedures saying, DOH is saying, local health officers, you must do this. This is a requirement that we are putting upon you.
In this case, it's in a binder and it says, you know, if a dog's bit a person, quarantine for 10 days. If in the opinion of the health officer, there's no way to hold it responsibly, and then once it gets there, what's the, how do you let it out, or can does it get signed for? When the day's over, does it get signed? The dog get signed out, or is it just selectmen jump in and react to phone calls?
Yeah, that's a political process.
Does the town pay for that kenneling?
No. No, it's at the expense of the owner. In the 3-ring binder. Or the guidance that the fellow had put into a 3-ring binder from the health department guidelines and directions.
So are you?
For health officer.
So you're going to talk to the Department of Health and.
I'll call David Engel there in the morning. And then let you know what it takes.
I have a question on a different matter if we're done with this one.
I think we're finished.
Well, let me ask Sarah, should we wait to hear from you to see whether to add it to the agenda for next meeting?
Put an update on there, just so
Okay.
get an update, and I'll be.
Sounds
Because Senator Lyons and I put in a bill to direct them to do that by statute. The health officer should be the authority, the appeal, whatever sort of things that go in statute.
So I was traveling and I missed our last LCAR meeting, which is, and I don't see anything in the minutes to tell me whether it happened or not, but in the prior meeting, on 2 rules, we were going to send a letter to the Committee of Jurisdiction. That was on the energy services work. I don't know if those letters came through, LCAR approved them, and they go off.
So that was on the RBs and CBs, and just to remind, LCAR objected only on the basis of the copyright issue. The rule as initially filed with LCAR purported to allow a private entity to hold a copyright over the rule, which was an issue that you repeatedly, or that you have for the 3rd time now, objected to. Since that time, DPS, Department of Public Service, has indicated that it would revise the rules to eliminate that copyright issue. And Department of Public Service has submitted a revision to at least the RBs to eliminate that copyright issue. And in those draft memos to committees of jurisdiction, it was essentially in draft form because the draft memo still was holding out there the question of whether LCAR was going to move forward and certify its objections to the rule. So at this point, the memos have not been sent out because you haven't. We did discuss the last meeting that you'll wait to review the revised proposed revisions that DPS is going to submit, and then you can, after you determine whether to certify your objection, then we can revise the memo accordingly, eliminate any reference to an objection if you choose not to move forward with an objection. So the memos haven't gone out yet.
Okay, thanks. Right, and as you kindly noted in the minutes, it also included reviewing miscellaneous issues relating to implementation and enforcement. I think enforcement was the thorniest of the things. Having regulations that weren't enforced was a concern.
And those two, so I can give you another copy of those draft memos. It does address the enforcement concerns that were raised when you first considered RBs and CBs. So I can just give you another copy of that memo as it stands right now.
Great, thank you.
And Charlene reminded that DPS did submit its revised version of the RBs.
It's in your packet.
Great, it's in your packet, so that will be discussed at the next meeting. I think they're waiting to see what you do with RBs before it moves forward with attempting to revise the CBs, which I perceive is going to be a heavier lift for them to revise the rule to address the copyright issue.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett moved to adjourn.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hear no opposition.
You go on the record.
On the record.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to everyone about their flexibility and where we are this morning. As many of you know, but perhaps the people in our viewing audience don't know, the State House is under construction, so we're in boardroom at the tax department. So hopefully the sound will be okay. You'll be able to follow along. This is our last meeting of the PEG Access TV study group, and we're hoping today to get some draft language out that we will be able to bring back to the House and the Senate and go through committee process and hopefully figure out next steps for how to shore up funding for PEG Access going forward. So as you know, our Legislative Counsel, Maria Royal, did send out a draft proposal, and I think it makes the most sense to start with the draft proposal with comments and questions. Yes, Dan.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you to all the members for the opportunity to be here and to participate, and thank you for the drafting of this. I have some just general comments. If it's okay, I'll read them.
Yes, and actually before you do that, Dan, I wonder, Maria, if it makes sense, we should have started with a walkthrough, and I apologize, Dan.
Perfect.
Let's start with a walkthrough. I'm still in the car driving from Brattleboro, and I need to put my
I'm right behind
legislative. I know you are. I know you are. You're probably on the highway together. So why don't we start with our Legislative Counsel attorney giving us a walkthrough of the draft proposal?
Sure.
Do you want her to sit?
Have a copy? Sure. Oh, yep. Sorry about that.
Sure. Why don't, since we're gathered here together in this new space, why don't we introduce ourselves? So I'm Becca Ballant. I'm the chair of the committee. I represent Windham County, and I serve on the Economic Development Committee and Finance in the Senate.
I'm Representative Mike Antashka. I represent Charlotte, part of Heinsberg in the House, and I'm vice chair of the PEG Access Study Committee.
I'm Karen Horn with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
I'm Clay Purvis with the Department of Public Service.
Good morning, I'm Dan Glanville, representing the industry.
Andrea Papini with the Public Utility Commission.
Lauren Glindavidian representing Vermont Access Network. And I'm Maria Royal with Legislative Counsel. Thank you. Does everybody have a hard copy? I know Mike Bratt has some extras, and there are also some extras up here for anybody who would like one. So we'll walk through the draft proposal, and I'll maybe fill in a little bit on some of the considerations that went into the language choices, and of course any questions or clarifications we can address along the way or at the end, whatever works best for the committee. So this is basically a study. It's not very long, so maybe we'll read through paragraph by paragraph. So what it does is it authorizes the Joint Fiscal Committee to contract with one or more independent consultants to assist the General Assembly with evaluating options for financing public benefit programs through an assessment on communications providers based on their use of public rights-of-way. The consultant shall have expertise in finance and economic modeling and in communications law and policy. The Joint Fiscal Office, in consultation with the Office of the Legislative Counsel, shall administer consultant contracts for the Joint Fiscal Committee. I did talk briefly with Steve Klein, the head of Joint Fiscal Office. He did suggest having the language say one or more consultants. He was concerned that you might not actually find a firm that has both the communications expertise and the economic modeling. They might submit a joint proposal. So that's why that language was expanded. In evaluating options as required by this subsection, the consultant or consultants shall consider and make specific findings and recommendations regarding the following: whether and to what extent communication services may be subject to a right-of-way assessment, taking into consideration the Communications Act of 1934 as amended and as it pertains to information service, Title I, common carrier services under Title II, radio transmissions, Title III, and cable services, which are regulated under Title VI. These are all different titles of the Communications Act and the various communication services that are subject to its regulation. In addition, line 4, the Internet Tax Freedom Act, which you've heard a little bit about as amended, and then C, any other relevant laws and judicial precedent and orders, regulations, or bulletins issued by the FCC. And then finally, line 7, subdivision D, state and municipal laws and ordinances assessing or regulating the use of public rights-of-way by communications providers in Vermont and in other jurisdictions, including the terms and conditions of lease agreements or other contractual arrangements, as well as the revenue generated and the programs funded with any fees collected. And then in terms of what the consultant shall develop in subdivision 2, line 12 of page 2, the consultant shall develop alternative models for revenue generation based on right-of-way, a right-of-way assessment, and shall develop current and future revenue projections that reflect market trends in the communications industry. The models shall describe technical implementation issues, including the availability of or need for mapping data related to communications infrastructure in the public rights-of-way. In developing alternative models, the consultant shall analyze models enacted in other jurisdictions, including the revenue generated and the programs funded. The consultant retained under this section shall have the technical support of the JFO, the Office of the Legislative Counsel, the Department of Public Service, the Department of Taxes, the Agency of Transportation, and the Agency of Digital Services. The funding for the program, there are 2 options, A and B, for your consideration. Again, I spoke with Steve Klein about what his estimated cost was for this study, and roughly, he said between about $300,000 and $500,000. So the first option is an appropriation, depending on what amount you arrive at, and the money is from the general fund to the JFO to cover their expenses. The second option in subdivision B is a bill-back provision, and this would work by JFO essentially billing the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, for its expenses incurred under this study, and then the PUC would allocate those expenses to communications providers that have infrastructure in the rights-of-way. The remaining language in that subdivision, upon petition of a communications provider to which costs are proposed to be allocated, the PUC shall review and determine, after opportunity for hearing, the allocation of such costs and may amend or revise such allocations. That's standard bill-back language under Title 30. But basically, the PUC makes a determination on how to allocate, and the providers are given an opportunity to ask for reconsideration. So those are 2 options for funding this particular study. Then subdivision 5 at the bottom of page 3, on or before January 1st of 2021, the consultant retained pursuant to this subsection shall submit a report of his or her findings and recommendations to the General Assembly. The report shall include draft legislation implementing the proposal that represents the most equitable means of extracting the greatest public benefit for Vermonters from the commercial use of public rights-of-way. And then finally, on page 4, there are kind of 2 separate studies. The first one, subsection B, you'll see I put in italics the state auditor. This is the issue about whether there should be potential structural changes that pertain to the AMOs to increase their efficiency or extract some cost savings. I don't know who you would like to do that study. State auditor was just a person that came to mind in state government that does this type of activity for state programs generally, but that's for you to decide. In any event, it says the state auditor shall assess the services offered by Vermont's 25 independent nonprofit PEG access centers and determine whether there are opportunities to achieve efficiencies and cost savings through a restructuring or consolidation of services. The auditor shall review models in other jurisdictions. The auditor shall report his or her findings and recommendations to the relevant committees of jurisdiction on or before January 1st of 2021. And then finally, subsection C, there was some conversation about perhaps doing a study about VIT and whether PEG could assist with offering some of those services that were discontinued. So again, I don't know who exactly would do the study, but one proposal for consideration is the Secretary of Digital Services, in consultation with the Commissioner of Buildings and General Services, shall evaluate the costs and benefits of a state partnership with PEG access centers to coordinate and expand the delivery of video conferencing services, taking into consideration the services provided by Vermont Interactive Television, which was renamed Vermont Interactive Technologies and was defunded, I think, in 2015. The purpose of this public-private partnership would be to increase public participation in state proceedings. The Secretary shall report his or her findings and recommendations to the standing committees of jurisdiction January 1st, 2021. And this would be effective on passage. So that is a very detailed walkthrough, but
Thank you.
helpful in terms of your discussion.
So before I go to Dan, are there questions specifically for Maria?
I have a couple of questions.
Great.
I wonder if we need to define public benefit programs in section A a little bit, like what do we mean by public benefit?
It's an excellent question. What do you mean by public benefit?
Yes, what do we mean by benefit program?
I did keep it broad. That was the charge to me.
Yeah.
But to the extent you want to be more specific.
And then so maybe we could talk about that.
Yes.
And then my other question is this, the way it's written here, would it just look at use of public right-of-ways? Or is it looking at other revenue generating mechanisms as well?
I think the charge to me was to just look at the use of public rights of way. If you want to expand it, again, that's something that certainly could be incorporated.
Thank you.
So back to Karen's first question, in terms of defining more clearly what we mean by public benefits programs. What is some language that would help illuminate that?
I guess the question is, do we want to restrict it to public access television, the AMOs, or do we want to make it a broader reach of programs that may be eligible for funding?
And so you're saying perhaps to pull that out and be specific that we're talking about?
Yeah, I think we want to be a little bit more specific there.
Lauren Glenn, did you have something to?
I was just going to hear the questions and maybe Dan's comments and think about that question about public benefits a little bit more.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. So just to thank you very much for the drafting and for the explanation. So I have a couple of general comments. I know that we've all worked hard at these meetings since the springtime, and we've had an opportunity to look at this from the perspective of the current health of public access television. And I think that the facts that have been presented indicate that we are in a state of good health, and that perhaps we can look into the future to see where things might be. With regard to generally the draft proposal before us, I know that we had spoken about between $300,000 and $500,000. We would have concern with regard to the bill-back provisions to the communications industry as it stands, because we do think that the draft proposal although we've had some early discussion with regard to satellite providers, does exclude them from consideration in this entire proposal. We also would have some general concerns. Yes.
Dan, can you just hold on
Sure.
1 second so that we are clear on where that language is specifically in the draft? We're talking about
It's,
option B on
Page
page 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
page 3, line 7
Yep.
through 14.
Okay, and so your recommendation, you would like it to not be given as an option there?
For build-out?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, I just
Uh,
want to make sure we're looking at the language specifically that you're referring
Do you want to stick to topics? Like if I have something on that topic, do you want to talk about that or do you want Dan to
Sure.
continue through?
Can I just suggest maybe you finish your
Okay.
comments and then let's circle?
Sure.
Get them all on the table and then,
Well-
is that all right?
I'll defer to whatever the chair wants me to do.
I would actually like to hear what Andrea has to say about this particular issue. And because I also saw Clay's head nodding, and so I'd like to hear, you want to get all that on the table before we move on to the next thing. Andrea.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
So the commission has some concerns about the communications providers definition, which kind of speaks to what Dan was saying about, satellite providers and who falls under that. So that's kind of the first thing there. And
You're talking about in that same section.
yes, in that same section. So in general, the commission's concerned about this section and the build back and the implementation. So I was just going to give some information about why. The second thing is the jurisdiction issues about billing back for this type of study. Just not sure where this falls and how the jurisdiction issues would play out. And then from a practical implementation issue, the commission has instituted some more streamlined procedures for simplifying how billback would work, and this language goes against what the commission has been trying to implement. And then just generally also the process and proceeding for deciding how to appropriate those costs would be pretty labor intensive for the commission, and it would take a lot of time, and so there's some concern around that too. And so in summary, the commission strongly would prefer section A of this, which is the general fund option.
Okay.
And Dan mentioned the 300 to 500,000. I wasn't at the last meeting.
No, that was.
I just heard that this morning.
Maria was talking
Oh,
about,
okay.
Steve Klein at JFO gave an estimate that a study of this scope and size would cost somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000. So that's where that came
Okay,
from.
thanks.
Okay. And again, these are best estimates. And so, Clay, it seemed like you also wanted to weigh in on this particular issue.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Okay.
Can I
Yeah,
ask
yes,
one more
absolutely.
question of Andrea?
Yes.
So are you saying that the Public Utility Commission would find it hard to allocate resources to do this study?
Not hard to allocate resources, but that it would be, oh, you mean can you say that again, to do the study?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether PUC has the resources and the personnel, the expertise. I'm sure you have the expertise, but do you have, with all the other work the PUC does, would it be difficult to do this in addition?
Yes, it would be difficult to do, to be intimately involved in the study. And as it was written earlier, it says section 3 before that, it does say the Department of Public Service would assist, but it doesn't say the Public Utility Commission, and that would be that would be where we would go, considering that the department has I'm going to defer to Clay, but you have a telecommunications division, but this isn't really telecommunications. I don't know. So let me let Clay talk.
Okay, so you have a concern with the Department of Public Service being named at the top of page 3 as the.
Do I have concern?
I'm asking.
Oh, no,
That is what-
no, sorry. No, I do not.
Okay.
I think
I
that-
was trying to answer Representative
Yanchachka's.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
subsection 3 is
Question.
that the JFO would have,
Access.
or the consultant would have access to the Department of Public Service for creating the report. The only role for the PUC here is to administer the bill back
Yeah.
provision. So we're
And I
helping
was-
to write the report, they're helping to pay for it. But I'm sorry.
Oh, and I just wanted to say that I was expressing concern about the time that the process would take to allocate these costs and to determine who the communications providers are and, who falls under that. And yeah, so that was what I was expressing concern about. Thanks.
So I think from the department's perspective, I think we share the PUC's concerns about judicial resources being applied to this. This seems very labor intensive, not necessarily a surefire way to succeed at securing payment. It almost seems like the payment method here, the method for paying for the report is utilizing the same scheme that the report itself is intended to explore. So I don't know how it would play out. One concern that I think comes to mind, at least at first blush, is that for the cable companies, they already pay a franchise fee, which is for the use of the right-of-way. So I guess my question is, does $300,000 to $500,000 come out of the payments that the PEG channels receive? So basically, PEG's going to be paying for it one way or the other. I guess that's my concern. And if that's okay, okay. I think that question kind of goes back to the definition of public benefit programs. Or really, we're here for PEG, so this is about PEG. So I guess the question is, should maybe they pay for the report? And I'm throwing that out there as a question, but I don't know that this is going to work. I think that it's going to be very problematic for the PUC to fulfill this section.
Okay.
Can I put one more comment on that based upon what was said? So we do think that it seems a bit, the billback provision seems a bit, and I use this word respectfully, but prejudicial against the communications industry as to what we're looking at here. So, and then we would make the argument as to whether or not we've had a full conversation as to whether or not taxpayer funds should be used for this as taxpayers, just making that argument. But to Clay's point with regard to offset, I do want to state, as I stated before, that we are currently in compliance with and we're complying with the 621 order, and we will work with local franchising authorities. That local franchising authority in Vermont is the state of Vermont to determine its application to our current franchise obligations, and implementing that will involve a conversation with the LFA. So I don't know what impact this would have, but we would obviously evaluate that and have a conversation, as we will with any piece that would result in a reduction from the 5%. Just want to state that clearly for the record.
Does everyone know what the 621 order is?
We want to refresh everyone's memory, Dan, about
Sure,
the
it's the I apologize.
No.
It's the order for from the FCC with regard to what in-kind costs can be deducted from the 5%. What in-kind costs associated with franchise obligations can be deducted. So that's why I gave that general statement, because we're still in review phase on that, haven't had any implementation. We're not going to do it unilaterally. It will involve a conversation.
and I'm not providing a legal opinion here, I'm posing it as a question because I don't know. I think we're more or less in uncharted territory here. But I think that potential exists, so I just want to make sure that the committee's aware of it.
And I just want to remind everybody too that whatever we come to today is just the next step in this, and it goes to the committees of jurisdiction in the House and the Senate to be further worked. So this is not the last statement on this by any means. I would just want to get to some kind of consensus for the next phase of this. It's important to all of us to make sure we're looking at shoring up these critical stations long-term, and so I just want to make sure that we're not wasting each other's time this morning. If I feel like there isn't enough support for B, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I want to move towards something we can come to agreement on. And so that was my reason, Lauren Glenn, for focusing on this piece. And if there isn't people advocating strongly for Section B, then I would just assume we take it off the table and focus on things that we can coalesce around. But I will ask my vice chair if you are in agreement.
I kind of agree with that. I think the simpler way of doing it is just to have the Joint Fiscal Office fund the study, or the legislature fund the study through the Joint Fiscal Office, I should say.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
This is a bit of a sticker shock to me. I was, as a rule of thumb, just assume everything in state government costs $50,000. So anytime we want to write a report, we just ask for $50,000. So I was curious, Maria, how they arrived at this number.
You'd have to talk to Steve Klein.
Okay.
I just asked, help me flesh out a little bit for the committee what would be
Right.
the cost.
And certainly,
And
again,
he's not in the office today, so.
I always think that, the consultant industry, hopefully no one in the room is in the consultancy industry, but you can find a consultant for whatever price. So if you say we're going to spend $300,000 on this report, you're going to get a bunch of bids for $300,000. If you say no, we're only going to spend $25,000, you'll get a bunch of bids for $25,000. So,
And I think I'll refer to the study on carbon pricing that we funded not this past year, but the year before, and that came in at about $125,000, and that's a pretty extensive study.
Peter Blum, when I asked him about this, he said somewhere between 100 and 150.
Okay.
So this is his estimate, but again, not knowing who else you might have to engage in that work.
and
So-
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Maria, is Stephen Klein was also saying we may have to retain more than one consultant, and perhaps that is also the reason for the higher cost. But again, it's an estimate, and it will go through legislative review in many different ways before any appropriation is given to joint fiscal. So I don't want to focus too much on the amount, since it's just ballpark. I want to make sure we're focusing on the concept. So is there anyone that would like to advocate for keeping B in?
Part B,
Part B, sorry, Part B, page 3, lines 7 through 14, as an alternative funding for this study. Because if not, we're going to move on.
Let's move on.
Okay, let's move on. Back to you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one other, or three other matters. On page 3, line 17, we would respectfully request that the word shall should be may in that regard, because if in the determination of the consultant after doing their diligence, it is determined that there is not a need for legislation, they shouldn't be obligated to produce it.
That's a valid point.
Mike, can you say that louder?
I think that's a valid point, yeah.
Other thoughts on that?
I agree with that. I think it ties the hands of the consultant. There may be legislative options on the table, and that might be the best way to go.
Okay. Just gonna ask everyone to speak up a little bit more, just because of the wind. I love this room, but the wind is howling. So anyone in disagreement with that? Okay, so we're changing, Maria, the shall to may. Dan, did you have one other thing?
With the room, I do feel like I'm on Harry Potter set.
Yes.
It's the best we could do with our
It's very nice. I like it very much.
It's actually
It's a compliment.
it's one of my favorite rooms in this building. It just,
spooky.
the ceiling is incredible.
It is.
We're in the Great Hall at Hogwarts.
As long as I don't hear a voice saying Slytherin to me, right? So, two other brief matters. And it wasn't really addressed, but who will have the, I presume, Senator, that you're speaking with regard to the choosing of the consultant, that the appropriate committee would put parameters in place as to how the consultant is chosen, what requirements they must have, and all of that, because it seems a little bit vague in general.
I'm going to defer to Maria, because I actually don't know much about the process of retaining consultants.
Yeah, I don't really work in that area either, but I do know it's not uncommon for the Joint Fiscal Committee to retain a consultant through the JFO. So they, as representatives of the legislature, to the extent there are not criteria here, or that they'll fill in the blanks, they have to go through an RFP process, which is a pretty public process, and entertain options from numerous firms, and then ultimately the JFC, the Joint Fiscal Committee, would make the final decision about the terms, the specific terms of the contract. So,
do you want to remind everybody who's on the Joint Fiscal Committee?
So I believe those are the chairs of all of the money committees. So that would be Appropriations, House and Senate, Ways and Means in the House, Finance in the Senate. I don't know if there are other chairs. I think it's just.
I think the transportation.
And the
chairs.
Oh, that makes sense. The T-bill, but probably not the institution's capital bill.
And so, Dan, did you have suggestions for how to be more prescriptive in the charge?
I don't. I just wanted to raise it as a concern.
Raise the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in Part A of Section 1 there on page 1, we kind of spell out what skills this consultant shall have, expertise in finance, economic modeling, communication law and policy. And then we talk about the various aspects of telecommunications in Part A there, below. I'm not sure.
You're saying it's pretty prescriptive?
Yes, I think it's prescriptive enough already.
I just wanted to make sure.
I'm not quite sure how the numbering of the paragraphs goes. The A and then a 1 and then a capital A,
Roman
all
numerals.
that stuff.
Yep.
It probably has to do with where this fits in other legislation, but.
So I think too, it comes back to the opening paragraph there, which is how are we going to deal with the concept of the public benefits programs? Or are we just going to spell out that what we're talking about is PEG Access TV? That's what we're talking about. That's why we're here. And so I'm wondering how people are feeling about that.
Do you want to just talk about why you use the word communications as opposed to a more broad term, such as? Well, it seems to me, at least in the research we've done and the conversations that we've had, that while the path addresses PEG access, where we have wondered and where our questions have lay is with the state's authority to require broadband compensation from Title I broadband. And we have a general idea that there are prohibitions on that, but there are also places in the country that are looking at this differently. Eugene, Oregon being one of them, which their Supreme Court upheld, and the FCC has gone after them in their in-kind, but that may be ultimately upheld, we don't know. So a lot of these questions are in play, and so I think that the term, I started to use the term public benefits when looking at this question of public compensation for private use of the rights of way, whether it's Title VI, Title II, or Title I. So the question became bigger. And so when we talk about public benefits in response to Title VI, Congress was trying to guarantee diversity of voices and opinions and to ensure that community needs and interests were met, mindful of cost. That's what that meant. So that is, in the small Title VI sense, what public benefit is. Yet, we are really needing to look beyond Title VI to answer this question, because we have franchise fees, but that's declining. So I think that the scope of this is more narrow. I don't think the scope of this is going to get us to information that we're curious to find out and possibly apply in Vermont. I mean, it says here, it refers to Title I, but I don't think that's a closed question. I think that's actually the question on the table. And I think we have to be able to look at it. So I don't think we're just looking at communications providers. I don't think the answer is just in the communications realm. So I guess what I'm saying is, number one, I think that an assessment of communications providers based on their use of public rights of way, I think that's narrow. I don't think that will get us to a new, different way of thinking about this work.
Do you have suggestion for alternative language?
Θέλω I think we speak to it that we're researching Title I, Title II, other, I mean, we're looking in these places, but we're not just looking, we may not just be looking at an assessment of just communications to me means Title VI, and I don't know if that's what you intended.
No.
So communications is a term of art. I mean, it does refer to Title VI, right? I mean, telecommunications is Title II. So anyway, I'm not the lawyer, so I don't know the right term here. I just don't want to be restricted by it. And in terms of public benefits, I think what we're really talking about is meeting the need, the communications needs and interests. Communications needs and interests. Community needs and interests in relation to the widest diversity of ideas. I mean, that's really what we're trying to accomplish.
Does, in your opinion, does public benefit programs include more than what we're talking about here with PEG?
Well, I don't want to be grandiose, but I do think that the universal service question is part of this, because they're dealing with the same decline in revenue, and we're going to need to look at alternative ways of promoting those public benefits as well. I mean, the whole environment of internet, telecom, and communications is in play here. So I'm thinking of this as bigger than just looking at replacing the franchise fee money. I think that it's looking at looking at the internet as, you know, how do you structure compensating the public interest, the public, as internet use increases and these other technologies decrease. So I think it's an ecosystem. And I don't really have the precise language, but I think the concept is important for us to discuss as a group, because I suspect that other people at the table don't see it as broadly.
Yeah, I would like to comment.
Yeah.
Thank you. With all due respect to that opinion, I'm always looking for ways we can find money for broadband, right? That's part of my charge. So, you know, that's another kind of public benefit, but I think the reason we're all here is because of PEG, right? We were charged with looking into PEG, finding alternative revenues. You have PEG access services in the title of Section 1, but then I don't see it anywhere actually in the body of the legislation. Maybe it's there, I don't know. But public benefit kind of implies something greater, and I think we're now outside of the scope of this committee's enabling legislation, which was to go look at PEG and come up with recommendations on how to ensure adequate funding for PEG. So I would, I think, be more inclined to narrow the scope of this to looking at ways that PEG can be funded. In fact, I see all this right-of-way stuff as kind of a rabbit hole. I mean, there might be other ways to fund PEG. Maybe it should be the consultant should look more broadly at you know, how PEGs are established today, how they operate, where there might be funding opportunities, and the pros and cons of those. You know, maybe it should involve combining Section 1 with with Section B here on the last page. Oh, I see, it's all in Section 1. So study in A and B, maybe they ought to be combined. Maybe there should be one study that looks at all of those questions.
And B is, you mean the state auditor?
The state auditor report. You have one consultant going out and looking at ways that we can generate revenue, I guess ostensibly to pay for PEG, and then another report saying how can PEGs do things differently. I don't see why we can't do that as one report.
When I read the language under the state auditor, I thought that it made sense to have the consultant that was working on, as Clay said, to work together on that, or to possibly be the same consultant, as opposed to involving the state auditor. And I was also wondering, you know, if the AMOs, what the AMOs would think about the state auditor being charged with that. So I'm digressing a little bit, so I want to stay with what we're talking about.
Right. Maria?
No, just to clarify, you're right, Clay, that subsection A is much broader than just PEG services. The public benefit is not defined. I don't think that was a charge to me. If you want to limit it to PEG services, you can, obviously. And then the reason why PEG access services is listed in the subject line is because of the second study, which has to do with the auditors looking at, and I probably should have added VIT services, because that's the third study that you look at. So there are really three things: a very general right-of-way assessment for public benefit, very broadly defined, the structural issue with respect to PEG services, and then the video conferencing. So there are kind of three things, however you want to define them, but I just wanted to clarify that. In terms of the term communications providers, I really just followed the language in the Federal Communications Act. In general, under Title VI, cable services is the term used for cable services and cable providers. So, and I tried to delineate in terms of the services that are subject to the assessment: information services, telecommunication services, cable service, radio transport. So it's the broadest. If you want to move forward with this, I think it's the broadest reach of services under the Federal Communications Act. But to the extent there's still confusion, that can be clarified.
So I concur with Clay's assessment that we should stay within the scope of our charge and restrict it to the PEG access services, rather than using a broad term like public benefits programs. I was also wondering how, if we have Part B there with state auditor, if they're looking at the structuring of AMOs and everything, and you've got another consultant saying, okay, under the current structure, how are we going to do it? The results of Part B could affect the recommendation of the consultant doing Part A. So, yeah, there has to be more of a tie-in there, I think. I'm not sure how to do it, and I'm not even sure whether the state auditor is the person, is the
I have concerns about jurisdictional issues
section to
there.
do it, yeah, the department to do it, so.
And I'm not sure if we're not receiving state funds, whether we need to have a assessment of, I don't think that assessment's necessary.
Well, you aren't receiving state funds currently.
Right, that's what I mean.
Right, so I
That's
think there's
another,
Yeah, I mean, if there was a clause in here about allocating dollars for PEG, then I think that study makes sense to do. But I think if we're not going to do that, then I don't think the study's necessary at this time.
You're talking about the study in subpart B?
with the state auditor.
Right. I don't know that the state auditor is the right.
I think the state
but
auditor is
I
not
think
the right person.
I think that the substance of that report ought to actually be included into A. I mean, you're going to have a consultant looking at revenue options for funding PEG. I think it's only fair to look at kind of the other side of the equation. Every business has revenue and they have expenses. You know, I think that the report needs to kind of look like a balance sheet in that regard. So.
Other thoughts on that, Karen?
I sort of concur with that assessment. I think that probably we should be looking at PEG access because if you don't focus the consultant, it's going to be so broad that you really, I think, won't get anything in the end that's of value. But I would be more interested in opening up sort of what the potential revenue sources are, having a wider study of that. And then I do think that that if you're doing the assessment of services offered and efficiencies, that should be part of the consultant's job as well. I don't think the state auditor is the appropriate place for that. I was also thinking maybe the public service department could do it, but they're not going to be happy about that.
we have many reports to do right now, and
Okay, so
independent consultants.
So I hear consensus that the state auditor is not to be charged to do this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then the next part is,
Did we settle on the language for public benefits programs?
no, I want to put that on hold just for a second, if I could, Mike. I want to get a sense from the group, even if the state auditor is not going to be charged with this, is it important that some entity is doing research on, so I'm on page 4, so we're all on the same top of page 4, on the PEG access centers themselves.
So if I may, I
Yes,
think
please,
that
Karen.
we could say whoever, the consultant shall assess the services offered by the PEG access centers and determine whether there are opportunities to achieve efficiency and cost savings, period. Not dictate that it needs to be through restructuring or consolidation of services.
Right. So you're saying strike that. To achieve efficiencies and cost savings, period.
Yes, and then, looking at what happens in other jurisdictions is always, I think, valuable.
Yep.
So.
Thoughts on that suggestion?
I would suggest putting the language, replacing auditor with consultant, and taking that language and putting it as a new 3 under Part A, and then moving 3 and 4 down 1.
Do people agree with Karen's assessment that spelling out in this draft language through a restructuring or consolidation of services is not, it's not something I can get behind. I don't like that language. I don't think we should be prescriptive about how that's going to happen.
I
But
agree. I think it's implied when you say opportunities to achieve saving or efficiencies and cost savings.
That may not
I think
through.
a proper consultant is going to think about restructuring as one potential option. It doesn't need to be spelled out. So I agree.
Okay.
And I agree with what Clay said too about this going hand in hand with any, information researched on the study. So on the, on the funding. Yeah.
So Maria, are you following our editing here?
So basically,
Yes, we will. I shall find out. Yes.
So basically, as I think I understand what's being suggested is that on line 4 on page 4, striking through a restructuring or consolidation of services.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, in terms of who that is reported to, do we just want to consolidate that under page 3? The consultant will submit a report to the General Assembly. So I guess the question of who gets the report to review, do we want that to make just one? I mean, if the consulting team is going to take this up, we want to streamline who gets the report.
Right.
So strike that this goes to the Senate Committee on Finance and House Committee on Energy and Technology, or make the whole report go to them. I don't know how that works.
I think the whole report would go to us. And I'm not sure whether we even need that last sentence there, but the previous sentence probably should be another item of study on the part A. So if on page 4, lines 1 through 4, 1 through 5 actually.
1 through 5, yep.
1 through 5 would go under, between lines 19 and 20 on page 2. As a new board.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be appropriate to add language that says that the consultant shall work with the AMOs to assess the services? Or it seems like there's not really, an identified role for the AMOs with the consultants. That might help.
Yep. You could certainly say that, the consultant in consultation with. Or with input from, whatever you have a choice, a preference for either of those.
Lauren Glenn, do you have a
I like in consultation with.
Okay. Great. All right.
And I'm sorry, one.
No,
preference.
go
Did
ahead,
you want it
as
to be
much-
with the AMOs or with the Vermont Access Network?
Yes.
Vermont Access.
Thank you.
Does I'm sorry, can you remind me, Lauren Glenn, does every AMO, are they all a member of
Yes.
BAN?
So
That would
they vote. So whatever your position is, you can solidly say this is the position of every single AMO in
Yes.
Vermont. Okay.
I have a couple of clarifiers, but I don't know, or do you still want to discuss any other issues or broader issues, or?
I do. I just want to know if, in terms of the language that we just talked about, do you have what you need?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. We'll go through at the end and confirm.
Great. And so I want to clear up as best we can the issue in section, subsection A on the first page, line 6. Are we talking about public benefit programs? Are we talking specifically about PEG TV?
Can
And
I-
what's, yeah.
Just one final thing on the study of efficiencies.
Yes.
The Department of Public Service already collects all this information about our financial confidential information.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we want to have a reference, you know, that they will rely on existing reports as well as something along those lines. Just to, that this information doesn't all have to be gathered
Right.
in the raw. It's historically available. So I'm not sure if, I just
Right.
wanted to point that out.
That's an excellent point. Maria, do you have thoughts on that?
We collect these AMO annual reports. I don't know if they're the same as utility annual reports, but there is that Superior Court decision hanging out there about confidentiality. So you may want to be explicit about the department shall provide AMO annual reports to the consultant or something like that.
Subject to
Just make
confidentiality.
That's up to you.
There's no
I want
confidential.
to make sure that we have the clear authority to provide the consultant with whatever you feel the consultant needs. That we're not put in a tough place of deciding whether we're allowed to give it out or not.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, there's nothing confidential in those, they're public reports.
Oh, if they're public, then,
Yep.
okay.
Yep. Do you still want the language?
They're on your website, right?
They're on the website and they're
Okay.
also, and you have the historic data going back for a while. So I
Not
just,
necessary.
it may not be necessary, I
It's
just
your-
want
Yeah, okay. No, then I stand down and
Okay.
completely off base here. So.
We've all been there, Clay.
Especially this morning at the time we got up, right?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, do you still want to reference that those reports are available through the Department of Health and Service? Or,
I mean, I think it's fine to say, the department shall provide.
I was actually more Lauren Glenn, was basically highlighting that you're collecting that information, so not.
Well, you have, I think, you have us as, it could, shall have the technical support of.
Okay.
I assume, I was actually gonna ask what technical support means in this case, and whether that language would be changed to in consultation with, or in collaboration with kind of language. But if that's what technical support means, then I think you have it there.
No, if there's a definition, I think in general, it's if you have data or information that's helpful to provide the consultant, that you'll make that available.
It is pretty common language in
Right.
studies that the agency, whatever agency, shall provide technical support.
and or supplementary data. Right, so.
We'll give it to them. It's not.
I mean, that may be true of all aspects of this study, not just that. I mean, it may be a sentence at the end, which is, and maybe it says it already, right? The
I see what you're
DPS
saying.
will provide technical support as needed to aid the work of the consultant, including but not limited to access to annual reports. Okay. Want to bring that up?
So one other thing I noticed is that on page 3 at the bottom, we talked about the consultant shall submit a report of his or her findings and recommendations to the General Assembly. I think we want that to say to the House Committee on Energy and Technology and the Senate Committee on Finance.
Okay.
Yeah. Dan?
I have two other small matters. They're kind of the same, but in page 1, line 13, after the word recommendations, I would respectfully request that we add subject to applicable laws. And then the same wording.
Okay, hold on
Okay.
a second so that we can all wrap our brain around what you're saying here.
I would assume that whatever we do is subject to applicable laws.
I'm a belt and suspenders kind of guy. Just a recommendation.
How do people feel? Is that, I mean, I assume in everything that we do that's implied, so I think that would be an unusual addition there. I don't know how other people feel about that. I don't feel it's necessary, and I'm often a belts and suspenders kind of gal as well, but in this instance, it feels like that is what we do. I don't know if other people.
I don't know that it's necessary to include that.
Okay. Anyone disagree? Or anyone agree with Dan? Not to put you on the spot. Is it needed?
Be sure to exclude inapplicable laws, and I think we're good.
Yeah. So I think we're not going to add that.
Okay.
Appreciate the.
I was going to add the same thing elsewhere, so I won't bring it up. And
Okay.
then just one word.
Yes.
On page 2, line 12. Should it be develop or consider?
I think that develop is the right word. If you're going to end up with a report that makes recommendations that the legislature might take action on, you want something actually developed,
Not just conceptual.
right.
I think sorry.
I was going to say, conceivably, you could consider something and not put it in the report, right? So,
No, to add to that, I actually think consider would be helpful, because then they would write about maybe things they're not recommending. So here's one option, here's why this is bad, here's another option, here's why it's good. Develop sounds more like they're going to kind of create from scratch an alternative model when maybe there's one out there.
Can I make this shall present instead of shall develop? Well, no, that doesn't really.
Well, we want them to
maybe,
actually
maybe
produce something.
recommend is a better
Right.
term.
We don't want just consider, we want
Yeah,
some
that's why
pictures
shall
to
present.
look at.
You need a product with
Yeah.
$150,000.
What did
Well-
you think, what does consider mean to you?
Recommend?
Well, I think that there is the requirement to produce the report, but I think that what this would do is in producing that report, they would consider other models.
Consider versus recommend?
Consider and recommend?
Consider and recommend.
You're-
Consider means to look at, and recommend means to pick one or two that make
Yeah.
sense, right?
I like that.
So
So that's
Consider
more,
and
on the table, we
recommend.
have consider and recommend and striking develop.
Yeah.
Karen, you were,
Yeah, sure.
Maria, do you have thoughts on that in terms of legal drafting?
No, I think consider and recommend is fine. I think it's implied that they're going to do the economic modeling. I think that's a big part of it.
Mhm.
That was why the word develop was, but if you're, I think that's going to be implied that they're going to have to do that to make a recommendation.
and can I ask a question on line 14 of that page 2?
Sure.
Again, I'm just wondering if the term of art of communications, market trends in communications, does that mean that we're not looking at market trends in Title I?
No.
Okay. So,
I don't believe if there's something I'm not aware of, but the Communications Act covers all forms of communications, and their information service, telecommunication service, cable service. So I'm using it as broadly. There's a way of making that clearer. I'm mistaken about that, but I tried to stick with the kind of the broadest language. And maybe Clay has a.
Actually, broad question or recommendation. I actually thought to strike line 13, starting with the word based on the right-of-way assessment, and shall develop current future revenue projections that reflect market trends in the communication industry, when you say based on right-of-way assessment, you're really limiting it to one option. We discussed many options, one of which was an assessment on the use of the right-of-way. And we had the Agency of Transportation here with, I think 2 meetings ago, with very serious concerns about fee diversion, and we were really saying, okay, well, they're only going to write about one option here, and this is, you know, the right-of-way thing. I think by striking that, you kind of get out of all of that, and you know, this consultant can look at that and other items.
Yeah, I think that's important. Getting rid of that language.
So how would it read, Clay?
The consultant shall develop alternative models for, or excuse me,
Consider and recommend.
Consider and recommend alternative models for revenue generation, period. The models shall, or I guess, or could be generation for public access television or PEG services. And then the model shall describe technical implementation issues, including, I guess you could say, a need for mapping, but I don't know if you need mapping to have. Yeah, I mean, you could leave that in, everything after that. But you're not going to say based on right-of-way assessment, because then they're just looking at that and nothing else.
So you skip over and shall develop current and future revenue projections that reflect market trends in the communications industry?
No, I think that can
That stays, right?
I think so, yeah.
So all you're asking for is to strike based on a right-of-way assessment?
Based on a right-of-way assessment, yes.
Just strike that.
The consultant shall consider and recommend alternative models for revenue generation and shall develop current and future revenue projections that reflect market trends in the communication industry.
Yep, okay. I think that's good.
Lauren Glenn?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to get to your question of public benefit.
Yes.
And which I think sort of comes, this is what I'm thinking. So when we say PEG services, what I think about, that's a proxy for Congress's intent, which was to assure that there were the widest possible diversity of information sources and services. That's what Congress was intending and for PEG to accomplish. And there is another part of that, which is PEG services that meet community needs and interests in reference to cost. So those are kind of the two aspects of what public benefit means if we're going to look at it in this more narrow framework. So I don't know if we want to use PEG services as a proxy and define it. You know, when we say, or to say public benefit and define it, but I would refer back to the '84 Act, because that's one of the initial definition of what we're talking about, which is to make sure that there's the free flow of information in our communities. That's really what we're trying to fund here,
right?
In this case.
So does that mean, I would think that implies that we need a definition about what we mean by PEG access services. If it's broader than public access television, then.
Dan might have an opinion on this definition, I'm not sure. Do you want to speak to it?
Well, I agree with what you said, that there's a federal definition that exists. So I think putting a definition of PEG access in there and allowing the consultant to get that federal definition from the department would work. I don't know if we want to bog down this with that definition, because the definition
Should there
exists.
be a reference to how it's defined in the federal legislation, USC?
Maybe in accordance with PEG access in accordance with the Telecommunications Act. PEG access programming in accordance with the Telecommunications Act.
Yeah.
So I do think that public benefit is so broad that it's just subject to.
Was that the 1984 Act that you were?
Well,
As
it was
amended.
updated in '96.
But you're correct.
It's really the '34 Act.
30
Oh,
years
goes
before
way
my
back.
dad was born.
was not there. But again, I think if we're intent on making this a focused discussion on PEG as opposed to the public benefits that accrue from the use of the rights of way broadly, which I think is an important question, then I would refer to the genesis of the definition, which is in the federal legislation.
Okay, is there,
So I'm going to look at this.
could
Let's
you
look at
add
this.
that as a reference?
Yeah,
Maria?
we do, but let's just see where.
The definition in federal code
So,
as public access services as defined in USC, whatever.
mhm. So I guess we would go in section A.
You need a
Can I
break,
just-
is that what you're saying?
May I take a quick break?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so, before you do that, Dan, so
Yeah.
we're gonna take a brief recess, but we have a hard stop at 10:30.
Yep.
Okay? So I wanna make sure it's brief, we come back, we deal with this issue, and then we need to talk about, the second issue we need to discuss is the appropriation, unrelated to the study, but we had a suggestion for a straight appropriation for filling a gap over the next year and a half or so for PEG TV. And then, if possible, if we're able to bang that out, I'm gonna ask Maria and see if she can work up a new draft, which is like putting her under the gun, but that we can look at before we break at 10:30. So I'm gonna be cracking the whip,
So we have 5 minutes right now.
okay?
Is there
Okay.
a men's room on this floor?
Yes.
There is.
Right up
Great,
for us.
thank
Yes.
you.
Looking at page 4,
We have to go back on the record.
I don't think he ever took us off, did he?
I thought he
It's
did.
still blinking.
Well, it might be
So-
on hold if it's.
Yeah, I don't know how to read this.
I used to have one.
If it's blinking, it may be stopped.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Just hit play again and.
Now it's working, right? Yeah.
Report.
It is, yeah. That is
Okay.
totally.
They don't let me in your equipment.
Don't feel bad, they don't let me in your equipment.
There we are, on the record. And we're waiting for Karen to get back, right?
Mike has left the building, so.
I figured it out, we think.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
figured
so-
it out, Sean?
We got
Great.
it on the record.
Okay. So, page 4, looking at proposed area of study regarding Vermont Interactive Television. Clay, did you have thoughts on that?
I don't have many thoughts. I mean, I think this is, overall, it's fine. I just wanted for kind of a little bit of historical perspective that, you know, when VIT closed, there was a commission. I think we probably have people who were there and can provide an endless fountain of knowledge and recount of what happened, but there was a recommendation made, nothing happened with that. The Department of Public Service was then required to write another similar study. I think we produced that in 2017.
Similar to this, are you saying?
Just similar in that, you know, coming up with a plan for an alternative to Vermont Interactive Technology. So this would be the third iteration of that.
Okay.
It might be useful for whoever does this study, digital services, to, you know, look at that record. And then the second comment I would make about this, and I would say I reached out to the Secretary of Digital Services. I haven't heard back yet on how their opinion of this legislation. But including the legislative IT group as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
Okay.
love to see video equipment in every committee we've ever seen. Just the amount of resources we expend going back and forth between the State House. It would be just a life-changing event to have cameras that are broadcasting committee hearings for us, I think for probably everyone in state government and the public at large. So I'll just put that plug in.
There wouldn't have any audience anymore.
Oh, no. They would have a greater audience. You just wouldn't see them.
And so, just to be clear, Clay, is there anything that we're charging this study with doing that hasn't already been done? I just want to...
The purpose of the only change here is that now they're looking specifically at a partnership with public access centers.
Okay.
So that's not, I think that's something that, and
okay.
Do you remember, Lauren, it's been years now.
We actually issued a minority report on that VIT study that outlined the role of
I was
access
thinking of the
centers.
second study. I think we had some discussion of PEG, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, there was a legislative study, and then we issued, so there has been some discussion, but I think what you're identifying are two things. And again, we should decide on scope, because there's nobody that wants to look at government coverage in the legislature more than me, since we've been doing that since the 80s. So why don't we just take those two parts really quickly. So what is needed is a budget estimate. I mean, what is needed is where would the sites be? Like, where's the need? Where would the sites be? How much would it cost to set up? Should it be open source? Should it be, proprietary system? What are the operating costs? It doesn't have to be a really extensive study, but it just needs to gather enough information to say, here, legislature, if you were to reinvest in this, what it would cost to do if it was done in partnership.
That first report and the minority report do touch on that.
They touch on that.
Okay, and then...
Well, to some extent. I mean, now that was a long time ago in technology years.
Right.
But we could refer to those existing reports in here, right? Whatever the previous record is. But what we really want, so the costs and benefits, is that clear enough? They will evaluate the costs and benefits of the state partnership to coordinate and expand the delivery of video conferencing services.
So Lauren, if I could, Glenn, before I lose it, can you go back to, you spelled out about 3 or 4 different questions that you think would be helpful in...
Yeah. So one is the current need assessment for, what sites, where the site should be, where the biggest traffic is, where the biggest needs are and gaps. So assessment, and then a capital cost breakdown and an operating cost breakdown.
So can I make a suggestion there, Lauren Klein?
Please.
Maybe after coordinate, add the words develop and maintain.
Develop and maintain the delivery of video conferencing services, of statewide video conferencing services, right? Or just video conferencing?
I think statewide is what we're trying to get at with this. And so, can you say it again, Dan?
So it would be with PEG access centers to coordinate, develop, maintain, and expand the delivery of statewide video conferencing services.
Coordinate, maintain.
Coordinate, develop, maintain, and expand. Because I think if you leave it as coordinate and expand, you would presume that it's there, and I think there's the need for infrastructure investment.
Yep.
Yeah. And then maybe it would be period. And then this study would take into consideration the services previously provided by VIT and subsequent reports or record referencing.
Yeah, I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that there's been a substantial amount of work done already on this topic, and this report, I don't want to redo that work. It certainly, if you want it, you can build upon it.
And so just to remind us, what was the date of that last study in the minority report that you referred to?
That was 2015, and then we wrote a subsequent report in 2017.
And you're saying we as in
The Department of Public
Okay.
Service.
So would there be an opportunity then, after evaluate, say, in coordination with work already prepared by Department of Public Service?
I would just say like review
Well,
the
we
previous
could
report.
just add the Department of Public Service in consultation with Commissioner of Buildings and General Services and Department of Public Service.
You could do that. I mean, I would say we've done this twice now. We were a member of that commission, and then we did this subsequent report.
Okay.
Clearly, our work to date has not produced anything, so I don't know that having us do it a third time is going to be helpful.
I'm not suggesting you do it a third time, but you could say, we've done this, and here it is.
Yeah, we can
That's
send a
the
link
extent of your consultation.
to the report and the legislature's website that we've already done.
So it would be fair then to say in consultation with the DPS and Commissioner of Buildings and General Services, right? Does that make
As long as we can agree that in consultation with is going to be us just sending what we've already done
Yes.
to, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So then I would say this report would take into consideration the services previously provided by Vermont Interactive Television, subsequently renamed VIT, as well as legislative and administrative reports on this subject, because one was a legislative committee and one was a DPS report, right?
And the legislative committee was what year?
15. Kathy Keenan.
Kathy Keenan was Rob Chapman was the chair. I think,
He
or
was
maybe
the-
Jim Porter was the chair. I
Okay.
remember.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Clay. I
You're welcome.
missed that piece. Did you have something, Karen?
Yeah.
No? Okay,
Is
Mike.
there a funding requirement with this piece?
I think the consultant will determine that there would be.
Yeah. Now, well, it says Secretary of Digital Services
DGS
is going to do the evaluation. So is it going to be within their regular budget, or
So
do we have
just,
to allocate more money for it?
so I did talk with Chris Cole about this. I'm not sure I reported on
He's
that.
Building and General
Yeah.
Services.
And he very politely said, the governor doesn't want to spend any more money. The legislature likes to spend money. I'm not sure we're a good house for this report because we're not inclined to recommend dollars be spent on some new project. So that is a short version of what he said. So I just wanted to let you know that that's what he said. So it may be that the consultant could take up the work. I mean, I'm not, for what it's worth, I'm reporting no value on
Well, I don't think the consultant's involved in this.
No, I
according
don't
to-
think so.
Based on what's in this draft.
Might be a question for John Quinn, because he's
Yeah.
in charge of that report.
Okay. And
he
again,
can- in committee testimony, he could say whether he's in agreement with this or not, because
Exactly.
this is going into committees.
it's going into committee. I just want to remind everybody of that. It's leaving here, it's going into committee. We can have John Quinn come in. We're moving the football down the field. And so I don't want to get too hung up on that.
Okay, so.
But I
don't put
appreciate
anything in
the-
there about funding.
I don't think so. I don't
No.
think so.
All right, so without getting too, I have just one other
Yeah,
question,
sure.
which is the Part B, which had to do with your frame of legislative coverage.
Yeah.
And is that something that we want to include and refer to in this, or do we want to keep it as a VIT?
I was just thinking of adding, under the in consultation with clause, the legislative IT department, just to kind of keep it inclusive of all of state government.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
And I don't mean to get sideways with your IT department, I just.
No, I mean, well, so many of these issues are related.
They
so.
are, yeah. Okay.
And you were saying that specifically because you think it'd be a good idea to have
I'm being very selfish
interaction,
here, yes.
television in the committee rooms.
It would be fabulous.
It would be, yeah, and you're thinking about that in terms of interactive, right?
Yes, you could have Peter Blum testify by video conference.
Mhm.
Not have to
And
get
it
here
would work.
this time, so, yeah. Things like that I think would be very beneficial, I think, for everyone, including the public who, for most of us, we have day jobs and we can't come to the legislature, 10 a.m. on a Wednesday to watch our favorite issue.
So one final asterisk, in addition to the DPS report and the legislative report, the PUC had also done a study on opening meeting rooms. So I would just mention, just for the asterisk, I'm not sure it has to be in the language, but
I'm not sure which.
there was a study about how to improve, how to open the Public Utility Commission.
Oh,
That was
the-
including your name change, but it had a whole aspect
Yes.
of
I think it was
video
Hearings,
conferencing.
you're talking about
Act
hearings?
174.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just saying that's part of the, what else is in legislative and administrative reports?
I think that the PUC would also support, having easier access, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we may have a, yeah. Just-
Okay.
yeah.
So,
On to the big questions.
Mike, do you want to speak to the suggestion of the $500,000 appropriation?
So, yeah, at some point, I'm not sure which meeting it was, that there was identified a deficit of $500,000 as a result of the general accounting practice changes. Is that correct, Lauren?
Yes, yes.
I believe you brought it up.
Yeah.
And so you were suggesting that we include a $500,000 allocation, appropriation in this legislation to make up that difference. And so right away that would get, one of the things I thought about is that right now,
So this is draft language that we would use
Okay.
going forward.
yeah, so right now, the state does not actually fund in any way
Thank you.
PEG Access TV. And so this would actually be a recommendation to change that policy and appropriate a certain amount of money, in this case $500,000, which I think is a significant policy change with respect to the role that PEG plays and its relationship with the state.
So it would be a one-time
There's a one-time
appropriation.
allocation,
Yeah.
yeah.
So just to acknowledge it would be a shift.
Yeah, and it doesn't really, I would imagine it doesn't really commit us to do anything in the future.
No.
So if the study were to come up and say that, there's no further allocations needed or further allocations are needed, then that would be totally separate from this appropriation.
So the question before us, given that this will all go to all the various committees, will make all its stops, is the recommendation of the committee to recommend to the larger legislature that this is a one-time appropriation that we recommend.
And again, since this is going to committees of jurisdiction, they'll take further testimony on it and decide whether it's an appropriate policy change.
So I'm wondering what other committee members think on this.
Have a general comment on it?
Sure.
I would just state that as we As I've presented in the past, since 2006, there's been increases in the funding to AMOs, at least from Comcast's perspective, and I believe other industry representatives, that in every year has surpassed all leading economic indicators in the growth percentages. So as a result of that, you've seen from 2006 to 2019 a doubling of the funding. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't make predictions like that. But I can tell you there has been a considerable uptick since that period. So I just offer that to the committee.
So I'll plant my stake. I'm in support of it. I think that we have a gap that we're trying to fill so that we have a little bit of breathing room going forward. I don't want there to be a question of where I stand on this. I think a recommendation is a recommendation. It's going to go to the appropriate committees, and the decisions will be made. The very hard decisions will be made in the appropriations committee on both sides of the building. But I just want to be transparent in where I stand on this.
So just to confirm, if it's okay.
Yeah,
this
sure.
would be separate from the other
Yes, it would.
legislation. Okay.
Yes, it would. And if $500,000 is not what people are willing to support in a one-time appropriation, that is why Maria left it blank, so that we can talk about, well, how much skin are we willing to put in the game at this point? So
I think from my perspective, I take your point that, this is just a recommendation. Since I'm, I guess, more or less, I work for the Department of Public Service, or we're a department within the executive branch, so I wouldn't want, this to be construed as the administration's position.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the administration's position is on this. I can guess, but I don't know how it fits into the overall budget that they're preparing. I think another concern I have, just going through the budgeting process, everyone who comes in requesting an appropriation, they get kind of looked at, and I guess maybe this is what the argument that Dan's trying to make. I don't know, but PEG stations are situated a little differently from your run-of-the-mill nonprofit, because you have this reliable, steady stream of money, and I do worry about having that looked at. I think it's up to the state to decide whether to assess that fee, and how much the fee is going to be. A lot of states don't assess it, and what they do with that money in context of does that have to be related to cable services? I think that could be something broader than just PEG. So I guess my concern is, how is this going to be portrayed as it moves through the legislature? I don't know. That's a question for you, but I don't think I can support this simply because we're basically contemplating today $1 million in appropriations, and I don't know how that fits into the governor's budget. So I probably have to say no to this.
We go to the legislature with a number of asks for funding every year. This isn't one of the priority issues that cities and towns have for funding. And we're also contributing from the local level now, so I think it would likewise be difficult for us to support this particular appropriation.
Andrew?
I would be going on very much what I heard as testimony in this committee, and thinking about I remember there was testimony that there were some AMOs that do have reserves and are not suffering in the same way as other AMOs, and so I would have some concerns about the process for allocating the money among the AMOs, and it seems like that would be something that would need to be fleshed out, but I'm not sure how that works in the process with the legislature. But I think that it would be, difficult to support just a general language like this. I would have some concerns on how the allocation would happen, and it would seem like that would be the next logical question, so. Yeah.
Could I just add to what I said?
Sure.
If this particular question came up in the Appropriations Committee, we wouldn't oppose it. We wouldn't say anything about it one way or the other.
You're saying wearing your hat as Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
Wouldn't say anything one way or the other.
Right.
Yeah.
The other option, I noticed in the draft bill, right, here we go. We don't have any findings, and
We don't have any
findings.
And I mean, to Karen's point, nothing would prevent the AMOs from finding a sponsor and presenting legislation, and you wouldn't have I guess the official backing of this committee, but I mean, you could add findings that say, there is this gap and in funding due to the accounting changes, and this has done X, Y, and Z, perhaps this X, Y, and Z effects on AMO's operations, something like that. So that's not us voting on recommending an appropriation, but it does provide some amount of context or support if they came in independently for it.
So you're recommending adding findings to this draft legislation?
I guess
or is
it's
it
a tall
separate piece of
order for
legislation?
20 minutes.
I actually drafted findings.
Yeah.
which-
You gotta love my vice chair.
But I don't have an ability to provide you with a copy of them at this point. Unless I'm printing them out here. I don't know. Let me see.
So, for the sake of time, I can do the math as anyone can. So it seems clear to me that we're not going to include a one-time appropriation of, the proposal was $500,000. What's that?
Do you have a way to make copies of
Do
this?
you have a way to make copies in this building?
I can go make copies.
Oh, Maria.
Oh, that's Maria.
Copies for the committee. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Maria.
So the findings would provide legislative intent in terms of why we're drafting this legislation to begin with. Why we're doing a study committee, for that matter. And then I guess what you're suggesting is that if we include the estimate that there's going to be a deficit of $500,000 in the findings, we don't necessarily have to ask for an appropriation. Is that what you're saying?
I think I'm saying it helps Lauren Glenn's organization come in and say, this is there's there was a record of this existing, and there's a rationale for that.
What we're discussing, Maria, is we're just looking at the draft proposal for a one-time appropriation, and we don't have enough votes on the committee to move that forward, but we were talking about how Mike had taken a stab at drafting some findings, and that we thought including findings on this piece of legislation might help the van go forward in asking additionally for an appropriation in the committee's jurisdiction. So I think Mike went to try to make some copies. In the meantime, so Maria has drafted the changes we've made. What we discussed while you were out of the room was changes to the
System on Interactive Television.
Yeah, the VIT study.
Yes.
Okay. And, okay. We wanted to include in there the Department of Public Service as in consultation with.
Okay.
Okay. And Legislative Council IT Department, is that?
I don't know their name, but yeah, whatever the.
IT fits within, the legislative IT is
Okay.
under
Okay.
Ledge Council currently, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Currently.
Right, I know, that is also up for discussion in a big way. And looking specifically at the questions that Lauren and Glenn offered, what's a current needs assessment for VIT? Where is the need geographically?
Oh, you're not asking me, you're telling me to add this.
I'm saying, sorry, Maria, sorry, yes. I am asking you, I'm not telling you to do anything, Maria. I respectfully request that you include current needs assessment.
Okay.
And so the organizing questions were, where is the need, geographically at which sites? And then looking specifically at capital costs and operating costs. And then the other piece, and I'm sorry if I'm going too quickly, is that what came to light in the discussion is there have been several previous studies on VIT.
Yes.
And so making sure that whether it's John Quinn or
Yep.
who the secretary will be at Digital Services consults with DPS to look at the legislative committee report that was done in 2015.
Yep.
And then the Department of Public Service did one in 2017. And that any work that's done on VIT should start with the work that was already done previously in those two studies. Is that a correct summary of what we discussed?
Or prior studies, maybe not those two, but including but not limited to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Other things on that? Oh, I know. That.
Word changes.
Yes. So.
Line 11.
Yes, line 11 through 12. I'm on page 4. On the previous draft.
Yep.
Yep. To coordinate, develop, maintain, and expand. So to add after coordinate, develop, and maintain.
And then Lauren Glenn suggested on line 13, the previous, taking into consideration the previously provided, the services previously provided,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, previously provided by VIT.
Okay.
And we're wondering on line 12, is it implied that we're talking about statewide video conferencing, or should we spell out that we're talking about statewide? So right now we have delivery of video conferencing services.
You can specify.
Okay, let's specify then. Other notes that folks have?
This is just a last minute entry. I'm wondering if this should be the purview of the consultant and not the administration, given the administration is not likely to recommend it's sort of against the grain of the policy of the administration to recommend funding for things. Maybe we really just need the consultant to look into the question. It's just a last minute thought on this.
I have no opinion on the substance of that, but I would be concerned about the increased cost.
I would say leave it with the Agency of Digital Services and can change it in committee if we need to.
Okay, all right. Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Okay.
Findings.
The findings, thank you. Do you have a copy, Maria?
Yes.
Okay.
So I heard yesterday that the Senate doesn't like findings in legislation.
You know, the Senate doesn't like a lot of things, but we are working across the building, not just across the aisle. We work across the building, yes.
So the findings are actually legislative intent. Why are we doing this legislation, right? And so basically what this is a statement that gives the reasons why we're actually providing this legislation. Public, you could read through these. I'll read through them. Number one, public education and government TV provides an essential community service to Vermont. PEG extends the concept of participatory democracy by not only providing a window to local government proceedings, but also provides a forum for citizens to voice their viewpoints. There are 25 PEG access management organizations serving Vermont. Fees on cable TV service in Vermont provides 92% of PEG funding. I'm not sure whether that's accurate. Is that correct?
I think that's safe to say. Do you remember? Yeah,
Might be
that's
a
safe
little
to,
low.
yeah.
Is it?
I think we.
I'm sorry, Dan?
I think it might be a little low.
No, I think we did that analysis. Elizabeth says that's the number. We're good.
I think I got it from someplace.
Yeah.
There's a resounding endorsement. I think we got it from someplace. Yes.
Somewhere in this pile of paper.
Okay. Well, obviously we can, we can make that.
As a result of changes in FCC rules governing the cable industry, the source of PEG revenues has declined by X%. Now we could say by $500,000 and is expected to decline further in the future. And we can modify that if we need to. PEG programming is no longer restricted to cable, but is increasingly being accessed via the internet. And to keep PEG viable, it will be necessary. I think maybe that should be changed to it may be necessary to identify sources of revenue to take into consideration all methods of PEG programming delivery. And the legislature considers a healthy and viable PEG service to be in the best interests of Vermont.
So I have some comments that I just found that I had sent on this. So I'm just going to read them out. Is that all right?
Okay.
So the second one, PEG extends the concept of participatory democracy by providing a window to local government proceedings, comma, a forum for citizens to voice their viewpoints, comma, and opportunities for lifelong learning and cultural exchange. So that's meant to say it's not just government access.
Could I just add to that?
Yeah.
It seems to me that you provide a window to state and local government proceedings.
Could I just say quickly that I profusely apologize for bringing this up? I have 5 minutes. I think it's fine to talk about it. I'm just wondering if this is going to result in a 7th meeting.
So for the sake of debate, can I add to that and suggest that we perhaps concur that we can accept 1, 2, 3, and 8? Because I think the main focus of debate would be in 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, I think I would have changed 5 to say, as a result of changes in gap classification, PEG revenues in Vermont have declined by 5%. So we could say just has declined. So it's just that number 5 is a little murky about cause and effect.
Okay.
It was not the FCC.
All right, so Dan, to your point, I think it's a good one. Can we coalesce around, again, this is just the next phase. Mike and I can revisit these findings in committee, take testimony, further testimony, have more time in committee to do that. Can we coalesce around the findings in 1, 2, 3, and 8? Is that what you said, Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think 9 is important to include. 9.
I don't have a 9.
We don't have a 9.
You don't have an, oh, I'm sorry.
What is the 9 that you
I wrote it. I'm so sorry.
Was that the one you just stated?
Yeah. No. Your secret 9.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. The legislature, and and this is from the original document, I think.
Yes.
The legislature considers a healthy and viable PEG service to be in the best interest of Vermonters.
That's number 8.
Number 8, yeah.
Well, then I must.
You added one.
Never mind. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I think what I do is I broke up number 5
Okay.
into a couple things, but we can just agree that that does not need to be here.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
So if we leave out number 5 in some form or another, that kind of gets away from your suggestion as to if we put it in the findings, then we don't have to actually say we want to allocate it. If we
Well,
want-
I just, it would be helpful to Van if they wanted to pursue an appropriation, so.
So
That was my one suggestion, so.
So, is there enough agreement to say what the projected deficit might be? Or is that something, would
The
that be a
500,000.
point of contention?
I think it's been a point of contention.
Okay,
So that we could add a 7th or 8th meeting, or a 5th or 6th meeting.
No, we're not going to be adding
Yes.
any meetings.
Yes.
We don't have the money for that. We're not going to do it.
But I do think 1, 2, 3, and 8
Yep.
give us a general idea of
Yep.
why we were formed, and
Yep.
then the draft kind of speaks to that. And as you said, we're pushing it down the field.
We are. We're pushing it down the field. And, I mean, is it fair to say that there's been a change in gap funding? Can we say that? Okay?
Yes, we
That
can
leaves
say
the window
that.
open.
Yeah, we can say that there's been a change in gap funding. Yes.
Maria, can we add that
But
as
I think
Well, we could just say GAP, because GAP stands for Generally Accepted Accounting
Yeah, funding
Practices.
is not-
Okay, fine, however you want to word it, just to have a line in there, that's the lifeline essentially that Clay is proposing to keep that discussion alive.
as a result of changes in gap classification, PEG revenues have declined in Vermont.
I
But
think.
you don't want to say that because you.
Right.
I just don't think it's
that
based
revenues
upon
increase.
the statement I made from '06. I think it would be, right.
It's fine, I think,
Got it.
keeping it general, there has been a change in gap.
Correct.
Yeah.
We all can agree on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. So,
So
all right,
how does that get worded?
I think it's just, as one of the numbers, as a finding, we know that there's been a change. Maria, do you have the?
Changes in gap that may impact revenue? Is that, I mean, I just want to, why are we saying there are changes in gap?
Well, there's a PUC proceeding on it that was.
Right, that's what I'm saying,
Right.
that's the reason for the finding is, this is an issue because it may impact available revenue?
I think if we say may impact.
Yeah,
that-
may impact.
Sure.
I don't know if
Okay.
that's.
All right. So,
So 1, 2, 3, 8, and the gap. And then in 2, state and local proceedings, and then Lauren Glenn had some additional language, I didn't get it all down, I think she read it.
No, that's number 8.
Part of 2.
Part of 2.
Karen, didn't you have an addition to?
Yeah, just state and local. Maria has that.
I got that part, and then it would go on to
Oh,
say
educational and
a
cultural.
forum for citizens to voice their viewpoints and opportunities for lifelong learning and cultural exchange. Are you okay with that as number 2? I might look at
I
that
can
again.
send that to
Thank
you.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, and 7 are out. So 5 findings. Any other findings? Okay, can add those. And then do you want to go through the revisions?
Yes.
So draft 1.2. So I hope these are consistent with what your objectives were. The first change is to limit it to financing for PEG access channels and services. I quickly looked for USC definition. I didn't find one, but that can be added in committee to the extent that's helpful. And then also says including through an assessment on providers for their use of the right-of-way, because that seemed like something that was one potential source that you definitely wanted to be considered. So it's broadened. to look at all options for financing pay, including an assessment. It's implied that including means included but not limited to. Okay, and then one change you did not discuss, but just along those lines of broadening it on page 1, line 16, this is in subdivision A, whether and to what extent communication services may be subject to any fee or right-of-way assessment, because you're no longer just talking about a right-of-way assessment. I wanted that to be consistent. Similarly, on page 2 in subdivision D, line 7, looking at stating municipal laws and ordinances, assessing communications providers or services, and then including an assessment or regulation of the right-of-way. Similar intent, just to broaden it. Then in subdivision 2 on line 13, instead of develop, we wanted the consultant shall consider and recommend alternative models for revenue generation, and it had gone on to say based on a right-of-way fee. And then I think you talked about saying maybe for PEG access services, but I just left all of that out because it's clear in the charge what they're trying to finance, PEG access services, and shall develop, and then the rest of that is the same. Then in subdivision 3, on the top of page 3, you wanted to, this is the having the consultant look at the potential for cost savings through the AMOs, so moving that as a separate study by the auditor, making it part of this consultant study. So the consultant, in consultation with the Vermont Access Network, shall assess, And then I ended the sentence, it's just highlighted in bold here, after cost savings, I took out the language through a restructuring or consolidation of services. I think you wanted that out. And I took out the reporting requirement because it will be folded into the final report by the consultant. Subdivision 4 remained the same. Subdivision 5 is the appropriation. You took out the bill back. I don't know if you settled on an amount.
We did not, and my question to you, Maria, is can we say an amount shall be appropriated to cover the costs? And then in committee?
Usually we ask for even a nominal amount, even if it's $1.
I see, okay.
Just to have a figure in there, as opposed to a to be determined, but you can, I would say, put any figure, even if it's $1. It just makes it a little bit easier to keep track. 250?
Could say.
You say 250?
I was going to say 150, but
200?
200. So be it.
200.
200? Going once, going twice?
200,000?
Yeah.
Yes, not
$200.
200.
Like I said, if you put out a visit, we're going to spend X amount of money.
It's not going to stay like that.
That's not going to stay like that,
No,
exactly. This is just to move it into committee, get it before appropriations. Okay.
So,
Right.
Then not bolded, number 6, what's now number 6, the report, instead of just going to the General Assembly, now specifically to the Senate Committee on Finance, and you had suggested the House Committee on Energy and Technology. I meant to add "and on Ways and Means" there. So I can make that change, but it should be.
You have "and the House Committees on Energy and Technology and on Finance."
Right, it's supposed to be "and on Ways and Means."
That's what she was just saying, yeah.
Yeah.
She caught her mistake there.
Yep. The report may include draft legislation. And then I changed that language a little bit. So originally it said may include draft legislation, implementing the proposal that represents the most equitable means of extracting the greatest public benefit for Vermonters from the commercial use of the public rights of way. So I just tried to expand it implementing the proposal that represents the most equitable means of extracting the greatest public benefit for Vermonters from commercial services or from the commercial use of public rights of way. I hope that's consistent with broadening the study. So then B, just to go over what you just, I think, decided, it's still with ADS, Secretary of ADS, in consultation with Commissioner of BGS, Department of Public Service, and the Legislative Committee on Information Technology. Shall evaluate costs and benefits of a partnership with PEG for expanding the delivery of statewide video conferencing services, taking into consideration, so on the top of page 4, line 1, state partnership with PEG Access Centers to coordinate, develop, maintain, and expand the delivery of statewide video conferencing services, taking into consideration the services previously provided by VIT. The consultant shall review any prior reports on VIT and then cite the legislative report, the DPS report. Shall conduct a community needs assessment and any capital and operating expenses or cost for the services. And then I think the rest is the same. That seems consistent.
So Maria, legally, we're a work group, we're not a standing committee. Can we leave this meeting today with the draft in this form and then share the draft among ourselves online after the work group? What needs to happen? And maybe you need a break for us to discuss
Well, so assuming you're not going to get funding to meet again, at this point, this would conclude your business. You can't online even really discuss or take formal action.
Okay.
Unless you're meeting as a committee. So if you want to vote the draft as I have just read it and presented to you, you can do that.
Are people comfortable doing that?
I was hoping, I'm an industry representative, I'm hoping to abstain from voting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'm happy to vote on it.
You're happy to vote on the draft? Okay.
That will also include the findings we agreed
And
to.
so that will be the first subsection, or section 1, maybe just standalone findings. And the 5 findings that we just discussed.
And so just to be clear, I know I've said it, but I just want to remind everybody, this is a draft. It's going to the committees of jurisdiction. Anyone that wants to weigh in on the language will be able to come before those committees. But I think it's really important that we move something.
Can I ask one question? So does this get delivered with a cover letter or something, or just dropping the legislation in the hopper? I mean, saying that this is from the PEG Access Study Committee, or?
I was assuming that it would be a bill that either Mike or myself introduced, or we had companion bills on either side.
Okay.
And I imagine, given that it's such an important issue for so many representatives and senators, I can imagine that quite a few people might want to sign on. So
I'm just going to say, I think it's fine to vote now. Just the cost is still a concern to me. I think you have the votes if I really know, so please don't let me stop you. But like I said,
So you're talking about the cost of the study?
Yeah, and still in sticker shock. And I don't know that, I do think that this kind of plants a flag for the administration, and we're in support of spending that money, and I don't think I have the authority to do that at this time. I don't know, maybe I do, maybe I don't.
Well, you have to assume that if we're going to do a study, it's going to cost some money to do the study. So
we've got lots of studies where we got no money for it. So I mean, I do understand. I do take your point, and I do know that it's going to cost money, but that's a lot of money. So I'm in support of the language. I think it's, I think it's a fine study, but just because there's a cost component there, I don't think I can vote for it.
What if we,
Oh, go ahead.
what if we inserted the words up to 200,000?
Or I was
don't
going to
think
suggest
that
that a lot of times reports have a minority letter from somebody, and you could say, I'm endorsing the report, but not the amount.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay. And I'm not trying to strong arm the committee. I just want to, we have a charge from the legislature for a certain number of meetings. I think it's really important that we stick to that and that we continue to move this issue.
Absolutely.
So if you're not feeling comfortable, Clay, that's fine. You can write a minority opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I think
yes.
you have the votes without me.
Yeah.
So.
Dan?
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, no disrespect, I take no position. We always believed that our position was to provide information and be
Absolutely.
helpful in that process, but not take a position at the end.
Understood.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Happy to do it.
So all those on the committee in favor of moving this draft legislation.
Can I
Andrew,
just-
do you have something else? Yes?
Yes, I too am concerned about the amount. I feel like that's something that was kind of sprung on us at the last minute, and so.
Well, you were not at the last meeting.
Oh,
so
okay,
it
was that discussed there?
It was
Okay.
discussed.
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
The actual.
It was in our notes. We went back to look. And so,
Okay.
but that is
Okay.
why I wanted to
Okay, I
give
apologize.
time today.
Yeah.
So, not to put you on the spot,
Oh,
but
no.
yes. Okay.
That's okay.
And that's fine. I think we still have the votes, even if you do not want to weigh in on the amount.
Okay.
But
Yes,
I
I
want to
would
make
prefer
sure
that.
that this is not the holdup for this, since it is just a general figure. Would people feel more comfortable if we put $1, as Maria proposed?
Is that a common?
That is a
practice?
common practice as a placeholder, it sounds like.
It would purely be a placeholder, and then you would
And
take
so
relevant
we're not-
we're not
testimony
taking a
to figure out
position
the cost.
on the cost whatsoever.
I mean, it is more important to me to have the support of the committee, to say that we think that this is important.
Does the cost even need to be included in there?
I've already asked that
Then I'm
question,
sorry, I
Clay, a few
apologize.
minutes ago. That's
Okay.
okay. And Maria said it is important to have at least $1.
You're right.
Okay, that's okay. So, are you willing to support it if it says $1?
Yeah,
Yes.
may I ask one other, is it possible to, you said, right, I could write a majority, but I mean, is there some kind of clarification that I'm not taking a stance on the cost that I could say? I guess I've said it here.
Right. You've said it to TV land.
I've said it to TV land.
Yes.
So yes, I'm voting.
But I think,
for
Clay,
the
there's
report.
nothing to prevent you from writing anything
Okay.
that you feel comfortable writing.
Thank you.
I feel
Okay.
comfortable with the $1.
Okay. All those in favor of moving this work group proposed legislation with Maria making a line item as for $1 for this study, please say aye.
Do we need to do a roll call?
I don't think we do need to do a roll call
Okay.
for a work group.
Okay.
Okay?
Aye.
So
Aye. Opposed? You have an abstention? Anything else, council?
Not that I can think of presently.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for all the hours you've given. I know it's not easy to do work in this high-pressure situation of having a timeline and being in a fishbowl, but I appreciate it so much, and I know all of our Access TV stations will be grateful that we're keeping it on the radar screen of not just the legislature, but Vermonters as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. I really appreciate it.
See, you're
Carvey is up, right?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Carvey, Legislative Counsel. I am here to help you to elect a chair. Under your statute for this committee, the committee is required to select a chair from among its members at the first meeting of each biennium. And so we do have a number of non-members joining today, so it would just be the named members of the committee who would be voting. Are there any nominations for a chair?
I will nominate Senator Lyons.
Great.
I'll second.
Great. Any other nominations? Any discussion? All right, so Senator Lyons has been nominated as chair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Great. And I will turn it over to Senator Lyons.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. So this is an HROC meeting, as you know. We have been pursuing healthcare reform. We've been working very hard on our ACO and all-payer value-based healthcare payment reform. The intent of the legislation that we've been pursuing and the work that the Green Mountain Care Board and the administration and others have been doing is very much in line with looking at how we can control costs, increase of costs, provide increased access to care, and to improve quality of care. So the goal today relates to a letter that was sent by the Green Mountain Care Board chair and representing the board to the administration regarding $13.1 million to be added into Medicaid. So what we are doing today is listening as a committee so that we can understand a little bit more about the progress that's being made in reform efforts, but most specifically to understand the addition, the request for the addition of $13.1 million. Now you all have letters that were sent to Green Mountain Care Board, to the administration, and to OneCare for the ACO. We also have responses, and we'll hear from those folks as we go forward. Before we hear from our in-state experts, we have expert witness, two witnesses by telephone. And so I'm going to, since we're right on time, we'll let Teresa dial them up one at a time. So the first one is Dr. Chapin White of the Rand Corporation, who has done some research on hospital costs and pricing. He's going to talk a little bit about the report that was just recently put out by the Rand organization.
He can jump in. There he is.
Oh, there you are.
He can jump on any time, so it's a conference call.
Technology is wonderful. Dr. White, good afternoon, and thank you for being here with us. This is Senator Ginny Lyons. We've talked previously on the telephone, and around the table are members of the Health Reform Oversight Committee, members of both the House and the Senate, who are very interested in listening to the testimony that you have prepared for us. So I am going to turn it over to you, and we have about 45 minutes. So if there's time after your presentation, we'll open it up for a few questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
And can I ask first, are you able to see the slide deck that I shared around by email earlier today?
Yes. Yes.
It's not up on it.
We don't have it on screen. We have it in a hard copy.
Okay, that's even better. Okay, great. So first, let me thank you for inviting me to speak to the group there, and just to give a little background on where I'm coming from, I'm a health economist working at the Bratt Corporation, and I started my career at the Congressional Budget Office analyzing federal health reform proposals, and then I've worked at a couple think tanks here in DC, and I've spent many years analyzing trends and patterns in spending in the Medicare program and also among the commercially insured. And I was part of a team at RAND that did an analysis of the incidence of healthcare spending in Vermont that came out in 2015, and I think that that may be one of the reasons you all were aware of the work we've done, is that connection with RAND from 2015. But let me just jump into talking about Medicaid and the hospital cost shift. And one point I'd make before we jump into any of the content, I'm more than happy to answer questions as we go along. I'm not sure if the standard protocol is to hold questions until the end. I'm fine with that as well. But especially just calling in on the phone, I feel better if I hear questions, because I know there's some interaction going on. So let me go first to the first slide on the context. So I want to focus mainly on Medicaid hospital payments and the hospital cost shift, but I think it's also important just to set the table for the big picture pressures in the healthcare system. And the first slide is illustrating the growth in premiums for employer-sponsored health insurance over time. And there's a New York Times article where the headline kind of summarized the obvious takeaway that employer-sponsored health insurance is increasingly unaffordable. And based on numbers from the Kaiser Family Foundation, the average premium for a family in employer-sponsored insurance broke through the $20,000 mark this year. And based on some numbers that I've seen from AHRQ, Vermont's premiums are probably a bit above that national average, so above $20,000 for a family premium. That's the first important piece of context. And then the next is, if we go to the next slide, I've plotted the trends in the ACA exchange premiums. This is the average benchmark premium, so this is the second lowest cost silver premium for a 40-year-old non-smoker. And Vermont is the red line, which has been steadily trending up. The national average is the blue line, and obviously there's a lot going on driving premiums in the ACA market, including silver loading and so on. But Vermont is clearly well above the national average in the ACA exchange premiums. So those two, the trends and the levels of employer-sponsored health insurance and ACA premiums, I think are important factors to have on the table. And then the third piece of context that I would want to draw attention to is, if we go to the next slide.
Before you go, this is going to be difficult, but now that you've given license to questions during the presentation, we're going to have short questions, very short questions and answers during the presentation, and save most of this for after. So Representative Donahue has a question.
Thank you. I think you partly answered this, but our big jump from 2018 to 2019, silver loading is kind of hard to capture in terms of did the actual cost to people, what was the actual increase versus for purpose of silver loading? Would that be accurate that probably in some hard to capture way is attributed significantly to silver loading?
Yes, my sense is that the move to silver loading is a big driver of the jump from 2018 to 2019. Although I should also say I haven't dug into the rate filings enough to get a sense of how big that premium growth would be without it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so, so going to the next slide on the large divergence in public versus private hospital prices. Premiums in the employer-sponsored insurance market and in the individual market are growing fairly rapidly over time. And one of the key drivers of growing premiums for the privately insured is the prices that private health plans are paying to hospitals. And this slide showing the large divergence in public and private hospital prices is one of the key slides from a study that we put out in May of this year, where we took private health insurance claims data, mainly from folks in employer-sponsored health insurance plans, and we repriced them using Medicare's payment formulas and payment rules, and then calculated for individual hospitals and also for different states what's the level of private negotiated prices for hospital services relative to Medicare. And the top-line finding from that study was that private health plans have negotiated prices that are, on average, 241% of Medicare. And I have some data for Vermont, where Vermont is just a bit below 225% of Medicare. So there's a very large gap between what private health plans are paying to hospitals and what Medicare is paying to hospitals. And this is an important background fact for discussion of the cost shift and Medicaid payments. So overall, I would say that there's an affordability crisis in the U.S. healthcare system for the privately insured, and for folks who are in employer-sponsored health insurance, premiums and out-of-pocket are a large and increasing share of overall income. In the individual market, premiums are rising, and the prices that private plans are paying hospitals play a major and direct role in those premium levels. So now let me go to the next slide, labeled Overview, where I want to actually dig into the questions that I think you all are focusing on, and that prompted, reaching out to me for this testimony today. So the overarching question that I picked up from the materials I've read is, would boosting Medicaid payments to hospitals lower private premiums? And in trying to think through that question, I broke it out into four, hopefully more manageable sub-questions. And the first sub-question is, do hospitals' costs determine their revenues, or do hospitals' revenues determine their costs? And when we get into this discussion, I'll make sure to define these terms more clearly. The second sub-question is, do public insurers underpay hospitals, or do private insurers overpay hospitals? The third sub-question is, do hospitals in Vermont operate efficiently? And then the fourth question is the question that brings us together with, would increasing Medicare prices lower private health insurance premiums? And then I'll do a little wrap-up. So let me go to the next slide on sub-question 1. Do hospitals' costs determine revenues, or do revenues determine costs? So first, let me work through some definitions, because these words can be used in a number of different ways, and I want to make sure that I'm at least trying to be clear on what I mean when I use these words. So costs, by costs, I'm referring to the expenses that hospitals incur providing patient care. So that's mainly the labor involved in providing hospital services, but it's also supplies, land, electricity, and so on. That's what it costs the hospital to provide the services. Revenues, on the other hand, are the payments to the hospitals for providing patient care. And then the next definition is a payment to cost ratio. That's the ratio of revenues over costs. So that's a measure of how generous hospitals are being paid relative to what it costs them to provide services. The next term that I want to define is price. The concept there is that's the revenue that a hospital receives per service provided with adjustment for case mix, where case mix is a measure of the complexity and intensity of services provided. And then the other two definitions are, when I say public insurance, I'm referring to Medicare and Medicaid, and CHIP I would fold into Medicaid. Private insurance is employer-sponsored health insurance and ACA exchange plans. You could also include short-term limited duration plans and so on. But the public-private insurance split is getting between Medicare and Medicaid on one side and employer-sponsored and ACA plans on the other. And let me just pause there and ask if there are questions on the definitions before we get into some of the trends in analytics.
We're all good. Thank you.
Okay. So the next slide is displaying trends in payment to cost ratios for the privately insured versus Medicare and Medicaid. This figure comes from the American Hospital Association, and what you can see is that since the mid-1990s or early 2000s, there's been a growing divergence between how generously private insurers are paying hospitals versus Medicare and Medicaid. What this figure doesn't tell you, though, is why the gap is growing, and it doesn't tell you whether private insurer payment rates are rising rapidly or if public insurer payment rates are falling. So to get into to be able to interpret these trends, we need some additional information. And if you go to the next slide on interpretations of the divergence in payment to cost ratios, I'd say there are two stories you can tell about the growing gap in payment to cost ratios. The first I would call price discrimination, and the story there is that hospitals over time have been able to negotiate high and growing prices with private insurers. They're using their market leverage enabled by growing consolidation on the provider side, and that those high and growing prices paid by private health insurance plans are boosting hospitals' revenues. As hospitals bring in higher revenues, that allows their costs to rise. And that as hospitals' costs rise, that makes public insurers' payment to cost ratios look worse and worse over time. So that's one story that I've called the price discrimination story. Yes?
Dr. White, it might be helpful for you to define hospital in the context of your article and your presentation, because I know I think you talked about community hospitals.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you could.
When I'm, the data and the analysis that I'm presenting is focusing on short-term general medical and surgical hospitals. So that would exclude specialty facilities like psychiatric hospitals or VA medical centers, but most of the hospitals that you would think of would be included in this definition of hospital.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the second interpretation of the divergence in payment to cost ratios are called cost shifting, and the story there is that hospitals' costs are fixed, and that hospitals have to figure out how to bring in revenues to cover those costs, and that if public insurers are underpaying hospitals, that hospitals are more or less forced to negotiate high and growing prices with private insurers. So those are the two interpretations of the divergence in the payment to cost ratios that we see. And let me go to the next slide on evidence on price discrimination versus cost shifting. My read on the evidence is that there's more weight behind the price discrimination story than there is behind the cost shifting story. I think one of the complicating factors here is that if you go back to the 1960s or 70s, we had a cost reimbursement system for hospitals where Medicare and Blue Cross Blue Shield plans were set up to reimburse hospitals for whatever their costs were, and the Medicare program moved away from that to the DRG-based system starting in the 1980s, and private insurers have moved away from cost reimbursement starting with the managed care revolution in the 1980s and 90s. But the mindset of cost reimbursement, I think, still lingers on in the industry, and that the hospital industry is unusual in that I see hospital executives coming at questions of financing from the perspective of who's going to cover their costs, and that they're entitled to have their costs reimbursed by someone. And if it's not public payers, then it must be private payers, even though the market has moved on from that cost reimbursement approach. That mindset still lingers on. But so getting into some of the evidence on the price discrimination and cost shifting stories, the first piece of evidence I would point out is analyses of hospitals' costs. How much do hospitals spend to provide patient care? Those costs are not fixed. My read on the evidence is that hospitals can adjust their costs up and down depending on the revenues that they have coming in. One of the important background facts here is that the hospital industry is dominated by nonprofit institutions, which by definition, they don't have shareholders. They aren't distributing dividends. We shouldn't expect them to be minimizing costs in order to maximize profits and then distribute those profits. Hospitals, as nonprofit entities, it makes more sense to expect that if they are able to obtain a certain level of revenues, that they will figure out a way to spend most or all of those revenues. And not to be glib about it, but I think hospitals, like any industry, they can always find something additional to spend to buy if they have additional revenues coming in to support it. So that's one factor. The second is that there's a study that I've cited that came out in 2014 where I looked at hospitals' costs, their expenses in providing patient care, and I looked at hospitals that faced growing constraints from Medicare versus hospitals that faced a less constrained Medicare reimbursement environment. And what turned out, what showed up very clearly from the data, was that hospitals that faced a more constrained revenue environment reduced their expenses relative to hospitals with a less constrained revenue environment. That reinforces to me the notion that hospitals can adjust their expenses up and down depending on what revenues they're able to obtain. I've also cited an article by Jeff Stensland, who's with the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission, and a couple of co-authors, where he lays out a very convincing case for the fact that some hospitals, because of their market leverage, are able to obtain high prices from private insurers. Those high prices bring in greater revenues to the hospital. That enables hospitals to allow their costs to rise, and that the rise in hospitals' costs ends up making Medicare and other public payers look relatively less generous, but that the issue isn't so much that public insurers' payment rates are low and falling, but more that the private high and growing private prices are bringing in revenues that allow hospitals' costs to grow over time. The second point that I think supports the price discrimination story is that there's growing evidence that the prices that private insurers pay are influenced pretty strongly by hospitals' market leverage, and that hospitals that enjoy strong negotiating leverage over insurers are able to negotiate higher prices. And the flip side to that is that hospitals operating in an environment where there's a highly dominant private health insurer tend to get paid lower prices, and that's because the insurer has more negotiating leverage. So the fact that prices paid by private plans vary in a systematic way with a degree of market leverage and not just based on external factors affecting hospitals' costs, reinforces the price discrimination story. And then the third point I'd make here is that I've cited a study that came out in 2013 where I took data on prices paid by private health plans, and I looked at changes in Medicare payment generosity to different hospitals, and I looked at the question of whether when Medicare reduces its payment rates, does that lead to increases in prices paid by private health plans? And the finding there was actually contrary to the cost shifting story. The evidence showed that when Medicare lowers its prices, that if anything, private insurers pay somewhat lower prices as well as a result. So all of those pieces of evidence support the price discrimination story behind why we see a large and growing difference in prices paid. So let me go to the next sub-question, which is, do public insurers underpay hospitals or do private insurers overpay hospitals? And let me go to the first figure here. Public prices for hospital inpatient care have been growing in line with inflation, whereas the prices that private health plans are paying have been rising more rapidly than inflation. So this is a screenshot from a study that I put out with co-authors. The lead author was Tom Selden at AHRQ. And we took the MAPS, which is a large healthcare survey, and we adjusted hospital inpatient prices for inflation and patient characteristics and the complexity of services, and then we tracked trends in those inpatient prices for the privately insured versus Medicare and Medicaid. And what pops out of all this is Medicare and Medicaid, the prices they have been paying have been tracking more or less in line with overall inflation, whereas for the privately insured, those prices have been growing faster than inflation. And this study ends in the year 2012, but that this general pattern of Medicare and Medicaid more or less keeping up with inflation, and private health insurance plans paying prices that are growing more rapidly than inflation, that holds for the period after 2012 as well. So that suggests that the issue here is that private health insurers are paying prices that are high and growing faster than inflation. It still doesn't conclusively settle the question of whether private insurers are overpaying or public insurers are underpaying, but it does suggest that private insurers, their prices are at least growing out of line with inflation, overall inflation.
Dr. White, Dr. White,
yes, please.
I apologize for interrupting you, but we have a question on the previous slide, and I think probably let's catch it now, and then
before I forget it. Hi, my name's Janet Ansel, and this is really on this. Very interested in the presentation, the slide entitled "Evidence on Price Discrimination versus Cost Shifting," and I'm interested in the various studies that you cite. And I guess the question I have is, if I were making the argument that this is really cost shifting, not price discrimination, what would I cite? Who is making that argument, and where are the studies to support the cost shifting argument?
The cost-shifting argument. Okay, let's see. Al Dobson is a researcher who's done, well-respected researcher who's done a lot of work for the hospital industry, and he has kind of a famous article called the payment, the cost shift hydraulic, I think it's called, and I'm happy to email around that article, the PDF and the citation as well, and that article basically starts with the premise that the gap between what public and private insurers are paying is reflective of a cost-shifting dynamic, and he just quantifies the amount of money in the cost shift, but it does it describes that cost shift phenomenon as if it were a given or not. It doesn't really test the cost shift phenomenon. It just takes it as a given and describes it and quantifies it.
And did you say that he did this work for the hospital industry? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, I believe so. And I can try to find some other citations, but a lot of materials that the National American Hospital Association and the state hospital associations put out kind of takes cost shifting as an article of faith, but they don't so much set out to test it empirically, but they more start with the assumption that hospitals' costs are fixed, and that if private insurers are paying more, that's because public insurers are underpaying. And the typical storyline is to cite the fact that Medicare only covers 85% or so of hospitals' costs, and then that's used as an explanation for why private prices paid by private insurers are so high. And I could pull together some materials from the American Hospital Association that embody that view.
But typically they come from the hospitals. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
Great, thank you.
I think we're on,
so,
go ahead. Are we on international rate differences?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So one way to get a sense of whether Medicare and Medicaid are underpaying hospitals in the U.S. is to look outside the U.S. and try to compare for a similar service. How much does Medicare pay here in the U.S.? How much do hospitals get paid in other countries? And then what are private insurers paying here in the U.S.? And this international rate differences, this is a screenshot from a testimony that Jeff Stenslin from the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission gave, where he looked at 7 countries in the OECD, and they're listed at the bottom: Australia, France, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Switzerland, and the UK. And he looked at how much hospitals are paid for providing a hip replacement in each of those 7 countries. Then he looked at what Medicare pays for that service, and then what commercial insurers or private health insurers in the U.S. pay for that service. And the finding is that Medicare's payments to hospitals, at least for this service, is actually above the international norm. And then private health plans here in the U.S. are paying hospitals prices that are far, far above international norms. And the interesting detail that Jeff Stenslin works through is the fact that Medicare it pays more than than hospitals get paid in other countries. But it also costs hospitals more to provide a given service here in the United States than it does in most of those other countries. And the link that Jeff Stensland makes and that resonates with my read on the evidence is that hospitals, again, because they're nonprofits, and they're mission-driven organizations, whatever revenues they can bring in, they will turn around and spend. And the fact that hospitals in the U.S. are getting relatively high payment rates, I think contributes to higher wages paid to registered nurses and some of the other professionals that work in hospitals in the U.S. So this international comparison, I think, reinforces the view that Medicare payment rates overall are reasonable relative to international norms, but that it's really the private health insurance plans here in the U.S. that stand out as being unusual. And let me go to the total hospital and physician appendectomy slide. This is from the International Federation of Health Plans. And this is a different example of a service provided in a hospital setting. And for the OECD countries that are included in this study, they're getting paid between, say, $2,000 and $8,000 per service. In the United States, these prices are based on the privately insured. So the average among the privately insured is $16,000 per appendectomy. So if Medicare is paying half or a bit less than half of what private health plans are paying, that would put Medicare right in the middle of the international distribution, and it's really the private health insurance plans that in the U.S. that stand out as being unusually high relative to these international norms. So let me go to the next sub-question, number 3. Do hospitals in Vermont operate efficiently? And this one
Dr.
is...
Wade,
Dr.
Yes, Wade, we have a question from Representative Giacoboni.
Thank you. You may have covered this. I just wanted to clarify, and I know I shouldn't assume, but when I look at the other countries that you're benchmarking, I am assuming they do not have employer-based health insurance, and I am assuming that our hospitals do. So and if that assumption is accurate, wouldn't you expect our costs to be higher by nature, but because due to that factor?
Because hospitals in the U.S. have to cover the health insurance premiums for their employees.
And yes, and they're covered differently to broad-based taxes or some other factor to these other countries that you've benchmarked. So consequently, one might think our costs would be higher to begin with.
Right. That's an interesting question. So, yeah, that one I'd have to think about a bit. I mean, I think that the fact that health insurance for most folks is sponsored by employers in the U.S. Adds to employers' compensation costs, but at the same time, employers aren't paying whatever taxes are being paid to cover national health insurance systems in the other country. The employee benefits, I think if wages and salaries are maybe half of hospitals' costs, employee benefits would be a piece on top of that. But I don't think it can explain a 2-to-1 price difference with the other countries. Yeah. So on the question of whether hospitals in Vermont operate efficiently, this is one where I've taken data from Medicare hospital cost reports and I've pulled out a couple indicators of how much hospitals in Vermont, their cost per service provided, and most apples-to-apples comparison of cost per service provided comes from the Medicare program, where we can look at Medicare fee-for-service beneficiaries receiving inpatient hospital stays. Based on the cost reports, we can measure cost per inpatient stay, applying Medicare's case mix adjustment. And in the U.S. as a whole, those costs per inpatient stay have grown to close to $8,000 in 2017. Vermont is about 20% higher than that. Vermont is a state with an overall cost of living that's somewhat higher than the national average, but not necessarily 20% higher than the national average. So this finding on cost per inpatient stay suggests that Vermont hospitals are a bit more, have expenses that are a bit higher than the national average, even beyond what you might expect based just on the cost of living. The next slide is on expenses per discharge equivalent. This is a broader measure of hospitals' costs in producing healthcare services. The discharge equivalent is a measure of hospitals' output that includes inpatient services and also outpatient services. And the expenses that we're measuring here includes expenses for all types of patients, not just Medicare and not just inpatient, but inpatient and outpatient. And looking at these trends, it looks like hospitals in Vermont, their expenses per unit of output are about 20% higher than the national average, and they've been kind of growing more or less in parallel, but Vermont's expenses per unit of output are higher than the rest of the country. The next slide is on administrative cost shares. So this is looking at a hospital's cost report and seeing how much of their costs are clinical care, nursing and pharmaceuticals and so on, and how much is spent on administration overhead. And Vermont is somewhat higher than the national average in having an administrative cost share that's close to 30%, whereas the U.S. as a whole has been creeping up over time, but it's more in the 25% range. And then the last measure is occupancy, and occupancies can give some indication of whether a state or an area is overbedded. Vermont actually has an occupancy rate that's fairly high, higher than the national average. So it's not as if Vermont has a large number of inpatient hospital beds that are going unoccupied. So on the efficiency measures, there's some indication that Vermont hospitals have costs that are higher than the national average, and administrative costs that are higher than the national average. So now I want to turn to the sub-question 4, which is really the motivation for this whole discussion, which is, would increasing Medicare prices lower private health insurance premiums? And I want to draw on the evidence from the other sub-questions and try to tie it all together. So first, let me say that if the prices paid to hospitals by private health insurance plans in Vermont were reduced, my sense is that would clearly reduce premiums for the privately insured. And I've seen arguments from folks in the hospital industry who say that there isn't really a direct link between hospital prices and premiums. My sense is that's really muddying the waters, and there's a very clear direct link between hospital prices and private premiums. It's important to point out that hospitals account for 44% of private health insurers' paid benefits, and if private insurers pay lower prices, that's going to reduce their paid benefits, and that's going to lead to reduced health insurance premiums. So yes, if private hospital prices were reduced, that would lower premiums. But the key question is if Medicaid were to boost its payments to hospitals, would that naturally, directly lead to reduced private prices? My sense is no, that private prices are mainly determined by negotiating leverage between hospitals and insurers, and adding more Medicaid money to hospitals' revenues would not lead by itself to a reduction in private prices. Unless there were an enforcement mechanism to actually make those increased Medicaid revenues lead to lower private prices. My sense, no, I haven't done enough digging to confirm this, but my sense from reading the materials I've read is that the Green Mountain Care Board isn't regulating prices paid by private health insurers in a direct way, or necessarily their revenues, although there is clearly oversight and budget review going on. My sense is that an increase in Medicaid revenues wouldn't necessarily lead directly to a reduction in regulated private prices or revenues from private insurers. And in the absence of that, of a robust enforcement mechanism, I think that the market dynamics would not by themselves just lead to reduced private prices and reduced private health insurance premiums. So that leads to the...
Dr.
yes,
White, question before you move on. Senator
Yep.
Kitchell.
Thank you. Then question one, the answer is yes, but it seems like yes with some qualifiers, that it doesn't happen of its own accord, that premiums would go down if you, without some enforcement mechanism?
Well,
or I'm just wondering the sequence, or to look at them separately. That's what I'm, I understand, yeah. So I'm just trying to understand, are they two separate questions and responses, or are they interrelated, I guess? Does two follow one? And that sounds like maybe not.
Do you mean on the with reducing private hospital prices, reduce premium?
In other words, would that happen without an enforcement mechanism?
My sense is yes, and let's see, for the privately insured, most of the privately insured are in employer-sponsored plans, and most of the folks in employer-sponsored plans are in self-insured plans where the employer is actually directly paying claims and then is paying an administrative fee to an insurer just to process the claims. And so for self-insured employers, if the prices they're paying for hospital services fall, that will lead directly to the employer having reduced, paid claims for their health plan.
Within the negotiated agreement, right? I was just, yes, that's really what I'm trying to clarify. Okay, go ahead. We're good.
And for small group employer-sponsored insurance, there are minimum loss ratios, and there's a somewhat competitive health insurance market. And then in the individual market, there's some competition with those and minimum loss ratios, and the minimum loss ratios and competitive pressures on insurers would tend to lead to premiums falling if those insurers can pay hospitals lower prices. So let me go to the wrap-up slide, and then I'm looking forward to more questions and back and forth. So my big picture take on this is that in general, hospitals' revenues determine their costs. If hospitals can bring in more revenues, their costs will rise. And if hospitals' revenues are constrained, hospitals will operate more efficiently as a result. on whether public insurers overpay or private insurers, whether public insurers underpay or private insurers overpay. My read on the evidence is that private insurers here in the U.S. Pay hospitals prices that have been growing faster than inflation and are higher than international norms. On the efficiency metrics for hospitals and for labs, they're somewhat mixed with higher costs than the national average, but it's also a state with somewhat higher than average cost of living. And then the last big takeaway in my mind is that adding Medicaid funding or adding Medicaid revenues to hospital budgets, unless there's a clear, direct enforcement mechanism, my read on the evidence is that it wouldn't by itself lead to lower private prices or lower health insurance premiums for the privately insured. And then the last slide is just sources for some of the studies that were cited up front.
Oh, good. Thank you for including that. So, Dr. White, our time is limited today, so we have many other folks waiting to testify. So, unless there's a real burning question for understanding from the group, is everybody okay? Good. Thank you very much. This was very informative. It's really helpful. Thank you. So, hello, Dr. Shulman.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We're all confused, but you are actually still in the morning, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're lucky.
With the time change, did the time change in California too?
Yeah, it's only Arizona, I think, or maybe Indiana.
Well, we're going to get out of this thing. That's another topic. So, Dr. Shulman, thank you for being here. You're here with a group of both House and Senate members for the Health Reform Oversight Committee. We have your PowerPoint in front of us, and we have about 45 minutes for your presentation and questions. So I guess the first question I have for you is, do you want folks to interrupt in the middle of your presentation with their questions?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Be happy to take them.
All right. So why don't you go right ahead, and then we'll listen carefully, ask what we need to.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we had a little pre-call the other day, so I put these slides together just to make sure I covered all the points that people wanted me to cover. Our phone call really started with this question about healthcare costs and why are healthcare costs so high. And obviously this is a big of pertinence in Vermont and a big issue nationally. And so what I want to explain in the first couple of slides here is that actually this is a pattern that's occurred in the healthcare market over the last 15, 20 years, in trying to explain some of the circumstances that have led to this. So the first slide is some data from the University of Washington that was published about a year or two ago, and this was incredibly important data. So in the United States, from 2000 to 2017, healthcare costs increased by 155%, more than doubled. And the question is why and where did that increase come from? And Dielman's work from the University of Washington shows that about 50% of that increase was due to what he called service price and intensity. And translating that to English, we raised the prices in healthcare. And so that's the price piece. The intensity piece is there's been this tremendous consolidation of healthcare where hospitals can acquire physician offices and then call them hospital outpatient clinic. And actually, I confirmed with Dielman about this, and that's that second component. So 50% of this increase in cost are due to factors, deliberate strategic factors pursued by hospitals and health systems. The other major trend in the, or I should say the major trend in the healthcare market over time has been the idea of consolidation. Hospitals buying each other, buying physician practices, and these data from Health Affairs from Fulton showed that for about 90% of the markets in the United States, they were highly concentrated for hospitals, for specialist physicians, 39% for primary care physicians, and 57% for insurers. 91% may have warranted concerns by either the Department of Justice or the Federal Trade Commission because of the concentration levels and the changes in market concentration since 2010. And I'll show you a little bit more about physician consolidation continued. So to put this all in English, if this was a different market, the Justice Department most likely would not have let the hospital consolidation have occurred. If they had been for-profit rather than not-for-profit, we never would have seen this level of consolidation occurring. I'll pick on I moved from Duke to Stanford about a year ago. I should say by way of background, I'm an internist, health services researcher, and health economist here at Stanford with appointments in the medical school and our clinical excellence research center, and an appointment in economics in the business school. I moved here from Duke a year ago, and most of North Carolina's healthcare market has been carved up into about 5 or 6 different mega health systems. They own the hospitals in the geographic region and own many of the practices. This idea about hospital consolidation really dates to healthcare reform efforts in the early 1990s. So the mantra that people pursued in 1993, if you remember way back when, Hillary's task forces under Bill Clinton, the idea was that doctors and health plans would work together to keep people out of hospitals, and that hospitals were the most expensive part of the healthcare system. And so the idea, obviously we never passed that reform, but hospitals realized that they were incredibly vulnerable to health insurers and began this acquisition strategy and consolidation strategy that's continued to this day, to the point where in many, many markets, hospitals now dominate and dictate prices rather than competitively bid at all. So provider consolidation has been shown to be associated with increased cost, especially to commercial payers. And the other story that I will tell is that consolidation and this market power story also leads to an increase in the cost of providing health care. But we'll come back to that in a minute. This is more recent data on physician consolidation. And so in 2010, the hospitals have been consolidating, as I just showed you, since the early 1990s, and they had begun to buy physician practices. But we began a series of policy changes in 2010 around the Affordable Care Act that actually led us to believe that hospitals and doctors working together could reduce the cost of health care. The federal government pursued this through the ACO strategy that they adopted at Medicare. And as part of that, they relaxed some of the antitrust constraints on acquisition of physician practices. The other data that we have is that some of these practices, since they're small, don't trigger separate antitrust reviews every time they occur. And so here are the most recent data I could find on the consolidation of physician practices in the U.S. So about 44% of the doctors in this country are now employed by hospitals compared to only 26% in 2012 before we began this movement. And then the number of hospital-owned practices is around 80,000 compared to 36,000. So we've really seen a pretty significant shift in the structure of the healthcare market. And obviously, the nice thing about this graph I picked includes the Northeast, includes Vermont. And so we've seen tremendous shifts in the Northeast as well to hospitals owning physician practices.
Excuse me, the last column, percent increase, relates to the percent of consolidation?
No, in this figure, it just represents the increase between 2012 and 2018 of the number of practices that were, or either doctors or practices that were purchased. But I mean, these are dramatic numbers in a short period of time. So on the next slide is our work looking at Medicare for All that we published earlier this year. And we use data from the American Hospital Association to say what happens in the market in terms of reimbursement for different types of payers, public payers and private payers. And you see this curve, and again, this is the American Hospital Association data. And so what we see is that commercial payers are paying more than hospital costs. Back in 2000, before the recent wave of consolidation, Medicare and Medicaid were actually paying pretty close to hospital costs. But then over time, that's kind of dipped down below hospital costs. And right now, they're in the 80 percentile range, according to the hospitals themselves. And so there are a couple of stories that are really important in this figure. And so the first is, why is it that private payers pay more than hospital costs, and so much more than hospital costs? And to me, a big piece of that, the answer to that question, is this consolidation story that I just went through. So obviously, we have antitrust laws to prevent people from consolidating and raising prices, capturing markets and raising prices. In healthcare, the adage is all healthcare is local, but all of the local providers can be under one system now. And the net effect of that is to raise prices, to have leverage to raise prices. And that tends to occur in a couple of different ways. One is that actually just dictating a higher fee schedule. And then there's some evidence that actually where the hospitals have the most market power, beyond fee schedules, they dictate a requirement that payers pay a percentage of hospital charges. And I'll come back to that in a little bit. But either way, they're getting higher payment rates and increasingly higher payment rates over time. The other trend that's occurring is our population is aging, and so more and more people, I think at 2000, about 40% of the market was private payers. It's now down to the low 30%, 33%. Vermont, depending on the demographics, might be somewhere around there. It might be a little bit lower. So the payment rate is higher, both because of the unit charges and also increasingly there's less and less commercial pay patients out there. So that the traditional story here, and I think the story that you're grappling with, is that, well, the public programs are not keeping up with the cost of providing health care. And this graph, and if you just look at 2015 data, it'd be easy to argue, well, that's the case. Look, Medicaid and Medicare are below, and as a result, the hospital has to increase the price to commercial plans. But if you look across the graph, there's a very different story that I'd like to tell, and there's some data out of California from Jamie Robinson to corroborate this story. But basically, where you have leverage over private health plans as a hospital, that becomes incredibly attractive as a strategy. And so what I'd like to do is attract more and more commercial pay patients because their contribution margin, the amount of money I make per patient, increases. And so over time, as the hospitals had more market power, they become more aggressive about attracting private patients. And I don't know what Vermont, what the hospital situation looks like, but I do know at Duke, what that translated to was an incredible building boom. And you could see this when you walk around the country. Hospitals have been building like crazy, building new facilities, new cancer centers. All of underlying all this is the hopes that the new facilities will attract more commercial pay patients to that particular institution. And the result of that building boom is actually the cost of providing care has gotten more expensive. And so over time, this dynamic is not that the public payers are being less generous necessarily over time. It's just the hospital's strategy of pursuing the commercial pay patients has led them to increase their cost of providing care. So Robinson's data out of California suggests that where you have competitive markets, hospitals still make more money off commercial patients than public patients, but they're actually able to break even on Medicare, and it's only in the consolidated markets that they lose money on Medicare. And so I would, I'd like to argue that the idea of the cost of healthcare and the difference between public and payers is a dynamic response to the market. It's not a cross-section, it's not a static. This is a policy that hospitals have been pursuing for over a decade now, and we're just seeing the implications of it. So right after I published this paper, I got a call from an affiliated person here at Stanford who used to run Aetna, who said I was wildly underestimating the differences between the public and the private payments, and that the hospitals were charging much more for the commercial pay patients. And again, these data that in this graph here that says payments, this is data from the hospitals themselves. So the next couple of slides come from the RAND Corporation that just released a nice report earlier this year looking at actual claims paid for commercial health plans. And so if you look at the hospital services chart, you'll see relative prices of hospital systems, including Vermont, Vermont. I'll show you in a couple other diagrams. But basically, relative prices for hospital care compared to other states. The state didn't come out in this. Let's just skip to the hospital inpatient service where we could see Vermont. And relative prices for hospital inpatient care compared to Medicare payments for hospital. And so Vermont, the actual payments are above the 145% I showed. They really run, looks like they run from 150 to 250% of Medicare. So for inpatient care, Vermont's in range with a bunch of other states, but much higher than what the hospitals were reporting as their commercial, as the commercial rate. On the hospital outpatient side, hospital outpatient.
I have a question. Colorado,
Sure.
I'm having a hard time interpreting all these circles. Well, what is happening in Colorado?
So the circle is kind of proportionate. It's supposed to represent the proportion of patients going to that hospital. So the big circle would be like Denver, and the little circles would be like Colorado Springs or something like that.
Oh, yeah, look at New Hampshire to our east. This comes from Dr. White and Dr. Whaley's RAND article. Yeah.
Yeah. And this whole report's available online. But you know, a lot of care is now moving outpatient, and the story I told earlier is that when the hospital acquires a physician practice, it now becomes a hospital outpatient clinic. Cancer care, a lot of that's provided in hospital outpatient settings. And so the next graphic is Vermont looking now on the outpatient services, and what you can see is even higher prices for outpatient services, you know, up to 400% of Medicare across the state. So, you know, compared to the American Hospital Association data that said it was 145%, looks to be actually quite a bit higher for commercial payers in Vermont.
I don't want to open up a whole another discussion, but were prescription drugs controlled for in any of this data?
This wouldn't be prescription drugs, but what this would be outpatient physician-administered drugs like cancer chemotherapy.
Right. Okay.
And again, this is just relative to, so a very high-priced drug, Medicare would pay a very high price.
Right.
What happens is the hospital marks it up even more.
Okay, thank you.
So, so in our call the other day, really what I wanted to discuss is this difference between the prices available to commercial markets in the private market and the public market, and this idea that there's been this dynamic trend over time, a lot of it driven by the consolidation of the hospital systems, a lot of it driven by acquisition of the hospital of physician practices by hospitals. And so that, to me, that's kind of the major motivating story to, like, the request that you all have to understand, how do your Medicare payments fit in the overall context. I also think, at least in talks with other states, you need to remember that the state employee health plan is actually a commercial plan. So these inflated commercial prices are what you're seeing on the state employee health plan side. And several states, North Carolina, the state treasurer was actually mandating a limit on fees on the inpatient, outpatient side to be less. I think it was going to be around 175% of Medicare rather than 400% of Medicare.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, one of the things, a couple of states.
Dr. Shulman, can you repeat what you just said about the 175%? In other words, capping fees at a certain percentage of Medicare.
Yeah, so a couple of states are realizing that they're paying for both, they're responsible for paying for Medicaid, and they're also responsible for paying for the state employee health plan. And why are they paying two different rates? And so why would you, so Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina is going to be paying these commercial rates, but you have a much better price through Medicaid. And so is there something you could do to say, look, we're running two different healthcare programs that makes no sense where we have dramatically different prices. And so I think it was Montana that started this. And then just saying the state employee health plan is not going to be paying commercial rates anymore and put a cap on the rates they would pay. And there's a fight in North Carolina about this. The state treasurer came out and said they were going to cap a state employee health plan payment.
Thank you.
Let me see if there are any questions. And I'm going to talk about three different, where do we go from here? Three different ideas of things that you can consider to try and address the situation over time. I know you're working on changing the payment structure in general, but part of this, the underlying lesion here, I would argue, is kind of this consolidation strategy on the part of hospitals and their behavior to continually work to increase the cost of care.
Dr. Shulman, we have a question for you.
Yeah, I think you invited a question, so
yeah.
And forgive me, I may be blurring the previous presentation we had with yours, but as I look at the data in terms of what we're paying the hospitals with our public payers, I'm inclined to think that if you have a significant cohort of patients, Medicare, who I'll assume are heavy utilizers and consumers of healthcare, that if you're underpaying them, if you're paying them at 90 plus or minus % of the cost, that one would expect the private payers, the commercial payers, to go up. Also keep in mind we're the most, as you may know, the most rapidly aging state in America, older population. So given that, I'm left to assume that it does have an impact underpayments to by public payers has an impact on the commercial payers, but from your presentation, that's not so. It's more correct. It's more a result of this leveraging that you talk about, the ability of the hospitals to leverage more from the commercial payers. Is that? I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, because it goes against what I've been raised to understand.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that very much. And frankly, I had the first couple of times I saw the cost shift, we always had a cost shift slide in any health economics talk. And the cost shift slide was always this, the public sector is underpaying, so the private sector has to pay more to make it up. And I think I'd like to argue, actually, there's no such thing. Cost is not a fixed amount. Cost is the result of a strategy, and it's something managers build into a product. GM builds cost into how they produce a car. Every product and service you have, cost is built into it. And the question is, what signals are the hospital managers responding to as they build cost into care delivery? And I would argue the cost they're responding to is their ability to exercise this enormous pressure on commercial payers. I talked a little bit about, in the call the other day, I've been doing a little bit of work in the emerging markets in India and now in Nepal, just to see what happens in worlds where we don't have insurance, where access is incredibly important problem. And in India, there are these amazing hospitals, Arvind Eye Hospital and I'm going to butcher this one, NH Hospital, I call it, Narayana Hospital, that were designed to actually lower the cost of care to provide care to the poor. Devi Shetty runs NH Hospital, and his email tagline is separating access from affluence. At his hospital, bypass surgery costs about $1,800 a case for open heart surgery. The cataract things they're doing at Arvind, we're about to do a study to try and assess the cost, but it's probably going to end up being around $30 a cataract compared to thousands here. And obviously we don't pay Indian labor rates, but the amazing thing about these hospitals is their strategy is how do I reduce the cost of care, not how do I increase it. And so they've built these hospitals as platforms to offer lower cost care, because in a cash pay market, if you can't reduce the cost, people can't get access. And so I would use that as a contrast, and I do this in class a lot, to the strategy most U.S. hospitals pursue. In one of the low-cost hospitals we looked at in India, the capital cost for a bed all in was about $25,000. The capital cost all in for the hospital, second to last hospital they built at Duke, was somewhere around $3 to $4 million a bed. So we've taken the constraints off managers in terms of their pursuit or their ability to actually not be accountable for the cost, because they can just raise the price to commercial insurers, and that's what we've seen. That's why I go back to Dielman's article that 50% of the increase in healthcare costs since 1996 have been unit price increases. And that's had this dramatic effect that reverberates throughout the market.
Thank you. We're on potential approaches, I think.
Yeah, so in our discussions, I want to talk about 3 different ideas that you might want to consider. The first is, how do we change the strategy of these systems? And is there any opportunity to do so, especially since part of this is the University of Vermont Health System, I'm assuming. The second is, are there ways to reduce administrative costs? We have this national debate right now about administrative costs, and are there things that we could do at a state level that might be an interesting model to test this? And finally, we've had an idea of how to reduce market leverage. How do I reduce this leverage over commercial payers which could dramatically force a different strategy at the hospital level. So the most basic idea is that pretty much every CEO of a hospital in this country has some kind of balanced scorecard, and their performance bonuses and compensation are directly tied to this. And what you can see is they generally have 4 buckets: quality, customer service, work culture, and finances. And depending on the hospital, each one of these buckets is weighed differently. But in general, we have a model where the hospital CEO is rewarded directly based on how much money they make. The hospital, University of Vermont, I'm sure, or the health system has reserves, they have endowments that the CEO and the board celebrate their financial performance every year. And so can we do something to actually change this? I was working a lot with the Charlotte Observer that was looking at Caroline's healthcare system that was on a pretty aggressive path to acquire practices and increase prices. And I actually asked them to ask the board why they voted to increase the cost of their own health insurance. Because the board members are made up from the local community. I would say most of the time, in terms of these 4 buckets, the board members mostly understand finance, especially if they come from a banking background, and obviously very few of the board members are going to be clinical people involved in the clinical quality process. And so this idea you have a disconnect serving as a board member of a hospital to increase the profitability of the hospital at the expense of the accessibility of people in the community is just a strategy question. So, what can we do about that? One would be to dictate what the compensation, what factors can enter into compensation in the state. The second would be to tax. If your compensation is based on profitability of a hospital, I'm going to tax that at 120%. Alternatively, think about how we set up the rights and obligations of not-for-profit systems in the state, so that they, instead of worrying about the hospital margins, they worry about access and affordability. And so I would say that this is an area that would be very interesting to pursue. I know there's a paper about hospital CEOs are very interested in patient satisfaction in this customer service piece. But one of the academic papers that came out was the reason why they're interested is the hospital CEO and the best performing practices got an extra $50,000 bonus based on the metric. And so if we change the metrics, we will change behavior. And so how to do that and how can we do that aggressively would be a very interesting question. The second is administrative costs. And so here's some work we did actually at Duke where we looked at the cost of submitting a bill. And what we found for primary care physicians at Duke, the cost of submitting a bill for a primary care visit was $20.49, which equated to about $100,000 per primary care doctor per year. We're doing some follow-up work right now outside the United States to try and understand administrative costs. And it looks like administrative costs are going to be lower in every country we're looking at, whether it's a single-payer system or a private multi-payer system. And so the solution is not just a single payer to reduce administrative costs, but what is required is actually to decrease the complexity of the payment models, the payment mechanisms. And so actually, since our call, I had another call with policymakers here in California, and they're desperate for new proposals. And one of the things we talked about is, can we actually simplify contracts, administrative contracts on the back end of healthcare, so that we don't have such complexity in the system that it costs $20 to submit a bill. And so I think there's a big opportunity to do that. We've been talking about this since HIPAA was implemented in 1996. But I think everything's so tactile, tangible in Vermont, and you already had some waivers from CMS. It could be a good place to begin to experiment with not necessarily a single payer system, but a single contract or a limited set of contracts, especially between health plans and providers. We're building a market right now, model right now to try and understand how much of an impact this can have. But I think simplifying contracts and simplifying the number of contracts that are circulating in the state would potentially reduce some of these costs pretty significantly. So this 14.5% for primary care visits compares to about 2% when you use your credit card. So to me, that 12% is the opportunity here. And then finally, I want to talk about this market leverage strategy. We talked a lot about the fact that consolidation has led to increased prices because hospitals have leverage over health plans. And one of the questions I've asked with a bunch of the health lawyers around here is, why do they have leverage? And so one of the things this boils down to, we think one of the things it boils down to is this idea of hospital charges. So if I sent you all a bill for 45 minutes for consulting services today, for our time together, and I sent you a bill for $100,000, you all would laugh, and I'd be able to hear the laughs all the way across the country even without the telephone. But if I put on my white coat and send you a bill for $100,000 for an out-of-network service, all of a sudden I'm entitled to that money, and that makes no sense. And so we looked at this, and at the state court level, obviously hospitals, for out-of-network services in general, hospitals don't tell you what the cost is going to be before you receive services. They don't negotiate a contract with you. And this is to their advantage. Actually, in other countries they do. But the hospital will then bill you for out-of-network services, and they bill you under a legal theory of implied contracts. So the court is supposed to determine the terms that the two parties didn't negotiate directly, and specifically for compensation, the court's supposed to impute the market price for whatever the service is. And the problem in healthcare, we don't have any prices anywhere, and so nobody knows what the market price is. And so some of the times the hospital is going to be well represented by a very expensive law firm, and they're going to come in and say, we can't figure out what the market price is, but here's our charges. And charges is kind of the list price of a car. It's a number that the hospital makes up. It's not in relationship to anything. Charges used to be 2 times hospital cost or 3 times hospital cost. They could be as much as 10 times hospital cost. There's some relationship of hospital charges to Medicare outlier payments, but in general, there's no economic constraints on them. There's not even a definition of what a charge is. But some of the times, the hospitals say, well, we can't, I should say, whoever's the out-of-network person says, well, I don't know what the market price is, but it can't be that. It can't be the list price. And it's up to the judge to decide who's right. Some of the times, a lot of times they decide with the hospital, and some of the times they decide with the out-of-network patient. The place where this has been most abused and most publicized recently is in the case of air ambulances, where not only is this occurring, where almost all air ambulances are out-of-network, so there's no contract and they could charge whatever they want for out-of-network services, but the air ambulances have used the federal Airline Deregulation Act to actually get themselves certified as air carriers and exempt from state regulation. So they can literally charge whatever they want. But it's all predicated on them going to court and having the judge determine that the market price is charges. On the hospital side, in general, these negotiations start with the health plan coming in and saying, well, we need a good price from you this year. And the hospital turns around and says, well, we don't like that price. Here are our charges. And so, you know, if you don't give us the price we want, that's fine. And when your patients come to us, they'll be out of network and they'll be subject to full charges. And so, you know, the hospital can use that as leverage to get a higher commercial payment rate. If in fact charges were not a real concept, if we actually moved back to a different definition of market price, move market price away from charges, then hospitals would not have this leverage in terms of private negotiation. And again, for out-of-network care, there are, in North Carolina, there were huge games where people were deciding to stay in network or out of network based on whichever pathway. You've seen, I don't know what's going on in Vermont with surprise bills, but that's all related to charges. Like surgical assistants that say they're out of network, or emergency room providers that are out of network and hit patients up for charges. So we think there's an opportunity to actually define for the state, for any, what the market price is. And administratively, this would require us really a very simple fix, which is appoint a special magistrate to the courts to determine the market price. And that would undermine dramatically the impact of hospital charges on cost in the state. Lamar Alexander has got a surprise bill, was doing a markup of a surprise bill and came back to something similar to this in terms of a fee schedule. Just pick a number, 175% of Medicare or 200% of Medicare, which is another way of doing this. But obviously with things going on in Washington, that may or may not see the light of day. But I think that, to my knowledge, no state has really tried to address charges, directly, and that would be a huge opportunity for you all to consider.
Thank you. We do have I think it's going to be our last question. I'm looking at your PowerPoint and I'm thinking that you've reached the end of your presentation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we have Senator Kitchell with a question.
We're a rural state, and when you came from Carolinas, they have lots of rural areas. We talk about hospitals, but we have great variation in hospitals. We obviously have our teaching hospital, but then rural parts of the state have a very different small hospital, critical access. And when you're talking about different policies, do we have to be careful around our strategies so that what might make sense for a very large hospital might in fact have a detrimental impact in terms of access to care in more rural areas of the state? In other words, we have to be a little more, I don't want to use the term surgical, but discriminate in a positive way, depending on the nature of the hospital and location and size.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've driven through Vermont a lot of times. It's really beautiful. And
you went to school at Dartmouth, I understand.
Yeah, yeah.
And Chris Kohler says hello.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a very small world.
So I would say there's kind of two things. So one is the issues with rural hospitals actually have a lot to do with this consolidation strategy, because the way that this makes sense for the large hospitals is to take all the attractive surgical procedures out of the rural, we call it hub and spoke strategy. So take the profitable services away from the local hospitals and bring them back to the large urban teaching hospital. And this was happening in North Carolina too. At some level, this is a good thing from quality perspective, because we'd rather you get your total joint replacement. A hospital does hundreds of them rather than a smaller number. And it's been increasingly hard to attract specialist doctors to rural areas as medicine's gotten more complex. So some of these trends that are happening on rural hospitals are results of these strategies from the larger healthcare systems. And so it's irrespective of payment, but there's no question that some of these payment changes could hurt the critical access hospitals. If they're really working off charges to balance their books, then that's a big problem. So I think I'd probably want to drill down and look specifically, at the specific hospitals. So, and whether or not they have a relationship. I mean, a lot of them are probably owned by Dartmouth or Vermont anyway. So it's a decision that those managers are making whether or not that hospital stays open. But I would say, I mean, I think that's an issue no matter what, whether we change payment or not. The strategies that the hospitals are pursuing and the way medicine's going is impacting those rural care.
Thank you. I think that's good. Thank you very much for bringing your expertise to us. We can't wait to get the bill. Right. Well, don't send the bill right away.
Don't put your white coat on.
Okay. Not in that much trouble, are you?
No. Not at all. It's been a fascinating discussion. For the record, Kevin Mullen from Fremont Care Board.
Robin Munn, member of the Care Board.
And I asked Robin to join me because she has a unique historical perspective of the negotiations for the waiver and especially the DSR dollars. And so I think it's important that we look back and talk about what happened at the time of the negotiations. And even if you look back in the minutes of Green Mountain Care Board meetings, the dean of the Green Mountain Care Board now is quoted at the time of the vote on whether or not to enter into the agreement as one of the compelling reasons for the vote was the possibility of accessing up to $200 million in delivery system reform dollars and leveraging those federal dollars to try to help transform Vermont away from what many people saw as a broken system of care with fee-for-service and so on. So, does everybody have our?
We have your PowerPoint, we have your letter in response to questions, and your original letter and the reply from the governor. We have it all.
So a lot of what your question seemed to imply is why should the Green Mountain Care Board come forward now and talk about delivery system reform dollars and Medicaid dollars? And I just want to point out that this chart here shows 118 hospitals across the United States that have closed since 2010. And what we're seeing in Vermont kind of is a little bit symbolic of that as well. We currently have a half dozen hospitals that have negative operating margins. And unlike many parts of the country, we don't have for-profit hospitals. We don't have hospitals competing in the same health service area for business. Some people have said that we have too many hospitals in Vermont, but that's not the question that the Green Mountain Care Board has entertained. And you always ask yourself the question is, if you were to design a system today, would you design it the way it is? And I think whenever you ask that question, the answer is usually no, you wouldn't design it the way it is. And that's true in healthcare, it's true in education, it's true in just about everything. So, looking back over time, this chart here shows the growth of the costs of healthcare in Vermont. And you can see that 25 years ago, we were between 11 and 12% of our state's gross domestic product was spent on healthcare. And that was growing rapidly. And you saw huge growth not only in the hospital side of the equation, but also in insurance rate increases, and there was a number of years in a row where there was significant double-digit rate growth. And so Vermont in 2011 passed Act 48 and tried to begin to bend the cost curve. Nobody ever thought that it was going to decline, but if we could bend the rate of growth, then we were moving in the right direction. We've gotten over 19% of our GDP was spent on healthcare, and we were about 2.1 to 2.2% more expensive as a percentage of our state's economy than the rest of the country.
So can I want to interrupt you very briefly because we want to make sure that we get to your response to the questions that we set regarding $13.1 million. Okay.
And Janet just asked me, Anna has it, the House members, it's in the packet in terms of the correspondence,
The letters and the replies.
yes. So,
Want to be sure everybody
which is the genesis of what we felt we needed to meet because there are very significant policy and fiscal implications with the decisions that we have. And I see people around the room who are obviously concerned that if we were to simply use all our available money to move to the hospitals, then what does that mean for long-term care and mental health, primary care? And so that gets into potential decisions that we are going to make in the upcoming session.
Absolutely.
And everything's like a balloon, and if you push on one side, it's going to pop out on the other. And I know that one of the arguments has been that there have been a number of downstream investments that have been made that should, over time, lower the costs of care. And
you talk about prevention?
If you look at the governor's response to the letter, he talked about investments in things like the designated agencies and things like that.
Right.
And if it was totally new dollars, that might be a very positive net effect on the system. But at the same time, for example, the dish payments were reduced from over 37 million to 22 point something million. At the same time, the divider tax has gone up.
So I want to interrupt you,
Yep.
Chair Mullen. We appreciate everything you're saying, but we would like to have some understanding of how it is that the board came to make the decision about investing additional $3.1 million, which, as Senator Kitchell has alluded to, does put some pressure on our cap, global commitment cap.
So the board didn't come to a specific conclusion about any monetary amount. What the letter was in fact asking for was trying to get more dollars into the system. Delivery system reform could be significantly more than the figure that you're using. But I think the 13.1 that you're probably referring to is the 13.1 million in this year's One Care budget, or are you talking about the 13.1 in Vicki Lohner's letter that in response to your questions is the amount that they came to as far as what the investments have been to date? It's not...
Well, we weren't totally clear. We thought that there were two things, one of which was we needed to, the state needed to put more into the delivery system reform. And then the other part was we needed to increase Medicaid reimbursement as a technique to reduce the cost shift and therefore reduce private pay premiums. So there were two fiscal pieces. And so what we're trying to figure out, well, if in fact more money was needed for delivery system reform, what is that plan for what those what the elements would be, what would be the estimated time frame for the different components to kick in, what would be the money that would be attached, and how does it complement, and the other thing we want to be careful as we're developing is what's already in place and how do we build on it, not that we're going to overlay it within the ACO. So it was like when we got the letter was, well, somehow if we had given more, it would have made a difference in terms of what we had for delivery system reform. And we were like saying, well, then tell us what that delay actually meant in very concrete terms. That's what we're struggling with, is what are the implications of funding, and then we have to put it in the context.
So in our response to your questions, if you look at the final attachment, it's Appendix 1 of the agreement that was the waiver that was negotiated in 2016, correct? Right. And that gives you a whole laundry list of what delivery system reform dollars could be invested in based on the negotiations that occurred with Washington at the time. You may want to jump in here.
But he's answering the question, what else would it have been used for?
This is from a state's waiver negotiation.
Yes.
I was referring to what would be the ACO's plan of reforms that they would want to put in place.
What would the money be used for?
Yes, it was that.
So let me jump in. So the constraints around what the ACO could use are included in that appendix, because that is what the administration and the federal government would need to work together on in order to get approval for the delivery system reform investments. So that list provides really the guardrails around it. We are currently in the middle of the ACO budget process, so as Kevin said, we have not made any decisions on that. We would not typically approve or disapprove a line item for delivery system reform investments. What we would do is a programmatic review about their care model, population health investments that they were interested in doing. We would look at whether they were continuing old investments, what were the new investments, and we would be then comparing that to the criteria in Act 113, which requires the ACO to invest in population health, to look at the continuum of care, all those sorts of things. So I think the genesis of Chair Mullen's letter was to indicate that given some situations that we've seen in our regulatory processes, now would be a good time to think about how to use those delivery system reform investments in a more robust way. The intent behind those investments were to provide one-time startup funds to allow for really a jump start on innovation at the provider level. I think we as a state, since the Blueprint for Health, have been moving forward in delivery system reform using 3 tenets. Payment reform is necessary but not sufficient. In addition to payment reform, you also need to invest in provider readiness and provider innovation, because payment reform alone is not necessarily enough, given that the state has 8 critical access hospitals. So our hospital system, unlike most urban areas, but not unlike many rural areas, is largely a critical access hospital system. And that system means that there are resource constraints at the hospital level in terms of the staffing or the expertise to jumpstart that. So I don't think that anybody on the board was trying to dictate either to the administration or to the legislature that certain things should be funded. However,
in fact, the administration would have to negotiate with Washington to get approval, since they are part of that match. So
right, but I think the kinds of things that we are currently seeing in the budget, and we can't really speak to the budget in too much detail because we're in the middle of a regulatory process and that would not be proper. But we can certainly tell you what we've received for information. Is investments like in LaMoille County, the Dulce program, which invests in babies and parents through a program that wraps around. You're probably both familiar with the Dulce program. That's a new investment from last year that would be continued and spread throughout the state in
which shows what we're seeing as a trend. And I would say before this year, I would not have called it a trend because we really only had 1 year of actual data. At this point, we have 2 years of actual data and a projection for fiscal year 19, and that's indicating...
Is that this?
Yes. So the hospitals with the red are those hospitals that are losing money, and you can see that for the most part now, they've been losing money in their actuals in fiscal year 17 and 18, and several of them are projected in 19. We'll get the actuals for 19. So I think the why now question is that we're starting to see that the combination of a number of different factors are starting to hit particularly the smaller hospitals, although Brattleboro in the scheme of things is not the smallest, and that is starting to have a trend of negative financial margins.
If you did a comparative analysis, just based on what we heard earlier of public versus private payment and negotiated payments to some of the hospitals in red, would we find that there are lower reimbursement rates from the private insurers?
So if you turn to the next page, I can talk about how it works in Vermont for hospitals in our regulatory process. So in Vermont, the Green Mountain Care Board approved a maximum charge for commercial payers that the hospital can negotiate. The hospital can negotiate something less than that amount, but the hospital cannot be paid more than the increase in charge. Now, as your last speaker indicated, when it's a critical access hospital, inpatient and outpatient services are being paid on a percentage of charge. So there is a relationship for critical access hospitals between percentage of charge and actual reimbursement. So and one of the things you can see in this chart is over the last 3 years and into next fiscal year, the board has been setting the maximum charge percent increase below the rate of inflation for commercial charges. So what we see in the hospital budget process is we look at net patient revenue, which is the amount of growth in revenue that the hospital would like to attain. We look at their operating expenses, so that would be their actual, how much are they paying in salaries at the aggregate level, and all the different hospital costs. We look at the operating margin. And then we take that NPR and we break it into reimbursement and utilization. And on the reimbursement side, we look at how much of the budget the hospital would like to receive from reimbursement. We then look at their Medicare and Medicaid assumptions. Medicare this past year was about 1% increase that was estimated. Medicaid, most hospitals estimated that at 0. And then you can see the math where they back into their commercial rate ask based on the assumptions in terms of how much of their reimbursement is going to come from public payers into the private payers. Now that's obviously impacted by payer mix. In Vermont, our payer mix is actually more than a third. It's closer to 46%, I think, statewide is public payers. And then what we will do is since we're usually looking to push down NPR, that's a way of constraining revenue. So your first speaker talked about a revenue-constrained environment. In Vermont, we constrain revenues through the hospital budget process by setting an NPR target. And then also part of that is pushing down on the commercial charges, because obviously we see those commercial charges back in the rate review process the following year. So I think one thing that's important to recognize is that we have been pushing commercial charge increases below the rate of inflation since 2017. And we know also that Medicare and Medicaid are not necessarily keeping up with inflation. So I think the hospitals have been in a resource-constrained environment for the past few years. One other thing,
the data that we saw from Dr. I forgot which one, indicated that Medicare and Medicaid were keeping up with inflation.
And that's the national data. I think you have to look at that compared to what I would want to see is have a line for critical access hospitals. Because unlike most other states, rural states I think you could compare us to, but Boston doesn't have the critical access hospitals use a hospital in order to make basically drive times to the ER work for the population. So you could look at, different ways of designating it, but at least today, the way Medicare looks at it is the critical access hospital status.
So I was trying to connect a similar question between some of what we just heard, and that was the Vermont-specific, rate of increase where the line keeps going up, and this line goes down, and this one goes up. And it's
They're measuring different things.
Hospitals are just a percentage of your overall healthcare spending.
Well, this is per inpatient. This is inpatient stay.
Right, and this is charges, commercial charges across inpatient and outpatient. And it's not per stay, it's aggregate.
So does that mean?
We've also seen one of the largest cost drivers as we look at rate review being out-of-state hospital expenses. It's snowbirds, it's, you would think naturally Dartmouth, but it's also Albany, it's Boston. Those are outside of the controls that we as a regulatory body have. And then some of the other big cost drivers we wish we could go after. So, for example, specialty drugs, 7.9%. That those are great drugs if you're battling the diseases that they're meant to cure, but they're very costly. And that's if you take a look at the actual trend for in-state hospital costs that are part of the rates, it's a very small amount.
And we actually have that information from the rate review that we can provide you the percentages. We are now, one of the things that we've been doing in our regulatory alignment work is to connect the rate review process more tightly with the hospital budget process. And so we have our actuaries look at the hospital budget decisions as well as the enforcement decisions. So one of the areas in the hospital budget process that has changed, I think, rather significantly over the last few years is prior to the board, hospital budgets were not enforced. So if a hospital exceeded their budget, they exceeded their budget. The board has been largely enforcing hospital budgets by cutting commercial charges. And I know those of you in Loyal County will have heard from your hospital about this on several occasions because they were not happy when they exceeded their budget and we cut their charges. But I think that is the way, and we have been trying to ensure that the hospital budget process acts like a virtual, I think of it as a virtual global budget.
Is it your position that if hospital Medicaid rates increase, you have the authority and tools to reduce private commercial rates?
Yes, as long as something else wasn't reduced on them.
Yeah.
And as long as we got it, I would want, personally, I can't speak for Kevin or anybody else on the board, but I would want data from DEVA that indicated their estimates of the impact on the hospitals. So, for example, this past year, I learned that Medicaid had done a modest critical access hospital increase. I emailed someone I know at DEVA and asked them if they could provide that impact by hospital, and then I took that back and I compared it to the charge request. I asked the hospital how much that would impact them. It was the hospitals that were already in the red, so I didn't end up proposing a change, but I would certainly propose a change if the hospital wasn't, really negative. But yes.
I'm trying to take this conversation and align it with the direction we're going with the ACO. Because we seem to be focusing on hospitals, but in reality, hospitals are part of that per enrollee payment that's being made. And so we have made investments on primary care. So, and we have made investments certainly in mental health. So much of what influences care is beyond hospitals. So how do you see this more hospital-centric? In other words, part of me is like saying, well, once the ACO gets into place, they're going to be negotiating. They're going to be able to, theoretically, assuming that we let that process work, or maybe
describing between all the different players. I mean, you can't be successful
No, I guess my
controlling
question was-
population health if you're not doing that care coordination with all the community players.
Well, that would argue who's participating in the delivery system reform? Medicare, Medicaid, and hospitals?
DEVA.
Well, that's Medicaid. So are there other payer, it's an all-payer model?
So the hospitals have borne a disproportionate share of the costs of the reformation.
What I would say is that,
But this isn't really what I'm concerned about. What I was concerned about was when you get into a different payment structure, the extent to which those investments and where money has gone in addition within Medicaid, would in fact go into that negotiated payment, and then the ACO would be negotiating the reimbursement with hospitals and the other providers that are in those services that are included in that. And I'm just wondering, how does that change the discussion about being quite so hospital-centric? I guess that's my question.
It goes directly to some of the legislation that we passed more recently than 113, but certainly in 113 has that context as well for our designated agencies and others to become more engaged and involved in a continuum of care. But you don't have authority over.
right, part of why we're focused on hospitals is because that's the part of the system that we see in a lot of depth. But I think part of what we're seeing is we are seeing in the ACO system redistribution.
And you have regulatory over that.
Yes, and we are seeing, I think, redistribution. But what we're also seeing is that we're at a critical time where we're going to start to see hospitals pulling out of the model because they can't afford to be in the model. And I think that that's, quite frankly, short-sighted. But because I think that delivery system reform is the way that will get hospitals through what are really national pressures around Medicare, sequestration, and those sorts of cuts that are causing a lot of the financial distress. But when we have hospital system in distress, a voluntary provider model, and a redistributive effect from hospitals to other providers, we're kind of at a sensitive spot right now, which is, I think, goes back to why we wanted to raise that kind of dynamic that's happening to those of you who actually have authority over the funding stream of delivery system reform investment. So I think from where we sit, we've been seeing a critical time coming. We're just now getting trends. It seemed appropriate to bring that to people's attention. But I agree with you, Senator Kitchell, that we are starting to see that redistribution, and I do think that that will change the dynamics.
Thank you. I'm very aware of our time. I think that was a good place to bring some closure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that you, especially Representative Hanson, you were asking a question about research articles. Elena Barabee from the Vermont Care Board will email you a whole bunch of different articles on cost shift, whether it exists, whether it doesn't. It's a
Are they all
fascinating
from the
discussion.
hospital association?
What's that?
Are they all done by the hospital?
Not all of them.
Okay. We like disinterested objective. Not just the hospital association, is it?
So for the record, Vicki Boner, CEO, One Care Vermont, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come discussion with you today. Just for a little level set, and I'm just going to let you ask me a bunch of questions, and I'm here to answer them, is One Care Vermont is an accountable care organization. Under the All Care ACO agreement, we are essentially the vehicle or the mechanism for which this change could be effectuated. The provider delivery system, I think as you've heard around the room today, welcomes this opportunity because currently the fee-for-service system is not sustainable for hospitals, it's not sustainable for our home health agencies, for our designated mental health agencies, and so we're really embracing this level of change that starts to reward the delivery system for those prevention efforts, for keeping people well. And I would say, as a nurse of 26 years, this is why I went into this work, is to really make a difference in the health and welfare of Vermonters, and this is what this is all about, as well as helping people to be able to still continue to have health insurance, because it is a very valuable thing for people to be able to have. I would say we're at a critical juncture with all of our partners in that this is technically year 2 of the model. So if you think about it, year 0, which they called it, was 2017. And that was the opportunity for the provider community to come together and start to test what payment reform would look like, to really put into place the processes and procedures to deliver on some of the flexibilities that the waiver offers, such as the skilled nursing waiver and the other benefit enhancements, to make sure that we had a decent foundation to work from, and also to test whether or not the provider delivery system would be able to work in this manner together. And in 2017, that was for brave communities and providers from throughout the state that signed up to do this. And in 2018, we moved to a system that Medicaid was our first great partner to start with, and then looking to partner with Medicare, which is also a good partner, but they're very far away from us, and they have very different rules, and it's harder to have discussions with them about the way that things need to operate. And Blue Cross Blue Shield for the QHP program, we really need to move into more payers. I think that was one of the questions that came up, is we don't have the majority of self-insured business in Vermont. That's a significant portion to get to the all-payer scale model. We've been working with Blue Cross Blue Shield very diligently to be able to move to that, to be able to offer better health and integration across the network to participants. And we need to have partners like MVP who have decided to come to the table and have this conversation with us. And it'll also require some of the larger payers that perhaps have a more national position and have proprietary rules and regulations that may not, they may not want to participate in such a model. So those are the balances and challenges that we face. Up to this point, the delivery system, and I say the hospital is the main investor in this, and this is not to say that Medicaid has made significant investments in piloting and supporting this program, but the hospital system has invested about $50 million to date, and that's to provide support to primary care, to provide funding to the Blueprint for Health, which would have otherwise sunsetted absent the ACO as the vehicle, supports and services at home, mental health agencies, and programs like Rise Vermont and Say. So with that, I'm going to let you ask.
Maybe before you jump, give us the podium, can you just talk a little bit about the delivery system reform request that is in the budget and that did come up?
Thank you.
And
So
that is our concern.
yes. And you know, I apologize. Sometimes when you answer a question, it's really not a question that was being asked, and so you don't answer it in the right manner. So to get to the $13.1 million, what it is and what it isn't. When we answer the question, what we try to think about is what were we able to do differently as a delivery system because of this program. So one of the things that we were able to do differently is every year when we contract with Medicaid or DEVA, we look at what our overall budget should be. And right now that's based on historical fee-for-service claims. But we look at what our budget should be for the year. The actuaries come in, they certify that budget. So I'm a clinician, not a finance person, so I'm going to do like real simple numbers right now. So let's say our budget is $100 for the lives. And that includes all previous fee-for-service payments that were rendered for individuals that are going to be participating in the program. What we did is we said, okay, if it's normally $100, we as the ACO want to invest some of our own money to pay for care coordination services, because that's not something that's normally rendered through a claim. Care coordination services aren't normally. So we said we want to take a portion of that money and say that we're going to support care coordination efforts out in the community, because evidence has shown that better care coordination will actually reduce the overall cost of care. So that's a good, feels like a safe bet to us. So what we're going to do is the care coordination money, we're going to flow out to the home health agencies, the designated mental health agencies, and primary care to really come in with a patient to provide them the care and services that they need. So out of the $13.1 million that you saw in there, what that was OneCare saying, of our total projected budget, we're going to invest $5.3 million of that money into care coordination services. So kind of exchange, right, instead of a fee-for-service. So that doesn't require the state to give us $5.3 million. That says that is what we're going to use as a system out of our budget to invest in care coordination services. Does that make sense?
So that's existing money.
It's existing money, so we're not asking you for new money for that piece.
But you are asking.
We are asking for new money, but not for the 5.3. So of the new money that we're looking for, that we've been talking with DEVA about, are those activities that we really feel like will address some of the evaluation criteria of the LCARE model. Access, chronic care management, suicide prevention because of mental health and substance use. And so of that, what we're saying is we would like to have $6 million, and when I say $6 million, think about it as a 50-50, so about $3 million in state match for new programs. So those new programs would be things like taking the longitudinal care project that the home health did in Chittenden County that really showed some real cost and quality effects, and expanding that on a larger scale. Looking at things like embedding pharmacists in with primary care practices to do clinical and pharmacology management to support their chronic illness so that they don't end up in the hospital again. Really looking at some of the mental health and working with the designated mental health agencies. We started a contract this year where we would embed care coordinators into emergency room clinics to be able to support people when they came into the emergency room. We started small and we'd like to grow that even larger. And then there's a portion of that money, roughly 1.8, which is 900, that would fund existing things that the state has already supported. So that's primarily Rise Vermont. So that's a primary prevention program that really looks to provide individual communities with some provide grant supports and services that focus on overall wellness. So think about small tests of change. If you have snowshoes available to you in your community, you're more able to get out and recreate, and that leads to overall better health. If you're able to have mindfulness, I loved it when my daughter was 10 and she came home and talked to me about mindfulness activities, because I think they're so important, and learn that at a younger age, extremely valuable. So those type of small tests of change and activities that allows the community to really be the healthiest people that they can be. So those are some examples of funding that we would carry forward. So all in all, it's about $3.9 million in state funding that we're looking for.
3.9.
3.9.
I have a question, and it gets into actually an article I read that some of the chronic care initiatives, the results have been disappointing. In concept, everybody says, yeah, that makes sense. And so how they're executed seems to make a critical difference in terms of what you have for outcome in terms of health and in terms of cost or utilization. So the models that you're selecting, out of those models that are out there, where Wagner was actually one of the authors of an article, and it said the outcomes have been somewhat mixed and disappointing. I'm just, when you're talking about how you're making investments, how do you ever come back and say, gee, that was mixed or that was disappointing? Because it's really
I would add to that, how do you make the decision that this is the program you want?
Well, that's first, and then how do you evaluate?
Establish your benchmarks, and then how do you gather the
And
data?
you execute it.
And are you, and what input in terms of that, how do you make a choice with things that are going on in Vermont elsewhere that seem to be a total disconnect with what you're doing? When there's major work being done in a certain area, and then you go off and want to invest in a particular pilot that doesn't connect with what?
So I'm going to just take care coordination because that's an easy first example. When we thought about where we wanted some of our initial investments to be in, we thought about chronic care management, right, as an opportunity to really bring primary care and the community care system together to better support people where they're at. And so the blueprint had started some foundational work, primarily in the primary care medical offices, and was not fully spread to the full care continuum. So what we did was we worked with the Blueprint for Health, we worked with the Medicaid offices, we worked with our own health agencies, we worked with our designated mental health agencies, area agencies on aging, and said we'd like to put together a team support model where all of the parts of the system would be working together instead of in their separate silos to really support individuals with their care needs for those that are what we call high and very high risk. And so I think about those being some of your most vulnerable Vermonters that really require some multiple supports in order to stay healthy. So we work together with the delivery system who has the greatest expertise at this and said, this is what we're thinking about, let's look at the evidence, let's look at the pathways that currently exist, let's try to streamline them, get everybody on a unified platform to be able to start working together towards this. And then once we get that system in place, I'd like to think that we're a learning health system and we're consistently adjusting and making changes as the delivery system sees that things aren't working so well. So this is the first year and I'm happy to send copies to the committee. Part of our testimony in front of the Vermont Care Board was really looking at that original cohort of patients that were in the pilot in 2017 and how were they doing after having this appropriate, almost call it dose of care coordination activities in their community. And we have seen significant reductions for both Medicare and Medicaid in their overall emergency room utilization and their overall total cost of care. We're also looking at things like, are they connected for those that were managed, right, in care manager? Are they connected with a primary care physician or nurse practitioner or physician assistant? I don't want to leave anybody out. Are they appropriately connected? And the answer is yes, they are appropriately connected at rates upward of 90%. We'd like to see in the commercial business, because we haven't worked as well with them, some better engagement, because we do see in the commercial sphere that those rates are significantly lower than what they are in some of our more mature programs, which are the Medicare and the Medicaid programs.
This system. And and thinking about having established clinical protocols, but aligning, of course, with commercial payers becomes critical.
Yes.
So I think, unfortunately,
I'm
we're on
happy
the
to come
clock.
back at any time.
Oh, you'll be back.
Yeah, I know I have somebody who comes in to provide a tour or some overview, and so I would offer that to the rest of the committee. We're very welcome to having people come in and walk through the budget or answer questions, or just answer questions about OneCare in general. So.
I think it's worth noting, it's great when you say things like 95% of the people involved have, but it is still tiny numbers of people. So
It
those
is.
percentages can be a little misleading.
Well, and I think that's part of the reason why we're here today is we really need to accelerate the change, because I think you've heard that it's very difficult for the delivery system to operate and to.
So I would just say that, in closure, that don't ever tell the legislature that you want to accelerate change.
Positive change.
I know, because there's people sitting in the room who have tried to slow me down from saying that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So warm.
So I think we have the Agency of Human Services here.
Here's the agency.
The agency is the new secretary. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And are you wearing a label on a hat?
It's called white hair.
But don't worry, you're surrounded by good talent.
Yes.
No, we haven't been asking people to introduce themselves.
Oh, for the record?
Yeah.
I'll start.
Oh, good. Okay.
My name is Michael Smith. I'm the new Secretary of Human Services. I almost said administration. Secretary of Human Services for a week. And I'll allow Ina and Sarah to introduce themselves.
My name is Ina Beck. I'm the Director of Healthcare Reform in the Agency of Human Services. Hi, I'm Sarah Clark. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Agency of Human Services.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I started out the conversation this morning on this topic in this way. I was very familiar with the original 1115 global commitment waiver. I negotiated that about 14 years ago. I helped come up with the concept and negotiate that waiver. But this waiver is different in some ways, especially with the caps. And so I'm getting up to speed on this waiver. I will ask Ina and Sarah to answer your specific questions, but in general, just wanted to outline some of the aspects when you're talking about the caps under the 1115 global commitment waiver. I was trying to bring it into just one sentence, and basically what I can say in trying to bring that into one sentence, there's currently very little room in the 1115 waiver, especially with what we call the investment caps under the 1115 general global commitment waiver. We are constrained by two caps, overall growth growth cap and an investment cap. This morning I addressed the two caps, but it is suffice to say that the overall cap is becoming a constraint, but more importantly, the investment cap is near or virtually at its cap limit. Now, we hope to gain some relief with the waiver that we've applied for SMI/IMD. I'll ask these two to explain what that is. It's a mental health waiver that allows us to drop some of the expenses down into the regular Medicaid program and free up some of the cap space. That is approximately $14 million. And that would provide some relief for DSR investments. We're currently looking at what OneCare has submitted for DSR investments with the hope of hopeful that we'll get the waiver. But in essence, I mean, I brought it to one sentence. We don't have a lot of cap space.
I have one question. There's so much emphasis on population health. That's partly why public health agencies were created and exist. Do you see, and that gets back to my question about where we have investments already in place and the extent to which we are building, should we be saying, gee, rather than Department of Public Health, we should put it through the ACO? I mean, some of these community-based, are you going to have parallel kind of population health agendas? So I don't expect answers to that, but so much of what we do is sort of without really looking, are we getting the maximum utility and are we doing it in a complementary way? And I remember someone at this table referencing that relative to Rise Vermont and how that would fit relative to a lot of the work that our Department of Health is doing. So I'm only throwing it out as something that I personally see what we tend to do is overlay something else on top of what already exists rather than how do we put it together in a complementary way. So I don't expect you in your 1 week, but don't forget, you've been here before.
Yes.
But that's only one example of, when we're looking at the issue around children, dosing model. That's going to tie right back to child welfare. So, I mean, there's so many connecting issues here.
Care management. There's huge duplication of care management. It's staggering.
We'll find out.
And frankly, that's what we're looking at now when we look at the investments in the DSRs. I mean, the advanced community care coordination, the system analytics, the Rise Vermont, the mental health, looking at how this fits into an integrated system as we move forward.
Did you want to turn it to Sarah to talk about
I'm sorry.
the cap, the investment cap, the growth cap, the $14 million and how that might become available? Can you give us that insight, I think, a little bit?
Sure. I can talk a little bit about the two different caps we're talking about. So with our last waiver negotiation in 2016, there were significant changes to how the federal government treated the overall Medicaid spending cap, what we refer to as budget neutrality. And as a reminder, the federal government requires for states that have an 1115 waiver, like Vermont does, that it has to cost the federal government the same or less than it would cost them without the waiver. So our ability to spend on things like investments, including delivered system reform, is all predicated on the fact that our model actually costs the federal government less with the waiver. So in our last negotiation, the parameters surrounding our budget neutrality were made more clear to us. It also became really clear that unlike our previous methodology behind budget neutrality, we were actually getting closer to our overall Medicaid spending cap than we ever had before, for a couple of different reasons. One, previously, it was treated as a cumulative cap, so it would aggregate over 5 years, whereas now it's a single year, calendar year cap that we have to live within. Though, truth be told, it is at the end of the 5 years where it would come to pass if we surpass spending. So it is something that we now, from an overall spending perspective, we now much more closely monitor. I would say as we look at the 3 years, calendar year 18, calendar year 19, and estimates for calendar year 20, we're within 8 to 11% of our overall Medicaid spending cap. So in addition to the budget neutrality cap, we also have a sub-cap on investments, which prior to our last negotiation was really managed more from a risk corridor perspective. A best practice is we only want to spend X% on investments of our total Medicaid program. With the new waiver, CMS established firm calendar year caps on investments. So for calendar year 19, for example, the year that we're in right now, about to end in December, we have an annual cap of $138,500,000. That amount over the next 2 calendar years actually gets less. So we're estimating for the year that's about to end in December, we have about $300,000 of room left on our cap, which when you talk about $300,000 on $138.5 million, that's extremely tight. And so it is something that we are actively managing on a quarterly basis because that's when we file our federal reporting with the federal government. So for yes.
So just to be clear, delivery system reform money will have to come out of the sub-cap or whatever, the investment cap, which has a couple $100,000.
Correct.
No.
What?
No.
No.
Yes. So I need to clarify a little bit, and I hope I don't confuse folks further. So when we say delivery system reform investments, it's a very specific type of Medicaid. It's an investment Medicaid. When folks reference the $209 million, that was really potential funding supports for the all-payer model. It was not strictly investment. As a matter of fact, of the $209 million, only $27 million was targeted for delivery system reform investments. And so I think that sometimes it's complicated, and so I think sometimes it gets blended together. And so what the ACO is asking us for is actually delivery system reform investments.
And that's the $3 million, whatever.
Yes, and I believe what they're referring to when they say $3 million is the state share. Whereas we typically, that's from a state match perspective, that is what we need to concern ourselves with, but certainly at the Agency of Human Services, we're also focusing on the gross dollar, because it's the gross dollar that impacts both of our caps.
Can we get a little spreadsheet? Can we get a little spreadsheet on this?
Yes, you can.
Simple.
So it's not just to come up with a dollar.
Yes, definitely. So as we talk about the DSRs and the request, this morning's presentation to the Joint Fiscal Committee talked about the serious mental illness waiver that we are in the process of applying for. And as a matter of fact, we need to receive this waiver so that we can transition $12 million of investment spending to program to allow us the room underneath our investment cap to even be able to take on these delivery system reform investments that the ACO is requesting. So it is a contingency. I think we feel confident, as the Secretary indicated, that we will be able to negotiate for a January 2020 implementation. But it's important for everyone to understand that we need that waiver approved to be able to move forward with these investments.
So does this relate, I know that in the waiver, the all-payer waiver, there's a year 3 behavioral health and substance use disorder plan that the Green Mountain Care Board puts together. Is this money going to be used to invest in whatever that plan happens to be, based on what the legislature indicates? Or is that too? That's another.
I can take that question.
Good.
The agreement that Vermont has with the federal government requires that Vermont submit a proposal for a future agreement to include mental health, substance abuse, and long-term services and supports in the total cost of care target for growth. So that's not related necessarily to what the Accountable Care Organization provides in terms of services. It's related to the state and the federal agreement and what the state is accountable for in terms of
the all-payer.
Yes, that's the year 30. So it's the end of performance year 3, about a year from now.
Right. So, but it is definitely linked in with whatever the ACO does, since that is where our all-payer lives, with our hospitals and our commercial insurers.
That is the discussion we will have with stakeholders over the year that we have to prepare this report, including how the ACO relates to that and the state's ability to live under a broader target if the state proposes that. Again, it's a proposal. We have to propose what's best for the state of Vermont, and federal partners can choose to accept or reject our proposal. And it's really a first launch into a negotiation of a next agreement, if that's where the state wants to go.
So our choices for care got folded into our existing waiver. Is what you're talking about in terms of long-term care, system of support, et cetera, Are you talking about sort of the next version of choices for care?
I'm talking
Would
about,
that be sort of subsumed into this?
no, not, no,
No?
not, no. The all-payer contract that we have is our agreement with Medicare that allows the state of Vermont to govern Medicare's participation in the all-payer model. And that is separate from our 1115 waiver that includes choices.
Did I interrupt your flow too much?
I actually think I had wrapped up what I intended to say.
Representative Jackman.
Some Medicaid expenditures can help to reduce Medicare expenditures. So we have one program under a cap, whether it's an MCO cap or an operating cap, that might help reduce hospital readmissions, help reduce nursing home admissions, help reduce chronic care costs. CAP program, good interventions, but the Medicare reduced spending, reduced expenditures, do those inure to the feds? Do we get to capture any of those? And if you imagine a future, I'm not advocating it, I'm asking, should the state consider trying to get under that 1115 waiver, not just Medicaid, but Medicare? Can you speak to any of that?
I don't know. I can.
You were clear. That's a discussion I think I've got to sort of sit back and think what the policy implications of what you're sort of thinking through are. And right now, I just don't have enough information to do that.
That's been the historical argument.
Yes.
State ponies up the money, Medicare gets the benefit.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to try to change that dynamic. Maybe.
Other questions? Thank you. Thank all three of you. Thank everyone who's come into the day when it gets tired. Before we close shop, I think maybe a final discussion around the table would be helpful. We're right on time. This is typical of our committee. Typical of good leadership. Yes, that's right. 20 people. So Senator Kitchell is going to make sure that we get the 3 articles.
They're all right here.
Oh, terrific. And if you would like to have the article that Dr. White drew all of his data from, or do you have sufficient? And also what he said is, that one, it's a long, and it's online, so yeah.
I always look at it because I say, oh, I definitely want to read that, and I know it's not.
So I'm hoping that as a result of the discussion that we've had today, I know that in my committee we're going to be very engaged in these issues, and I'm hoping that both the House and Senate can work together. I know that the Senate and the
Chair is very
together.
Chair is very committed to the issues and working with you.
Good. This is terrific. Finance is going to be working extra.
Yeah, we're interested in health insurance and the rising costs.
Good.
All those good things that are on my list.
Well, the thing is that our healthcare reform is very much embedded in our ACO and our all-payer model, and I think that we all need to work as carefully and assiduously as we can to build a successful reform effort. And it takes everyone in this room working with us to do that. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. Anybody else?
Well, we welcome your stepping.
Yeah, I know. That was a mistake.
5:30. Any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Okay. Approval of minutes of October 23rd.
I move that we approve the minutes from October 23rd.
I second that. Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of October 23rd. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Public comment on items not on the agenda. You all look familiar enough that I don't think you're just random public. But
No, you're special.
any comments on items not on the agenda?
They painted the lines on Westminster Road today.
I noticed that. They did.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Oh, that's
Actually, I was just driving that last night thinking, man, the sheet without them.
Loving this wide lane.
Yeah. All right, so we will move on to select board items. So first is 2020 census and school district vote.
And that's me. The 2020 census will start in 2020. And Laura, I apologize, you heard the same pitch at the Putney Huddle a couple Sundays ago. It's really important that we participate in the census. I encourage you to tell anybody who asks you about it to participate. $675 billion in federal spending is determined by the census. School lunches, road projects, health care. I don't think that we will have any change in representation to Washington, D.C., but it could affect our local representation, our state senators and our state representatives. Right now we have 2 of each. If there's a significant undercounting, maybe you lose one of those. So it's really important that we participate. The procedure, the census workers are out now around town, so if you see somebody with a tablet, what they're doing is they're going out and verifying every mailing address in Putney. I can't remember, somebody up on Dusty Ridge told me that a census worker had been to her house. They will all have IDs, and we'll show it to you on request. The procedure for the census in general is each address in Putney will get 4 mailings. The first 3 mailings will say, complete your census forms online. The 4th will be the actual census forms, and there is no citizenship question that was taken off. It's just who lives in your household. If you don't respond to any of those mailings, you'll be visited by a census worker to do the count. Speaking of census workers, they're hiring. The pay is $16.50 an hour, 58 cents a mile, mileage reimbursement. There are hiring events at the Putney Library on November 11th and December 16th from 9 to 10:15 in the morning on each of those days. There'll be a census worker there who will be able to answer any questions, help you complete the online job application, because that's the only way they're accepting applications is online. The period of employment will be roughly March through the end of the summer. Full and part-time positions available, so if you know anybody who could use a little extra income, this might be a way to do it. Any questions on the census?
We, the municipality, don't have any role.
No.
Okay.
Other than it's important for grant money coming to Putney.
Right, but we don't play a role in
No,
collecting.
no, we're just a facilitator, cheerleader, more than anything. Then the other topic was the special school election, which is on November 19th. The polls will be open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. We'll vote at the fire station. There's 4 questions on modifying the Articles of Agreement that govern our unified school district. Early voting is on now. You can vote at Town Hall. You can call, email, and I can send you an absentee ballot.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
While you're still here, this is an item not on the agenda, but did you happen to touch base with VLCT about that strip of land?
I sent the request,
but
I have not heard back.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Putney Mountain Association, proposal for land. Looks like we've got
That would be me.
PMA people here.
A couple of months, I'm Pat Shields, president of the Putney Mountain Association. A couple of months ago, Ann approached us from the Conservation Commission about the possibility of Putney donating to PMA the town forest. We brought it to our board, and they were definitely in favor of that if the select board agrees. For us, we consider it a win-win for both. We're already stewarding the trails, and we've done some significant work on the trails, both in the Putney section and the Brookline section of the town forest. And I think Geordie sent you, or I know Geordie sent you, because I have a letter, a copy of the tax benefits that it would be to Putney. I would just like to add to that we're definitely open to deed restrictions, especially against development or logging. Normally, when we purchase a property, we use VHCB monies, and then they require us to put a conservation easement on the property. That now is like $20,000 an acquisition. If there was a deed restriction against development or logging, we wouldn't need to hurry to do that. It would be the same, it would, act in the same kind of thing. We would hope that Putney would continue to maintain the parking lot up there, because we don't have the equipment to do that. Other than that, I'm open to questions.
When you say it's $20,000, it costs $20,000 to get an easement in place. Do the necessary. Yeah. Okay. All right. And you guys don't do any, other than managing the trails, you really don't do any managing. You manage invasives, but you don't do any timber harvesting.
We don't do timber harvesting, no. We'd like to be open to being able to thin trees where it was necessary. We do that on the summit now. And for me, a big advantage, Geordie's gonna roll his eyes at this, is that it has a flat piece of land, and it has the potential.
The advantage of the piece that we're talking about.
It's flat enough that we could eventually do an accessible trail on it. We've been looking to do that, and we just don't have any other properties that are graded like that.
Accessible, and it would just be accessible within that property. It wouldn't give you access to.
I mean by accessible, handicap.
Yeah, no, I know, but just on that property, it wouldn't access other accessible trails that you already have exist. It would just have a section that was accessible.
There would be a section.
Yeah,
We do not have, we have
an accessible
trail.
Yeah, okay.
And I can just say that the Conservation Commission simply doesn't have the resources to do things like that. So. Plus.
Comments?
I think it's a great idea.
Questions, comments? Let's see, okay, so I would assume, if it's not, that the property would have to be surveyed. Do you know?
No, we do not do surveys prior to acquiring a property.
Do we have a survey on that?
No. Predates
the need, yeah.
We're currently doing 2 acquisitions in Dummerston, and we didn't get either of those surveyed.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just an added expense.
Right.
It's
a very big expense.
I put it, the reason that Pat is here instead of me is because I work for the
You
town
have a
also,
conflict
so
of interest, yes.
I'm here as a lister and can answer some questions,
But he did lay out some significant ways of doing it so that we wouldn't have a huge tax deficit the first year. And
just because we're in an open meeting, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
I
Because
can talk about.
we've seen the details.
Right.
Yeah, talk about just the nature of the tax, of what the
Okay, so,
what the assessed value, et cetera.
okay, so the Brookline parcel at 85 acres assessed at $104,000. And Putney currently pays tax on that and then gets reimbursed to the extent that it takes to do the Holland Hill Bennett Road maintenance. The Putney portion is $114,200 for 48.8 acres, and that's tax exempt currently.
Because
the town owns it.
Yeah. So, and neither of these are currently in current use, is that correct?
Neither is in current use.
Right.
And to be, for a property to be in current use, an application has to be in by September.
Right. So it would not be possible to do that with it for
this year.
Right.
Owner of record is, as of April, whoever owns it on April 1st is the owner of record for the following year,
Right.
and technically
And then
responsible for the taxes.
Right.
Typically, when a property transfers at closing, they work out how the taxes will be prorated or paid.
Can we talk a little bit about how the trade with Brookline works, just so we know? We're no longer going to be paying taxes to Brookline, and then we have to modify the trade for road work, that kind of thing. Do we understand that?
Yeah, so what we do with Westminster right now is we charge them every year to maintain South Windmill Hill for plowing and sanding. We could look at doing that with Brookline as well.
Okay.
So we're still plowing that side of the mountain for them, but for small fee like we do for Westminster. So that's how we could get out of that, because right now what we do is they don't pay us, but we swap for the taxes.
But we pay the taxes, don't we? And then
Yeah.
it gets reimbursed?
Yes, right.
Because we have to, they have to collect the taxes,
Right.
otherwise we'd be delinquent.
Right. Right. So we send them a check.
And then it basically just gets.
Right. It kind of washes one another.
Got it.
But on paper, that's the way we do it. We have a paper trail.
And your assumption would be that all of this would then end up in current use a year and a half or 2 years from now?
As a not-for-profit, we can put it in current use under a conservation category, and that's what we would do.
And that, I think I saw 117 an acre, is that?
No, it's the same as forestry, so it's 145 an acre.
145.
The use value appraisal number, 145 an acre is what.
So for the total parcel, did you figure out what the taxes?
It would be 145 times, for the whole thing, 133.8 acres. And then there's an adjustment with our CLA.
Right.
And I can never remember without looking at the formula if I multiply or divide.
So, but the
taxes are...
The income to the town of Putney would be very limited, but it would be back on the tax rolls.
It would be back on the tax rolls, however, what Putney Mountain would pay would be very limited, but the state hold harmless payment picks up the rest of the municipal taxes, and then the school tax. All the current use properties across the state are built into the school tax calculation.
Yeah. Okay. So there would be benefits to us, definitely, more than just a payment from Putney Mountain.
Yes, it would then receive the full tax benefit of 114,200.
Just not
the full municipal tax benefit.
Yeah. Okay. Pat, Pat, you said something about there wanting to be deed restrictions. Is that something, how would we agree on? I'm assuming I haven't seen the deed. I'm assuming there are not restrictions on the deed currently. Do we know?
The, the conservation management plan for the property has restrictions.
Right.
I don't think they're deed.
Current use.
No, the Conservation Commission management plan for the Putney Town Forest.
Oh, it does. Okay. But those aren't written into the deed.
They are not, but they could be.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would just be at the time of transfer, presumably, that would
Yes.
be something that would want to be written in there. So, I think I'm right in thinking that this is something we would take to I don't know whether we would do an Australian ballot or by article or how we would do it, but I think this would be a town meeting issue.
Yes, this one especially.
So I think we would want counsel on how, you know, whether VLCT could help us figure out what that should look like as far as an article or else.
Right.
I would think Australian ballot would be better for something like that, but I don't know.
And I was just thinking, council might also want to weigh in on the deed restrictions.
Yes.
I was the one who actually, sort of thought of that in terms of the town wanting to assure that there wouldn't be development of the land or logging for profit, although taking out some trees for other purposes as they may figure out.
Forest management.
Forest management, yeah.
Yeah.
And that way the town would have some control over the future of this piece of land, which very much is in line with what various town meetings in the past and our own management plan call for, which is that it should
Well,
be.
it wouldn't give us, the town,
But we'd have more assurance.
yes, we'd have assurance, but it wouldn't be, there would be no enforcement from the town, so that wouldn't be,
No.
I mean, deed restrictions typically only come up if there's a complaint from an abutter or, or if you were to bring it to people's attention. So I mean, are we all in agreement that this is something we should further explore? And I think we just have to see what the legalities are and what the town meeting procedure would be. But to sort of assume that we will go ahead and do that unless we hit a stumbling block and then let the voters decide.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe we require that it includes a little strip over off of.
Yeah. Is Taylor Road on the agenda?
It's next.
Okay, I'll stay for that.
So,
Thank you, Pat.
Taylor Road, town owned parcel. Thanks, Ed, thanks, Pat. So this is the parcel we encountered last night.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last time, yeah.
Well,
Taylor Road?
we've talked about it, right, but then it came up at abatement last night.
Okay.
We were talking about it.
Yeah, sorry. So we do have an interested party that would like to
So
purchase.
this is not the same parcel? This is not the same issue that we were talking about? Sorry, go ahead. Yes,
Taylor Road, off of Taylor Road.
right. There's a town-owned parcel. No,
Yeah.
this is a different,
Yeah.
sorry.
2.2 acres,
Yeah.
okay. All right, so you had asked to get a value
Yeah.
per acre.
Yeah.
So I did get that from Jordy.
Yeah.
So. So Jordy, one of those is the RPK management with the 3.3 acres.
These are,
And then
Okay.
the town parcel is 2.2 acres.
okay, so or 2.3. So that one, the town parcel is currently assessed at 17,300. But if we took what the 3 acre parcel just transferred for, it would come down to 11,500 for
per
per
acre?
guy.
Per acre?
No,
For the whole
per,
parcel?
yeah, per acre.
Per acre?
Per acre.
So that would make it more than the 17?
No,
Because
no, not per acre.
Not per acre, okay.
Wait a sec, 3 point, no.
It says per acre.
It says per acre.
Oh, it's equal to the,
Right.
Okay.
if you take the per acre value from the more expensive one and prorate it out.
Got it.
Yes.
So the total would be 11.5.
Right, but again, not per acre.
Not per
It
acre.
says per acre on this note, but that,
It's
yeah,
equal
that is
to,
confusing.
it's equal
So,
to the per acre for the adjacent.
for the
parcel.
per acre price paid
For the
for the
adjacent
price. So if somebody was arguing as, if somebody came in to grieve it, they would say, hey, I just purchased this for whatever it was,
Right.
18.6 or 19 or
Yeah.
whatever it was, and that would mean its per acre value is,
You
I
divide-
mean,
divide
whatever
that
it is,
whatever, yeah.
$5,000, and then
Yeah.
times 2.2, it'll do 11.5.
Yes.
So if we, well, who decides if we are choosing as a municipality to sell a parcel, who decides the value? Is that you guys legally, do you know, or?
We are charged with assessing at fair market value and to be fair and equitable. So,
I guess my
this
feeling.
this looks really low to me.
Well, that's
but-
what I was thinking. I mean, my feeling, if it's been at 17.3, are we doing a disservice to the taxpayers to slash the price if we're considering selling it?
That's why I was asking if it was per acre, because we already
Then it
assessed
would
that
be
a long
more.
time ago
Right.
for more than that, and it
And-
seems like other pieces of property that
and-
size are going for a lot more than that per acre.
So,
This is without going out there, this is not assessed as a buildable lot. If somebody put a house on it, the value would jump tremendously, and it should.
Right.
It should be.
And
This,
is
this
that
one
because
is
it's
not
land
either.
grade, Jordy, or?
No, it's the coding for which land schedule it comes off of. And all parcels should be coded so that they include the value of a house site
Of a building.
somewhere
Right.
on there.
Right. And 2.2
neither one-
acres would fit into that.
2 acres would fit into that. Neither one of these is coded that way. So they're coming up as they start. You ignore the building site value and you start after that. So you're starting at $7,500 an acre.
And
then with a
and
land
the
grade.
grade takes it down
Yeah.
a little bit from there.
Yeah, one of them.
Even though it has right of way, even though it's big enough lot, even though.
Yeah, so that was, that
yeah.
So-
coding predates anybody who's in the town hall at this time.
Do you know when that was, when that coding was?
I don't know if that, if at townwide reappraisal, if they change those, or if, it's difficult to know because these sheets don't go backwards in time.
Yeah.
So they may have just left it the way it was.
Yeah.
I have a sense that they did that.
And what would determine it being not a build, I mean, what's to prevent this person from purchasing it from us and then turning around and selling it as a buildable lot?
Getting somebody to pay that much, but that's the only thing. There is the only non-buildable, the only properties that don't have a deed restriction or a conservation easement that we code as non-buildable are the swamp.
Or ledge? Or-
We don't know, those don't get, the swamp downstream of Sand Hill Road.
Yeah.
Not Wilson Wetland, but
Yeah.
the privately owned
other-
one.
Yeah,
And the,
John, Penelope Adams, yeah.
yeah, the border of the Great Meadows, where it's floodplain,
Floodplain.
and it's also, there's a setback requirement from the river to where you can do anything, and that's all wooded, and even if you wanted to build on it, you wouldn't be allowed to. So that is not it's a sort of a technical restriction. So those are the only two I know of where we haven't graded them down to 0, but we've graded them down both really low because they have.
So to go back to my question, somebody could purchase this from us, turn around and sell it as a buildable lot.
Right, and my inclination as lister would be when somebody buys it to say, you know, you might buy it for this, but we're going to, because we're in the file and correcting things, we're going to correct it and grade it as a buildable lot, and the value will.
But then
Triple,
if they combine,
quadruple.
right, but then if they combine it with their other parcel.
If they're adjacent, then it stays without a buildable. You get one buildable lot per property.
Right.
In Putney. In towns where property moves very quickly, it's different, but that's how it works here.
This couldn't be reevaluated before sale?
That's what I think.
It could, if the town, if you ask us to go out and reevaluate, actually that's very simple. Because you don't mind if it goes up.
Right, no, I mean, I think that the, you know, whatever the wording was, fair and equitable, you know, I mean, if we're, I mean, we'd look pretty silly if we sold something for 11.5 and somebody, you know, cut 22 trees to make it look more accessible and turned around and sold it for 65, which is the going price for a 2-acre lot,
Yes.
correct? So.
Yes, we would be happy to go, look, it just takes the property owner asking us to go.
Do we agree that we would like the listeners to go and look?
Do we need a motion for that?
Probably should have
Yeah.
one, yeah.
I
Have a
move
what?
to,
Motion to,
I move to ask the listers to reevaluate, what is it, the lot ID number 030235. And where's the address?
There is no address, 0.
On Taylor Road.
Yeah, we can find it with,
And I second that for sure, yeah.
okay. It's been moved and seconded to do a reassessment of the property ID number 030235 in the interest of clarifying its value for sale. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I would request that the town manager just send us an email saying
We've been asked to
Okay.
do
we've
this.
been asked to do that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to sell it at a reasonable price, but again, I think it would be too bad if,
I think it'd be really good to get it back on paying taxes, but not if now we have to wait 20 years to get back what we didn't sell it for because it didn't sell for a fair value.
right,
We gotta land
exactly.
somewhere in the middle
Yeah,
and not all the way.
The,
Yeah.
yeah, and
majority.
I think we're not, yeah. I mean, the problem is we have no idea what a purchaser's intentions would be. I mean, they may just want to make a bigger lot for themselves, in which case its value is much closer to this.
Yes.
But if it's a buildable lot, and I
It would
just
still be
think that's a
a
responsible
buildable
way to
lot,
do
it
it.
just would be attached. And it would get a house site if they built a house on it.
Right.
They intend to eventually.
But on the 5 acres.
If they-
Well,
Or keep it sub, or build 2 houses on the 2
They-
different
they
lots.
could
No, he
build
only
two.
wants one house on both lots.
So,
You know, I think it gives us a starting point and then we
Right.
can
Yeah.
negotiate.
Can't hurt to get the information.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
we'll take a look, so we'll go, the listers will go.
Yeah,
Sounds
and
good.
just to throw another level on that. So I did have a second abutter call me and they're interested in the
Oh.
property too.
Okay.
So it might be good that
All
we're
the more-
getting
all the
this.
more reason.
all the more
Yeah.
reason, right.
So,
Well, I mean, part of the reason people might be looking is for exactly what we're talking about. I mean, you know, if I happened to be the abutter to a parcel that was appraised at 17 and I knew I could sell it for 50, I'd be interested too. And I'm not saying that's what's going on, but,
Right.
you know, but I
Keep
think,
somebody from building their dooryard.
Yeah.
And that's what he's trying to do, so, yeah.
So while you're still here, just last night at the abatement meeting, we abated the taxes on a piece of property, and this is not on the agenda, so I apologize, but I'll just fill you in. We abated the taxes that had been building since 2010, 2011 on a parcel that's a teeny little narrow strip that is just the right-of-way to 4 abutting properties. The woman who owns the strip has moved out of town. We're not sure where she's located, but she hasn't been paying her taxes for a long time, and we have no indication that she's going to. So it leaves this little strip in sort of an odd no man's land of, I mean, she still technically would own it, but the listers, in order for it not to keep accruing taxes, the listers, because it has no value to her, and none of the abutting, all of the abutters have a right of way, so none of them are interested in purchasing that because they don't have to, because they already have access through it, and she's not interested in paying. It seems like it was a glitch, you know, more or less the decision, and this was Jonathan's recommendation, was that based on, one of the reasons you can abate is manifest error. We think it was an error on the part probably of the DRB at the time that it was subdivided, that they allowed it to happen that way. So there's going to be this little strip that this woman, Karen Bills, still owns, but we are going to value it at 0 so that it doesn't keep showing on our taxable project. But Jonathan is also going to inquire with VLCT for an opinion about whether there's a way we can, you know, I mean, what we talked about last night, and this was sort of out of the purview of the abatement group, which is the BCA, but, you know, ideally what we would do is just give the right of way to all those people, but we don't own the property. So unless we were to put it up for tax sale, purchase it, and then distribute, you know, basically give it away, but there would be costs involved in that, because it would probably have to be surveyed, it would have to be deeded, it would have to be, and you know, what we talked about last night is that there's no value in that for the taxpayers. So, you know, basically by valuing it at 0, it just becomes not our problem. So, but that may come back to us depending on what Jonathan finds out from the VLCT. All right, good.
All right.
Thanks, Shorty.
Thank you.
Shorty. Barrows and Fisher oil contract renewal.
So I requested bids with Barrows and Fisher and HB Energy. So HB Energy was 20 cents more, at 2.959. And Barrows came in at 2.759. We're looking at 4,100 gallons, which includes the library. So this is the contract.
Is the library using their mini splits for heat at all?
Yes.
Yeah, I think yeah, but when it gets really cold.
I know they're not effective when it gets really cold, but there's.
It's an oil backup system in there? I was thinking
Yeah.
it was a propane backup system.
No, no, it's definitely oil because they ran out
Is
last
it?
year.
Oh.
It's not, yeah,
Probably not propane then.
so,
So they use three tanks plus to keep the library
Tall ceilings.
3 tanks.
warm. Well, 1,000.
Is it? Oh, that's what it shows. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't seeing
How big is
There's
that
high
building?
ceilings.
I was
There's
gonna
really
say,
high ceilings.
what's the square footage of that building, do you know?
I
Just
don't
curious.
know, no.
that. Gotta be, three, no, it's bigger than that. Yeah, substantially. I bet it's 3,200 square feet,
Okay.
something,
All right.
somewhere in
That
that
makes more
range.
sense. All right.
I would
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And they're
but-
open 7 days a week and.
They keep it pretty warm.
It's pretty warm in there,
Pretty
yeah,
warm.
yeah.
I'm curious, do they turn the oil heat on and then turn the mini splits on when they come in, or are they, how does that, because there has to be like the most efficient way to do that, and
I agree.
I wonder if they're following the most efficient way to do that.
No idea. I don't know, yeah, I mean, in an ideal system, you probably have a controller that does that automatically. I don't think they do either, and you know, that's old enough, all those control systems have been evolving quickly over the last sort of 10 to 12 years, but I don't know, it's a good question. We can certainly find out how they're.
I'm curious about that. My house is this big, that big or bigger, and I have no heat pump or backup of any kind, and I burn oil, and I don't burn that much oil.
Yeah.
I don't keep it that warm during the
Right.
day. I probably turn it down to 58 or something, and turn it up to 65 for a few hours at night, but I don't burn near that much oil.
The other big difference in a building like that, even though they have an air, they have double doors, there's doors opening and closing all day. So, but I think it would be worth inquiring. I mean, we could also look at what their electric bill is and have some sense of the usage of, I mean, it would be hard to tease out the details of that, but.
Look at the difference between what we use and they use, and we have a giant hole in our door. So we should be using more than them.
But we only really use a small fraction of the actual.
And you don't have ceilings that go to levels. No, they have really high ceilings in there.
Josh, do you know if the Energy Committee ever did an audit on the library?
I would certainly imagine so.
So
I mean,
maybe I can inquire with them.
Yeah, I know.
I think doing an updated one would be good.
Appropriate,
It'd be
probably.
nice to do the comparison, the electric with the oil.
Yeah.
And the fire department too, while we're at it, because
Yes.
they also have mini splits now.
Right, well, they have the new ones. I know with the library too, in the capital plan, they do have mini splits for heat and air.
In the library, yeah, we have replacement costs for them.
Right,
I mean, they have
right.
existing mini splits, but.
Yes, yeah, but in the capital plan down the road,
Right.
we do have an estimate to replace them.
No, but, Laura's question is an interesting one, because it may well be that on November 1st, they, flick a switch and then it's all, I just
Right.
don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how one would do that properly if you weren't to do it that way. I don't know what I mean, I guess ideally what you would do is just set the oil heat 2 degrees lower, and if it got to that point, then it would
Right.
kick in. But
Yeah.
I doubt, I have no idea.
I don't know either.
So is that an energy committee like task?
But we don't have one.
No, we
So,
don't, but let me ask
Morgan or
Elizabeth. She might know if an audit was done.
Elizabeth
Stead,
yeah. I don't know whether she was involved in that point. The person who probably would know would be Daniel Hovis, but yeah. But
Morgan
otherwise,
Casella?
he wasn't involved when we did a bunch of audits on the buildings, the other person who might know, Karen, would be Wyndham Regional, because they did for the Wyndham Wood Heat Initiative.
Yes, I remember that program.
And I don't remember whether we looked at the library or not.
I'll get a hold of Marianne Major,
But they might
because she
know,
does the
so.
energy down there.
Otherwise, I mean, we should, if there was an audit done on it, we should have that record somewhere here. Trying to find it.
Right.
It'd be easy.
So looking at the town garage too, because we went to propane over there.
Right.
I know Tom's got propane at the firehouse, he's got the mini splits, he's got oil. So I think we need to be looking at all the buildings.
Yes.
And doing a comparison of 2 years, 3 years? Just to get an idea.
But the fire department has recently gone through changes, and the town garage has recently gone through changes.
Yes.
So those comparisons would be super complex.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
But we can get a year.
Yeah.
We could get a sense,
idea.
yeah, we could get a
Information.
sense, definitely.
Right.
No, I mean, the town garage is gonna be almost impossible, because they just ran a wood stove all, we have
Right.
no measurement of what volume of
Yeah.
fuel they were using previous, and I can only imagine they just hemorrhage heat out of that place.
Yeah, they
But-
open the door once.
Yeah,
Oil,
exactly.
propane, electricity. Electricity is gonna be big, and I did notice, like, it was up in all the budgets
Yeah.
for the fire station and the garage, and I'm like,
Well, it might be time to look, I can't remember exactly when, but it might be time to look at our purchase agreement and what the sort of bounds of that are.
for the solar.
Exactly.
We've been going over that the last 2 years. Morgan Casella looked at
Right.
it, so we are getting our 10%, but you're right, because every month when I see GMP bills and then I see the Nexsun bill, I just like cringe. It's just like astronomical. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, that's what we should essentially ask.
Yeah.
We should ask next, what is it, next Sun.
Nexsun.
We should ask them to come and explain it to us.
Yeah.
And-
I don't have a problem doing that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I think that's not unreasonable,
Yeah.
and it may be, I mean, that must have been
It's
7 years ago, 6 years ago, at least, I would think, something like that, that we did that.
It wasn't too long ago. I want
Was
to
it
say.
5 or 6,
I
maybe?
want to say 2014.
So 5 or 6,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's fairly new and it's long. That agreement is long. But
We should just look at it and see
Yeah.
why it, because it should,
I've been looking at it, and unless I just really don't understand and I'm not pulling the right numbers, we're paying more every month.
well, that's what I'm saying. We should look, I'm not saying we should look at it as in we should look at the piece of paper. I'm saying we should look at the agreement and talk to them, and if
Right.
You're
we're
saying our
not.
rate is going up each month? You're
No,
saying
like-
our usage is going up each month?
No, our
Well,
bill,
you-
we pay more with the solar than we do if we didn't have it. So, from what I can,
Which certainly is not what was sold to us.
Right.
But that's what I mean. We should,
Yeah.
there should be some sort of a reconciliation. Is it not being accounted properly at GMP? Is it not being accounted properly at Nexsun? Is it, did we get screwed in the first place?
yeah, we've been tracking
I don't
the
know.
billing every month.
Right.
And that contract too with Nexsun, so that wasn't the original contract, so.
It was sold.
It was sold.
Right.
So you're already into a different company, but Morgan Casella can wrap his head around the whole thing. And he's explained it to us, and we still look at it and we're like, there's something wrong with
But
it.
has he explained it and said this makes sense and we're doing okay by it? Or has he just explained
No,
it?
he says we are getting what we signed on to in the agreement.
Did we,
So-
know
But
what
that
we signed
doesn't
on to,
mean
or
that
did we sign on to?
But it's a net metering. I mean, we only get 10%, and then everything else is going out to other towns, so it's, I would like to see
Yeah,
us
I
get,
don't remember it well enough to.
yeah, I would like
actual
to see us get more, or at least get the buildings that are using the usage. So, and there's certain buildings that, like the water treatment plant is on that agreement, firehouse is on that agreement, and some of the pump stations. So we're limited, we can't even put all the buildings on there, because we only have a certain percentage that we can buy into, basically.
Well, we should just look at all the details of it and say, and again, I'm not saying you guys aren't doing your homework, I'm saying
No.
there might be more, we also may have the opportunity to renegotiate it if it
I
makes sense.
think
I
we
have no
should.
idea,
And I wouldn't be surprised that we could terminate, but I don't really know.
Well, that's why I was saying also, because, many of these, you have an option to terminate at 7 years.
Right.
And I don't remember whether, I know that was a topic of discussion at the time, but many of them are also based, because the tax credits, the benefit for the developers who are making them, the tax benefits tend to drop off at 7 years, so there's often an opportunity to renegotiate at that time.
Right,
So
right.
we should just find out. And,
Yeah.
and it may be that But it, you know,
I can
if
talk
we're
to
not
them
coming, if we're not coming out ahead, we should figure out why we're not coming out ahead, because the whole idea was to come out ahead.
Right.
You know, the other thing I think we should be considering, and right now we probably don't have this option, but for example, you know, the roof of the fire station is a pretty ideal spot for a bunch of panels, and you know, a building like that that's already using a bunch of electricity, you know, that might be an opportunity.
Right.
They're not allowing this, we're saturated, the grid
Right.
here is saturated. However, if it's under, I wanna say it's either 10 or 15 kW, then it doesn't fall into that category. You know, we might be able to do that on that building and, and not have it be a problem. But somebody, we were talking last night, Pete Stickney, John and I were talking last night, and Morgan was apparently had said, you know, down below the highway department is where we should have our own array. We explored that at the time that we did this, and it didn't make sense at the time.
Right.
But I don't think we'd have the opportunity to do that until the grid opens up a little bit more, which seemingly GMP has no motivation to make that happen.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's going to be any new big installations in this area for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
But we might be able to put a couple small ones. You know, we could put something on the roof of the library, the roof of the fire station. I don't know. I mean, since we're a municipality, they might count them all the same and not allow us to do that, but it would be worth looking into.
Yeah.
So.
Energy committee.
All right, so,
do you
but
want-
back to Barrows and Fisher.
Yeah.
So, only 2 bids. You comfortable that that's the best price we can do?
Yes, right, at this point, we don't have a problem with Barrows either. I mean, they're local, they're, you know.
We've done well by them.
Yeah, and the library ran out, you know, they were right there, it was a weekend, you know, so filled them up, got them started. Although, I mean, residentially, I got quoted at 2.99, so, yeah, I don't, it fluctuates. It was 2.45 last year, Josh.
Right.
So, I mean,
I paid less than Dakota in September, but I bought a bunch and bought it ahead.
and he
And I
paid
was-
for his ahead of
Yeah,
time.
and they treat me really good, but you know,
Yeah.
if I run out in December, or January, I'm gonna pay whatever they want then.
Right.
It's not locked in.
Yeah.
I could lose, that 15 cents might be 45 per gallon then, who knows?
And this is a fixed rate,
Right.
so
All right, so it's your recommendation
it is my
to accept this
recommendation
contract?
to accept
So
Barrows and Fisher.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to accept the recommendation of the town manager to go with Barrows and Fisher for our contract for heating oil this year in the amount of
$2.75
per gallon.
per gallon, thank you. Fixed price per gallon, 4,100 gallons, totaling $11,311.90.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Did you want to sign that, Josh?
I guess I do. My signature isn't nearly as neat as hers, though. Let's see, and it is it's
6.
No,
November.
it's no longer 10, is it?
I've been
Did
doing
that
that
twice
too.
today.
I did that today.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking. Tomorrow after the snow, we'll know it's 11.
I think it's gonna be freezing rain.
Yeah, nasty.
Thank you.
So next is resignation of our animal control officer, and we received Sharon had received an email letter of resignation
Yep.
from Josh.
And that was his public post right there.
I'm stepping away from the ACO position as of tomorrow. The Joshua ACO profile will be shut down shortly thereafter. This page will stay up indefinitely as it has become a great resource and will hopefully continue to be. The town has been wonderful, but I do not currently have the time or resources in my own life to continue moving forward as the animal control officer for Putney. So we would like to thank Josh Eman for his service as the animal control officer, and we wish him well.
Yeah.
And we're sorry he's not going to be our animal control officer, but we understand the circumstances.
Yeah. And he was a big help. We did get a lot of dogs registered. I had a chat with Mark Anderson, the new sheriff for Windham County Sheriff's Department. An hour and a half, actually. I met with him. They're throwing around the idea of a shared ACO in this area.
With the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Yes.
So they would man somebody.
Yeah.
And share that resource with other towns. So Westminster is interested. I think it would work for Putney. They have to figure out the logistics and the financials to see what it would look like and what it would cost. But there's gonna be discussions about this. So it's a pilot program, possibly. And right now it's hard to employ, even police. So it may be tough to get somebody for ACO, but the ideal person could be, somebody that's semi-retired, has some police background, definitely animal background, but it's in discussion. And I think it might, if it starts, it may grow. That's the intent.
We've certainly been pushing them that way for a long time, and this speaks to our discussion of last time of how frustrating it is that we don't have, enforcement is non-existent,
Right.
we just don't have the ability to enforce, so.
And somebody through the sheriff's department, they could do all that.
Yes.
Yeah, they'd be more empowered.
Right.
I think it would be good for us to do an exit interview with Josh. In conversation with him, he brought up a lot of different aspects of the job that he found difficult, and I think it would be good for us to understand those difficulties going forward in conversations with the sheriff's office, so that whatever they choose to do, if we're signing on to it, we are able to mitigate some of those concerns in advance. And he said that he sent me copy of what his texts look like, how often he was getting them. He was getting numerous calls. He had calls going through the dispatch at his work.
Yes.
He said that Karen was very supportive, but he felt like he didn't get the support he needed, not from you,
Right.
just in general.
Yeah.
That he never had a day off from it. And unfortunately, that's something that I feel like if we had been in more communication with him, we could have helped him set those boundaries, like shut your pager off for 2 days and take some time off, because it's important that you're taking time off. But I just think it would be helpful to us to know what the challenges were and what worked.
It might, that sounds like a good idea. It also might be helpful from an educational standpoint. When we don't have an ACO, we don't get calls every day about animals. So, what was he doing that attracted those calls that we could either maybe help with an educational aspect or just setting limits on, do not call the ACO unless, A, B, C, D. And I've never looked at, the site that he refers to, I don't know how he had that set up, if he was inviting that, and that would be much to his credit, but it also may have been part of
What overwhelmed
sort of
him.
the downfall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because again, when we don't have somebody in that position, we don't get that. We get calls, but not that often.
Right.
So.
He was getting calls that would have been far more suited to the game warden, calls that frankly even the game warden wouldn't do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
All the more reason that it would be great if Windham County did something, because it's
Absolutely.
organization, enforcement,
Yeah.
and they're getting calls like that anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
way,
And
really good idea.
and ultimately, many of these things, I think one of the things that's stressful about it is the people you're dealing with. And, when they really go sour, the sheriff's department is going to be there anyway.
Yeah.
So, better to have them be the ones that know why, Johnny hates Joni's dog from the last 22 years, who knows?
Right.
Yeah.
No, you're on target there, Josh.
They would know when to call the game warden. This is really a game warden issue. And
Yeah.
Right.
They would have a main line right to it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And something that I wondered if we weren't to end up going through the sheriff, if that weren't to work out for whatever reason, would it be better to build a team of people that were doing this that could sub in for each other and coordinate with each other and bounce issues off of one another and maybe have more area and people knowledge just through a group than have one person doing it? And I realize, filling
We
filling
can't
one
even find
position
one,
is hard.
exactly.
But
No,
sometimes when you
you're
create
right.
a team, you
Strength
attract
in
more.
numbers.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it could be.
So it just was a thought that.
No, and I know I've said this to you guys before. It's amazing. I mean, this pattern has happened.
Yeah.
I've seen this 15 times over the years. So I've
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
it's rare that the only person that lasted more than 6 months-ish was Henry.
Yeah.
And Henry wasn't even really sort of officially doing it most of the time. He was sort of the default guy.
Got it.
But it's that background in law enforcement
Right.
and the ability to know the people involved and so on and so forth that made a huge difference. But no, we just never can hang on to somebody for this position.
Yeah.
And I think that's twofold. I think it's hard and there's no money in it for people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some money in it, but not a lot,
Sheriff Anderson stated the same thing.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have somebody in that position, you have to be able to pay them fairly well,
Yeah.
because if they're on call, weekends,
Right.
And they're competent, and they know where
Right.
the resources are, and
Right.
they can contact people,
Yeah.
and they can deal with it all,
Right.
then that's
I
worth
mean,
something.
from an outsider's perspective, ideally, 2 or 3 of their officers would be trained in animal control duties, and they would be the ones that would tend to these things. I don't. That never seems to have been realistic, and I don't know why it isn't. It may just be willingness on their part or time and money.
Right.
I don't know. But.
I think even if the sheriffs do it, to have just one person is it's not gonna be sustainable. It has to be more than one it has to be a team of people, especially if you're talking about a wider area, not just Putney. People have to have a day off.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I agree. I mean, but again, if you're not, with a wider area, yes. I mean, the reality is in the town of Putney, in times when we haven't had somebody, I mean, there are years that we only get 6 calls in a year
Right.
for the animal control officer. So, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Right,
It's just
right.
how do you manage that in a way that's productive for any? I think I've always said that I think this should be the sheriff's department.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
and they could have multiple people trained in it, even if they're not on.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Somebody
it's just a
to
backup
be
spot.
exactly
Right.
somebody so that somebody can have
Yeah.
a day
Right.
off and know it's not their favorite thing to do. But guess what? You're the dog person.
Yeah, you're
today,
on it today.
Yeah.
Well, if more towns show interest, I think you're gonna see it happen.
Yeah.
So he's just kind of getting feelers out there right now.
But I think we also, in that discussion, we need to be prepared for the fact that it's probably going to be a chunk more money than we've ever considered
Well,
paying
it's-
before.
Absolutely, if they're gonna train people to do it right and know what they're doing, because the few times I've seen Wyndham County try to deal with dogs in my neighborhood, then they weren't trained right, and it turned into kind of a
Not such a
fiasco.
good scene.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's gonna take some money,
Yeah.
resources to make it happen right if they're gonna do it.
Well, we have flexibility with the contract, so maybe he'll, build something into that. I don't know yet. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but we're starting to talk about it.
Sounds good.
Do we track incidents? Do we keep records of the different incidents, and have we over the years? Because I'm curious if.
I don't know about over the years, but I know Josh, you have to document everything.
Uh-huh.
Because if somebody goes to civil court,
Right.
they're gonna
Yeah.
ask you for those
Right.
documents.
Mhm.
If you go to court, you have to have everything documented.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm just curious if we had, it seems like over the last couple of years, we've had more incidents, but maybe it's just my awareness of them. No,
They really ebb and flow. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the ones that are memorable are the ones like Santa's Land, where,
Yeah.
there were,
Right.
whatever that was, 38
Yeah.
animals or
That was
something
horrible.
involved. Yeah.
yeah.
There was a cat person a number of years ago that there were a whole bunch of cats. Those are the ones that you hear about. There are ongoing dog disputes between neighbors pretty steadily in various different areas, and they
Right.
sort of get settled over time, but then crop back up. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it does sort of feel that way, but I think it really, there's no predictable pattern at all
Right.
from anecdotally.
I wonder how
It
many
might-
dogs have been licensed over that, if we could look at those numbers. Like, if there's 300 dogs licensed in Putney now and there were only 100 10 years ago.
But it might also be just the nature of the world that we know about so much more of the stuff that
Yeah.
happens that we never
Right.
used to know
Absolutely,
about.
Yeah.
because
We
it's
thought-
all over
we-
social
We
media.
might see
Right.
300 dogs
Yeah.
registered now, and there used to be 700 in town, but only 50
Yeah.
of them were registered.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
So there may have been
Yeah.
a steady flow of incidents, but people took care of it themselves and no one ever knew.
And if your dog wasn't registered,
Right.
then you didn't come.
And so I think probably part of the rise you see is just the fact that it's so much more, transparent, everything. We see more of everything that's happening.
Well,
There's-
and you
there's
said
truth
that,
to
that he got dogs registered. I
Yeah,
mean,
so.
there are definitely a lot of unregistered
Right,
dogs.
there was a whole neighborhood and there was 2, 3, 4 dogs out there barking. And finally, I just had enough and I wrote a letter, certified letter, and I said, you don't get in here and register your dogs, I'm gonna $250 fine. And they came in and they registered their dogs.
And I think this is still included in statute, although maybe it finally got archaically dated out, but we used to approve what was called shooting of the dogs, which meant that if dogs were unregistered, we, the town, had the authority to shoot them.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't think we have that authority anymore.
I
just
think,
from I hope
I'll
we
bet
don't.
we do.
You
I bet
think
we do
so?
too.
Yeah,
I read a
absolutely.
lot
Yeah.
on
If you don't
the.
take the responsibility to register and deal with your dog, and it's a nuisance to anybody else
Right.
or wildlife, absolutely, I bet we
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay, well,
having an ACO has helped us because we do have more registered dogs than we would
Right.
in the past. And we don't know, so people move in, they have dogs.
Right.
They don't tell us, so.
Well, and that seems to be the problem also,
Yeah.
and we talked about this a little bit last time, but it's those transient dog owners.
Yes.
That the incident at Katie and
here.
Mark's
I
was
still don't know
transient,
who owns
and this
those
was
dogs.
transient as well.
I was wondering if there's any more information on that.
No.
Nothing.
Nope.
And the one, a year and a half ago where the dog got killed or got bitten so badly that it
Yeah,
needed to be
yeah.
down,
Yeah,
that was a transient dog owner as well, and I'm not sure we ever really figured out who that was either. I mean, we had the person who was responsible for the dog, but I don't think it was clear who the owner was it, or was
well,
it?
there was 2 dogs involved.
In that
You're
one.
talking about here on.
When they got bitten right
Yes.
here, yeah.
So 2 dogs, one lives up off of Aiken Road and then the other one does live on Kimball Hill.
And is registered.
It is registered now. It also is on a leash and a harness and has a muzzle now. Because again, that was another registered certified letter
Right.
that this is
This
it.
was the decision, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't, it's
Well,
like
there has to be some kind of enforcement. to that.
responsible,
There has to be
accountable
some kind of
owners
enforcement to
is
that.
what, if you own dogs, you
Right.
gotta,
Yeah.
But that's the enforcement issue that we keep
Right.
getting back to is,
Yeah.
you can say it's gonna be a $250 penalty.
Yeah.
If they don't pay the $250, who's gonna go out there and enforce it? I wouldn't want you showing up at my house. Give me my money. The other thing I wonder, and I don't know how this, this is probably statutory, but it may well be that any fees collected from animal stuff can go into paying for an animal control. I don't know how that works.
Right, so, yeah, and Mark talked a little bit about that,
Yeah.
Sheriff Anderson,
Yeah.
excuse me. So, and he's willing to come to a select board meeting anytime to discuss anything,
Good.
okay?
All right,
Moving on.
moving on to your section.
All right, so, well, you're involved in this, Laura's involved in this, so a lot of meetings going on, a lot of stuff going on in the village right now. And I think it's important that the community hears about it, realizes it. So Discover Putney, we had a meeting at the general store, there was quite a few people there, state representatives, Wyndham Regional was there, a couple people from Housing and Commerce. So Discover Putney is trying to get signage, so basically getting people off of 91 north and south and coming into the village district. So V-Trans was there. So it's really difficult to get signage on 91, but there's some options, we discussed them, and I thought it was a productive meeting. And I also wanted to mention, because we did have a discussion about Route 5, because it is a state highway right now, the town can, if it decides, to take over a portion of it, which would mean that we'd have more mileage, road mileage, which we could get more funding from the state. And we're open to being able to put signage, put crosswalks, because right now everything is restricted by state regulation, so, and guidelines.
Would that have affected the bridge resurfacing if we did actually take over that part of the road?
That's a good point, David,
Good
because
question.
that would be a town expense at that point, if it went up that far,
Right,
right?
right.
Because right now it's a state highway, so the state's dealing with the project.
I wonder what,
About what section of
Yeah.
road we want to take over.
Well, I was just gonna say, are there
maybe we should
parameters
not have this
around that?
discussion until after that surface.
Or at least not actually.
No, but that's a very legitimate point, you know, that I didn't think about that.
But
Well, and beyond that, everything, we're responsible for the roads in every way if we take it over. So-
I don't know. I don't know whether that's true or not true. I'm not sure. I mean, what I know we would be responsible for is winter maintenance.
Right.
But I don't know whether I'd be surprised if we take it over that we become responsible for structural maintenance. But
It's a
who
question
knows?
we should ask
Yeah.
before we.
Yeah. No, because I mean,
I'm
for
trying to
example,
remember
if-
where I heard that, but I
That
thought I
we-
heard that
that
we would
may well be.
that it becomes our road.
What are the other potential
No.
benefits if we did, besides being able to control crosswalks and signage and that kind of stuff? What would we gain if we did do that?
a little more reimbursement.
Right, from the state.
And anything else that we're hoping to get? We're trying to encourage business in town, so signage is important. What else?
Right.
I think crosswalks are really important too, because the more walkable you make the town, the more viable you make it for business.
We control speed limits then?
Yes.
Yes,
Do we
yeah.
control, what else?
Do we not already control speed limits on
Not
that?
on Route 5.
Not
no.
on Route
Oh, so we couldn't even, in our conversation about creating a village speed limit, we wouldn't even be able to do that.
Not on 5. We could petition the state. I
Okay.
mean, we
Oh,
did
without
that.
petitioning
We
the
did
state.
that before. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how it works, but we had this. We motivated the decreasing of the speed limit as you come down from the north on Route 5 a number of years ago, because people constantly complained about it. And it used to be that you basically just suddenly came to a 30, so we changed it to a 40 to a 32.
Right.
But the state did that, but I don't remember what the process was.
I'm
But
sure there's a process, just like there's a process for crosswalks.
right,
So,
exactly,
You know, we have to fill out a form, send it to the state.
right.
They review it, they might send somebody down or they deny
Yeah.
it. you know, so.
Well, and as we talked about, I can't remember when we talked about this, one of the problems with, I can't remember whether it was in that meeting or not, but one of the problems with crosswalks, because we could definitely use more crosswalks, there has to be a destination
Right.
on both sides. So
Right.
like, we talked about having one at the corner of West Street,
Right.
which is the street that's just north of the library, and they said, but there's not a sidewalk on the other side, so you
Right.
can't have a crosswalk there.
Yeah.
And in the VLCT annual meeting that I went to, there was discussion about how some towns are getting around that is by putting just a pad on
Exactly.
the other side. That's just like a piece of sidewalk.
Yeah. And
So-
that might be worth, I mean, I think that, well, whoever pointed out, we were talking about, there was a discussion about whether we had a plan, basically a master plan of downtown.
Yeah.
And the reality is, we have endless drawings and details and so on and so forth, but we've never really come up with a plan.
No.
There's planning commission that encourages this and that and the other thing. My own personal feeling is most of it is privately owned land, and we wouldn't have the ability to do a whole lot with
Right.
that. But what they were saying in discussing whether we should have a master plan and something like the detail of taking over the road is that it's really an economic decision.
Right.
And so, you look, there are grants available for exploring whether you want to do, basically a feasibility grant
Yes.
to say, do you want to think about doing this?
Right.
If we can get that money to explore it,
Right.
we get one more glossy folder in our shelf, and
Yeah.
that might be to our benefit.
Right.
But something like that,
That's a great segue,
Yeah.
because that's actually
Gold
what
Depot.
we
Yeah.
talked about at the sidewalk meeting
Right.
that we
Yes.
had, at the crosswalk meeting that we had, was
Oh.
applying for this grant that would give funding for a feasibility study to examine Route 5.
Give us
and-
options.
that would be the question. I mean, and I think that the bridge surfacing is an excellent example.
Yeah.
I mean, if you say, okay, well, we're gonna have to surface that bridge to the tune of $600,000 every, 18 years or
Right.
whatever it is,
Right.
how does that play into it? I have no
Yeah.
idea,
Yeah.
But if we can
But-
get a grant that covers most of it, then.
Right.
Maybe, yeah, no, I know, no, but,
Figure out, if we wanna put a sidewalk down Old Depot Road, and then we get a crosswalk there by Swirl, and then, where we headed is, when the Winds are gonna build another facility down there, are they gonna do that? How's that gonna look, how do we project forward, what's the best way to do that?
Right.
Economically, without a plan,
Yeah.
so we need a plan.
That was all
Yeah, well,
discussed in this, yeah.
I mean, I
It
think
all
we.
ties together.
But yes, it does all tie together.
Yeah.
But what I found particularly interesting was how clearly that guy, and I don't know who he was said, this is an economic decision
Yeah.
for you.
Right.
He said,
Yes.
you really have to weigh the costs and the benefits of all of the ways you
Yes.
think about this. And, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I just never really thought of it that
Yeah.
way
Right.
as far as what the potential value for us is. But, no, you're very right. I mean, sidewalk down, then you come across the Swirl. Well, I mean, there's lots of people who walk on Old Route 5.
Right.
There was in the original phase 1 sidewalk, there was a sidewalk designed to come on Old Route 5 as well.
I've had 2 or 3 people ask me,
When
when
are
do
we
we have
gonna
a
do that?
sidewalk on Route 5?
Cough up the money.
So, but there's also, if Wyndham and Windsor is going to, there's talk of this happening, if Wyndham and Windsor is going to build near the co-op, there may be an opportunity to encourage them to help with some of this.
Yeah, I mean, most of what they would help with would be finding grant money, I would think. But yes,
And to include it all, incorporate it all in a plan, in a
in
long-term
a larger
plan
plan.
Right.
for the
Yeah.
village.
Yeah.
Even though that's outside of the village designation, which is it's
Certainly
still-
of the historic,
Yes.
but it's zoned, it's village residential for zoning,
yeah,
so.
it's outside of the
So
historic.
it's not in the
yes.
historic district, right, so.
Something that came up at this meeting, at the pedestrian crosswalk meeting, was that studies show that resilient, healthy communities take the time to plan things like this.
Yeah.
And so us thinking about it and talking about it and possibly going after grant money for a study, I think is really good
The
action.
feasibility study is first and foremost, and the planning is 2 to 3 years.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, none of it.
And I think that feasibility, you know, the other thing that becomes a big part of that is who benefits from it and how does that affect all the taxpayers?
Yeah.
And that's, you know, and that's always the controversy, you know, I mean,
yeah,
certainly our neighbors 2 towns to the north have demonstrated numerous times that village expenses versus town expenses are huge issues.
Yes.
And, you know,
Yeah.
just, you know, over the years, Reed Miller coming in and talking about paying the bond on the sewage system, which they're no longer paying.
It's just so interesting that you pulled his name out, because he popped through at the end of that meeting.
Oh, is that right?
And made some comment.
Yeah.
So.
And those are important comments.
Yes,
I
they
mean,
are.
you know, because
Yeah,
there's
they are.
a lot of people, I mean,
Yeah.
a guy that's never been in the library who might want to stop by there sometime.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
those are big numbers that
They're
we talk about, and
important,
they
yes.
impact people. I think that, as you accurately pointed out, what many people don't understand is the relationship between grant money and actually getting this kind of stuff done.
The biggest eye opener for me, absolutely, was figuring that out when I came here. And then the next thought was that, you know, for this community to work, we need more businesses.
Right.
And that's it, we need to make more money.
And how do you
And how do we do that? And we
Yeah.
certainly need to let people know we are here if we're going to buy businesses.
Right,
I mean,
right.
really,
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's what we're planning right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So these discussions they're critical.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of people wanting certain things and they're big groups of people. And people are, you know, so this is really good.
Well, I mean, you know, somebody commented to me on the possibility of there being, and full disclosure, I am a partial owner in the Putney Gateway's property, but somebody just made the comment to me, oh, if Wyndham Windsor were to be there, we're really turning Putney into a bedroom community to Brattleboro. And I just found that a very interesting statement. I you know, in some ways, we already are a bedroom community to Brattleboro. Exactly.
we've been a community since the late 70s.
But, you know, I mean, what helps us economically tremendously is the private educational institutions that are here.
Yeah.
You know, they bring in a lot of business, a lot of money, and a lot of residents that otherwise would not be attracted to Putney. And there, you know, there's pros and cons to that.
Yeah.
But those are the kinds of questions when you're looking at a bigger picture of what's going on in downtown. You know, who are we affecting and how and so on, and just, you know, the sidewalk up to Landmark.
Right.
I mean, that's a whole different. I think it's great. I mean, I did drive by it at night for the first time the other night, and I have to say those are unfortunate. The lights on Vinegar Lane that they shine, they're great on Vinegar Lane,
Right.
but they should be all downlighting. I don't know how that. I don't
Maybe there's some
understand
kind
how
of
that
shield
happened.
that can be put over it.
I'm
There's
surprised
a
that wasn't
shield in
designed
there
into
already.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just not.
It was added.
And the wattage was dropped. It was
It
much
was
brighter.
dropped,
The first time they
yes.
came on, I went there and I went, wow, this is good work. I drove down Route 5 and I couldn't see the road.
All the bugs in Putney will go there during the summer.
Well, yeah.
Already good. But to add to the comment you had, Putney used to be a far more vibrant business community. There were four functioning stores in this town and many more restaurants and way more businesses. And I think for this community to actually thrive, we need to get way more of that back. I think the schools help a lot, seeing it in a bigger picture than I used to. But yeah, we need, you know.
It's
Right, no, I mean,
generating that.
No, I totally agree with you. I think that what keeps demand for, well, I mean, you know, what keeps real estate moving in Putney is the educational institutions, because there's demand, because there's a lot of people, amongst other things. I mean, you know, definitely. But I agree with you, the problem is, in the internet world,
Yeah, Amazon's really hard to beat.
retail is just a losing prospect.
Yeah.
You know?
So it has to be more service oriented and
Right.
Yeah.
restaurants,
laundromat.
yeah, laundromat.
I
That'd be
think
great.
you're gonna see some things
Yeah.
A couple new sawmills, furniture factories.
There's a
yeah.
lot of talk right now.
Well, I mean, seriously,
No, I
all of our timber is going to Lake
totally
Organic,
agree.
it should stay
Yeah.
here.
There is,
Yeah.
things are, you know.
Maybe a warehouse to like get all the artisan stuff together and then market it at a
That's
much
been
higher
talked
price.
about,
You
yeah.
know?
Again and again. The other,
Something like that.
you know, the other thing that I think we could really capitalize on is the food hub concept. I mean, whether, you know, we're
Like Food Connects kind of
well,
food, or?
you know, yes, maybe, but also artisanal, you know, I mean, just access to local food. That's a big marketing thing for Vermont, and we're not, there's nobody in Putney that's doing that, that's open to the public. I mean, you know, the co-op does in a way, but I think of that as one of the sort of growing business sectors in the state of Vermont is artisanal food, local food. And somebody could, I would think, capitalize on that somehow. I don't know how.
We have a lot of people growing really good food.
Exactly.
We don't really have a retail outlet except for what they're selling at their store.
Right, and we have all those people driving by here every single weekend. I mean, that, you know, the inability to post signage on 91 is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But there's certainly other ways to get people in.
Yes.
But, you know, the number of people that go by here that, I mean, you look at how busy the co-op is, and they're not even, I mean, they are marketing to that group, but not in the same way that one could.
Yeah.
Well, frankly, signage is kind of an outdated way of thinking in some ways.
Yes,
Like,
apps,
our businesses need to be looking at apps like
Yep.
Waze
No question.
and getting plugged into them, because that's what Flatlanders are using.
Yep.
Excuse my slang term.
Yeah.
But that's
Self-identifying.
self-identified, yes, that's what that's what we're using, and that's what people are paying attention to now. They're not even looking at the signs, they're listening to their GPS.
Yes, definitely.
So although I think signs are great, I would support the business community too in looking at more of the electronic systems.
Yeah.
We
that they
mentioned
can
that in that
manage.
meeting.
But I totally agree with you, and we don't have tremendous draws here for, you know, I mean, you know, Basketville, in the old days, Basketville, when the sawmill was in business in Basketville, I mean,
The Putney Nursery, the sawmill.
Yeah.
You know, people get off here to go to Harlow's or go to Green Mountain Orchards, and there was all
bored, are you?
there was all kinds of reasons, but that's all kind of gone away. We need things to replace
This
that.
is just jibber jabber.
Just put jibber jabber.
There's no notes to be taken right now.
This is,
But sort of the new nature of what those businesses
Yeah.
might be that would replace those,
Yeah.
you know.
You need a microbrewery that has a restaurant.
Yes.
That feeds people locally grown vegetables, that has a chef that's renowned.
Yeah.
It goes on the
Marijuana.
whatever.
hemp,
Sure, whatever.
CBD.
And they come here for that, and then there's all these other options.
Yeah.
There's a draw. And like you said, Baskerville was that draw for years and years.
Huge.
Right, yeah.
And as the state explores new legislation in the next session, something that VLCT brought up was the municipalities' involvement in that, and what we are going to be able to control as that comes down. And VLCT is advocating heavily that we are able to set zoning around establishments that produce and sell marijuana, if that does in fact get passed. And I think it would behoove Putney to jump on that in a responsible, controlled way.
Yeah.
You know, because it's an economic driver.
No
That's-
question.
Living in Montana, I saw it
Yeah.
change the entire landscape. It put
Yeah.
electricians to business. It put, you know, the construction industry, the greenhouse industry. It was amazing how many people it put to work.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you see what I mean,
yeah.
just south of us, you know, you see the billboards and the, you know, I mean, it's a huge industry.
But when we talk about artisanal, that goes hand in hand
Yes,
with Vermont,
absolutely.
and I think that we
Yeah.
have a real opportunity here
Niche.
to
I
engage
totally
in
agree.
exactly.
Yeah, no, and again, I mean, just access, 91,
Right.
right? The volume of
Yeah.
traffic that comes past this town
Route
and
five
goes
is-
past us.
Yeah.
And it's not like
Parallel.
Brattleboro, you know, I mean,
Right.
Brattleboro is a draw in a different way, But it's, yeah, that key is to get people to get off the highway for whatever that draw is.
Right.
And then they say, oh, I never even realized those, because that's what people were saying at that sign, you know, oh, I never had even come past the co-op, because you get off, that's,
Right.
like I said that.
Right.
There was one
Yeah.
guy who was
Yeah.
a state guy,
Yeah.
and he was like, oh yeah, I grabbed sandwiches at the co-op, I never knew there was a general store
I
here.
know.
Now that I know, I'll come to the general store, and it's like, wow, okay. But
Yeah.
anyway,
So it was interesting.
Because it got
it got people there, yeah.
Right.
Go through it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So segue into designated neighborhood development areas. So this kind of ties in too. So Laura and I were at a meeting with Peter Paggi and Betsy Hall and Jacob Hamrick?
Sounds right.
I think it is, yes. We've already had a discussion, and Pip Bannister was also there, because this will affect planning commission and possibly zoning. But, so designated neighborhood development areas is a program for developers, for like affordable housing. And it could be open to other developers, but, so they basically fill out an application, and they can, their state permitting can be at a reduced expense. So if you take the co-op area, and if affordable housing were to go into that over there, the developer can get benefits. So the thing with that is you have to designate that area. Planning commission could do that. So PIP will be working with Wyndham Housing just to get the application through.
Does that affect us? Do we have to?
No,
do anything
not,
to it?
not really, no, but I think it's important that you guys know about this.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to know
Because
if there's any action on it.
Yeah, and any developed neighborhood, and they're saying neighborhood, so clustered housing, you know, water, sewer, and the village, this is all a part of the village, you know, again, it all ties in together. But there can be other areas in town that developers, you know, it could be behind the post office, you know. So there are benefits to this program.
And there have been studies to look at where, essentially where there are potential for neighborhoods in town.
Access to water and sewer.
Exactly, and affordable, you know, being practical. You know, you said above the post office.
Right.
That's one area that was designated, and that was Robert Olson's property, which
Right.
the
Right.
purple house on the left-hand side,
Yeah.
that goes through and actually comes over, and Stromberg's own land up there too.
Right.
But that's like the one area of town, really, other than, the other is River Road, but that's, a lot of that's gone because Landmark has bought a lot of it up.
Right.
Ray's old shop.
Exactly,
And the
that
tennis
area,
courts and
yeah.
all that, right.
But other than that, because we run into Dummerston right away, you know, because the other area that's sort of logical is Old Route 5, Ramona Lawrence's property, et cetera.
Exactly, yes.
But that's
We
all,
had that
that's all
discussion
Dummerston.
too. Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah.
that's, we've talked about that for affordable housing in the past, but it's not Putney.
Yeah.
But there is, I don't know whether you've seen that study or whether you've seen that study, but there was, I can't remember whether it was Wyndham Regional. Pip would certainly know what it was when they looked into all that, but.
He's a wealth of knowledge.
He is.
No, what an asset.
Yeah.
The thing that I found most exciting about this conversation, or at least the progression of this Wyndham and Windsor, this possible project with Wyndham and Windsor, is the way that they're working with the farmers market and the community garden. And that just to me is so exciting when you think about community planning being built around things that are already in the community and really important to the community, and that bring affordable housing into
And incorporate it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I really admire the way that they've gone about this up to this point.
Yeah, no, and, having sat on the VHCB, it's very clear that A, the organizations that are good at that are the successful organizations, but B, the most successful projects in any organization are the ones that do that well. Both from a PR perspective, but also just from a planning, hey, this makes sense that we would want to be here when we're doing this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
And the other thing is they have access to money that we don't have access to. Or these kinds of things bring in access to money that we don't otherwise have.
We, as a municipality, can benefit from grants
Yes.
by supporting this neighborhood
Right.
development.
Yeah.
And down there by the co-op, I mean, if that happens, we may have to upgrade the pump station. So that helps us.
To have access to money for that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and developers also get like tax benefits, municipal regulations, they can't be appealed to environmental court, so if somebody were to appeal like a zoning permit for like conditional use, it wouldn't be able to go to environmental court, so there are benefits to the developer. Not that, a town would be looking at something like that, because.
The other thing I wonder, and I don't know, I mean, for the most part, the developers, when we're talking about developers that are engaged in affordable housing, certainly more often than not, we're talking about sizable developers. And are they interested in a project of this size?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but,
Right.
but
Senior
that shouldn't
housing?
limit you. Senior housing is huge.
So this
Yeah.
right here would be perfect for
Yeah.
senior housing, if somebody wanted to come in and develop a piece of land for that.
Right. And
So
a
lots of
developer,
benefits
can
right
make real money
Yes.
doing that.
Yes, yep.
And the exciting thing about putting senior housing into our community is that it can help seniors segue from their larger houses that they have outgrown
Yeah.
and allow younger families to move in and,
Yeah. Oh, and it also brings, you have the services that seniors need, and, it brings, I mean, these also are economic, I mean, you look at Townsend as an example.
Yeah. You
Townsend
get
is-
water and sewer, they're right in the village, they can be
Yeah.
mobile,
Yeah.
it all works,
Yeah.
so.
Looking
all
at
these
that. I'm looking at that.
I was gonna say, we're all gonna need a place to live.
yeah, right?
The last 2 nights I've had no sleep, and I'm thinking about it myself for my mom.
And all of these, it's interesting that all of these meetings, it feels like a really exciting time for Putney. All of these meetings tie together, all of this work happening at once
Yeah.
can really impact our future in a way that maybe we won't even see, but.
Yeah, no, and I, I've certainly said this before, but I think that climate change issues are gonna drive huge population changes.
Yeah, that was brought up in this, that's actually like, somewhere in this note, it's taught, Mike Marwicki brought it up, the climate migration and the need to prepare for it.
I think that, if we look at the demographics in the state and in the town and local school districts, et cetera, it's all saying, populations are dropping, younger people are disappearing. 2 more Sandys and things are gonna start to shift, and we are right on the edge of that. And just anecdotally hearing people who are living in the Northampton area saying, I wanna get out of the, I don't wanna be in this traffic, it's like, we're the next frontier for that. And I think if we aren't thoughtful in this process now, it could easily get ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've all seen how, I went down to Princeton, New Jersey 2 weekends ago, and it's like, oh my God, it's just depressing what, my grandparents lived there, and just seeing the difference in 50 years of what a neighborhood becomes if it's not really well. Princeton town is beautiful, but all around there, it's just sprawl, and we're right on the edge of it.
Yep.
Not right on the edge of Princeton.
No,
But you go down to Northampton area and it's all sprawl. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Sidewalk railing update. November 28th. For the
For getting
extension.
that
Yeah.
pipe.
So
Yeah.
I'm interested, I walked that sidewalk and I, maybe I'll get yelled at for this, but I actually like shook the railing to just check it out.
I already did it before you.
It's horrifying.
Well,
It's probably surprisingly strong, even if it
Okay,
moves a
I
lot.
told myself it's like probably anchored very deeply and well, but there is a lot of movement to it.
there's some flex in a couple of the boards, but I mean, you're not
I
supposed
haven't gone and shaken it,
I
so
think
I
you should,
don't know.
like,
I did.
I would love to hear what you have to say about it,
Last
because,
design was, it was clamped to the side of the
It is,
pour.
yeah.
So it's not deep. Because the thought of pouring sets to put the
Yeah.
poles in deep when they poured the pad didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Well, they weren't gonna pour anyway,
Right.
so.
But those pipes should be in there quite a ways, so are
Yeah,
they
I
not?
thought that
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were.
I thought they were
Well, it's-
48
I mean,
inches.
Yeah, but
How do you pound into
Yeah,
it?
exactly. You're going through, what, 6-inch riprap or
Right.
whatever. Yeah, you should, whatever. I didn't design it.
Well, no, but well, I would assume it's done to spec for whoever did design it, but we should,
Yeah.
if it does, I mean, if the wood should move. I mean, that, that's inherent in the product, but those posts should not have.
No,
that
the posts
movement.
weren't moving, it was just the boards, because they're so long.
She's skeptical.
You're not supposed to try to leave it.
Yeah.
So,
I wasn't like kicking posts or anything,
yeah. No,
I'll walk out.
Yeah, please walk it and let me know what you think. Maybe it's designed to flex that way, and maybe it will be good in case the snowplow hits it.
Pressure treated is surprisingly flexible.
Yeah.
No, it's
It's
definitely
not designed to stop the snowplow.
No, I was joking
Yeah,
about
okay,
that
right,
piece. Because we were worried about the snowplow being able to fit through there.
Yeah.
So maybe it's good if it has some give, but yeah, I mean, I'm no expert on these things, so I would love to hear what you think.
You know, I think too, we know, maybe down the road, we don't know how soon, but, there'll probably be a replacement there. But the poles will be there, so we can just, put something else on there.
Well, it's a lot, that would be my question. I mean, as
Yeah.
long as the poles are solid, then
Yeah.
it's an easy fix,
Yeah.
you know?
No,
I mean,
it's
it's
just,
not,
yeah, the boards are so long though, Josh.
right, but all you have to do
They're
is put another
yeah.
one in the
Right.
opposite direction on
Right.
the back of it.
Yeah.
and it'll be-
That's what I was thinking too.
And maybe that's the solution.
Yeah.
But let's get it done first and close down, and
Okay.
then we can decide.
Well-
Before I go shake it again.
But if there's a fix that should be done
Yeah.
before we're closed on it, then,
Well, then
Yeah.
you should probably.
I mean,
go
that
up
would
and
be a
take
design
look at it.
question. Because if
Yeah.
as long as it's installed to design, then that's presumably,
Yeah,
Mhm.
well,
Not
the
a fence,
original
but-
fence was gonna be split rack.
right, no, I
And we
know.
switched it to this one.
Which is what the point I made about it wasn't designed into being metal posts.
Well, right, but they
So
were
that-
gonna,
Right.
That's why the after fix had to be what it, the
Correct.
afterthought department would do the
Yes.
best they could. with-
Yes,
Instead of it being part of the plan to put some kind of set that the pole would
Right.
sit into,
right.
that was part of the pour of the sidewalk.
but that was true with the split rail too, that was not incorporated, that wouldn't have been poured in. I don't think you'd want it poured into the sidewalk because of freeze
Yeah,
thaw. I mean,
yeah,
just what we
no.
were looking at out
Right.
here, but,
Yeah,
but you're right. It's
Some kind of receiver
therefore,
that
it's
wasn't-
not, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
it's not.
Some kind of
solid
receiver to
percent.
keep the pole from moving.
right, whether it be a steel, like
Whatever.
post, and then you put,
Into it, right? But it's only designed to keep people
right.
from
Yes.
falling over,
Yeah.
not the
Correct.
snowplow. So
No.
it's probably plenty strong the way it is.
Mhm.
I don't know about the distance
Yeah.
between, but
That's not what I meant when I said the snowplow. I meant that if the snowplow hits it, maybe it will give. So
Oh, I
the
see, I
snowplow
see, I
doesn't
see.
break. I didn't mean keep the snowplow from going over, but hopefully
I
that
thought
doesn't
that
happen
wasn't, because that was
either.
part of our discussions
Right.
Yeah,
before.
yeah, yeah.
Right, right.
So anyway, I'll keep you updated on that. Public informational meeting for the Route 5 Bridge, again, is November 14th, which is next Thursday at 5:30 at the Putney Fire Station.
I can't be there.
So, Josh, are you gonna be there? David?
I could possibly do, what, 14th?
Yeah, well, if you are, I'm gonna warn it as a special meeting.
I'm looking, Thursday.
I plan on going.
Yeah, I would assume
So-
you would be there. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not, it's not our meeting, really.
No,
I
it's-
mean,
it's
I'm not
V-Trans
trying to
and-
get out of
right,
it, but,
right.
you know,
Right.
there's nothing we're gonna do about
Yeah.
anything that they're gonna do, because they're
Yeah.
gonna tell us what they're
But
gonna
it-
do.
So
Okay.
I'll-
As long as I know, because
I do have other things
if you're
going
both
that day.
there, I want to just warn it.
The only thing I'm really curious about is how it's gonna affect Sand Hill.
We'll find
Well,
out
no
when-
trucks, I mean, you know,
No, I just mean
It's-
how
yeah.
it's going to affect the road
Yeah.
itself with
Yeah.
all that usage that's not normal to it.
yeah,
There is some funding that,
for rehabbing afterwards,
yes,
yeah.
there's not a whole lot, but there's some.
Like,
So,
I'm more worried about the way people are gonna drive on that road. than
Mm.
Well, I'm
what's
worried about
gonna
that
do to the
too.
road.
Yes.
The road's gonna be
Yeah.
fine.
right,
But, and if we have money to do some repairs, great, because it could use it
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
But-
we have the
so-
sheriff, so we can have him sitting out there, you know.
I was thinking this morning, it's gonna be interesting how it changes Route 5. I mean,
Mhm.
just, you know,
Right.
I mean, the residential traffic will still come around, but truck
Right.
traffic is gonna just
Yeah.
all but disappear, you know?
Which won't be all right. for me.
No, I'd be
Yeah.
interested, if I were living
Yeah.
on that, I'd be
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's a vacation.
Yep. So that's that. Property taxes are due next Friday, November 15th, by 4 PM. And then I spoke to John Mudgett about the audit, and he is working on it. We may see a draft at the end of this month. So he's working on several audits right now, but he will hopefully have something to us soon. Highway Department, the flags that are on telephone poles, they'll come down on Tuesday. I did ask Tom to take the 2 down that are in front of the fire department, because they're hanging upside down. So that storm we had, 2 were in my office that were on the ground, 2 are broken from the fire department. There was another one in front of the bank that needs to get picked up. But they will all be down after Veterans Day on Monday, which our office is closed Monday for Veterans Day. Grading is continuing. The grader is up in East Putney. It's Pratt Road and Applin Way was done today. And a couple smaller roads up there. Town Farm Road in Bear Hill is next week. So they're trying to wrap up all of the grading before the roads freeze, because then he's not gonna be able to do anything, but he's pretty much done. And as you heard, Jonathan announced Westminster Road, the line striping got done today. The highway department had already done the crosswalk where the school light.
Yeah.
That light is a problem, it's still not working. Steve from Putney Central School called Don Pierre.
Saw them there.
So they ordered a part, so it may fix it, we'll see. But this has been like almost a month now. But, I mean, we have technology, but we can't fix it.
Welcome to the moment.
The story of my life.
Welcome to my day,
Yeah.
every day.
Welcome to my van.
You know, the school's been patient, but it really needs to be operational. Storm.
Now, I doubt this has anything to do with it, but that was part of a
Grant.
school safety grant.
It was.
And I wonder.
Safe routes to school.
Exactly.
I was able to find the manual, but Josh King was in contact with the manufacturer. Brian was up there several times resetting it, because it's got breakers in it. So, you know, you gotta have a key to open it up, and so I'm hoping Don Pierre can resolve it. So right now, we're still troubleshooting the light. So everybody be careful by the school. Storm cleanup is, it will happen, but it's not a priority right now. So anything that's on the road, you know, trees, branches, there's a small pile near Aiken and West Hill. So Brian will get there. Right now, we got other priorities. Sand is stockpiled at the garage. So we got 6,000 cubic yards. There will be a pile for the residents. There's no salt in that pile. So unless the guys are working on the weekend, they will move the pile. You know, they flip it so people can get into it.
Gee, I've never.
You haven't had a problem?
I've never had a problem.
I've had a couple times I couldn't get.
Have you?
Yeah, yeah. But if it's on a weekend,
I mean, I got it, it was just, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'd bring the iron bar in the
Yeah.
back. to
So
see.
there is no salt in the sand
Yeah.
for residents down by the gate. Crushing started, and Brian's doing a 50-50 mix. So crushed ledge with Sure-Pack, and so they're crushing about 3,500 cubic yards for each town. And Brian figures by mixing it, he'll have 5,000 cubic yards, and that will sit in a pile down there until spring. So when spring maintenance comes around, he'll be ready.
Good.
So that's what the highway department's been doing.
Good.
And he's working on his budget, so next meeting we'll have draft budgets for fire department and the highway department,
Excellent.
and maybe the general fund.
It would be important, and I don't know whether you've already, because I know when we had a discussion previously about the possibility of taking over Route 5, and I'd forgotten what all the details of that were, but I think it was Dennis at the time. And, you know, I think it'd be worth having that conversation with Brian early, even if it's just winter maintenance on Route 5, so
Right.
what the effect of that is, because, you know, I mean, the problem is when we then agree to maintain it to the standard that they want us to maintain it to, which means on 5 it has to be plowed, you know, I mean, that's all laid out.
Right.
And I know when we talked about it last time, and I don't think it was Brian, I think it was Dennis, but, you know, the town, basically the highway crew was like, we do not want to have this thing, so I think
Yeah,
it's
you would have to
important.
look at additional
Manpower,
men,
absolutely. And
people, yeah.
maybe a truck.
more
Probably, I
equipment,
mean, it's
yeah.
not a lot, you know, it's
Right.
not a lot of road, but it
Yeah.
requires a lot of.
Yeah, but if you add a person, you usually have to have a piece of
A
equipment
vehicle
for that,
to do
yeah, right.
And I imagine that we would have to think carefully about the cutoff of that, because it's the Dummerston State
Well,
Road crew that does up to Putney, and then
Yes.
it's the,
Yeah, Westminster,
yeah, that does
Yeah.
down through Putney.
yeah.
It could be greatly to our advantage, though, because it feels like we, on Route 5 down here, get done
Double.
last,
Yeah.
and the town would likely do it first. Or as
Yeah.
part
To
of their,
another route, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, a master plan may, you know, lay
Yeah.
that out for us.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and then we just plan accordingly.
And it seems like if we have that feasibility study done, they would be able
That'd be
to
a
let us
good
know,
starting
like,
point,
Yeah.
definitely.
is this worth our time? And,
Yeah.
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
All right,
that's all I have.
Great.
warrants,
I move to accept and execute the warrants upon completion of review.
I second that.
been moved and seconded to approve and execute the warrants upon completion of review. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 So we have an extra one this week.
Oh,
Sorry.
Karen. Done. Oh, Alyssa.
You know, she goes over this stuff and then all of a sudden in the meeting, she like says something and I'm like, why didn't you say that earlier?
Can you have your epiphanies earlier, please?
It's not how epiphanies work.
Well, what happened was, the payroll people forgot to pay the rec people, and I forgot to notice that they forgot to pay the rec people.
It happens.
The rec, oh, yeah.
Because they get paid once a month.
Yeah.
And so that was the week that they get paid,
Right. And I made the announcement they were on that warrant, which they weren't.
and I made eyes at her, like, no, they're not actually.
Yeah. So payroll warrant just for rec department on October 25th in the amount of $712.06.
My kind of warrant.
Can we just stop here? We just,
We just do the next one.
My kind of warrant.
Yeah. And along with that is the accounts payable for the payroll taxes that needed to be taken out of those. for, and that's dated October 25th, for $119.55.
And why isn't that just listed on there? Sorry, did you just say that?
AP and payroll is separate.
Yeah, that's accounts payable for taxes it
Oh,
comes out
I
of.
see,
Yep, yep. Now we're into our regular warrants. Payroll warrant, November 1st, 2019, in the amount of $9,092.01. Library and Putney employees. Highway office. Payroll warrant, November 8th, 2019, in the amount of $5,698.44, and that's just highway and office. Hold your breath.
Okay.
Like,
She has to take a drink before this.
I'm gonna say why.
Yeah, what's in that bottle?
Not enough. Accounts payable, October 26th through November 8th, 2019, in the amount of $497,866.95.
It's not my fault.
This
Everything's
warrant
your fault.
contains the new highway truck. So there's an invoice in there for Patriot and HP Fairfield.
But that highway truck money was borrowed,
Correct.
so that, which sort of a
Yeah.
pass-through for that.
Yeah, it's a pass-through, so we borrowed $170,500 and
And
the
then
total,
paid, and paid it out.
and the total for the truck with the body was $170,530.
Got it.
So we did good on that. The other big ticket in here is the paving.
Yeah.
For $290,595.75, which there is a grant of $175,000, and 20% of that is town, which would be about $35,000. So there's about $115,000, almost $116,000 that
It'll
will-
come back in.
no,
No, that we
comes
pay.
out of the
Oh, that we
budget.
pay, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying, yeah.
It's gonna come out of the budget. So, but Brian does have a surplus.
But we're a 20% match on that 175? Oh, so that, we get the 175, but then we add 20% to that?
No, we take away.
Okay, that's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
was the number you
Yeah.
were telling us. So that number is 140.
$140,000 is the
Is
grant.
what will get paid.
Out of the
Yeah.
290.
Yeah.
Yeah, towards that 290, yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are we
Paving's
paying
expensive.
Windsor for?
Wow, I have no idea.
What was that?
What are we paying
That's
Wyndham
bad.
Windsor for?
Wyndham and Windsor
Housing.
For how many?
Housing. Oh,
It's like 2.5.
so that's a
Yeah,
White
2.3,
Whitney,
I think.
um,
Yeah, 2.5.
request
It's about,
for,
To help with rent?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Invoices are right here if anyone wants to see any of them.
if anybody wants to really cry. We're pretty happy with the paving job?
Yeah, Brian did a lot of prep work, you know,
Yeah.
so
Oh,
it came
seems-
out really
seems-
nice.
It seems good.
Yeah, and he says, what about the line striping? I said, I can call Megan again, and it was funny, cause I got a hold of him about the light, and he goes, hey, don't worry about calling Megan, it's done. I'm like, okay.
Do we
So-
get reimbursed for that, for the White Whitney? How does that work?
Wait,
That
when he
doesn't
comes out of the
actually-
fund,
They have a separate fund.
Okay.
And so they only request what they made in interest.
Okay,
So it's about $2,700 a year.
okay,
So they have a CD
okay.
in it. They try to build that interest, or they
Mhm.
just spend the interest, that's it.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
I mean, principal.
But just as we were saying about the borrowing from, you know,
It's a
we're pass-through.
Yeah.
exactly.
Right,
So that money
right.
comes in
Yeah.
and we dole it back
Yeah.
out.
So I believe there's another sheet in there too, David, is, so the highway department, their total, expenses in this warrant was about 463,000
Did we
plus.
pay for the crushing in this?
No, no,
And what's that, how much is that gonna be?
I forget what the,
3,500 yards,
bid.
like it was like 425 or
yeah,
something.
something like that, right?
So 12 grand.
Yeah. So, and the crushing should be done maybe this week. So let's see that bill.
All right, any other business?
So I put in your packet this, this is new, this opioid litigation. Some towns are going ahead with this. I put this in your packet for reading.
Yeah, I didn't get that much. It wasn't 100% clear to me what sort of what our,
We're organizing so that we put ourselves in a position to
benefit from
Benefit from-
any lawsuit that
Okay,
takes place. And my understanding is if we don't take any action, we're automatically
enrolled, right?
Yes.
That's, yeah, so, yeah.
So we have to
Right, because
decide.
this is to exclude ourselves.
Right,
Right, okay, so that's what,
Yeah, so I did send this over to Larry,
yeah,
just to get his sense about it.
yeah.
He's in trial for 3 days, so he'll get back to us for the next one.
Do we need, I mean, VLCT must be doing this for everybody. Oh, this is from the,
Yeah, that's the other thing too, so VLCT has their own letter.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand this now.
I didn't understand.
Well, it's state of Vermont addressing VLCT.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from the state,
right.
yes.
And the only town that I've heard about doing this is Brattleboro, thus far.
Well, I think that what we would.
Deluded themselves?
No,
Right.
no,
So-
they're signed on.
They had a
Yeah.
discussion
Yes.
and
Right.
signed on.
They had a discussion because they have, and
Oh,
I have not
big-
been keeping very close tabs on this, but, so I may not get all of this correct, but my understanding is that their concern was for their small pharmacies. That because pharmacies are included in the litigation, and they're worried about their mom and pop pharmacies, like Hotel Pharmacy and, I can't think of the one up on Canal.
Is it Town Pharmacy? No.
I don't remember the name of it, but it's up on Canal Street.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
what
So-
you're talking
If you
about,
don't do
yeah.
anything, you're automatically signed up, so
Yeah.
what is the benefit of signing up, not just being,
Receiving possible funds from this litigation, should they,
but you wouldn't
should they
be
win
if you
and
were
be dispersed.
automatically signed up,
Yes, you would be if you were automatically signed up.
Yes.
which we all are anyway, so how does it behoove them to move to join it ahead of time?
I don't think that, I think they chose not to exclude themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, you're choosing not to?
Yeah.
Right,
That's all
so-
this is, now I understand it.
So we're automatically enrolled,
Right. Unless we
Unless we
state
opt
otherwise.
out.
Right.
And I don't know why we would opt out, that's,
so.
but I imagine it's something that you have to have a right to do.
Yeah,
Got it.
Yeah,
So-
probably.
Okay,
so
so,
I
Don't
We're
do
good.
anything?
Well, yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean, certainly not now, and if
Right.
Larry says otherwise, then we
Yeah,
can
right,
talk about it. But-
all right. So, and I just want to mention one other thing. In the Upcountry magazine, I don't know if anyone's seen this, but there's a whole Santa's Land.
Wow,
There's a whole write-up about it.
Huh, very
with
cool.
beautiful
So,
pictures.
Yeah,
I've been
good.
there since I took Angie, my first daughter, to the
Wow.
pancake house.
yep.
That's a business that, I wish the Pancake House
We
was
work
still there.
every Sunday.
Oh, I used to go. Oh, yeah.
Can you see, are my hands over them?
Yeah.
There we go.
Show the cover so we know where to get
That's what the
it.
cover looks like.
The general store has
Copies.
copies of those out in the
Nice.
stand, right
Yeah.
outside the front door,
Nice.
so.
The only other thing I have to add is the Equity and Inclusion Committee is meeting, and we had to do a change of location because the committee can meet on the first Thursday of the month, and this building is occupied on the first Thursday of the month. So we've made arrangements to meet at the library. There are 2 months in the coming year that the library isn't available, and I imagine that once the committee gets up and running, they will either choose the school or the fire department or some other public location.
Sounds good.
So,
Good. When did you say that was?
first Thursday of the month.
Okay, and those will be posted.
Yep.
Okay. All right, any other business? Executive session?
No, we're good.
Alyssa?
Did you just ask if I
What?
had other business?
Do you have other business?
I get nothing.
You
Ready
didn't
to go
have,
home.
you didn't have any epiphanies during this meeting?
You didn't want to tell us about you, did you?
No, I got all of the warrants correct this time.
Okay, and our next meeting date is November 20th, so 2 weeks from today, right here, same place, same time, same bat channel. And motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Perfect.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Tonight I am turning the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau and the chair of the GOP. And just so you're wondering, on September 23rd, we will have Terry Anderson come on the show. Terry is the chair of the Democratic Party here in Vermont. Just to sort of balance things out, I've extended an invitation to the Progressive Party. Haven't heard from them yet, but we'll keep working on it. So I hope you enjoy this show. Deb will introduce her guests, and I'll turn the show over to Deb. Just take it away.
Thank you, Pat, for allowing us to use your studio again for this panel discussion that we are having today. Today, we have a panel discussion with 3 panelists. Those people are Dave Kelly, Rick Keene, and Job Tate. And the topic of discussion tonight will be education in Vermont. And with that being said, I will ask a question. Each one of you will have 2 minutes or close to that to respond, and then any questions from each other after that. So, okay. Are you ready? Yeah, first of all, I'd like to take a moment and have each of you introduce yourselves to the audience and just tell us a little bit about who you are.
We'll start with Dave. Okay, my name's Dave Kelly. I'm an attorney. For 25 years, I was the general counsel for the Vermont ski areas. So I represented most of our ski areas here in Montpelier. I've been the chair of our local school board, and I've spent years organizing high school exchange programs for Vermont students throughout Europe and Eastern Europe. I think that's probably enough.
Wonderful. Rick?
My name's Rick Keene, and I'm a 30-year resident of Vermont. I've spent 6 years as vice chair of the Calais School Board, and then another year and a half until merger replaced us on the school board as well. And my background has been in engineering and robotics in the past, and then I've worked also in transportation engineering and planning for many years, working with municipalities. And then I have a business, a prototype design business, as well in Portland, Maine.
My name's Job Tate, and I'm a former state representative. I worked down the street for a little bit more than one term, twice elected. Represented Bridgewater, Chittenden, Killington, and Mendon in the legislature. Currently, I'm a Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy Seabees, and I serve on the Board of Directors for the Ethan Allen Institute. And I am the very fortunate husband to Lisa and the loving father to Mendon and Everett.
Wonderful, wonderful. Tremendous amount of experience in the room here. So we'll get started with our questions. The first question we have is, what would you say is the most important consideration for legislators regarding education issues in Vermont? A couple of ideas would be funding, cost, scores, children. Joe, we'll start with you.
For me, I think it starts with the kids. I think that when we're trying to think of what is the priority when it comes to education funding, I think it's an excellent question to ask, is where is our focus? And I think we need to stop thinking of our education funding as funding schools. What it is it's funding kids. And so I think as long as we keep the kids in the forefront, and there's some orbital stuff there too, we've got to keep the parents in the forefront. I think that's where I land on that. It's kids first, obviously, making sure they're educated, making sure they're equipped for what's ahead.
Great bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Kids first. Rick?
Kids are really important in this, and they are the primary focus. However, I think fundamentally, something that's been lost, I think, is that our communities are very important, and they're fundamental to the success of our kids. And the schools in Vermont are unique in their the deep connections that they have with the communities. And I think this is under challenge these days, and I think it could have a severely negative impact on the long-term success of our kids, and certainly the quality of our schools.
If we're talking about priorities for our legislators, I think there are two. First, there's an enormous financial mess that's going to catch up with us because we have a $1.5 billion deficit. It's our public teachers' pension fund is underfunded by $1.5 billion, and the medical health benefit for public teachers is underfunded by $1 billion. And even if we are really disciplined for the next 20 or 30 years, that's going to be an enormous challenge to bring that under control again. The people that manage those funds have been talking about a 7.5% return. If we get 5%, we'll be lucky. So we're not even managing those funds the way we should. I also think there's a deficit in leadership because we are at a point where we need to redesign education, where we need to be thinking, what is a 21st century education? What does it look like? And while we have some good leaders in the legislature, I don't think we have the imaginative, creative, visionary people we need to be creating that kind of a school system. We have great leaders in our school system in Vermont, but we don't have enough really imaginative, visionary leaders. So I think there's a deficit with money and leadership.
Okay. Any questions amongst yourselves? I have one perhaps for you, Rick. So were you suggesting that communities and the school systems are disengaging from each other?
They are, and it's got a lot of ramifications. With the consolidation of schools and the ultimate closure of many of the small schools, it has a couple of really bad impacts. You actually transcend education. There are a few major pathways that where we grow, we actually turn out honest politicians generally. I'm originally from Maryland, and I can tell you the politicians are not honest there. That link does not exist. There's a break between the constituent base and the politician. And I think that, you know, this reduces that pool of talent that we'll see filtering up into our legislature. And what is really disturbing is that the reason people get involved in community and participate in these boards is because their voice matters. They're heard. They've got kind of a regulatory presence. And that is getting shoved aside. The voice is just becoming a checkbox on public participation. Decision-making is being now isolated, often by people who are not elected officials, and certainly are not protecting the interests of the community itself.
I would agree with Rick 100%, because what Act 46 did was it disposed of his enormous amounts of volunteer talent and leadership at the grassroots level where it's most important. And I think importantly, our school boards have become especially important training grounds for women leadership. And if there are going to be more women in leadership positions, our school boards are important to bringing those leaders forward. And to just throw them out the window the way we did was a really tragic loss.
One thing I'd say off of that, Dave, or back to your original statement there about the deficit in leadership, I think you're absolutely correct. One thing, though, is on the other side of the coin. I think there's some excellent leadership for the teachers union and some of those other forces that we've been able to see them make incredible inroads, especially over the past 15 years or so. And to challenge that, this is one of the problems I have with Act 46, is you're forcing school boards to go up against this this massive force in the NEA. They don't lack for leadership, but more and more we see with Act 46, we're seeing ourselves get gutted, and
Right.
we're bringing a knife to a gunfight more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to your point with regards to lack of, I think, did you use the word creativity, in terms of redeveloping our educational system? Do you think that is the case because there is so much pressure from the current the lobbyists, the NEA in Montpelier, on the legislators to keep the status quo and not think outside the box?
I think we have sort of a narrow-minded conventional wisdom about education across the board in our legislature. The notion that somehow more bricks and mortar, more centralization is going to be more efficient and provide greater equity. And I think that's just plain nonsense. We live in a time when technology has given us enormous advantages we didn't have before, and we're not taking advantage of those opportunities. Our small rural schools are vital to the future. We are not going to attract young couples. We want more young people with children coming to Vermont. We are not going to attract those people to Vermont if we take our small rural schools out of our small rural communities. They won't want to go there. We'll ghettoize those communities. And so I think the leadership in the legislature and their priorities and their vision is just misdirected. We need to be thinking in terms of more personalized education, more community engagement. We don't need to be thinking about longer bus rides and more bricks and mortars and bigger, more centralized schools.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move on. We might have touched on this a little bit already, so we might not need to spend a lot of time on this. Act 46 merged many communities in Vermont. Mine was one of them. I'm in Essex Junction, and we merged with the town of Essex and
Westford,
Westford,
right,
yes. Westford lost school choice in that process, and they were willing to give that up to merge. What is your opinion of the successes or not successes of these mergers? I think we just went through.
I'm glad to start if you want. I think that's yet to be seen, but I think what you will see, and speaking, having a business in Maine, and Maine did this in 2008, went through this consolidation, and last time I looked, roughly 42% of the schools that were forced to consolidate were either in the process of or had pulled out of consolidation, because what the suburban schools tend to do fine, or the Middleburys, or your larger school centers, but the small municipalities end up giving up schools, and then they give up a heart of a community. That schools play a unique role, especially in rural communities, which is most of Vermont. They are a gathering place for adults with and without kids. And in our town of Calais, we're the fourth poorest town in our group of 5, and yet we consistently have, if not the highest performing kids, probably the second highest, and very neck and neck for first position. And we had, on all my years in the school board back from 2000 to 2006 originally, and even recently, I mean, we had close to 100% engagement in that school by community members, by parents, and then other community members also who didn't have kids in the school. And it's that connection to that local entity and that kind of ownership that is the reason our population, our student population, has been stable since 2000, whereas the rest of the state has been dropping 1% a year. It's a destination. The kids are there to learn. They see the importance of this by the engagement of the community and the people. And that is key to the success of learning. And I think, within one thing that has been lost, and it actually touches back on the last question a little bit, one thing that has been lost in our education bureaucracy is it's become this isolated bureaucracy that just does not look at a community as a living, breathing block that education is part of. They think that is the thing in itself, and within their own dogma even, they come up with these processes that are kind of cookbook, and they are rather inflexible, and Act 46 is an example of this, where it's a one-size-fits-all model that's forced down on communities, whether they fit or not. And you look across the state at the dozens and dozens and dozens of alternative the plans that were put forward, and very few of them were even looked at or accepted. And these, countless hours were put on by, working on by community members to make systems, merge systems that might work better, and they were basically ignored and forced, basically the preferred model was forced down upon those communities. And I think that the net result of that is that you will kill engagement if community members won't put effort in, if it's wasted effort, if their efforts are just for naught.
I think if you talk to an average Vermonter about Act 46, the general consensus is it's not doing enough. If it was doing anything at all, it was a miss. Property taxes are going up. We're still hemorrhaging kids out of the system. The consolidations, it's been a bumpy road. And I think that Vermonters were expecting more from Montpelier on this issue. Back in 2014, that was the clarion call, fix this. And instead, we came up with this uber complicated thing that you need a Sherpa to hike you through the bill. It's too complicated. The average Vermonter doesn't understand it. I sure didn't understand it when I voted no on it in the legislature, but I understood enough about it that it was bad. And you ask a general Vermonter, how is Act 46? What do you think? They'll say, that's bad. I mean, what's the point? And I think, I agree. But we had a consolidation down in Bridgewater, a town I represented. They ended up sending their kids over to Pomfret. And I think that what I saw, the biggest obstacle was it was an emotional one. Mm-hmm. That was hard. And I think it's important, though, I think some schools need to close. There's going to need to be some mergers. We have lost so many kids in the system. There's just not. We can't keep all these doors open. So I think we need to sometimes separate ourselves from the emotion of it, focus on what's important, and go from there. But just to answer your question, Deb, I think you ask the general Vermonter, they'll say, oof, no.
Well, I think, just to clarify on that, there's nothing wrong with consolidation. In fact, it is a good idea, and you're right, it needs to happen in certain places. The problem is, the mistake made is that it was driven from the top with no thought to the community. This needs, and we said this from the very beginning, we testified in House hearings and multiple people, not just myself. This needs to come from the communities. I said, provide the expertise and provide the resources they need to do this, but let the communities figure out what works for them. Provide the professional assistance to help guide them. And that was completely ignored. And this, I think probably the only way to begin to look at solutions toward this is to restructure. AOE is a very tops-down organization, and it needs to be restructured in a way. I would almost suggest, in fact, Scott Thompson and I proposed this in Alternative Plan to Act 46 back when Act 46 was first being proposed. We wrote an alternative and submitted to Peter Shumlin, but it was, essentially using, Regional Planning Commission model that exists now. The infrastructure's right there. You create a commission, one town, one vote. And each region of the 11 or 13 RPCs around the state would have a commission, and they would elect an executive committee. And basically, they would have oversight over they would show oversight over even secretarial decisions.
Dave, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, to some extent, I disagree with Joe and Rick. And it's why I think leadership is so important. If you look at the other states that have gone through a consolidation process, West Virginia, North Dakota, Arkansas, Nebraska, Maine, what's happened is the bigger communities with the most votes have closed the schools in the little communities, and they've put students on longer bus rides, bringing them to more centralized schools with more bricks and more mortar and more expense, quite frankly. The buses are expensive, the new schools are expensive. I think we don't have, if we were imaginative and creative and if we had vision, we don't need to be closing these small schools. Technology gives us possibilities that we're not taking advantage of. We should be thinking in ways of keeping our schools close to our families, close to our students, and we shouldn't be thinking about long bus rides. We should be thinking about how can parents be best engaged in our schools. And that's by keeping the parents involved. That's by keeping our community leaders involved. That's by keeping local businesses involved. But when we follow the pattern of other states, what will happen is attracting businesses to communities or even entrepreneurs or people that are going to run businesses to communities without schools is going to be incredibly difficult. We are going to hollow out rural Vermont. We're going to do just what they did in West Virginia. And that's just plain, it makes no sense. We need more leadership, more vision, more imagination, and more creativity.
Okay, thank you, Dave. We're ready to move on?
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all right, thank you, Dave. The next question, I think we've already answered it. What's the impact of mergers on small communities? Basically, it destroys the fabric of the community.
It does. It reduces property values. It reduces tax base. What you're seeing around the state of Vermont is buyer's remorse today. If you go over to Addison Central, where they're talking about closing Addison, Ferrisburg, and Ripton, those communities are beside themselves. They voted yes. Now they're saying, what did we do? You go to the Harwood region, where they're talking about closing Moortown and Fayston. And again, those communities are saying, what did we do? I know those little elementary schools. They're great schools. And it makes no sense. And we do have some really great leadership in the education community. I don't mean to suggest we don't, but we don't have enough. It's few and far between.
Okay, great, thank you. Next question. Do you believe Vermont should have a statewide school choice? If so, why? And what are some of the barriers that you see to preventing choice in Vermont? That's a big question.
Where do you want to start?
And we'll start with you.
I think the answer is yes. Yes, period. I think we have a statewide property tax. And repeatedly in my law practice, I've had families and students come to me with really legitimate reasons for wanting to go to a school beyond their residency. I will say this, I think that Vermont's come a long way since I started practicing law. I think the technical centers were a big step forward. I think that we finally adopted a form of public school choice. It's inadequate as far as I'm concerned. I think Act 77 was the biggest step forward we've taken in the state of Vermont. I don't think it's good enough. I think we can do a lot better. I think fear is probably the biggest barrier of more school choice. I think a lot of people are afraid of it. But if you look at the 90 tuitioning towns in Vermont, almost every one of those towns is fierce in the defense of tuitioning. It's why property values in those towns have grown while property values in other towns have not. It attracts people to those towns, and I think it's proven successful, and I think it's a good example of how things can work.
Is the fear that you speak of, is the fear in the current academic arena that we have, or is the fear in the taxpayer?
I think it's both. I was the chair of the Hazen Union School Board, and we were surrounded by tuitioning towns where they had choice. Walden, Wolcott, those were tuitioning towns. Stannard was a tuitioning town. We worked hard to attract those students. But I think the notion of actually working to attract students scares. Public education in Vermont functions as a monopoly, as many monopolies. And people who depend on monopolies like monopolies. But in point of fact, if you look at instances in those towns where they do have choice, it encourages schools, even like Hazen, to be better, to go out and to become more attractive, to think about our music program and our art program and our science program. And I think choice is good for everybody. I was an attorney. I actually worked in Eastern Europe as an attorney for quite a few years. And I learned a lot of lessons there, especially about public monopolies. I watched all of Eastern Europe collapse because they liked public monopolies so much.
Joe?
I think school choice is a priority. I think statewide school choice is the silver bullet to a lot of the problems we're facing. You ask about a hurdle or a barrier. I'll be frank with you, it's the teachers union. They have a stranglehold on that building down the street. And you look at the campaign donations, the way they operate, it's going to be incredibly difficult to convince a legislature to pass that kind of bill. But I think again, this gets back to the first question, what's our priority here? Our priority is to educate these kids, to give parents agency over the education of their kids. We see that it raises property values, improves outcomes, saves a ton of money. School choice, and especially in a state of our scale and our size, this is a place we could do it and do it right. And Dave's absolutely right. I represented two of my towns had school choice for high school. From their cold, dead hands, would you take school choice? And we saw down in the Rutland area, the high schools, it is very competitive to try to get the kids from Mendon and Chittenden to go to those high schools. And they bend over backwards. And the towns, they send a bus. They'll do anything they can to get those kids. And it's a wonderful product. And we talk about economic development. We talk about wanting to attract people to Vermont. Statewide school choice, beautiful.
To me, this is a no-brainer, because if you stop and think about it, if you're going to close small schools, would you close them because the bigger town has more votes and wants the money, or would you close them based on quality?
Right.
And who's the most attractive? Where do people want to go? Who's doing the best job? To me, it's like, here we are, we are designing a monopoly system of consolidation that has proven that it's disastrous in states like West Virginia. And if we have to close schools, let's close them on the basis of efficiency and quality, not on the basis of money and votes.
Right. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Go straight to nature.
Well, you know what's interesting is there's fears on both sides here. The VEA, NEA has a stranglehold on your legislators, is what I'm hearing. So they're afraid of school choice because they're afraid that the schools will become competitive they'll compete with each other for clients, our children, and so they're afraid that schools are going to become vacant and empty through that competitive process. But if you look at Act 46, they are selectively closing schools. So they are closing schools, but on their terms through Act 46. Right. Does that make sense?
You know something? And I would have liked to have seen the NEA have a voice and play a role in that issue. They stayed neutral. I was surprised. I don't think there is anybody in the state of Vermont who has been a more zealous opponent of Act 46 than I have. And I was surprised that the NEA sat on the sidelines. I would have thought they would have been on my side. I want to say something in defense of the NEA, because I have seen what they've done for professional development. And I think if we're going to really maintain costs within our school system, we have to understand how teaching is changing and how the burdens put on the classroom are growing. And I think we need to look at the bureaucracy and the administration, and that's where we need to really cut some costs. But I think the NEA, in terms of professional development, is doing more than almost any organization.
And those teachers and educators and staff need to be paid what they deserve to be paid. But one of the things that I do hear is they're very top-heavy. The organization has far too many, and that's what's keeping our educational costs skyrocketing.
Well,
we have less students, more staff, and
it's very important in all of this. You know, I actually love school choice as well, because it adds there are a couple of real benefits. Actually, there are many benefits, but the quality control piece is important, because it really does. I mean, Calais is a very small school, but we've had very high-performing students, and the boards, it took for years and years, took great effort to really hire the right staff and work with the staff to do that, and that makes it a destination for parents with kids, but also choice. From my experience, most schools are small, and you have a different flavor at each school, and in a way, in small communities, it serves you well, because kids have different needs, and they might meld much better into a nearby school than they do into this school, and we can't serve those kids as well in that community. We should have that ability, and the parents should have that ability to match that. And this is an avenue that it gives that flexibility or some semblance of that, to the smaller community schools. I think there's one thing we have to be careful of with school choice, and that is to be careful to make sure that we do it in a way that's truly accessible to everybody in the school, and not just wealthier parents or only one working income households or things like that. Because that can deal certain parts of the population out of it. But I'm sure that can be done pretty effectively.
Yeah, that leads to another question. Since you just touched on it, do you believe that school choice, as it is established today, or even if we went to school choice, is designed for the wealthy? Because it's
just the opposite.
Because
just the opposite. The wealthy have choices today. Right. If your family is affluent and you want to be an exchange student, they write a check. The students that are left behind and the students that don't have choices are students whose families can't afford. The wealthy, they can buy a house in any community they want. Their school, they pick it. It's the students, quite frankly, it's the students that are stuck in, East Hardwick, whose folks have lost a job. they don't have choices, they don't have opportunities. And quite frankly, that's one of the great things about Act 77. For a student with talent and passion, committed to education, those students that don't come from affluent families at least have a chance to begin college now, to take courses outside of school, to be exposed to other possibilities. But we need to do more. It's not good enough.
So, some would say that in terms of school choices for the wealthy, I'll give you an example. Let's just use Hardwick. If you had full school choice in Hardwick, you as a lower income family might not be able to afford to transport your child. And the wealthier people can afford to do that. That's the argument, that it's more designed for wealthier people.
That really, I think, is cynical about the abilities and the imagination of people from less affluent backgrounds. If you look at Walden, if you look at Wolcott, these towns are not full of wealthy people. These towns are full of people, sometimes in some of the lowest economic situations in Vermont. But they find a way to get students to the schools they think are best for them, and they would be fierce to defend their tuitioning and their choice.
I agree with Dave on that as well. I mean, I think, and just watching from our experience of people moving into Calais because they had elementary school age kids and without a lot of wealth, but they valued education, they'll find a way. And I think it's our job as a state and as communities to help make that as feasible as we can. You know, we can't solve all these problems, and we can't, there's this great myth of equity everywhere and everything. It doesn't exist. You know, we can't, but we could do our best to make it as equitable as possible. And I mean, that inequity also drives the creativity. Well, and this is a thing that, you know, I think we get lost. We lose huge opportunities sometimes because we try to, well, this doesn't work in 100% of the cases.
What you just told us, Deb, reminds me of a joke I heard in Russia. There's 3 farmers. One is an American, one is a Frenchman, and the third is a Russian. And each of them has a neighbor with a cow, and each of them wants a cow. So the American works really, really hard, and he saves his money and he buys a cow. The Frenchman petitions the government, and more he wants more taxes, so the government will give him money so he can buy a cow. And that's what happens. And the Russian still wants everybody to be equal, so he insists that the government kill his neighbor's cow. What you're talking about is the same situation. If we say, oh my gosh, wealthy people already have choices, and we're going to give them more choices, and maybe less affluent people will be left behind, what we've said is, we're going to deny less affluent people the possibility to have these choices because we're somehow afraid that wealthy people might have more choices. That doesn't make any sense.
Joe?
I agree completely. I don't think you're going to, even if they are not able to get their kids to that school, some of them will. You're providing more choice, and just like Dave said, the wealthy have choice already. This is not for a wealthy only scenario.
Very good. I think we all agree on that. Let me just go on here a little bit. If you could suggest a legislative bill for the 2020 session on helping kids in education, what would that bill look like?
Do you want me to start?
We'll start with Joe.
Okay.
I'll take an unusual stab at this, and my bill would be to get rid of the corporate income tax, because we're having a discussion about education funding. We're talking about bailing out the boat. We aren't talking about the leak, and our big leak is the economy. We have a demographic. The term gets overused, but we have a demographic crisis in the state, and it's not going away unless we address the economy. And the legislature, Vermont as a whole, it's the fourth quarter and we're down by a couple of touchdowns. I don't know why we're running the ball. We need to drop back and throw for the end zone. We need something bold. For me, I would put in a bill, get rid of the corporate income tax. We'd be the only state in the Northeast that doesn't have one. And it's, on average, it's only about $100 million a year. It's not chump change, but I think we could probably find the savings somewhere and say Vermont's open for business. But that's the problem. There's a reason these kids didn't vaporize. The families moved away. And until we do some triage and stop the bleeding, we're going to have this is going to be a rolling boil conversation to solve this. So my bill for the kids in education would be an economic one, which we don't do nearly enough of in the legislature.
No.
Good. Well, you just said that the families moved away. Yeah. Also, many of my friends and neighbors are homes with no children. Their children have grown up, but new people are not moving in.
Right.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest problems. New people are not moving in. People are moving out that have money. Retired people are moving out that have money, but we don't have an influx of youth coming into the state, providing us with youth. So
it's a big problem.
It's a big problem.
It's the problem.
Yeah.
Rick, what would you
I
do?
completely agree. Well, I think there are two things. I think that the economy is the basis of need, and what supports and drives the schools. And we absolutely need that in this state. As a business owner myself in Maine, Maine's making a lot of effort to do this, for that reason, because they've had some of the same issues. We're falling behind in this, and we will never fix this education problem if we don't make it affordable and possible for families to come and be raised, live and be raised here. And then secondly, I go back to that argument, I think in the legislation, I would restructure the control within our education to the point where we start, instead of pushing communities out of decision making, we bring them right to the table.
Yeah.
And I mean in a meaningful way where their voice carries decisions. There is a lot of good judgment out there. Yeah, and they're far better than many of the PhDs I've seen who have just been indoctrinated into a system of education, but they have no idea about anything outside of those borders, like the social conditions of communities, and that's what communities bring to this. They understand the need better than anybody that I've seen at the top, and so they need to have a really powerful and significant seat at that table.
But before I tell you the bill I would want to introduce, I want to tell you a little story. When I was the chair of our school board, a young woman came to the school board and said, I've taken every art course we have, and I'm really good, and I have a passion, and I want to beg you to let me take half of a year's tuition and go to the Oxbow School of Art in Napa, California. And we had a hard, blistering debate, and we finally agreed to let that young woman take some of her tuition, a semester's tuition, because her family couldn't afford it. Her mom was working 2 jobs, a cash register at one restaurant, a waitress at another restaurant. That was the most important experience of that young woman's life. She's on the president's list at the Pratt Art Institute right now as a student. I want to see opportunity scholarships for juniors and seniors that show passion and talent in a particular subject so they can dream of anything, go anywhere, and really have something exciting to look for as they're shaping their education here in Vermont. And I think if we do that, we would set Vermont aside. We would tell the United States of America, in Vermont, any kid can have a dream. And those kids that are passionate about their education, who are dedicated to their education, can go anywhere, study anything, and we're going to help them even before they go to college.
I agree completely with Dave on this too, and that is a piece. Our education leadership they're trying to produce this white vanilla system that wouldn't motivate anybody. And I think the key, education is about inspiring learning, because knowledge takes a lifetime. To become a Renaissance person takes a lifetime of learning. You learn very little. I studied engineering and architecture and had enough credits to minor in anthropology and English in college. And, but this much of what I've amassed in my life came from that experience. I developed some tools there to learn, but it's that passion and aggressive edge to keep learning more and growing. That's what we need to feed. And Dave is talking about that. That's what
If we could send that message across America, I think we could reverse the drain of young people with children leaving Vermont. I think there would be reason to say, in Vermont, our children can have a dream.
They got to have a job, though, to move here.
They have to have a job.
Yeah, I agree completely, but without the economic piece, the whole thing falls apart.
Well, you know something, one of the things we have to do is be a lot more imaginative about technology, because, you know, quite frankly, I was in Boston this week, and I went down there and I said, why in the name of God would anybody live in this place? This makes no sense. I live in Greensboro. I have bears, foxes, raccoons at my back door. I can go cross-country skiing. You know, I can go fishing in the Clyde River or the Lamoille River. I live in one of the most magnificent places on earth, and I think of the people who are dying in New York and living the most suffocated lives in Boston. If we use technology, if we bring the kind of technology we need for people to work with their imaginations and their intelligence, I would have to think many, many, many more people would rather live in Greensboro than Boston. And the one thing we can't do is let our schools go. We need to make our schools more attractive, more vital, more inspiring.
Do you think that that is the mission of the remote workers program that the state of Vermont has introduced?
That's the most silly thing in the world. You know, I mean, that's like, ridiculous. You know, it's just ludicrous. It's a joke. But you know, I think what we need to do is get some really exciting ideas. If it means getting rid of the corporate tax, maybe we do it. Maybe we create opportunity zones where we say, you know what, we're not going to have any state income tax for the first 10 years you're here, as long as you're here. Plenty of states survive without an income tax. There's lots of things we can do, but one thing we need to do is make our schools exciting and inspiring. And that takes imagination and leadership.
I have a partner right now. We're developing a tech logistics company, and it will be multinational in scale when it's done. And I was talking to some member, the chair of House Commerce one day, and you know, about even looking at bringing that to Vermont. And this is tech logistics, so you can really put it wherever you want to put it, as long as you've got the digital highways to manage the data, which we don't have here, critical point. But I said that's one important absolute need. The second, and more important, is that, you know, I need to have these small connected school systems. I can bring the young tech logistics people out of Silicon Valley and places like that. They will respond to this after being in, I have many family in, you know, coming out of the top schools in the country. Their kids are in these competitive mills, and it's not healthy. And you see what it does to these kids, and it's what creates a lot of our Wall Street greed. And you know, and there's a huge golden value in what this state offers in ethic. And I could bring people and sell them that small connected community school. And I said directly, I said, I cannot sell a Walmart version of a suburban school out of Boston. I said that I won't be able to bring people here to with the skill sets that I need to do it.
I agree with you, Job, that the future of education in Vermont is closely linked to the economy. The top 6 jobs, available jobs in Vermont, I recently was reading, they are groundskeepers, housekeepers in hotels, sales, retail sales, food industry. Those are not necessarily jobs that people with good educations who want to raise a family in Vermont are flying to Vermont for.
That's why. But we have a new emerging agricultural economy in Vermont, and it's just embryonic today. If you look at Jasper Hill Cheese, if you look at Hill Farmstead Brewery, if you look down the road at Bar Hill Distillers or Pete's Greens, there is a food industry that's value added, that's a new agricultural economy. The Center for an Agricultural Economy in Hardwick is a big piece of that. But there is opportunity here if people want to use their imaginations and seize it. But it takes leadership, and it takes enough to start bringing entrepreneurial people to Vermont.
Right, those are the entrepreneurs that you're referring to. When I think what this article was referring to was food industry, being McDonald's, fast foods, restaurants, working in the kitchen, serving. Those are not high-paying jobs, as we know. So people from outside of Vermont are now saying, I'm going to go to Vermont and work at McDonald's.
In 10 years, Jasper Hill Cheese has created over 100 jobs in the Northeast Kingdom.
But it takes that leadership.
It takes leadership, it takes entrepreneurial talent, but if we have the right schools, they become a magnet. There's nothing that's going to turn the Vermont dynamic around in a week or a month or a year. It's going to take a real vision.
There's a component here. In my business, we were brought into a very famous tech incubator in Atlanta, which is the guy who developed Alexa is out of that and so on. And they have a 95% success rate in their businesses they incubate. And these are tech businesses. And much of the Georgia economy, and certainly Atlanta, is built around this incubator. And in my experience, I've had businesses most of my life. Vermont is loaded with entrepreneurial talent. To survive here, you've got to be pretty industrious, flexible, and hardy. And this is something that the government could work with businesses to create incubators. If our business is successful, we will bring it here ourselves. My partner and I will bring it to Maine and Vermont. But that is a whole education unto itself. Those incubators are not just providing office space. These are all taught. The people teaching in them and operating them are very successful entrepreneurs, and they come back and give business time back to that to train the next generations, and that's why they have such high success rates. We start incubating. That's the way you start incubating business. We've got the schools and the people to draw on here. You don't have to have huge numbers. They typically have a few hundred at one time that are being incubated. But what they generate and their affiliation with Georgia Tech, I mean, it's mind-boggling. And everybody from Google to Amazon, they all sponsor this. They partner with the state, but the state's actually a minor partner. It's actually supported by all the big businesses and people that came out of this program and ended up coming back like alumni to really teach the next generations.
You know, when you talk about leadership and all this, though, I think of it through the prism of Rutland County, and down there, something like the worker relocation, the quote-unquote $10,000 bribe, just boggles their mind. It's so frustrating for them. They want action. They want the ability for imagination and an entrepreneurial spirit to have free reign, and there's just so much frustration, at least down in that neck of the woods.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'd like to get to one more question before our time is up. There's several good questions here, but because we're talking about education, what do you believe the role of the State Board of Education is, and would you make any changes? Changes. Joe, we'll start with you.
Well, I would say I think it's too political right now. I wish that the state boards, the school boards, could set it up. They'd be the ones to come up with some sort of election process, as it is now. The governor appoints.
Bottom up.
Yeah, and so I think with how political it is, I think that helps see some of the mission creep that concerns a culture voter like myself, someone who's concerned with my young kids going into the school. I have a lot of concerns about some of the mission creep we see in schools, and so I'm concerned with just the political nature of the school board.
It's completely political, and I agree completely with Joe. I think I would go back to the model I talked about earlier and say, you know, if you had, that needs to be created and elected by the people of the town. They're not appointed.
Yeah.
They need to. I would use a regional planning commission type model, and those one-to-one, those one town, one representative commissions could decide and elect members or to a board like that. They need to be accountable to the people. definitely.
Dave?
Well, first of all, the notion that those folks coming to Montpelier know more about managing Hazen Union High School than our school board does is silly. Our school board, we have an entrepreneur who started a business with 40 employees. We have a lawyer. We have an architect. We have a woman who's been a professor at a major university. That's our school board. Very talented, intelligent people engaged with the community. The notion that, and they're all good people. I know the people on the state board. Some of them are really bright. I think John Carroll's a particularly bright guy, but he doesn't know as much about Hazen as we do. So I think they need to step back. The notion that they have the power to transfer $8 million of debt from East Montpelier to Calais, and they know what they're doing, is almost crazy.
Yeah.
To transfer $500,000 of debt from Hardwick to Stannard, I mean, what do these guys know about what they're doing? It's crazy that they have the power to dissolve municipal governments and to create municipal governments. What does any one of those people know about creating a municipal government? They need to step back. The power they were given was way too much. What the decisions that they've been making should have been made by the legislature or by local school boards.
Yes, what Dave said.
I agree completely. Yeah, I would.
Keep it local.
Yes.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
no question.
What kind of government works better, top down or grassroots?
I think we
Bottom
know.
up or top down?
I think we know.
When we
There's-
make,
the
when we make
answer
a
is
mistake at the,
it's a no-brainer.
well, when we make a mistake at the grassroots, we learn from it. We don't seem to do that from the top down. They walk away from it and leave the price tag on us.
What I find interesting is that with all the brain power that we have in the state of Vermont, and three of you are sitting right here, how do we as such a small state allow this to happen?
Inertia.
How did we allow Vermont to get to where it is?
Well, I think there's a lot of explanations. Not enough people run for public office. You know, we all pat ourselves on the back, but we really don't. We're not. It means we're not doing enough. And quite frankly, I think as a country, our notion of sacrifice for community has dwindled. And you know what? To some extent, I always think back to John Kennedy saying, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And I feel like we have leadership that's really turned that around upside down on its head, because basically more and more we have people that are asking what their country and their community can do for them. I think, you know, we talk about giving everything away and everything free. You know, we've got a lot of leadership that panders instead of leads.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Our time has come to an end here. I want to thank all three of you for being part of the panel here.
Thank
This
you.
was
Thank you,
really
Deb.
good.
Thank you.
Really
Enjoy
good conversations, and thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you again.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Deb.
you.
Deb, thank you and your guests so much for an incredible show. This was one of the best discussions we have had on this program. I thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. I certainly did. We'll see you next week. And in the meantime, keep listening beyond the soundbites. Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Eric LaMontagne is with me. Eric, how are you?
I'm well, I'm well.
Good. Eric, as you know, is the Executive Director of Campaign for Vermont. And our special guest this evening is somebody I haven't seen in a while. Deb Markowitz is here with us. I knew Deb when she was Secretary of State and then later on Secretary of Natural Resources.
That's
Deb,
right.
welcome to the show.
Well, it's so nice to be here.
Yeah, this is great. I don't know how this happened. Did I see you somewhere and I went, ooh.
Yes, you said her. I
want
want to talk to her about climate change.
Yeah, Deb over there, I'm going to let her introduce herself in a minute and all the things she's been up to, but we've asked her to talk about climate change, and then afterwards we have some other exciting things to talk about, so stay tuned. Deb, could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, I was Secretary of State for 12 years,
Right.
and then Secretary of Natural Resources for 6 years.
Right.
And when Peter Shumlin left office, so did I, and I ended up at the University of Vermont as a visiting professor of environmental policy and leadership, which was a wonderful couple years. But more recently, for about the last 5 months, I've been working with an organization called Ceres. And Ceres works with asset owners like pension funds and investors like Trillium Assets or State Street Bank, and to help them influence companies to be more sustainable, both aligning what the companies do with the Paris Climate Accord, also looking at human rights and other social and environmental issues. It's been very exciting. So it's 5 months. Back and forth to Boston.
Yes.
I know.
Oh, really? You still, so
I
you
go back
don't
and,
stay there?
Well, I do. I don't go back and forth every day.
Yeah.
But every week I'll go for part of the week, which has actually been kind of fun.
Yeah, I
I've
would say
been in
going to
Vermont a long
Boston.
time.
Let's sign me up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Can I just ask you, on one of the titles I saw where you're working at UVM, it said the University of Vermont Rubenstein School of Environment, and what is that?
So-
I've never heard
so-
that family name.
Yeah, so the
UVM.
Rubenstein School is the environmental program for the university.
Oh, very
so it's the
nice.
Rubenstein School of Environment and Natural Resources.
Excellent.
And it's a wonderful program. They really are. They're one of the leading programs up at UVM. And then part of associated with them is the Gund Institute of Environment, which looks at ecological economics. So how do we value natural resources for their ecosystem services, and so I also help them think about how to engage with policy both in Vermont and nationally.
Right. And just before we kick this off, Deb was explained before that she's very much into policy, not into the sciences. So our discussion will be more policy driven
Yeah,
rather
and there's-
than the details of the science, which I don't understand anyway, so that works out fine for me.
Well, I can talk in a light way, but
Yeah.
there are experts.
Right.
And in fact, there's a national climate assessment that was released just last year about this time, and the scientist who was the primary author for the Northeast section is the state climatologist at UVM. And so if you
Oh,
wanted
no
someone
kidding.
to do a deep dive on the
Whoa.
science, you could make a phone call there.
Well, there, I actually will do that because we're up for it, aren't we?
Bring it
All
on.
we have to do is ask the questions. They have to
They have
provide
to
the
answer.
answer.
And you'll have lots of answers about the science. She's really great, a geologist. So.
And I actually got my degree through Rubenstein School and
so you
took
know about
classes through Gund as well. So
Huh.
it'll be a bit of a maybe get some of the rust off of my
Yeah,
science,
right.
my science background.
deep,
It's been a
dig
few
deep.
years since I've taken any hardcore science classes, but
Yeah.
Yeah, and I met you years before this at the League of Cities and Towns. You
That's
were with
right.
them.
So I started their law center.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. It was
Yeah.
1989
Yeah.
because I was pregnant with my first child, and they had been looking for someone to work part-time to help start up a law
Right,
center.
right.
And it was perfect for me, right?
that's great.
Walking distance
Yeah,
from
that's a good
home.
group,
and
so-
it was a great
Yeah,
experience. And it's how I fell in love with the cities and towns of Vermont and the people who run those
Yeah.
communities. And that's what led me to run for Secretary of State.
Yeah, that's it. Great.
Yeah.
Well, glad you did all those things.
It was
That's
lovely.
So cool.
And
in-
then, yeah.
sorry, in 30 seconds, what does League of Cities and Towns do for
So-
folks who don't know?
Yeah, so the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is the association of our local governments.
Right, municipalities.
And people, the municipalities, cities and towns decide to join it. They don't have to join it. They pay dues, and in what they get for those dues is a bunch of services. And including they've got a lobbyist up at the State House to make sure that the legislature are thinking about issues from the perspective of cities and towns. And then there's group insurance programs. And that was what was in place when I started. They decided that towns really also needed advice and help. And so when I came on, I developed a whole series of trainings, and I wrote 1 million handbooks, and then would take phone calls from people with questions.
And they also run a professional search for interviews and stuff, and identifying candidates. If municipalities don't really have the setup for interviewing all these people
for a town manager,
for a town manager, and so you call up the league, and they will set that in motion for you.
Yeah, it's really a great service, and it becomes it pays for itself in many cases because they have a self-insurance fund for the liability insurance and the health insurance, and so it often is more affordable for communities to provide those kinds of coverage.
I had Steve Jeffries on the phone, on the program, like the last day he was leaving, because he had been there
for 20 years, a long time.
So I had him on, but anyway.
That's
all right,
good.
so let us jump into our topic. So
it's really easy to get off on a tangent with
this
this
is
show.
a straight line topic. What is climate change? I mean, that's just the question of the day.
I mean, climate change. So let's step back. People get confused about weather and climate. So weather is when you go outside, is it raining? Is it warm? Is it cold? Climate looks at longer term trends. So when somebody says, oh, look, it's snowing and it's May, it's proof there's no climate change, it's not proof of anything. It's just proof that today there's snow. That's the weather. So scientists have taken a view in the long term of the temperatures across the Earth and how they change over time, and different things influence the temperatures. So historically, if you think about geologic time, there have been like mini ice ages. Well, it didn't just happen randomly, like the sun didn't dim. What happened is there's a volcano that poured out ash, and enough ash to create a cloud so that we didn't get as much sunlight coming in. And so what's happened, and when we're talking about climate change now, what happened is during the Industrial Revolution, starting then, turn of the century, we started burning fossil fuels. First it was coal, and still, to some extent, coal. And what happens is the particulates from coal create sort of like a greenhouse effect, which is why it's called the greenhouse effect, where with greenhouse, when you like put a glass, you've got a sun in a glass, it actually heats up below the glass. And so the particles from these greenhouse gases, or I'm not the scientist, maybe it's not the particles. What the greenhouse gases do is it creates an environment in which the Earth warms. Not evenly across the Earth. Some places are warming faster than others. The northern hemisphere is warming faster. So Vermont, we're warming faster than the southern hemisphere. And as a result, lots of things happen because lots of things affect the weather. So you've got the climate over time that's changing, but when you think about like the weather report, when you hear the weather report, they talk about where the fronts are coming from, and it's from the winds, and the ocean currents have an impact on that, and the polar ice caps have an impact on it. So what's happened because of the greenhouse gases causing this greenhouse effect and this warming unevenly but over the Earth is we're melting the polar ice caps, and that's changing both the currents in the ocean. It's affecting how the ocean's moving around, and the heat of the ocean, how warm the ocean is. So that then creates a cycle with clouds and wind, and as a result of that, we get things like Tropical Storm Irene, where there's a weather front that comes in and sits over us and stays and drops 7 inches of rain in a short period of time. And what's interesting is at the time of Tropical Storm Irene, that was like 2011, you may remember, Scientists at the time would say, this is the kind of thing that we would expect to happen with climate change. We can't say this was climate change, but we know this is going to happen with climate change. And that's because there's lots of factors and it's complicated. These days, they've gotten more sophisticated, so they can say, yeah, this was influenced by climate change. So when we have a tropical storm or a hurricane that's particularly fierce, dropping lots of rain, they know that it's because of the change in the temperature of the ocean, that there's more water, there's more moisture in those clouds, so there's more moisture that gets dropped. They can track it. So even since 2011 and now, the science has really gotten fine-tuned. And we know every year more about climate change. And unfortunately, it's actually not good news. So in 2011, when I first started learning about this, there were all sorts of models and projections, and it's happening faster than they projected, the changes in the
And
planet.
they pointed humans for being the major cause.
That's right.
And how do we know that? I mean, only because I look at Vermont, and we could stand on our heads and do everything correct, but I don't think we'd move that needle very far in Vermont because we're so small.
Well,
right?
so we all have to be part of the solution. So
Right.
every single area could say that. Oh, if it's just because
That's
it's really a
probably true.
global
Right,
problem with
Yeah,
that
leave
needs
me
a
alone.
global solution. So the scientists are sure that it's humans, and in fact, last year under the Trump administration, they issued the fourth climate assessment that said that as well. So even the Trump administration has said, yes, it's happening, it's human cost. And that's because you can trace it, you can track the changes to the Industrial Revolution. And you know the science about capture of the warmth through this greenhouse effect. And so when you look at history to see where there were other variations, you could find out why. You could say, oh, it was a volcano, it was this, it was that. They could find out what was going on. And in fact, now they have even taken cores in some of the glaciers, so they could really see what was happening, when there were melts and when there weren't melts. And so they really can tell, yeah, no, this is unprecedented in the history of the planet. And that's a problem. That's a problem. But I know I'm talking on that.
No, go right ahead.
No, it's fine.
So last week, I was in New York City for Climate Week, which every year they have a big gathering, an international gathering. It's done at the same time the United Nations is meeting, and you might have seen that Greta Thunberg, the young activist, spoke to the United Nations. But in concert with the United Nations, the folks who are involved in climate change from all over the world gather. And it's really thrilling because there's so much work and so much progress going on. We have to work faster and harder and innovate, but I was so impressed with the amount of effort going on internationally and in the United States to solve this problem for the world.
But there are still a lot of people out there who think this whole thing is made up.
Actually, fewer than you'd think. So the ones who do are loud, but the Yale has regular polling where they're looking at opinions in the United States. And just so you know, in the rest of the world, there is consensus in the rest of the world that climate change is happening, it's human caused, and we need to do things about it. It's in the United States that it became political in a way that was really unfortunate. I think, for the world. So
because changes would impact on manufacturing.
That's a whole different
another
section
show.
here. That's a different show of how it happened, and it had to do with it's a different show. But so around the world, there's absolute consensus because there's consensus among the scientists. It's like saying there's no gravity. Like, yes, this is happening. Now let's deal with it. In the United States, though, what they have found is 75% of Americans believe that climate change is happening now and that we need to do something about it, that we need to have some regulation to address it. 75%. So in Vermont, it's 80%. In Texas, it's 60%. In Oklahoma, it's 60%. So even in the reddest states, the majority of people believe that it's happening and needs to be addressed in large part by regulation. So that's really interesting. And that's been a change over time, and that's because we experience it across the country.
Right, when you have 5 100-year floods in 5 years.
And these hurricanes that are, each one is beating records, and the fires in California. I mean, we had our first climate change related bankruptcy when Pacific, Gas and Electric in California, because of these wildfires that are climate change wildfires, they've gone bankrupt. And so it is what it is.
What are the most common denier claims that you hear, and what are your rebuttals to those?
So what people, so what the talking points are now, because they're actually talking points that we've seen, for people who want to slow down regulation, and they'll say, okay, we know that the climate is changing, like there's no question with the science, and that humans have a large part in it. It's not the only part. It's a large part, though, because you've got El Nino and all these other factors that come into play. But we don't know enough about it. We still don't know how fast or how much humans are causing versus other things. And so the biggest arguments we hear is this uncertainty of just the extent of it. That actually is slowing down because it really it matters, like to communities. So, for example, in Florida, they've seen sea level rise. And if they have and it's expected within the next 50 years to have 3 more feet of sea level rise, and you lose Florida.
Yeah, right.
Right, you lose Florida. So even though some of the politicians in the Senate or whatever don't want to talk about this issue, all of those mayors, all of the county commissioners in Florida, climate change is happening, and they're planning for it, right? They have to deal with it on the ground. And so I think that's the reality, is that there's the political dialogue, but on the ground, people recognize it's irresponsible to pretend the tidal wave is not coming, right? You've got to plan for it and protect your communities.
I have a question here, but I don't think we could do this. It says, how do we stop climate change? But you can minimize it, I'm assuming, because it sounds like there's just so much. I mean, how much can we as people do to change it?
Well, there is a lot we can do. There's this great author, who wrote it's a project actually called Project Drawdown, and it is what this project did is it brought research from all over the world, lots of smart scientists thinking about what we could be doing to reverse climate change, all of the different levers for reversing climate change, and then looked at kind of the scope of the problem and prioritized it. Said, okay, what are the most impactful things that we could be doing? And when I saw this presentation, I was really surprised that one area was food and agriculture, how we grow food, and what we eat. So the big takeaway was, so when they, for example, when most of the rice is grown in paddies that are flooded, and that actually creates a chemical situation where methane gas is released, which is a very potent greenhouse gas. Now, you could grow rice a different way. The reason why they grow rice that way is because it allows them not to have to worry about mice and rats, because otherwise these pests will come and eat your rice. And so if you put water, you flood it, it'll grow just fine. It kills everything else. You can have fish in there that you're also harvesting, but the methane release is really significant. So if we change the way we grew rice, it would make a really big difference. So we need smart minds to think about, well, how do you do pest control? Right? That won't require, right? There's a different way of thinking about it. The other big contributor is meat, beef, and to some extent dairy because of cows and methane, but also a lot of the beef is being produced where there used to be rainforest. So right now the Amazon is burning, and it's burning so that Bolsonaro in Brazil can have more beef and soy produced, and that's a problem, right? So
I missed that. It's burning because they want it to burn?
yes, because they're clearing the land.
Oh, I see.
They're clearing the land.
Well,
They're
that
clearing the
one
land,
I
so-
know is not good for the environment because
That's
there's, okay.
Because in both,
The
so when
trees and the breathing, yeah, right.
So when you burn the trees, you're releasing the carbon
Right.
that's stored in the trees, and then when you use the land for beef cattle, then the beef cattle also are producing methane. So, so that was interesting. Renewable energy. What's interesting about renewable energy is right now it's cheaper. If you're looking at new energy, like you're investing, you're an investor and you want to invest in a new energy project, renewable energy is now cheaper in most cases, in many cases, than, well, certainly than nuclear, which is unfortunately very expensive, but also gas and certainly coal.
Right.
And so as a result, even with our, President Trump saying, the war on coal is over, under his administration, during his time, more coal plants have closed in the United States than under the whole last term of Obama. And
And why is that, regulations or?
it's
just
not.
There's not a need?
It just doesn't.
Economics.
It's economics. It's
Yeah,
the
right.
market at work. So it's cheaper. So right now in the Great Plains area of the country, so it's like northern Texas, that whole area, wind is $20 a megawatt hour, and coal is $30 a megawatt hour. So why would you do coal?
Well, right.
Right? Why
sure.
would you? And it also happens to be that many of our largest coal plants are at the end of their lives. You build them for a generation, 60 years. And then after that, you've got to replace stuff. And who's going to spend millions, tens of millions of dollars to upgrade a coal plant when you know the next president is going to go back to the war on coal? Like, why would you do that?
I'll tell you how old I am. We had a coal bin in our basement, and they would come with the chute, pour it down, all the coal, and there would be dust for like forever.
Oh my
You know,
God, your
Dad would
poor
be down
lungs.
there. I know. I'm listening to this going, no wonder something's wrong with me.
Well,
There you go.
I mean, that's really neat. I know this, Pat hates it when I go off script, but I'll
because
warn you.
now
that
Dad
I'll warn you that
I'm just
going to
going
do
off
this.
script too.
Yeah, exactly.
But can you talk a little bit about some of these innovations that you've seen in your work? I mean, I've recently read something that, I forget the numbers, but just the amount of the level of effectiveness just from adding a pigment to our pavement so that our roads are a lighter color or our shingles are a lighter color will kind of play that role of reflecting more sunlight instead of absorbing it as much.
Well, let me say that that was part of what is so thrilling about Climate Week.
Right.
Everywhere, people are innovating to try to solve these problems. And those innovations are money makers, right? This isn't, I know earlier on, we were talking and this isn't going to cost, it's not like these solutions are all these fancy, expensive solutions, right? They're opportunities to create new markets for new things, right? Or do things a little bit different. And there's a whole range of solutions that are perfect for Vermont because they're land-based. So the United Nations has an arm that is studying climate change and climate solutions, and so it's the IPCC's, the something on the International Protocol on Climate Change.
Oh, there you go.
Came out with their report on land and the role of land with climate change. And what was wonderful is what came out of it was we cannot solve the climate crisis without thinking about how we live on the landscape. And that forests, for example, have to be part of the solution. Agriculture has to be part of the solution, both because it, there are emissions that if we manage the land differently, we could reduce, but also they're carbon sinks. So if you think about carbon, for people who have no idea what I'm talking about, you know, we're made of carbon. Like it's you know, elements. So it's different elements, and when, you know, the tree is made of carbon, and so when the tree or the plant decays, the carbon releases into the atmosphere. If you burn it, it releases really fast.
Right.
One of the reasons why we have a problem with climate change, and it's because of the Industrial Revolution, is we pulled up carbon that had been in the earth for millions of years from those dinosaur bones, right? Oil is made from dinosaur bones having, over time, you know, decomposed and ultimately turning into oil. So that was a carbon sink that had been hidden in the planet, not active, locked away for millions of years. Yeah. So we unlocked that carbon, and it put us out of balance. So
Pandora's
how do we?
box, eh?
Exactly, it was Pandora's box, and it has done wonderful things for our lives. Now we can live to 90, when before the Industrial Revolution people died at 40. You know, it's really a different. You know, it's been so good to us, but also it's Pandora's box. So how do we then think about the carbon sinks in nature? So planting trees, really important. So in Vermont it's complex because we know that to keep our forests, we also need to make sure they're productive. So to keep our forests, we actually have to cut trees. But maybe we shouldn't be burning the trees for like electricity, because it's not an efficient use of burning the trees, because when you burn the tree for electricity to move a turbine, 3/4 of the energy coming out of it is wasted. So for example, now, you know, they burn wood chips at the McNeil plant. So now they're looking, well, what are we going to do with the waste heat? Like we're burning the wood chips, it's, you know, and we're not using it all. So if you use the waste heat, it becomes more efficient. So
there's a movement afoot here in Vermont to encourage people not to live out in the rural areas, but to move more closer to town. And I'm assuming that's part of the climate change thinking, because everything's here, why run it out to the rural areas? And because they've been slowly encouraging people to move downtown.
Yeah,
and I presume that's why.
I think people, actually, two things. I think people more and more want to live in town, and there's just not enough housing. So I think building the housing in towns is in response to a changing demographic.
Oh, really?
Younger people want to live.
Oh, where it's more convenient.
Where it's more convenient, and actually seniors, older people, want to live where they can walk and not have to have mud season and plow and like that. So right now, because of the demographics, there is pressure on our downtowns, which I think is great.
Yeah.
And it is, as you described, great for climate change.
Yeah.
So for Vermont, our biggest challenge is transportation, and also the efficiency of our homes, heating our homes. It's winter, like how, you know, and we've got some of the oldest housing stock in the nation. So those are tough nuts to crack. And I don't know, maybe you saw the news, it was just a few weeks ago that Vermont is not on track to meet our goals, our climate goals.
Yeah.
And that's in part because it's really hard to figure out what is the solution in a rural state to create options, convenient options for people that aren't driving, you know, it isn't you driving a truck or your, you know, heavily emitting vehicle, you know, everywhere you go, right? It just, you know, as I described to friends from out of state, we don't really have the mass for mass transit.
Right. No, you don't.
So how do we give convenient options for people? And, you know, I had an electric car for a bunch of years and loved it.
Did you really?
It was so much fun because I like the peppy. It's really peppy. It's so much fun to drive. But, you know, but we need other models. We need, you know, my Leaf was great.
Right.
But, you know, I wasn't going to use it like to take all the gardening things and, you know, once you put a canoe on top of it, it really doesn't go very far, you know, and so we need more choices. We need manufacturers to respond to consumer demand with more kinds of cars. And so it's a challenge in Vermont to think about how do we address our biggest.
Right.
Our
I think the
biggest
weatherization program has really done, their statistics are amazing, what they've done with weatherization. I think that's great.
Weatherization's also a win-win, because when your house is weatherized, you're much more comfortable, and you're spending less money.
Yeah, you don't need as much heat.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Eric, if you want to jump in.
And kind of another specific question. In Vermont, for Vermont policy, we've seen a lot of these massive solar arrays pop up on the land. So you were talking about how we use our land, and that's a fairly controversial for a lot of people. You know, I personally, they don't bother me that much. I think it's really creative how some people have realized they can graze sheep underneath them, and they can still use them for pasture land. But for a lot of people, that's a really controversial policy to be using land that way. Is that so? When you're saying, I'm trying to think exactly how to turn this into a question.
Well, I can answer this, because as Secretary of A&R, this was a question that came to me all the time. I mean, there was so much controversy over every renewable energy and development. And the way I thought about it was that we were really spoiled in Vermont for a long time, where we were able to export the impacts of our energy choices. So when we were just using energy from the grid, it was coming from coal and gas and other places, and where it was extracted, well, they had to suffer with the externalities, it's called, whatever the impacts, the environmental impacts were. And with distributed generation, solar, and wind, we're taking responsibility, right? There is no energy that can be produced without some impact.
Yep, right.
And for the first time, we were asked to take responsibility for that impact. And I would say in the beginning, some of the projects weren't, we didn't have the regulations in place to require screening and so forth. Like any new innovation, it took a little while for us to catch up. And I also think it takes a while for the eye to catch up. When I was Secretary of State, we had an archivist, Greg Sanford, who's really just a delightful guy, and he knows everything about all of these historical debates. And he called me up and said, just so you know, we had the same conversations when they first started using silos in Vermont. Everything people said about industrializing the landscape and it's a blight and it's ruining my view shed, everyone said about silos.
Oh, that's funny.
And now it's just silos.
Yeah, it's silos, right.
And if you think about it, all those power lines that really ruined the landscape, we're just used to them. And so it's a transition. Like, I believe it's just a transition, and in 5 more years, 10 more years, it'll just feel part of the working landscape.
I don't know whether it's me, though, but it seems like the wind towers have taken there's not much talk about them, whether the experience they've had with some of the health issues and the birds and the impact on.
Well, so I would say that the reality of the wind turbines is they've been incredibly successful. So for Green Mountain Power and for ratepayers, incredibly successful. And in fact, in Vermont, the impact on the birds and bats and things, minimal compared to other extractive, other ways to get energy. But it is controversial because they're at the top of our mountains. And it, again, like when I go and see those wind turbines as I'm driving through Eden, I think it's breathtaking in a beautiful way. But other people don't, and especially people, living in the area who are used to hunting on that land.
But has it sort of eased off a little bit? Because there doesn't seem to be many discussions about it.
It has eased off for a couple reasons. One is that there are only so many places where wind really makes sense, because you need to have not just, it needs to be in a place that has the constant wind, and it needs to be in a place that's convenient to hook into the grid, and it needs to be in a place where the grid needs the energy. And so once you start looking at that, it limits where. And so, you know, there's probably a couple more places where you could have small projects. And someday there may be.
When we went out, we went to Arizona and we went out there. And there's a place like in Mexico, New Mexico. I mean, every place you look, you're surrounded. They're just hills all over the place, and they're one after the other. There are thousands of them.
Yeah.
It's amazing out there. I rode my motorcycle under one in when we went to where were we? Alaska. Yeah, Alaska. We were in Alaska, and
you rode your motorcycle in Alaska.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
Not Alaska. That was not. I apologize. It was New Brunswick.
Okay.
And they had these turbines right on the water. And we rode underneath them. They are, speaking of being spectacular.
They're spectacular.
They're huge, and we felt like little ants riding underneath them, and they were enormous, just enormous.
And,
that was cool.
And technology's changing too. So they're now coming out with wind turbines that are just like poles that turn.
And those are in Denmark like that. Yeah.
And so slowly there'll be new technology that produces energy with different kinds, with that minimizes the impacts.
I think the same with the electric cars. You were mentioning what the difference between when they first came out and the way they are now. I wouldn't even mind jumping on the board. It's really
they're so much fun.
They're great.
Yeah, they're really fun.
In the beginning, not so much, but
well, in the beginning they were like golf carts. That was a long time ago, though.
Right, but now you have Teslas that can beat a Lamborghini.
No, for sure. And Howard Dean had
actually my Leaf could. I mean, it goes so fast.
When Howard Dean was pushing them, Governor Dean, he wanted them for police, but you could never. It's a battery, so when you pressed it, the battery just went you could never speed up quick, 30, 60 miles an hour in a half a second. You're back doing 1 mile an hour, and you couldn't catch the bad guys.
But now it goes 0.
Oh, now it's
like,
fabulous.
Yeah,
now
really
it makes sense.
There's a lot going on.
So speaking of wind, I know, one of the reasons wind in Vermont specifically was controversial was due to the anticipated watershed effects of kind of denuding a mountaintop and the effects that would have on downstream streams, river, because you have that sheet runoff of water. And so just using that as an example, and then also about
do you want to know what happened? Because we did put up those wind turbines. And it actually improved water quality in the downstream, and in part because it had been a mountain that was being logged, and some people argue it wasn't being well logged, like the logger wasn't using best practices. And in putting up as part of the permitting for the wind project, they were required to do a lot of work to manage the stormwater. And so while the hydrology was altered, it actually ended up being not having an impact. In fact, cleaning up part of the watershed because now there was actual systems in place to manage the stormwater runoff.
They have a structure that
they do
deals with the water runoff.
Yes, it was
didn't
really.
Even know that.
It was, and part of the reason why for Kingdom Wind they cleared such a large area initially, which has now grown back. It's growing back. Was to put in the stormwater management system, and they're great and really remarkable engineering. You could get the engineer to come and talk about how
no one
they
ever
did
talked
it.
about that. That doesn't.
And I guess that was kind of the second part of my. I feel like my question was, I feel like a lot of the barriers towards adopting some of this really necessary technology is people's perceived impacts on their daily lives or on the world around them, or they see these big projects and big trees going down and they don't really fully comprehend that. So,
but also we didn't know, like maybe they would have been right. The truth is we haven't done it before, right? We haven't put in these big wind projects before, and we used all the science and engineering, and guesswork and we over-engineered it because we really wanted to protect the environment, and it worked. But until it worked, we didn't know it was going to work for sure, right? We were expecting it was going to work. So when anything is new, there is a level of adjustment and uncertainty that we have to get used to. And that actually is an interesting circle back to the challenge of climate change. And it's where we started is that it's not linear, right? You've got weather, and then climate are these long-term trends, and it's not just this arc. So one of the challenges for us here in Vermont, as you know, a farming state, is that you know, you like to have a sense of when the last hard frost is going to be, when the first hard frost is going to be, and when you can plant, when you're going to expect the rain, and in fact, our whole ecosystem has evolved around a pattern. And so I remember just a few years ago, we had a very early warm, I don't remember if it was February or March, and so that
yes, the ski areas were hanging on.
But it's the apple trees that really suffered.
really?
Because what happened is they started to bud, and then there was a hard frost, and it killed them. And then because the apple trees weren't budding, weren't blooming, when the bees came out, the bees need the apple trees to, like, after winter, it's like, okay, let's get going, let's get the sugar going, right? And so we had a bee die-off. So because
we can't really afford to have.
Which we can't really afford to have. So, and that's because our whole ecosystem is expecting a certain pattern that's changing, and year to year it's different. So then the next year it's perfectly fine. And the next year after, you know, and it's a variation that is beyond sort of what the norm is. And what's really interesting about Vermont is because we've got a calcium-based soil, we actually, unlike New Hampshire and New York, our neighbors, we are able to accommodate multiple kinds of ecosystems. So different kinds of plants and animals could survive in Vermont. And because we've got this elevation difference, there's somewhere on the landscape that we can have rattlesnakes, for example, in parts of Vermont. Right, we've got rattlesnakes in Rutland, and in other, you know, and yet we can also have more Arctic birds at the top of the mountains. Right, we have this range, so that as we have change, we're a great place for resilience, because as species migrate, you know, because they are going to need to survive, and the migration isn't that they're just walking north; it's that they're not succeeding, and so the trees are dying down here, but they're surviving better up here. Vermont is really will continue to have rich biodiversity because our landscape can support many, many different kinds of plants and animals because of the kind of soil we have.
Interesting. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned it before, fossil fuel. I mean, how do we get off of fossil fuel, and why?
You know, it is complicated, but possible. I mean, you know, big company like Amazon just made a pledge to become carbon free by, I don't remember if it was 2050 or 2035.
Because that's
or
part
whatever,
of our plan.
right? Yes.
That we're not meeting yet.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, so the vision in Vermont at the moment is that, you know, because it's now really feasible to get our electric energy from renewable sources, that we begin to do that. And then we begin to think about transportation and how do we electrify transportation. So if we've got our electricity coming from renewables, and then we bring our transportation into electric, then we're off of fossil
And what
fuel.
are those renewables that you think that eventually we're going to be relying on?
Well, we are already relying on
water.
solar, hydro, and wind. And
those are the three main things we'll be focusing on.
That's right. And there's other things, geothermal. I mean, there are other ways you can also have renewable energy that are, you know, that help you get to that carbon neutral future. But in Vermont, you know, our electric grid is very green, and it's because of our reliance on hydroelectric, and actually a little piece of nuclear as well. And so hydroelectric, wind.
Is that off the grid, the nuclear? It's part of the what we buy.
We contract with it. We don't have it in state, but we contract for a piece of it.
Excellent.
And and so the same thing with heating our homes. So I remember in the 70s, it was very common to have electric baseboard heat.
Right,
Remember
right,
that?
yes.
And
We had it in our house, and it came out within 2 weeks, because back then, you'd have to have a second mortgage and a
right,
third mortgage
for
to
the
be able to
electric,
afford
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
I know, and so now they've got lots of new technology for electric heat that really works, and then of course in Vermont many people heat with wood,
right,
which only is okay if you're using modern wood equipment. So we use a pellet stove that's very efficient. Some of the old wood stoves are actually pretty emitting. So there's a program in the state to help people modernize their equipment at home.
I have to go find out.
Yeah.
We burn wood a lot in the winter.
Yeah.
Because it goes straight up the stairs, and we never have to do anything upstairs. Can't even breathe sometimes. It's like so hot.
No.
But so that it depends on what the furnace. I mean, what the
it depends
furnace
on
looks
how
like?
efficient you are,
Oh, okay.
whether or not you're,
Right.
you're really, whether wood heat is a good
Yeah.
idea for you.
I thought there was a shortage of pellets at one point in time. When people were buying the pellets, there was all of a sudden this shortage, and people were worried about, now what do we do?
Yeah,
It
so
sounds like it must be okay.
yeah, no, the market caught up.
Yeah,
You know,
good.
there's again with new technology, it takes a while for the market to catch up
Yeah.
and public opinion to catch up.
Yeah.
As you were talking about with the wind.
Well, I think education on any topic is important, because I'm always, no, it's changed. But after a while, when you've got the right people talking to you about, what it's all about, after a while you figure it out.
Yeah, that's right.
So, what do you think our legislature is up to this year? Because I heard they had a meeting 2 or 3 days ago over in the Essex area, and it was about climate change, and they were talking about the legislation that they wanted to put forth.
Yeah,
Obviously,
so-
the old carbon tax is back.
Well, what's interesting on carbon tax
Yeah.
is last spring in my new job, working at this organization called Ceres, where we're working with investors to help companies become more sustainable. We had 75 corporate CEOs. And we're not talking Ben & Jerry's. We're talking about Pepsi, and we're talking about Unilever. We're talking
nice.
about the Gap. Big multinational
Right.
companies. 75 of them, plus pension fund managers, went to Congress to educate the congressional leaders about the need to put a price on carbon.
Huh.
Shell has been arguing that they need to put a price on carbon. BP. So the major, many of the major companies sees that that by putting a price on carbon, it recognizes that there will be an eventual policy response to climate change that will impact them, and it will allow them to have it'll allow the market to recognize some of that we're in transition. So that being said, there is constantly this conversation, and the governor's been clear, and
Right.
like the governor before him,
Right.
that he resists the idea of going it alone as a state. And so beyond the conversations about price on carbon, there has been a conversation going on about our goals and the fact that we've missed the goals, and it's hard to align policy to meet the goals without having the goals if the goals aren't required in some way. So
I think you need some wins to keep people
exactly
keep people going and involved, right?
Well, you've been in state government, right?
Yep.
So you know that wishy-washy goals versus all of the things you have to do by
Right,
law and
right,
regulation.
right.
Well, what are you going to spend your money on
Exactly.
and your resources? So I think there's going to be a very robust conversation about whether or not we make them required. And we make them, and we make the agency, maybe it's the Agency of Natural Resources, maybe it's the Agency of Administration, accountable to, taking steps to make sure we are on the road to accomplishing the goals.
They've done a lot of work. I'm just thinking of all these things in my house on the efficiencies of dishwashers and
Yes.
refrigerators. I mean, there's a
It's
big
huge.
movement to make those as efficient as possible. Has
Yeah.
that done anything?
It's made a
Has
huge
it?
difference, actually. It made a huge difference.
The Energy Star. You
Yes,
have to buy it
exactly.
with the Energy Star.
And that's the electric piece.
Right.
What's tricky for us is transportation and heating.
Yeah.
And then ultimately it'll also be agriculture. how do we help
So
manage
just
that?
if we were able to do trains and able to do cars,
Yeah.
is a train pretty?
Well, if you do the train right, the train would be great. I know there's some talk about having a train going from Barry to, I guess, Waterbury.
Well,
Who knows?
I think they've talked about that once or twice before in the last 20, 30 years. They're always talking about it.
Well, they are
It would be a
connecting
big
Burlington.
Yeah, Burlington with.
To Burlington, to Rutland, to
Right.
New York City.
Now that's fabulous.
I was on, they have a meal train.
Yes.
Where you get on the train and have this gourmet meal as you're riding down to Rutland, and they turn you around and they ride. That was pretty
Is that
cool.
fun?
Yeah, that was great. That was amazing.
That's, I'd like
It's
to do
just
that.
fun doing like the old days. We used to go down to Florida.
By train. I remember doing that.
And
The
go to
sleeper
the
train.
Yes, exactly. And go to the dining car. And
yeah, that's
it was
fun.
cool.
Yeah, in Vermont especially, that policy piece and the conversation around the carbon tax seems to be a really difficult one, because you have the broader goals of, yes, we need to do something, because this is not a sustainable path that we're on. But it seems like no matter what you put out there, somebody's going to be a loser in that equation. Yeah. And unfortunately, a lot of the policy that we've seen presented so far, the people who are the losers, not really a great term, but
yeah.
In that equation are the people who can least afford to be put in that position. Do you think, are we going to find that balance, or is it just going to have to be? I mean, eventually the market will catch up, so that initial impact is not going to be as harsh. But are we going to find a policy that will balance that out and not put some of those folks at a disadvantage, or are people just going to have to deal with it?
Well, so I think there's been a lot of attention being paid. There's a lot of attention being paid to who's benefiting from climate solutions and who's being burdened. And there's a sensitivity to making sure that you really even out the impacts. So that's within Vermont and nationally. There's a really a lot of work going into, how do we make sure that the benefits are spread. So, for example, in Vermont, as we started rolling out the renewable energy, of the solar, that created a lot of jobs for working Vermonters. It was really great.
They called the green jobs.
It was the green jobs, and we were leading. We had 18,000 renewable energy jobs that hadn't existed just a few years before, 5 years before. It was significant. Now, as you build out the renewables, those jobs start to go away, right? So what are they going to be replaced by? And so then it's thinking, as we incentivize a transition, like to cleaner cars and electric vehicles, well, most Vermonters can't afford a brand new car.
Right.
So, they're going to get the used cars later on. So how do you set it up so that ultimately they can choose these cool electric cars too, once they're old enough to be at the price point for them? And meanwhile, how do you help them, do that cash for clunkers? Trade in their really polluting car for more efficient modern cars. So, as we're subsidizing the transition, let's make sure we're thinking about the people who, the working Vermonters, the poor Vermonters.
And also, I don't know that there's that immediate return on investment, because we're really looking to the future for our kids and what's happening to the environment we're leaving them.
Yeah.
Because if in fact all this is true, you've got to start it now, and not wait for the next generation, correct? Because then we'd still be.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's.
But how do you get people to believe this? And I think a lot of people don't.
Well, I actually, you'd ask that same question.
Yeah.
I believe most Vermonters,
they believe it
because they've experienced it.
Right.
Like, I grow red peppers.
Right.
When 1979, my first garden, there was no way I was in Chittenden County and growing red peppers wasn't going to be possible. Eggplants, no, that's maybe in Bennington, but not, not like in the banana belt, but we're in a different zone for gardening, right? Vermonters know that there is change and that it matters. People remember Irene and what it did to the state, and they know winters are not going to be the same and haven't been the same. And so we need to prepare our state for this. So, so I think that's why, and actually polling shows that, Vermonters, more than most of the country, really know that this is happening now and urgent, and we need to act. And I think what happens is people say, "Oh my God, we're such a drop in the bucket. What can I do?"
Well, that's what we hear all the time. I mean, it's going to cost me money, but it's not going to make that major change that we all want to see. Because we do blame China and a few other countries that sort of waft over here. And
well,
what do you do about that?
We're all one world, right? And so two things I believe have to happen at once. We need to have system change, and we need to have individual change. And individual change happens when we have convenient alternatives, right? And one of the things I've observed with the new generation is there is an interest in consuming less, like buying less stuff. And instead buying used, right? Well, buying, like there's this resurgent in like going to Goodwill and the used clothes store, and it's not everywhere, but like there, and young people want to live in town where they can walk places, and they don't want to own a car. Not everyone, but as when you're looking at the demographics and the opinions from young people, and so that's all great, but we're not going to actually solve the problem unless the incentives change in terms of our economy, and government regulation like creates an even playing field, and that's happening. Coming out of Climate Week, there's a lot going on with respect to systems change that is very promising.
Deb, we have 1 minute and 40 seconds. I just wondered if we haven't covered something that you'd really like to talk about. You could fill us in here, or we could just keep asking questions.
Well, I would just say that when you listen to the news, it's kind of hard because there's a lot of doom and gloom talk, and I'm an optimist. I know that people are resilient, humans are resilient, Vermonters are resilient.
That is true.
We have seen that, and there are a lot of people out there who are really working hard on this, and each one of us can be a part of the solution. It doesn't